Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Reincarnation. I looked towards the end of the street and saw my destination, Saitama Uremi East Junior High. The school itself was well taken care of. Overall it was a good school. I was a third year, however. Having to go to school a second time sucked, no other way to say it. It's already been 14 years since I was reincarnated into this world. I have had a relatively good life. I had food to eat, I had knowledge from my previous life, so school was a breeze. I didn't exactly have a place to call my own, but I did have a roof over my head at the very least. I was born to a good woman who never left me wanting for anything. I don't know who my father is, but I was fine with that. My mother came from Italy but moved to Japan 2 years before I was born. I inherited my mother's blue eyes. I can only assume I got my white hair and lady killer looks from my father. I stood out quite a bit due to my odd hair color, but I was never bullied or anything. It was just a bit difficult to make friends, though I didn't really try all that hard on that front. It was pretty difficult to make friends when I am mentally older than all of my peers. However, over time things changed. When I was 6 years ago, my mother passed away due to stress and overwork. I was left alone with nowhere to go. Thankfully, I was taken in by the orphanage. It has been my home for the last 6 years. The matron was a kind old lady that seemed to genuinely care for her charges. I wasn't all that close to her due to already being a fully grown adult in the body of a child, but she made sure I had everything I needed to be successful. Thanks to the knowledge from my previous life, I was able to skip a year of school. I could have likely skipped ahead more but decided not to. I wanted to have as much time to learn more things for my future. I also wanted some time to consider what I wanted to do after high school, something I still haven't figured out. I was also born with a lot more strength than normal, not enough to truly be considered superhuman, but still well over what is normal. As I continued to walk to school, a classmate of mine ran past me. "Felix, you better hurry up, class is about to start in 5 minutes. "Yeah, Felix. That's my name, Felix White. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. A month has passed since then. I gather my things and leave the classroom. As I walk out, someone calls out to me. "Felix, want to come with us to karaoke?" I turn towards the person who called out to me and notice a small group of people. There are 2 junior classmates and 3 in my year. In the lead is Suji, the one who had called out towards me. "We have 5 people. If you join we will have 6. Wanna give it a go?" he said. "Sorry, not this time. I have to study for the math test next week. Maybe next time." "Ah, I see, maybe next time then. Let's go, guys," he says with an expecting look. I exit the classroom after the 5 of them and walk down the stairs as I ponder why he asked me to join him. He asks me to join him and his group of friends quite a bit. I did join them a few times, but they just aren't my kind of people. After a few minutes of walking, I reach the entrance of the school. As I walk out, I notice a few groups of friends leaving together, presumably to hang out. I look up and notice that it is starting to rain. I didn't bring my umbrella since I was in a rush this morning. Fuck, my shoes are going to get wet. Soggy shoes suck. I continue walking towards the orphanage. Once I reach the crosswalk, I stop and take off my backpack, and begin to take off my jacket to cover myself up a bit, but as I am doing that I notice 2 people ahead of me. One is a somewhat tall and slim man with uniquely styled black hair, and another is a young girl with brown hair styled in a ponytail. The male is walking a short distance ahead of the female, and as I observe them I notice the girl slip on a puddle. I stop what I was doing and jog towards her to help her up. I was raised a gentleman after all. As I look over her, I offer her my hand. I don't see any injuries or bleeding, so she should be fine. She takes my hand and offers a short thanks as she introduces herself. "Tsumaki, what a nice name." As I turn to get my backpack from where I left it, I hear a rumbling noise from my right, and I realize that we are in the middle of a crosswalk and quickly turn and push Tsumaki out of the way. It was just a subconscious reaction. That's when it happened. As the loud rumbling gets closer, I suddenly feel pain. Everywhere there is pain. Through the haze of pain I notice that I am laying on the ground now. Everything hurts. Pain resistance acquisition successful. Was I hit by a car? Physical attack resistance acquisition successful. I hear someone shout in a panicked voice. Megumi. Call an ambulance. However, my focus wasn't on that. I don't know if I was breathing. However, my thoughts were clear. Am I going to die? Wasn't I special? Wasn't I a reincarnation? Where is my cheat? Request accepted. Processing. Unique skill, cheat acquisition unsuccessful. God, this is a sad way to die. After all that my mother did for me in the hopes that I'll live a happy and successful life, I go out like this. Do I deserve this? I always did my best and took in as much knowledge as I could in order to live a successful and happy life in the future. I hope that all that I had learned throughout my 2 lives would help me in the future, but it seems that all effort will be a waste. Request accepted. Processing. Unique skill, Studious 1 acquisition successful. Hot, it feels hot everywhere now, what is this? Confirmed. Heat resistance acquisition successful. How come I get ran over by a car? Can't luck be on my side for once? Request accepted. Processing. Extra skill, Fortunate 1 acquisition successful. Hold on. Stay with me. Megumi, how long until the ambulance gets here? This is it, huh? I at least wish I had someone by my side in this life, a constant companion to keep me company. Am I going to go to hell this time? Extra skill, Sage acquisition successful. I start to feel myself lose consciousness. My last thought is how cold death feels. Cold resistance acquisition successful. Acquisition of heat and cold resistance results in acquisition of new skill, thermal fluctuation resistance. Acquisition of intrinsic skill, magic resistance successful. Acquisition of intrinsic skill, material creation successful. Acquisition of intrinsic skill, spirit possession successful. Acquisition of skill, demonic core successful. Race of the host successfully changed from human, jujitsu sorcerer, to spiritual life form, lesser demon. Converting ability limitless within user into skill. Processing. Intrinsic skill, limitless acquisition successful. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. I slowly opened my eyes and woke up with a gasp. Where am I? I thought I heard a voice. Ah, that's right, I was run over. Obviously I am not dead yet, hopefully I am in the hospital, or maybe this is some version of heaven or hell. Okay, I need to calm down and figure out what is going on. I'm usually pretty good about keeping calm in stressful situations. Huh, my body doesn't hurt anymore. I'm not cold or warm, my body actually feels quite odd, almost like I wasn't totally there. It was hard to describe, I just felt different. I try to move my hand and am quite happy that it still functions as normal from what I can tell. I can feel things, which means I still have sensation. I try to feel my environment with my hands and feel it run through something rough and coarse, almost like dirt. That rules out the hospital, as no hospital would leave a patient to rest on something like that. I slowly start to look around my environment, and am surprised by what I see. I noticed a few beings drifting around in the distance. Most of them didn't seem to have a form, but some looked to have goat-like heads and animal-like lower bodies. Just where the fuck am I? I notice some rocks and trees in the distance, so I am somewhere outdoors. I slowly get up off the ground before I suddenly get a bad feeling. I subconsciously launch myself off the ground and go flying into the air. Extra skill, danger sense acquired. Before I can figure out what just happened, I get another bad feeling. I quickly turn around and notice a ball of fire rushing towards me. I quickly try to move out of the way but am unsuccessful, but as it starts to get closer the fireball slows down before coming to a complete stop in front of me. That's when I notice I'm not moving. I'm floating in place. I quickly move past my surprise and subconsciously will the fireball to go back in the direction it came from. I watch as the fireball quickly flies back and notice a half-goat half-man standing on the ground in the fireball's path. Extra skill, magic manipulation acquired. I watch as the fireball hits the half-goat, resulting in a blast of fire. I slowly calm my breathing down as I look towards the fire and notice that the half-goat is missing. I continue to float there for what must have been 15 minutes before I slowly descend to the ground with the new wings I discovered. And isn't that a surprise? I have wings. This confirms the fact that I died and was reborn as something else. Man, I've been ice-skate twice over. As I land on the floor, I am completely focused on the area around me. I don't know what I was attacked by. It could be anything, and it might be hiding. As I scan the area around me, I notice something odd all around me. I can feel something, but it isn't physically there. What in the world? Extra skill, magic sense acquired. Huh? What is that voice? All of a sudden I can feel my surroundings perfectly, from the dirt to the rocks and plants, I can feel it all. The mysterious thing all around me is still there, but it is focused on the fire in front of me. Is it some sort of energy? Maybe it is magical energy. I did just see a fireball thrown at me and I somehow stopped and deflected it. I would be a fool to deny the existence of magic at this point. Thanks to the skill, as the voice called it, I can tell there isn't anything hiding around me, so I quickly begin to leave the area. I don't want any more of those things to decide to attack me. As I start to leave, only one question dominates my thoughts. What's happened to me? I finally found a cave that I might be able to rest in. I quickly used the new skill to sense the cave's interior. It isn't very deep at all, so I am able to sense the end of the cave. Thankfully it is empty. I quickly walk towards the end of the cave and sit down. I finally have a chance to process everything that happened, from my death to my reincarnation and my newfound ability to use magic. Thankfully I am not having a panic attack, but I am pretty damn close to it. I go over the fight, from my new nature to how I was able to send the fireball back, to what the voice that announced my new skills is. I need to plan my next steps if I want to survive whatever world this is. I have no food or water, and my shelter isn't all that good either. I also need to look around for other intelligent life, see if there are any cities around here. Maybe I can understand what and where I am if I can find a city. Before I make a plan, I decide to get a proper rest. I lay down and slowly drift off to sleep. Unknown amount of time later. I walk forward as the demon starts to form a fire lance, ignoring the incoming attack as I use a skill of mine to disrupt the magic that the monster was gathering, causing the fire lance to fizzle out. As I continue walking towards it at a languid pace, it keeps trying to use spells but keeps failing. The only reason it isn't trying to use physical attacks is because it can't hit me. It seems this one has a sliver of intelligence. I notice it preparing to flee, but before it can try to get away, I raise my left hand and use one of my skills. Limitless. It quickly flies towards me, as if it was being sucked in by my palm. Once it is in striking distance, I quickly punch its stomach area with my right hand, obliterating its entire upper torso while the rest of its body turns to ash and disperses into the air. I had come to the realization that the monsters I was fighting were some sort of demonic being after my second fight against one of those guys. I mean, what else can they be with their animal-like heads and animal-like lower bodies? Fighting has a few effects. One, it helps me practice my skills and magic, which slowly increases the capacity of my Magicule reserves. I noticed I had an inner pool of mana, or rather Magicule, soon after I woke up from my rest. What surprised me was that the magical energy around me isn't called mana but Magicules. I had learned this through a skill of mine. The second and final effect was that I could learn to use my skills better, or even gain some skills in the middle of a fight. It couldn't have been more than 3 months since I left the cave. At the time I searched around for food and water. I was surprised I wasn't feeling hungry or thirsty, but I wasn't complaining. I was able to find a lake for water, but unfortunately I was unable to find food. Thankfully, however, after some time passed, I was able to figure out that I no longer needed any food or water, which was a lifesaver, but it seems like I won't be tasting anything for some time to come. I had also discovered that my physical looks were completely different. I looked a lot like the demons that I was killing. I had a goat-like head with 2 goat-like legs as well. I had claws now, and my arms were also quite muscular, along with having red horns poking out of my head and wings. My eyes had also changed. The color of my sclera was now black for some reason, another mystery that I need to solve. It took me some time to come to terms that I looked like a monster. My former good looks were now gone. I was able to eventually get over it with the hope that I would gain a skill that lets me go back to my former appearance at some point. Once that was over with, I began my experimentation with my physical body. There were a few things I discovered. First of all was that I could in fact fly with my wings, which makes sense. They have already proven how useful they are with aerial combat. My natural strength has also monstrously increased. I could obliterate a tree with a casual punch, and when I seriously punched the ground I created a massive crater. My stamina has also increased. I don't find myself getting tired or needing sleep. I mostly rest and sleep simply for my own mental health. Next up, I experimented with magic, starting with my skills. I was able to figure out the ranking of skills. They are common skills, extra skills, and unique skills. There may be higher tier skills, but I haven't discovered anything beyond unique skills so far. I could subconsciously tell what skills I had and their functions, which was useful. Skills in general are incredibly easy to control. It's almost as if using a limb, though that might be because of the benefit of another skill of mine. However, just like a limb, you need to practice skills like a muscle if you want your power and control over your skills to grow. Starting with my common skills, I have paralysis resistance, pain resistance, physical attack resistance, and thermal fluctuation resistance. I was also able to gain a new common skill, atmospheric current control. It basically allows me to manipulate the electricity already in the air. Using the skill, I can summon bolts of lightning from the sky. Next up are my extra skills, starting with Sage. It is a skill that allows me to accelerate my thought process so that I can quickly make decisions in combat, but more importantly it boosts my comprehension, which has helped me learn how to effectively use my abilities much quicker than I imagine it would take without it. My next skill, Fortunate One, basically just increases the chances of lucky events happening along with increasing my charisma. Next I have Danger Sense, which is one of my more useful skills. It basically warns me about any incoming danger, sort of like Peter Parker's Spidey sense. My next skill is the one I use to prevent the demon from using magic manipulation. It basically allows me to control the magic in the air for a multitude of uses. I can easily manipulate the natural elements at a basic level and even disturb someone else's use of magic. I was even able to get a bit creative and find a way to layer magic on my body as a sort of defense in case some attack managed to hit me. Magic Sense is a skill I use for mostly utility purposes. It allows me to see the surrounding magic in the air and see a full 360 degrees around me with no blind spots. The skill lets me see even in the dark and with my eyes closed. That's another thing about wherever I am, most likely the underworld or hell. There is no day and night cycle, it is always dark. This makes it extremely difficult to know how long it has been, as I can't tell how much time has passed, and I unfortunately cannot claim to have been cool enough to count the seconds since I left the cave. The next skills are my intrinsic skills. As far as I know, these are basically skills innate to my race, starting with magic resistance, which basically reduces the effect elemental magic has on me as long as the strength of the magic doesn't reach a certain level. My next skill is one that I use to craft my clothes. Material creation allows me to use my magic to create weapons or clothes. I used it to make myself some clothes that wouldn't be damaged by my fights. My final intrinsic skill is one I haven't quite found a use for, spirit possession. It allows me to possess someone's body, but here is the thing, nothing I have found here has a physical body for me to possess, myself included. My form is made up of magic and so are the other demons. I'm sure I'll find a use for it someday. My unique skill is both incredibly strong, but strict conditions need to be met for its activation. I'm not sure how common unique skills are, but I sure hope they are rare, because if they are more common than I think, well, let's just say I'm gonna have a lot more trouble beating stronger demons. My unique skill is basically a cheat. There is no other way to say it. In the right circumstances I can easily see myself power leveling with it. Unique skill, Studious 1. Allows user to study any skill or magic in sight, and if sufficient understanding is reached, user can copy said magic or skill. Allows user to merge or separate skills into lesser or greater skills once skill has been completely understood, as long as the user has sufficient magicals. Once I discovered what my skill did, I laughed. As long as I used it wisely, I will be able to grow in strength quickly. The only downside is that I have to understand a skill to copy it. Hopefully I can get a skill that can help with that in the future. Though due to having to directly see the skill, I can't analyze a skill like Sage due to that skill not having any direct effects that I can see in the physical world, so skills similar to it will be uncopyable for me. After that I got into the skill collection business. Unfortunately that venture has not been going very well so far, as the demons I have been fighting have weak skills that I already have or no skills at all. Hopefully I will be able to fight stronger demons and gain stronger skills through them. Now I don't want to grow in strength for no reason. After all, what is the purpose of power if you don't have anything you want to use it for? I discovered that the fictional worlds from my first life are real. I was able to learn this once I realized what my intrinsic skill Limitless was from. Now I don't remember my first life perfectly. It has been a long time after all, but I remember the general gist of a lot of anime and light novels. I was an avid enjoyer of those after all. Limitless was from an anime called Jujutsu Kaisen. Unfortunately I died before I could finish the Shibuya arc. Having Limitless made me realize that it was incredibly likely that I was reborn into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen in my second life, likely descended from the Gojo clan itself, since Limitless is a cursed technique of theirs. Along with the fact that I share some features with Gojo Satoru himself, from my white hair to my blue eyes. Of course I don't have the 6 eyes, but still, that is a lot of similarities to be a coincidence. That gave me an existential crisis. I had questioned my place in the universe, or should I say multiverse now, but eventually I was able to move past it. I'll continue going at my own pace, and hopefully I'll do alright. Now my thought process was that if Jujutsu Kaisen is a world out there, then isn't there a good chance that other worlds I thought were fictional are also out there? From Marvel to DC, Naruto, Fairy Tail, One Piece, High School DxD, etc. If they are out there, then I want to see them with my own eyes. I want to watch as Luffy becomes Pirate King, as Naruto becomes Hokage, as Natsu reunites with his father. Sure, I saw some of those on screen, but seeing it in person is completely different. Not to mention the woman. Lust is called a sin for a reason. Who knows, maybe I can make a harem for myself. No worries though, I'm not in a hurry. Moving on to the skill itself, Limitless is originally impossible to master without the 6 eyes, another unique ability of the Gojo clan. It allows the user to see the flow of cursed energy, causing the user to perfectly understand the energy and minimize the cost of any cursed technique to minuscule amounts. Cursed energy is basically another form of supernatural energy, but a little different, but the difference doesn't matter in my case. It also allows the user to perfectly control their own cursed energy, which is needed if one wants to use Limitless effectively. My case is a little different, as instead of a cursed technique, my Limitless is a skill. Skills and cursed techniques do have some similarities, but they are innately different. Thanks to this I can learn how to effectively use Limitless without the ultra-precise control that the 6 eyes would grant me. Magic manipulation allows me to effectively control my own magic along with other beings' magic. Sage increases my thought processing speed along with my comprehension. The combination of these is able to help me effectively use Limitless. The one issue I am having is the absurd Magicule cost to use Limitless. I can't use it for more than 45 minutes before I risk running out of Magicules, and that's pushing it, though hopefully this problem will solve itself as I grow in strength. Now Limitless has a few different ways it can be used. At its core it brings the concept of infinity into reality. With it I can manipulate the space around me freely at an atomic level depending on my mastery of the skill itself. Its most basic use, called infinity, is to essentially stop anything approaching me. It does this in a way similar to how convergent and divergent sequences work. Basically it divides the finite amount of space between the user and the approaching subject and divides it an infinite number of times, and because no matter how many times you divide something it can never reach zero, they will be left as infinitesimal fractions which are immeasurable to the eye. It's due to this that anything that approaches the infinitely divided space that my skill creates appears to stop. It just slows down to the point that it isn't possible to notice it moving. Using this principle I can create a few effects. Thankfully once I was able to get down how to use Limitless I was able to recreate its other abilities that I know of from Jujutsu Kaisen. There are two of these abilities. The first ability is blue. It allows me to attract things. I do this by supercharging Limitless, which brings the conceptual impossibility of negative distance into reality. This causes the surrounding space to try and fill in the gap in space. I can use this to constrict the space around someone, which will crush their appendages or even destroy an entire village with it, though to destroy a village I will have to expend over half of my Magicules. I can also use blue for high-speed movement across short distances, which is useful in fights. The second ability is red. It allows me to do the opposite of blue with how I can repel anything instead of attract. I do this by bringing the divergence of infinity into reality, which creates the power to repel. I use this by manifesting a small red orb that can cause incredible amounts of damage, about twice as much as blue could, but that comes at a cost. I need to use most of my Magicules to use it, to the point that I will barely be able to stay conscious. I had to learn the hard way. Normally I wouldn't even be able to use red, as you originally need a special kind of energy to use it, but I can only assume I can use it due to Limitless becoming a skill, therefore all of its abilities are unlocked but not mastered. The third ability is hollow purple. It combines both red and blue, which represents motion and reversal, a fusion of convergence and divergence that collides both infinites to generate imaginary mass. This effect can instantly erase anything in its path. I have no clue how much Magicules this would require, as I have not tried to use it yet. I am also able to use Limitless to freely manipulate the space around me, but I haven't delved very deep into this aspect of the ability yet. I am just focusing on mastering the abilities that I know of. I also learned that I have a presence to myself when I changed my perception of magic sense and looked at myself. It was as hard to describe. The aura itself feels like a miasma. It feels corruptive and evil. But I discovered a way to use this aura. I can use it to enhance my physical abilities in a fight, whether it is power, speed, or durability. I can also use this aura to put pressure on someone. I've used this a few times on the demons. It makes the freeze in place for a moment, and that moment is all I need to end the fight. Overall my skills are incredibly useful. They are probably the only reason I am able to fight off these demons, due to them presumably not having nearly as many or as useful skills. I don't completely know why I was blessed with incredibly powerful skills, but I do have a theory. I believe it has to do with the soul. After all, if magic exists, then why can't souls? I noticed the demons I have been fighting lack intelligence. They mostly rely on instinct, the instinct to fight, to hunt, to survive. Due to this, maybe their souls aren't as developed as mine. I have lived 2 lives after all. I have intelligence and experience. That is only a theory though, at least until I can find information to prove or disprove it. Hopefully there is other intelligent life around, or else I'll probably go crazy with no one to interact with. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. I grin as I look at the large crater I just created. I was finally able to use atmospheric current control to manipulate lightning a little more finely and create a lightning spear instead of just simple and predictable lightning strikes. Due to this I gained a new common skill, lightning spear. It allows me to freely form a lightning spear, and the best part is the size doesn't matter. As long as I have the mana to fuel it, I could make a lightning spear the size of a building. If a spear-sized lightning spear can cause this much damage, then how much would a stronger version do? Not to mention this skill will give me a better base for lightning manipulation. I decided to focus on lightning for a few reasons. 1, it is badass. 2, it has a lot of different uses. I assume if I master it well enough I can manipulate the electric currents in physical bodies. Unfortunately demons don't seem to have physical bodies. They are more like spirits if I were to describe them. I should also be able to coat my body in lightning like the 4th Raikage in Naruto was able to do for a comprehensive boost to my abilities. Hell, I can probably eventually learn to use a Chidori. I see lightning as a good investment, and who says I can't master other elements later? Now that I have lightning spear, let me see if I can finally get the lightning to do what I wanted to. I start to form a lightning spear, but instead of focusing it in a spear-like shape, I try to bend it, forming an arc. It is much easier now that I have lightning spear, as I now know how to shape lightning in any way I want. Once the arc is sufficiently powered, I launch it towards a nearby forest and watch the aforementioned destruction. Once the smoke clears, I finally get to see the results, and I am not disappointed. A large chunk of the forest is cut in half. I see part of a tree stump still in the ground while the top portions were destroyed. Common skill, lightning arc acquired. Nice, glad that worked like I wanted it to. Now individually these skills might not add much to my power, but I'm hoping that once I master lightning manipulation to a certain level I can get a skill for it, like with magic manipulation. Who knows, maybe if I master lightning enough I can control the weather itself. I am able to manipulate the elements at a basic level, but not nearly enough to qualify for it to be called weather manipulation. There is also a side benefit to practicing my skills. The more I use my magicule, the larger my magicule pool gets, so by practicing magic and my skills I am increasing my magicule pool, which can only be a good thing. I continue to train my abilities until I master lightning arc to a sufficient level. With that I decided to finish up today's training and head back to the temporary cabin I created using material creation. I did have to expend a decent chunk of my magic for it, but it was worth it for the nice soft bed and pillow I made. I plan to stay at my current location for some time to practice my lightning magic in peace. Now that I have reached the goal I set for myself, I will probably end up leaving to continue to look for civilization. Maybe I should start practicing with a sword. I could use the extra challenge it will give at first, since killing the demons has been getting easier and easier. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. I focus the lightning I am gathering towards my legs. I ignore the pain and leap into the air, grinning as the lightning keeps flowing around my legs, giving me a speed boost. This is the first step to creating the lightning armor. For now I will practice imbuing lightning into my legs before I focus on other parts of my body. Thanks to pain resistance I wasn't able to feel nearly as much as I would have without it. Common skill, lightning movement acquired. Nice, now that I have 4 lightning element skills I use Studious 1 to merge them all together. Hopefully I can get something good. The acquired skills atmospheric current control, lightning spear, lightning arc, and lightning movement combine to evolve into extra skill, lightning manipulation. Lightning resistance acquired. I start to cackle madly as this proves my theory that skills can combine to form superior skills. This means I can just farm common skills and eventually they should fuse together once I master the skills enough. The only requirement is that I understand the skill. Who knows, maybe I can even fuse unique skills to create some sort of super skill eventually. My goal to travel to other worlds is looking possible now. I immediately jump into experimenting with my new skill, and holy, everything is so much easier with it. I can now form a barrage of lightning spears like Gilgamesh with his Gate of Babylon without a second thought. It requires far less focus. Manipulating lightning with lightning manipulation is like moving a limb I never knew I had. I immediately begin to gather lightning in my hand. I keep focusing more and more lightning until I feel I have a sufficient amount. I ignore the high-pitched chirping as I run towards a boulder and pierce my hand through it. Common skill, lightning jab acquired. I slowly disperse the lightning and pull my arm out of the boulder. There doesn't look like a lot of damage, but that is not the point of this move. Lightning jab is basically a Chidori with a different name. It is mostly used for piercing targets rather than causing mass amounts of destruction. Now that I know that I can easily use lightning jab, I decide to be a bit more daring and try out the lightning armor. Hopefully with lightning manipulation it won't be too difficult to do. I focus on slowly gathering lightning and wrapping it around my body. I ignore the slight tingles I feel and continue to gather more lightning. I make sure not to gather too much as I have not mastered this ability yet and don't want to hurt myself unnecessarily. Once I have enough, I sprint forward and zoom at speeds I have never gone at before. I blur past the nearby forest, and as I gather more and more lightning I go faster and faster before I finally start to disperse the lightning and slow down. I smile to myself as I finally was able to learn how to use the lightning armor, though I am surprised that there is no skill for it. I was able to figure out the more magicules and lightning I gather, the faster I become. It also has a side benefit of enhancing my reaction time, which will be useful in a fight. The speed will also allow me to navigate the surrounding area much quicker. Hopefully with this I can find civilization a little sooner. I am going stir crazy after not having any social interaction in so long. I was even debating trying to tame a demon and keep it as a pet, but gave up once I realized that they would just constantly rebel, as they are just animals of instinct, and while instinct can cause them to be submissive for a time, it won't last long. I continue to practice lightning manipulation, creating a few useful tricks I can use in a fight. First off, I can freely discharge lightning from my hand Palpatine style, that should be able to paralyze most of the demons I have been encountering for a few seconds, more than long enough for me to finish them off. I also learned to imbue lightning into a katana I created using material creation. This lets me send out a slash of lightning if I choose to whenever I swing, along with adding extra piercing and cutting power to each swing. The katana itself is quite sturdy as I used half of my magicules to create it since I didn't want it breaking on me mid-fight. Unfortunately, I had to learn that the hard way when I first used a katana against a demon. I created it with just enough magicules to form, but it easily broke when I swung it at a demon. After that I learned my lesson and created a much more sturdy katana. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. I quickly used my lightning armor and took off into the forest. I blurred past trees, rocks, and some weaker demons before finally coming to a stop near a waterfall. I notice a cave that I enter to rest for a little bit in. I need some time to think and consider my options. I had sensed a powerful aura south from my current location for a brief moment before it disappeared. The aura itself was not just strong, but incredibly strong, to the point that I don't want to go near them. It was at least 10 times stronger than me, maybe more. That makes me incredibly wary of going near its location. On one hand, it could be an intelligent being, on the other hand it might not be, or worse, it might be intelligent and still decide to kill me. I know I can't fight it off and I will likely have a hard time running away, and who knows if it has unique skills. It was also able to hide its presence, meaning it could be anywhere now. I had vastly overestimated my place in the food chain here. I thought I was strong, but now it seems like I am a frog in a well. And that makes me worried. What if there are even stronger demons than the ones I discovered? Who knows how strong the truly mighty ones are? Before I can continue my thoughts, I get a bad feeling through danger sense, and this feeling is the worst one I have ever felt. The warning didn't come soon enough as I was stabbed through my stomach. I cough out blood as I quickly dodge another incoming attack. I quickly activate magic sense and am horrified by the amount of demons around me. The most I have dealt with at once is 3, and even then I was only successful because of Limitless. It was foolish of me to not use magic sense to check the surrounding area. I was so panicked about the stronger demon that I completely lost sight of myself. I quickly form a lightning spear and send it towards where I sense the closest demon. I hear a loud cry as one of the demons die. I use this chance to leave the cave with blue, which allows for short distance teleportation in order to have a better chance at fighting the demons off. I grunt as I try my best to ignore the pain and take my sword out of its sheath to prepare to fight the demons off. I watch as 29 demons come out of the cave and curse. The demons try to circle me, which means they have some intelligence. Limitless. I use Infinity as a safety net of sorts to cover me in case I let an attack hit me, as I don't think I can focus on dodging attacks from all 5 demons. I quickly form as many lightning spears as I can and send them towards the demons before they can fully surround me. Surprisingly, they react quickly enough that my lightning spears don't kill any of them, though 2 did take some damage. 15 of them quickly take to the skies while 14 stay on the ground. I decide to fly since I don't want to allow them any more advantages over me. Infinity will take care of dealing with the magic that the demons on the ground are sending towards me, leaving me to focus on the ones flying around me. I debate on using red to try and wipe them all out, but on the off chance it doesn't take all of them out, I will be left helpless even with my improved magicule pools. I decide to use my lightning armor as I need all the help I can get. The increase in speed will be worth the increased pain from my stab wound. I ignore the spells coming at me and quickly fly towards the nearest demon and send a slash towards its head, which it unfortunately dodges. I use the momentum of the slash to curve my blade back down and take off its left arm. The demon screams in anger and pain as it charges towards me, ignoring the possible danger. I use this chance to avoid its charge and cut its head off. That leaves 29 of them left. I don't have much time left. Limitless is taking up a large chunk of my magicules, but I can't afford to stop using Limitless as it is stopping all the attacks from reaching me. I notice there are 17 fireballs and 6 fire spears caught in Infinity's barrier. I smirk as I send all of them back towards the demons on the ground and watch as all 14 of them die. I actually have a chance. Suddenly I felt dizzy and fell to the ground, wondering why Limitless didn't protect me. Cough cough. I covered my mouth and saw blood, much more than there should be. Poison. Fuck, the bastard must have coated his sword with it. Limitless must have disabled due to not having enough magicules to sustain it due to my magicules working overtime to try and combat the poison. Fuck, I wasn't able to notice it due to being too focused. Gwahaha, you die now. What? I quickly look towards where the voice came from and notice another demon that was hiding behind the others. How? I didn't sense him before. Was he able to hide his presence? Is he that demon I sensed earlier? No, he is weaker. The demon slowly approached me, seeming confident in his victory. If only I could program Limitless to automatically detect an incoming threat, this wouldn't have happened. Fuck. I try to get up but fail, my body won't listen to me. Is this it? Do I deserve this? To die twice. To be taken away from my home twice. Fuck, where is my luck now, fortunate one? Fuck, this is scary. Am I going to die? No. I refuse. I will not be fodder in this world. I will rise to the top. I still have one option. I lift my head up and slowly lift my right arm up and point it in the demon's direction. It becomes wary and prepares to dodge, but my arm falls down. It grins as it continues walking towards me at its languid pace. What it doesn't know is that I did that on purpose. I subtly shift my left arm and aim my hand towards the demon, and gather up enough magicules to use blue. I keep pushing more and more magicules. Even when I feel like I am about to drop dead, I continue. I smile as I whisper. Blue. My head falls down as I hear the demon try to dodge out of the way, but it's too late. The space around the demon constricted, crushing it. At least I beat it. And then I blacked out. Conditions for evolution have been met. Commencing evolution. Death resistance acquisition successful. Poison resistance acquisition successful. Paralysis resistance acquisition successful. Spiritual attack resistance acquisition successful. Fear resistance acquisition successful. Extra skill, program granted. Extra skill, Sage has evolved into unique skill, Cursed Sage. Extra skill, program has been absorbed into unique skill, Cursed Sage. Evolution to Greater Demon complete. Demonic core has been strengthened. He looked down at the boy who had lost consciousness after his battle. He evolved. He has been looking for this lesser demon as it had attacked him with his underlings, thinking it could get lucky. When he had arrived, he had heard the sounds of a fight going on and decided to observe, and boy was he surprised, another otherworlder reincarnated as a demon, just like him. That was the only possible explanation, as no lesser demon has the skills nor intelligence that this demon showed. He had always wondered if there were others out there like him in the demon realm, but had never found another reincarnated demon. Sure, there were some in the material world, but down here in the spiritual world, nope. It gave him hope that maybe he wouldn't have to be alone any longer. He tried to make friends with the other demons, but they just weren't like him. He might have become a monster after all his time in the demon realm, but there will always be a part of him that was human once upon a time. He would have stepped in to help the kid out and was about to just before the kid used his blue, as he called it. He rushed to check his condition. He didn't want the only reincarnated demon he found to die in front of him after all. He was poisoned and running low on magicules. The magicules would recover over time. Now he had to deal with the poison. He quickly analyzed the boy's condition. It was a weak poison meant to immobilize. He would heal. All he needs is a bit of rest. He used one of his unique skills, spatial severing, to sever the space between their location and his cabin. It allows him to freely manipulate space, even allowing him to bypass any barriers someone casts using space itself. Once they arrived, he used his unique skill Isolate to isolate the space of his cabin from the outside world. Once he was confident they were safe, he laid the boy down on a bed to rest. The boy was a monster in terms of magicules. The amount he is giving off in his current state is about as much as he has after all his years living as a demon. That is incredibly impressive considering he has the advantage of having eaten the souls of some demi-humans before. Chapter 2, Demon Realm. Felix. I woke up with a jolt. You're up, it seems. A voice said from beside me. You don't seem to be poisoned anymore, so that's good. I didn't want to have to go ask another demon to heal you. Who knows what they would have asked for. I looked to my side to see a black-haired male sitting on a chair next to me. He had red skin and horns coming out of his head. His face was quite humanoid, though unlike the rest of the demons. He's also able to speak, maybe another reincarnation. No, better not to get my hopes up. That other demon was also able to talk. I should be careful. My body was feeling much better now, so I got up and prepared to fend off any attacks he sends my way just in case. Rest. The poison was flushed out of your system, and your evolution mostly healed you of your injuries, but you still need some time to get back to peak condition. I stared at him as I processed his words. Evolution. Can demons evolve? What did I evolve into? I do feel a lot stronger than I previously was. I clench my fists and can feel how much stronger I've gotten physically, multiple times even, and magicule-wise I have multiple times more than previously. If evolving can make this big of a difference, who knows what else it can do? Could I regain my old physical looks by evolving? Taking a closer look at my body, I notice quite a few changes. My body shape is far more human in stature. I touch my face and it feels far more human-shaped rather than the animal head I had previously, though I do still have my horns. I also feel my ears changed. They are more pointy, almost elf-like. My arms are longer than natural and I still have goat legs, but I can't get the happy grin off my face. Maybe one more evolution and I will get an even more humanoid look. Ah yes, you did look quite different before your evolution. Lesser demons often look the most demonic in their base forms, while the higher you evolve the more humanoid your looks become. I temporarily push his words to the back of my mind. Who are you? He raised his arms in the air to show that he meant no harm. I mean no harm. I'm like you, an otherworlder reincarnated as a demon. An otherworlder. And there are others like me. Excuse me, but why did you decide to help me? I couldn't help but ask. It never hurt to be cautious. Simple curiosity. I have never run into another reincarnated demon before. It doesn't hurt to have someone similar to me to talk to. I was also curious about your unique skill. I looked at him warily. How did he know I had a unique skill? Does he have one as well? Don't look at me like that, boy. Almost all otherworlders have a unique skill that they gain when crossing over worlds. I see. Thank you for answering. How did you end up finding me? I was chasing after those lesser demons you were fighting after they failed to ambush me, came upon you fighting them off and decided to watch and help out if it seemed like you couldn't handle it, though it seems like that wasn't necessary. There is that name again, lesser demon. Am I one of them, or rather was I one of them? Answer. Correct. Host evolved from a lesser demon into a greater demon. That voice. Who is it? Answer. It is the effect of your unique skill, Cursed Sage. Cursed Sage? Are you the evolution of Sage? Affirmative. I decide to talk to my skill later once I have some time alone. The men started to walk out of the room. Get some rest, you need it if you want to fully recover. I decide to heed his words for now and close my eyes and think. What can you do, Cursed Sage? Answer. Sub-skills include thought acceleration, analytical appraisal, parallel operation, chant annulment, all of creation, and program. I see, though acceleration is a skill I had access to with Sage, only a much weaker version than what I now have access to. This version accelerates my thoughts by an astounding rate of 1000x. Analytical appraisal will pair perfectly with Studious One as it allows me to analyze and appraise a target, allowing me to easily fulfill Studious One's requirements for copying skills. Parallel operation allows me the ability to detach my analysis of phenomena from my thoughts. Basically, it allows me to analyze something and fight or converse at the same time. Chant annulment allows me to use any magic that I learn without the required chant. All of creation allows me to comprehend anything as long as I have a basic understanding of it and it is perceivable to me. This will also pair quite well with Studious One. Program allows me to program one thing for my subconscious to keep track of. Basically, I can use this to automate infinity so it can always be active now that I have enough magicules to keep it running. I can also allow Cursed Sage to pilot my body, allowing it access to all my abilities. While in this state, Cursed Sage can perfectly analyze the situation and follow the best course of action. In a fight, this would be like it attacking at the perfect nanosecond, defending at the perfect nanosecond, etc. As long as there is a way to win, Cursed Sage will be able to achieve it. Overall, this will be a big help to my abilities. Hopefully with this I can copy skills much more easily. Unique skill, Isolate has been analyzed. Unique skill, Isolate gained. Where did that come from? Answer. Host is currently in an isolated dimension created by unique skill, Isolate. Isolate was analyzed and copied using Studious One. I see, this must be that man's unique skill. I will have to figure out what to do now that I have copied his skill. I closed my eyes and decided to sleep as I was still mentally exhausted. If this man wanted to hurt me, he would have done it long before I woke up. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. I woke up after a few hours had passed. I look around and notice that the man isn't here. He must have gone out for something. I get up and take this time to look around. The room itself is quite comfortable looking. It has everything you need, a bed, a couch, some cabinets. As I am walking around, I see what you can call a gap in space form, sort of like a portal, and watch the man walk through and take a seat on the couch. Unique skill, spatial severing analyzed. Unique skill, spatial severing gained. He must have used that to teleport here. Interesting, the skill will definitely be useful. The skill allows me to basically sever space. I can use it to sever the space between two locations, allowing me to teleport. I can also use this to directly cut space apart and cut through barriers quite easily. I can basically cut through almost anything using the skill as long as I have enough magicules to power it. I focus back on the man and see him make a gesture to the seat across from him. Understanding what he wants, I take a seat. So what do you want to do from now on? There aren't a lot out there like us, let alone in the demon realm. There is that term again, the demon realm. Might as well get as much information as I can. Before I make a decision, could you explain to me what the demon realm is exactly? Is it a place for the damned to get tortured? And what about that term you used earlier, lesser demon? Ah yes, you haven't met any other intelligent demons, have you? Well, the demon realm is as it sounds, a realm for demons to reside in. That doesn't explain all that much, but it is enough for now. Is there a way to get out of here? I ask, probably the most important question. I am getting sick and tired of wandering around with no place to go. This guy said that there are others like us out there, other reincarnators. Maybe there are cities out there with civilization. There's only one way out of here, by getting summoned to the material realm and occupying a body. If you don't mind, could you explain all the common knowledge about this world? Hopefully he doesn't ask for payment, as I am not sure what I can give that he can't already get himself. I will on one condition. Fuck, hopefully it isn't anything too big. Tell me about the world you came from. Huh, that wasn't what I was expecting. I agree, and that's the start of our friendship of sorts. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. It's been a few months since I met the old man. It's been an eventful few months. I learned a lot about the new world I find myself in, along with some other things. Traveling with the old man has been enjoyable. I needed some time to just relax instead of worrying about other demons and the world I find myself in. After I told the old man most of my story, he talked about himself. He was from the United States, and he was summoned during relatively peaceful times for his world. He said technology was starting to spread all around the world. When he was 19 years old, he died to a bunch of thugs that were high on some drugs. Presumably all they wanted was his money, likely to buy their next high, but things got out of hand and they beat the old man to death. Pretty gruesome. I theorize that we get unique skills based on our willpower and desires. We influence the world around us with powerful desires that turn into unique skills. When I reincarnated, I was lamenting that all my effort and hard work had gone to waste, so I got Studious One, an ability that allows me to essentially copy others' works to make up for all that I had lost. Whereas the old man likely got isolate, he was scared, just wanted to feel safe, somewhere he couldn't be hurt anymore, and his wish was granted. He got a skill that allows him to protect himself from the world around him. Skills are truly something amazing. What other sort of skills are out there? Considering each unique skill is, unique, there are endless possibilities. Maybe there is a skill out there that allows for world travel. I also learned a lot about the demon realm, which is a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. The demon realm is a spiritual world, so there are no physical elements. I myself don't have a physical body. My current body is made up of magicules. There are other realms out there like material worlds that have no spiritual elements, which means no supernatural energy. Then there are demi-material worlds out there like the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, which contain both physical and spiritual elements. We demons are primarily summoned to a demi-material world, but due to not having a physical body we can't survive long up there. If we want to stay, we need to find a body to possess, which is where my intrinsic skill spiritual possession comes in. Demons can be summoned by anyone as long as they have enough power to summon us. Oftentimes we are summoned to do tasks for our summoners for a cost, whether it is to kill someone or even destroy kingdoms in some cases. In return we can ask for whatever price we feel our service is worth. Souls are by far the most desired for demons, as when we consume someone's soul we gain all their skills and a significant power boost. If the soul is strong enough we can even evolve. Evolution is something all demons desire, as life in the demon realm is harsh. If you are weaker than someone, then you are screwed if they want to harm you. The ranks go from lesser demon, greater demon, then finally, archdemon. There might be more ranks, but the old man was only aware of those three. Lesser demons are the mindless beasts that I have been killing. They generally have an animal-like head and lower half. They boast enough power to destroy a village if left unchecked. They have the iconic traits of demons like wings, claws, a tail, and some horns. After that are greater demons like myself and the old man. We have a more humanoid appearance. We still have wings, horns, and claws, but we can choose to hide them. We still do have some animal traits, like I myself still have goat-like legs and my arms are unnaturally long, but according to the old man that's normal. The higher up in the totem pole you are, the more human you look. Greater demons are capable of destroying entire cities. It's hard to believe that I can do that. Greater demons also have a solid ego, allowing them to converse and interact with others. The lesser demon that almost killed me was likely on the verge of evolving into a greater demon. Greater demons also have a specific color lineage based on their personality traits. Each color lineage has a progenitor, each a complete monster that can wipe the floor with any challengers no matter the numbers or rank. The next evolution is Archdemon. They are incredibly strong. According to the old men, each wields enough power to destroy a country at minimum. According to the old men, archdemons possess an almost completely human form. The only non-human features they have are the claws, wings and horns all demons have, but they can just hide them. It was quite humbling to realize how powerless I am in front of the truly strong beings out there. Archdemons also generally have their own territories, though they are less territories and more like playgrounds. They generally just do whatever they want in their territories, whether that is slaughtering other demons, causing mass destruction for no real reason, or just keeping to themselves. There isn't really any sort of society in the demon realm. The only rule is every man for themselves. You can tell how much strength matters down here. Thankfully, the archdemon that rules the area we are in right now is relatively peaceful as long as they aren't disturbed. Archdemons, just like greater demons, also belong to a specific color lineage. There are 7 colors. Red, generally prideful demons are part of this lineage. Yellow, I am not sure what traits you must have to be part of this lineage, as I only know what the old man told me. Green belongs to demons who are generally calculating and always weighing the costs and benefits of a decision. Blue demons value order. They don't particularly like complete anarchy, which surprised me, as you know, they are demons. Purple demons enjoy seeing others struggle or in pain, especially if they overcome their struggles and come out stronger for it. Then there is white. I don't really know anything about them, unfortunately, something I will need to rectify at some point. Then finally black, my and the old man's lineage. These demons generally don't fit into any other category. They are the weirdos who can't be predicted based on their color. You can tell what lineage someone is a part of by observing them. Sometimes their hair color will match their lineage, other times it will be their scara or other features. Now there are 7 primordials, each belonging to a specific color. They each have names, but they are more like titles. There is Rogue, who is the primordial of red. He hasn't been in the demon realm for thousands of years. He was summoned and never came back. Then there is Vert and Blue, the primordials of green and blue respectively, who followed after Rogue as they were his servants. Talk about a complete monster to be able to have 2 other primordials as servants. Then there is John, the primordial of yellow, Violet the primordial of purple, Blanc the primordial of white, and finally my own primordial, Noir the primordial of black. Each of the primordials were born before anything existed. They have been around since before heaven and earth were even thought of. Each one of them has likely forgotten more magical knowledge than most archdemons will ever hear of. I have a long way to go to truly be considered strong in this world. I have made some progress in that pursuit. After some time I told the old man about my ability to copy skills. It might have been a stupid choice, but it was the one I felt was right. I didn't feel good sneakily copying the old man's skills behind his back, and that decision proved to be the correct one. The old man laughed when I told him, as he said that I needed all the help I could get if I wanted to accomplish my dream, and that I shouldn't be worried as it is my own unique ability. Not using it for a reason such as that is the height of stupidity. Looking back at it, I agree. I guess I just didn't want to lose the one person I can consider a friend after so long. I did also tell him that I wanted to explore other worlds, go on an adventure. He said that I needed more than just being able to copy skills to accomplish my dream. I needed knowledge, technique. After he found out about my skill, he started teaching me magic upon my request, and boy was I thankful I asked. There are so many different types of arts out there that I hadn't even thought of. Arts are basically anything performed without the use of skills, like martial arts and magic. You can use skills to make arts, however. Generally, magic performed through an art is weaker than magic used through a skill. Knowing all this, I was eager to learn. He started by teaching me the basics, elemental magic. Now there are 5 basic elements: fire, water, wind, space, and earth. Each is strong and weak to a specific element. Not sure where the time element is, as that is usually paired with space. Normally you need to use a chant to use magic, but thanks to Curse Sage's sub-skill Chant Annulment, I don't have that requirement. I already had a pretty good grasp over elemental magic, that along with Cursed Sage and Studious One made it quite easy to learn elemental magic. After that he told me about spirit magic, magic that borrows the power of spirits. With spirit magic you essentially borrow the power of the spirit using a small amount of your own energy as a catalyst. I wasn't able to learn any spirit magic as the old man didn't know any. There were a few other magics that I was able to copy but don't see myself using, like illusion magic, light magic, which rather than something that harms evil creatures is more literal, it is used to illuminate your surroundings. There were however a few magics that did interest me. The first of which was summoning magic. It is a type of magic that focuses on summoning a being from another plane of reality. It requires mastery of spatial magic to perform, and while I wouldn't say I am anywhere close to mastering it, I do have 3 unique skills that heavily involve the spatial element. It is primarily used to summon demons from the demon realm, and can even be used to summon elementals, a type of spirit, and monsters. The thing that got me hooked though was the last thing it is known for. Summoning otherworlders. It requires a massive amount of magicules, but it is possible to summon people from other worlds with this magic. This got me thinking, if it can summon someone from another world, is there a way it can be used to send someone to another world? Of course if I could, I don't plan to do it immediately. Who knows what world I could be sent to, who knows, I might just be sent to the void and die a horrible death. It obviously needs testing, but it does give me hope that I can venture to other worlds. A few more useful magics are creation magic and optical magic. Optical magic basically enhances my vision as if I was looking through binoculars, while the only creation magic spell I have learned so far is create golem. It allows me to make a golem as long as I have the materials, allowing me to have easy workers whenever I get to the demi-material realm. I can also use it to create a body I can inhabit. Onto my more defensive magic, I learned barrier magic. It is one of the most interesting kinds of magic I have learned about simply due to all of its variations. I was even able to learn a skill, extra skill, ranged barrier, which allows me to cast a barrier up to 100 meters that can be imbued with any one of my resistances. For example, I could imbue my thermal fluctuation resistance into the barrier, basically making all spells that involve changing the temperature useless. The old man also showed me some other more useful barrier magic, starting with magic barrier. It can protect the caster and their comrades from incoming magic, not something I really need seeing as I have other abilities that can deal with magic, but useful nonetheless. The next barrier is the anti-shock area. This barrier reduces up to 99% of all physical damage in the barrier up to a certain limit. Quite useful if you ask me. Now the most shocking one was the anti-magic area. As the name sounds, it prevents all casting of magic inside the barrier. It basically prevents the world's natural laws from being overwritten in the barrier, and overriding the world's natural laws is basically what skills and magic do. It does cost quite a significant amount of magicules to put up, but still one of the most broken magics I've heard of. Due to the nature of an anti-magic area, it can even prevent skills like my lightning manipulation from being used. Some skills and abilities can be used in the barrier like magic sense, as it is not twisting the laws of nature, it simply interacts with light and sound waves to calculate visual and auditory information. The old man was able to learn about it when he was summoned to the demi-material realm. He helped some adventurers survive against a monster they stood no chance against for all the magical knowledge they possessed, which while not much, he did learn the anti-magic area spell. I wasn't able to practice this as it would make me powerless, as I don't have a physical form. I am a being purely made out of magicules. Though whenever I get a physical body, it will be a fun magic to use. Just imagine this in a world like Fairy Tale or High School DxD. What can even Sir Zex Lucifer do when he can't even use his power of destruction? Barrier magic is definitely one of my favorites due to its sheer potential. After all, if an anti-magic barrier can exist, then who knows what other absurd types of barriers you can make. I was also able to learn a few debuff and buff spells. If you've ever played an MMO, you know how useful debuffs and buffs can be. Starting with drain power, which allows you to drain the physical strength of an enemy, along with slowing magic, which allows you to reduce the momentum of a target. This will be quite useful against opponents who are faster than me. For buffs, I learned spells that can boost my strength, agility, and durability. While these buffs won't help me fight against an opponent I am outmatched against, they will be useful in giving me an edge against challenging opponents that I am capable of defeating. Gravity magic is another magic I am learning. I was able to learn a few basic applications of it, like increasing pressure, decreasing pressure, and flying. I gained a common skill for mastering flying using gravity magic called gravity flight. It allows me to float in the air naturally without the use of my wings or magicules through making use of the natural gravity waves. Since it doesn't manipulate the natural laws of the world, I can even use it in an anti-magic area. Hopefully with enough practice I can gain a skill that allows me to manipulate gravity much more freely, and assuming that it interacts with gravity the same way as gravity flight, I should also be able to use it in an anti-magic area. Maybe I can even pull a Madara and bring a meteor down. He made that shit a fad. One of the most destructive magics I've learned is nuclear magic. It's basically the practice of manipulating incredibly dense balls of black flames called abyss cores capable of interfering with spirit rons. Spirit rons are basically the building blocks of spiritual energies, including magicules. Think of it like this: spirit rons are the atoms while magicules are the molecules. Spirit rons are the smallest particle of any spiritual energy. A single magicule is made of multiple spirit rons. There are a few variations of nuclear magic, but I was only able to learn two: nuclear cannon and nuclear flame. Nuclear cannon is basically just a heat ray that can completely destroy a target, while nuclear flame is an AoE thermonuclear explosion. The old man said there was tons of other magic out there. He was only able to learn what he did after centuries of being a demon. I'm looking forward to developing some new forms of barrier magic and nuclear magic. Both seem to be incredibly useful, and it sounds fun making my own spells. I was also able to learn something similar to presence concealment. It allows me to conceal the aura I'm always leaking, so to someone's senses it'll feel like I'm not there. Using this I can make others think I'm weaker than I actually am. Battle will is something else I am learning about. It's basically a family of arts that use the natural aura all living beings have. Using battle will you can perform powerful physical attacks alongside things that resemble magic. Since battle will isn't any sort of magic or ability that affects the natural laws, it can be used in an anti-magic barrier. I was able to learn a few different applications of battle will, the first being air flight. When used in combination with my wings and gravity flight, it enhances my speed significantly. Aura shield is another application. It basically makes a large defensive shield in front of me that can block both magical and physical attacks. There are a few other variations I want to learn, but I'm holding off on for now as they are mostly sword arts, and seeing as I don't truly know how to properly use a sword, I thought I should wait until I learn. Along with all the arts the old man taught me, I was also able to learn a few skills he thought would be useful. Starting with the common skill, body armor, it basically allows me to form a shell-like substance harder than steel around my body to act as an armor. I can also use it on individual body parts if I desire. It isn't the most broken skill, but it's useful. The next skill I picked up was the extra skill, spatial storage. It basically allows me to store things away in a subspace of sorts. It likely isn't going to see much use until I get out of the demon realm, seeing as it's a spiritual world. Spatial motion is another extra skill I copied. It allows me instantaneous travel by linking 2 points in space together with a gate and stabilizing it. The only requirements are that I either had to have been to the location I want to teleport to or know its coordinates. It does take quite a large amount of magicals to use though. The last extra skill I was able to learn was thought communication. It basically allows me to telepathically communicate with multiple people. I was also able to take Limitless to the next level using Cursed Sage. I did something similar to what Gojo Satoru did. Using program, I was able to make Cursed Sage discern an object's danger level based on the strength of its magicals, its mass, velocity, and its shape, and depending on those factors it will or will not allow something through infinity. This allows me to keep Limitless almost perpetually active with minimal magicule usage. I also don't need to worry about my brain being fried, as Cursed Sage is the one doing most of the work. What an amazing skill it is. Along with this, I have also developed a habit to keep magic sense on at all times. It barely uses up any magicules. Hopefully with this I won't be caught off guard like last time. I have also been working on using Limitless in more creative ways. Limitless at its core allows the user to manipulate and distort space at will. Blue, red, and purple are just different applications of this ability. I am already able to do short-distance teleportation, so I tried something a bit more difficult, something I call distance reduction. The concept was for me to reduce the distance between two targets. If I was able to learn this, I would be able to effectively strike someone from a distance away. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to learn this just yet. It seemed such advanced use of spatial manipulation was beyond me for now, so I tried something a bit easier. I tried pinching space as if it was rubber, then pulled it back and released it. It generated an absurd amount of force, to the point that it can easily wipe out entire groups of lesser demons. Using this concept, I was able to come up with a few other interesting ways to use spatial manipulation, like distorting the space in a certain area and then releasing it to shatter whatever it can reach. Spatial manipulation can do some absurd things. All it needs is a bit of creativity. Thankfully, I have the anime from my first life to lean on. Who knows, maybe I can make something similar to Kamui. Hollow Purple was another ability of Limitless I was finally able to get down. Hollow Purple is basically a fusion of blue and red, a fusion of convergence and divergence that collides both infinites to generate imaginary mass. When something is touched by Hollow Purple, it is essentially erased from reality. Using this technique, I could wipe out a few cities in a single attack. The only downside is the absurd cost of magicules required to use it, almost 1/3 of my total magicule capacity, which is a lot. Along with all the abilities I learned, the old man also taught me a lot about the world itself. Starting with demon lords and heroes. Demon lords are each incredibly strong monsters that rule a territory of some sort. Each officially recognized demon lord is part of the Demon Lord Council. The members change over time. According to the old man, the last time he was summoned, the members were Guy Crimson, the leader of the Demon Lord Council, as well as the Primordial of Red, Milim Nava, Ramrus the Fairy Queen. These three are known as the Ancient Demon Lords. They were the first to ever hold the title of Demon Lord. The rest of the Demon Lords are Degrol a Giant, Dino a Fallen Angel, Roy Valentine the King of Vampires, Kazalim, Carrion a Lycanthrope, basically a Beastman, Fry Queen of Harpies, and Clayman. All of the Demon Lords are named monsters. Names aren't as simple as they were in my previous life. The only way to describe it is that for monsters, names have power in this world. In order to name a monster, you generally need to be significantly stronger than the person you want to name. Sometimes you can even lose a significant amount of your power if you aren't strong enough. Naming someone forms a connection between the namer and the named, whether that is as master and servant, friend and friend, sibling and sibling, etc. When a monster is named, they also generally get a large power boost, sometimes even evolving and gaining new skills. Presumably, if I was named, I would likely evolve into an archdemon. Heroes are basically people who are revered by others due to their heroic deeds. The old man didn't know much else about them. There were a few places I wanted to visit, like the armed nation of Dworgen, and Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian, a nation of elves. The world is extremely vast. Before I even attempt to travel to other worlds, I want to see this world a bit more. There are all sorts of monsters and demi-humans out there, dragons, demons, angels, spirits, vampires, dwarves, elves, orcs, goblins, ogres, giants, basically all types of fantasy creatures. Certain races are stronger or weaker against each other. For example, demons are strong against angels, angels are strong against spirits, and spirits are strong against demons. I feel a thought communication and answer it. Oi brat, get over here, time to teach you some real swordsmanship. It's embarrassing watching you swing a blade around. Yeah. Well, time to learn some swordsmanship, I guess. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. I put my sword away as I sit down and catch my breath. It's been a little while since the old man started teaching me swordsmanship, and man was he tough on me. Even with my enhanced stamina I am exhausted. You've gotten better, I'm no longer embarrassed whenever I see you swinging around a sword at the very least. Buzz off, old man. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some rest. Alright. Sigh, with that over with I can finally relax a bit. The old man might be hard on me, but I know it's for my own good. The world out there is treacherous. The old man wants to teach me all he can before we eventually part ways. He has his own goals and dreams and can't always be with me. I can tell the time we separate is approaching. He wants to find somewhere to settle down, live in peace until he dies. It might be a rather simple dream, but I can respect it. At least all this training wasn't for nothing. I can use a sword pretty well now, and I'll only get better with time. The style of swordsmanship the old man taught me is something a friend of his taught him. It's called the hazy style or the hazy lifestream style. The old man said that his friend was a reincarnation similar to us, though he comes from the world that us demons get summoned to rather than the modern world like me and the old man. The hazy style is a family of sword arts that use aura-centric techniques designed to fight monsters. So far the old man said that I'm quite advanced with the hazy style, but that I have a long way to go before truly being considered a master of it. That didn't discourage me, it only did the opposite. I was astounded at how far you can take swordsmanship. The things the old man was able to do with a blade were incredible. Even then he said he isn't as good as his friend and he has been practicing for centuries. I was able to learn a few different applications of battle will that are meant to be used with swordsmanship. Aura slash is one of the most basic battle will techniques. You basically launch your aura outwards from your weapon as a projectile. It may be basic, but it's still deadly. The next thing I worked on was aura sword. Basically the user coats their weapon in aura using model will, which boosts the durability and damage of the weapon drastically. Model will is another technique that focuses on making constructs out of aura. It can even be used to contain objects, magic, and skills. I still have a long way to go with both magic and swordsmanship, but I am looking forward to my progress. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. As I fly back to the cabin we have been staying at, I ponder what else I can do to get stronger. I was able to evolve ranged barrier into multi-layer barrier. It basically allows me to create multiple barriers, each having a different resistance, so I can make one large barrier with multiple resistances. The skill evolved when I decided to try making multiple ranged barriers with different resistances. This won't be enough though. I still need to get stronger. I'm still the old man's lesser when it comes to swordsmanship, though my magical ability far outstrips his due to Curse Sage and all my other unique skills. As I arrive and walk through the door, I notice that the old man isn't here. Odd, he said that he was going to go out today but that he should be back. As I look around I notice a letter sitting on the table. I approach the table and a bad feeling starts to form in the pit of my stomach. He wouldn't. Would he? I read the note and set it down on the table. The old man left. He said that he taught me everything he could and that it was time for him to leave and let me grow on my own. He said that we would meet again and that I shouldn't slack on my swordsmanship. Sigh, I knew the time was coming but seriously, leaving a note. What the fuck, man? I can't even go after him since he is long gone by now. I decide to take some rest to process everything. I fly back as I dodge a Magicule-coated fist, wondering why this keeps happening to me. Gah, get over here, is running all you can do. It's been a few weeks since the old man left. I don't know exactly how long as I don't have a way to tell time, but ever since then I have been running into other demons like crazy. It seems like they were afraid of two greater demons so they didn't attack earlier, but the moment they saw an opportunity they struck. Thankfully it hasn't been that difficult, I alone am capable of fighting off multiple greater demons so it hasn't been that bad. Can't complain too much about getting some more combat experience. I decide to end the fight here. I point my right hand toward the greater demon as I charge up blue. Most greater demons can be dealt with using a single blue. Blue. I watch as the greater demon tries to fly out of the way but I don't let him as I use spatial manipulation to hold him in place. Sure, I could easily finish him off in a multitude of ways but I like using my more spatially focused skills. Something about them just calls out to me. I watch as the greater demon is compressed into nothingness. Well, that's that. It's been a boring few weeks, I've mostly just been following a routine consisting of fighting and training, not much else to do around here. I need something to push me in order to evolve. I'm not sure when I will find a greater demon that can challenge me and fuck fighting an archdemon, those guys would absolutely destroy me. It seems my only hope for evolution is getting summoned. I do have a plan to stay in the demi-material world for whenever I get summoned. I can use creation magic to make a golem in the form of a skeleton to possess. It likely won't be very high tier but it will at least prevent me from running out of magicules to sustain myself. I just have to play the waiting game to put my plan in action. Underscore 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 x underscore 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 underscore. Over the next few days I continue to follow my routine. I decide to focus more on training as that will give me more benefits. Fights have started to become less and less rewarding. Greater demons are quite rare after all. Once I finished off the initial wave of greater demons they almost stopped appearing entirely. They likely fled thinking they couldn't beat me so all I am left with is the weak lesser demons. I lay down on my bed after training. That's when something happened. I felt a tugging sort of sensation. That could only mean one thing. A summoning. I could feel the summoner's call for aid and am forcefully pulled along. Being summoned is a unique sensation. All of a sudden I appear in a forest of some kind. I notice a pale-looking boy staring at me with hope. That's when I notice an aura approaching, something strong. I quickly move out of the way as I sense an attack coming. Thankfully I successfully evade, unfortunately my summoner was not as fortunate. I look towards the attacker wondering what it is. I quickly dodge an incoming wave of fire internally thanking myself for always having magic sense active. A dragon. I'm fighting a fucking dragon. Well, this isn't part of the plan. Chapter 3, Jura Forest. Felix. A dragon. I'm fighting a fucking dragon. Well, this wasn't part of the plan. Alright, let's analyze the situation. The dragon itself is massive, probably the biggest thing I've ever fought. I watch as it rises past the trees. I notice some monsters fleeing through magic sense. Can I even beat it? I try to get a read on its power and it seems to be around my level if not a little above me. It's doable. At the rate my magicules are depleting just by being in the demi-material plane I can likely last a few days up here. That's not taking into account the magicules I spend in this fight though. I quickly set up a multi-layer barrier and imbue it with thermal resistance, lightning resistance, and paralysis resistance. Hopefully this should weaken some of its attacks. Thankfully I put my sword inside my spatial storage, I take it out and coat it in aura before sending an aura slash towards the dragon before I use my wings to try and get an aerial advantage. The slash itself is avoided but this does tell me that it likely would have taken some damage from it. After all, why would it dodge an attack that couldn't hurt it? Fuck, this thing is like a tank, its natural body is able to handle a lot of my attacks without issue. I've been fighting it for an hour or so, it was even able to take on red with minimal injuries. I've even tried using my unique skills but it is able to avoid almost all of my attacks. I haven't tried Hollow Purple yet but I might have to. I'm slowly running out of magicules. I not only have to supply my skills and magics with magicules but I also have to put conscious effort to stay in this world. I have not taken much damage at all thanks to Infinity blocking all the incoming attacks, but I have also been unable to deal a ton of damage. The surrounding area of the forest has been destroyed. I am contemplating retreating as I don't want any stronger monsters to come over here due to all the noise. I don't know my environment, it's better to play it safe. I did sense some other powerful monsters around the area, though they seem to be focusing on keeping the destruction contained. That is part of the reason I am not using nuclear magic. I don't want to give them a reason to interfere in the fight if their goals are only to protect the environment. I take this opportunity to quickly use blue to teleport behind the dragon and coat my sword in lightning before slashing at its back. Surprisingly, I finally got a hit in causing a large gash to appear on its body. I heard it roar in both pain and anger. It quickly turned towards me and flew at me at its highest speed so far. The dragon isn't the most intelligent creature, it's seen how ineffective his attacks are due to my infinity but continues anyway. I'm still wary though, as I don't want to be caught off guard if something manages to pierce my infinity. Thankfully it fails once again as I take the opportunity to land another lightning-enhanced blow on its body. Finally making some progress. She watched as the demon and dragon continued their battle, causing shockwaves that destroyed the forest. She and her sisters had felt the forest being damaged and came over immediately to deal with the attacker. Once they arrived, she and her sisters made barriers to prevent the shockwaves from damaging more of the forest than it already did. When she looked to see who was fighting, she was surprised. They weren't expecting a demon and a dragon to be fighting after all. The demon seemed to have been summoned here by the corpse they found earlier, but what is this dragon doing away from the Connaught Mountains? She will have to give this demon a stern talking to after the fight. If he wants to stay in the Cardinal World, he can't be causing wanton destruction. Focus, sisters, keep the destruction contained. We're trying, the dragon is making it difficult. Yeah, at least the demon isn't doing nearly as much damage. She sighs, this fight has been going on for an hour now and there seems to be no end in sight. She wants to interfere, but in that scenario the demon or dragon might cause even more damage, let alone the fact that she might not be able to win against them. At least for now the demon is keeping it tamer than most of his kind. For now she and her sisters will continue to observe and contain the destruction. Felix. I came up with a plan to finally finish the dragon off. I don't have many other options and I do want to beat the dragon rather than just retreating. Every time I use an ability that can potentially cause it harm, it dodges. I tried to use spatial manipulation to hold it in place, but it seems that I'm not experienced enough as it breaks my hold every time. This time I won't give it time to react. I'll go all in on this next attack. If it doesn't work, I'm going to have no choice but to retreat. I charge up Hollow Purple. It notices the incoming danger and prepares to dodge. It may not have much intelligence, but it does have keen instincts. However, instead of just firing it at him like normal, I use Limitless to teleport behind it, and before he can react I fire it. Hollow Purple. It still almost manages to dodge out of the way, but thankfully I still hit most of its body, causing it to drop dead. Thankfully there should be enough of it left to make a golem out of. Unfortunately the forest took quite a lot of damage from my last attack. An entire region of this area is gone. I suddenly feel 3 raging auras and take that as the K to leave. Before I leave I notice something appear out of the dragon's corpse. I watch as a ball of bluish-white light came out of the corpse and flew towards me. I instinctively knew what it was. A soul. I extend my hand and gulp it down. I try not to fully digest it so I can have some time to find somewhere safe. I feel an evolution coming, so I act quickly. I store the dragon's corpse in spatial storage and use my wings, gravity flight and air flight to get as far away as possible. Once I get to a point where I can't feel those raging auras, I use Isolate to protect myself as I allow myself to fall unconscious. Conditions for evolution have been met. Commencing evolution. Extra skill, pain resistance has evolved into extra skill, pain nullification. Extra skill, fear resistance has evolved into extra skill, fear nullification. Extra skill, physical attack resistance has evolved into extra skill, physical attack nullification. Extra skill, thermal fluctuation resistance has evolved into extra skill, thermal fluctuation nullification. Extra skill, natural effects resistance acquisition successful. Extra skill, abnormal condition resistance acquisition successful. Extra skill, magic sense has evolved into extra skill, universal sense. Extra skill, danger sense has evolved into extra skill, ultra instinct. Common skill, gravity flight has evolved into extra skill, gravity manipulation. Evolution to Archdemon complete. Demonic core has been strengthened. Notice. Requesting evolution of Cursed Sage. Request for evolution of unique skill, Cursed Sage rejected. I woke up in an unfamiliar area, quite different from what I was used to. I quickly went through my memories to try and piece together what happened. Right, I was summoned, fought a dragon, and it seems like I also evolved. I looked around and saw that the world was much clearer to me now. The only way to describe it is that it felt like the world was in high definition now. I felt the changes in my body, so I got up and inspected myself. Best to learn what changed as soon as possible. I use some ice magic to create a large slab allowing me to see my reflection. I grin as I take in my new appearance. I still have my claws, horns, and tail, but those are easily hidden. The rest of my body is where the differences become apparent. My hair is back to how it was in my last life, white. My eyes are still the same, blue eyes with a black scarab, but that's okay. The most important thing is that my legs and face are back to how I looked in my previous life. No more looking like a monster. I got used to my demonic appearance after some time, but some part of me always hated it. It was a constant reminder that I was different. That I was not human. That I was a monster. Now while I mostly accepted that part of me, there would always be some part that craved my previous looks, if only for the vain thought of being attractive. I observed the rest of my physical differences. It seemed like I've grown a few inches taller. I clenched my fists and could feel the strength in my body surge. It was unreal. It was beyond anything I can compare it to. My previous level looked like a complete joke compared to how strong I was now. And to think there might be even higher evolutionary stages. The next thing I noticed was my magicules. My magicule capacity grew by an absurd amount. It felt practically endless compared to my previous amount. Though I do still feel the drain of staying in the demi-material world as a spiritual life form, I should take care of that soon. Is this the power of an archdemon? I felt as if I could easily wipe out my previous self without even trying. That's not even considering my newly upgraded skills. The power to destroy a country at my fingertips. I decide to learn what my new skills do before I leave the isolated dimension. Universal Sense is basically magic sense on steroids. It basically allows me to sense everything in an extremely large radius, multiple times over what I was able to sense with magic sense. Along with this, it allows me to perceive light, sound, smell and heat, much better than magic sense, which only allowed me to perceive light and sound. Ultra Instinct gives me an even better danger precognition, very useful. Gravity Manipulation allows me to freely manipulate and utilize gravity. I can still use it to fly, but it also has quite a few more uses now that I can utilize gravity freely. Gravity manipulation is quite a broken skill if used right. I can use it to increase gravity, causing everything to become heavier. Using this, I can easily crush weaker opponents to death. At a certain point, I should be capable of creating black holes as well. After all, black holes are a region of spacetime where gravity is so strong that nothing can escape, not even light. Even then, it can still do more. Gravity manipulation has a lot of high-level abilities to be learned, something I'm looking forward to. Now that I think about it, couldn't I do Shinra Tensei and Bancho Tenin with Limitless? After all, at their core, blue and red use attraction and repulsion to do what they do. Definitely something to try out later. I also gained some new resistances while some evolved. With my new resistances, I should be able to create an even better multilayer barrier. Now that I generally know my new abilities, I decide to get ready to leave my dimension. I take the dragon out of my spatial storage and dig out its bones. Once that is complete, I use creation magic to create a golem in the form of a skeleton made out of the dragon's bones. I store the rest of the dragon meat in spatial storage and use spirit possession to possess the skeleton. I feel flesh start to form on the skeleton. Soon enough, my body looks just like it did beforehand. Common skill, self-regeneration acquisition successful. It feels odd having a physical body after so long without one. I'll get used to it though. For now, I focus on analyzing my new skill and getting used to this new body. Self-regeneration allows me to heal from any physical injury as long as I have the magicules for it. Even limbs and missing organs can be regenerated. Now that I'm ready, it's time to leave. The moment I step out, my eyes go wide open. What the fuck is that massive aura? I couldn't feel it before due to my magic sense not reaching that far, but with universal sense my range has increased astronomically. But still, what the fuck is that? I wonder how much stronger than me it is. I cannot tell due to how vast the difference between us currently is. Answer. To the nearest measurable degree, its magicules exceed yours by more than 15 times. What the fuck? It seems to just be casually releasing its aura. It doesn't seem to even be trying to fight anything. And even then, it is still at least 15 times stronger than me. The aura is west of my current location and doesn't seem to be moving. Knowing this, I decide to go nowhere near that area. Fuck that. I decide to fly south of my current location. Hopefully there is at least a village that way. I was constantly on alert. This forest is a dangerous one if that dragon from earlier was anything to go by, and while I could easily beat the dragon as I am now, who knows if there are stronger monsters in this forest. And while I assume there are far less monsters that can fight in the sky, it is best to be careful. I made sure to keep an eye on that massive aura just in case, though my concerns have been unfounded so far as it hasn't moved at all. After some time, I have Cursed Sage manage Universal Sense. While I could have done it myself and was doing it with parallel processing, I find it easier to rely on Cursed Sage for these kinds of things. Cursed Sage can quickly utilize my skills to analyze the threat level of anything around me at a rate much quicker than my own. Does Cursed Sage makes life a lot easier. It's been an hour or so since I started flying. Unfortunately, not much has happened. I did spot some monsters along the way, but they were much weaker compared to me, so I ignored them. Fortunately, something interesting did happen. I managed to spot some beehives in the forest. I was able to extract a bunch of honey from multiple beehives. I stored the extra honey in some glass containers I created using material creation and ate the rest. It's been ages since I was able to eat anything. I can't wait to try out the cuisine of this world. As I was pondering on what sort of food there might be in this world, I spotted a village in the distance. Finally, hopefully I can learn where I am and maybe get some shelter and food. As I focus in on the village, I check to see if there is anyone strong there. I don't find anyone that could prove a challenge to me, but I decide to be careful anyways, as they might be capable of hiding their auras. Maybe they might know what that large aura is. Who knows, it might not even be a hostile monster. Thankfully, I still had some of the dragon's corpse in my spatial storage. Hopefully I can exchange that for everything I need. As I descend down, I used an illusion to hide my black scara and concealed my demonic presence as much as possible. Once that was done, I released some of my aura in order to alert them that I'm there, but not enough to scare them. I don't want to be rude and come into their village unannounced after all. I watch as 5 battle-ready monsters come outside. They all have horns. Could they be Oni of some kind? Answer. According to analysis of subjects, they are ogres. Ogres? They aren't Oni. That's interesting. I wonder what other sorts of races are out there that I wasn't able to learn about. There were 2 red-headed males who are wielding katanas, one with his hair styled in a ponytail, one purple-haired female holding a mace, a blue-haired male wielding a tanto, and lastly an elderly man wielding a katana in a familiar stance. As the redhead with the ponytail approached me, I heard the elderly man whisper in his ear to be careful, and that I was a trained swordsman. How was he able to tell? The old man said only an extremely skilled swordmaster should be capable of telling that with only a look. This put me on edge. I could feel that the elderly man wasn't as strong as me, but he could be hiding some of his aura. The redhead approached me and said, "What brings you here, outsider?" I was just looking for some food and shelter for a day or so, along with any information you would be willing to share. I would also be willing to exchange part of a dragon's corpse for your help. If that isn't enough, I'd be willing to pay you in another way as long as it's within limits. A dragon, I see. We will take you to the chief. He will decide whether we can host you. I politely tilt my head to them as I say, "Thank you." As I follow the group, I approach the older one. As I approach, I can tell the group is ready in case of a sudden attack, but ignore that and ask, "What style of swordsmanship do you practice? Your stance is similar to the style I was taught." I practice the hazy style, a style that was passed down to me by my grandfather. "Which style do you practice?" I looked at him in surprise. Odd, that's the style I was taught as well. Now he looked at me in shock. That shouldn't be possible unless your teacher was someone my grandfather taught, and he died ages ago. Could the old man have learned from this grandfather of his? Maybe, the old man who taught me it was at least a few centuries old. Maybe he knew your grandfather. I didn't want to tip off anyone to my demon heritage just yet. That's why I hid my scara. It's one of the most obvious signs that I'm a demon. Possibly. I would like to spar with you when you get a chance, if that is agreeable to you. I find myself curious to what degree someone who learned the hazy style outside this village has mastered it. That sounds good to me. I could use the practice, and while I haven't mastered the hazy style to the degree my teacher has, I have been practicing it for a while. Once we enter the village, I take in the view. The village isn't all that large. It can likely house 300 people max, but it's, how do I say it, untouched. Yes, it's untouched. Nature is shining in its natural state. No cars, no modern homes, just pure untouched nature. As I follow behind and look around, the redhead with the ponytail says, "We are taking you to the chief. He is the one who has the final decision on whether you can stay or not." On the way, we pass by quite a few of these presumably Oni. The village is quite lively. There are children playing on a swing, others running around. We finally make it to the center of the village where the largest home is. Once we enter, I see another red-haired Oni. Could these guys be related? Who did you bring to the village today? I warned you to be careful. You never know what kind of intention someone has. The redhead with shorter hair steps up. "Yes, father, we know. This Majin simply wanted some shelter, food, and information. He is willing to pay for it with a dragon's corpse." A dragon's corpse? Their meat is notoriously delicious. So they are related. And what's this about a Majin? I take this moment to step up and say, "Hello, sir. I am indeed willing to compensate you with a dragon's corpse. However, it isn't a full corpse, as some of it was destroyed in the battle. Most of its meat is still there, however." I decide to be respectful as they haven't given me a reason not to be. I see. May I see how much of the dragon you were able to preserve? "Yeah, sure. Just tell me where I can take it out. I don't want to get your home all dirty." I follow him to the back of his home, where he leads me to his backyard of sorts. "Please take it out here if you wouldn't mind." I give a curt nod and take the dragon corpse out of my spatial storage. I hear the group that escorted me here gasp. "It seems you were telling the truth. Quite an impressive feat, especially with the amount of magicules the corpse is radiating. It was likely a medium dragon. Did you do it alone?" "Medium dragon? is that its classification, sort of like how demons are classified as lesser demons, greater demons, and archdemons. It seems I still have quite a bit to learn about the world. Seeing no reason to not honestly answer his question, I say, yeah, it was quite challenging though, its scales were hard to get through. I see, you must be quite powerful then, it would take a large group of us ogres to take a dragon like this out. Aha, yeah, I am kinda strong, I've been training for a while after all. Well, this is sufficient payment to stay as long as you don't cause trouble. I will have 2 clansmen teach you about the surrounding area as well. Thank you, village chief, I won't cause any trouble. I decided not to share my demonic heritage, it's not like I'm going to stay here for long anyway. He nodded at me and looked towards his sons and said, escort him to the guest home and make sure he has everything he needs. Of course, father. The short-haired redhead looked towards me and said, follow me, I will show you where you will be staying. I nodded and followed him out of the chief's house. The other ogres split off to do their own business, I assume, though the redhead with the ponytail followed along. The 2 ogres showed me around the village on the way. From what I saw, life in this village is quite simple. Everyone has their roles and everyone seems generally satisfied with their lives. After all that I was shown where I will be staying, the house isn't massive but it is more than sufficient for one person. It has everything I will need to live comfortably, which is more than enough. I wasn't here for the shelter primarily, I was after the food and the information they possess. Feel free to settle in, we will come to pick you up later once it's time for food. I thank them as they leave and decide to heed their words and lay on the bed until it's time for food, not much else to do after all. Chapter 4, Chapter 3 Part 2. It's been 2.5 months since I was summoned. I stayed a lot longer than I initially planned to, but I've enjoyed my time here. The very day I arrived in the village there was some action. Flashback. I was woken by Cursed Sage warning me about an incoming hostile presence approaching the village. It was decently strong too. Just slightly weaker than the dragon I fought. I quickly went outside and flew upwards to try and see what's going on with gravity manipulation. The sun is just now setting, so it couldn't have been more than a few hours since I got here. I spot a centipede-looking thing fighting against what I can only assume are the warrior ogres. The group that escorted me in is included in that group. What exactly is that Cursed Sage? Answer. According to analysis, the subject is a mutated evil centipede. It likely mutated due to consuming a stronger life form. I see, so monsters can mutate just by eating something stronger than them. I wonder what other sort of unique monsters can be out there then. Maybe I'll even get to see an overpowered slime. I observe the fight from above for now. The fight so far is pretty even, though it is slightly in the centipede's favor. It does have quite a few interesting abilities, though it seems like the ogres are prepared for most of them. I was able to copy some interesting new skills like poison breath. After some time the ogres start to get worn out. They have gotten quite a few good hits throughout the battle but not enough to finish it off. They don't have infinite stamina either, so they are tiring out. I decide to step in once it looks like the centipede is going to kill an ogre, the purple-haired one that was part of the group that escorted me in. I quickly use blue to teleport in front of the ogre that was about to be bisected and use a new application of red I have been practicing to create a repulsive force to send the centipede flying back. I quickly follow behind it and easily cut its head off with my sword. Much easier than dealing with that dragon. I leave the corpse there for now and fly back towards the group. Once I got there, the redhead with the ponytail came up to me, bowed and said, "Thank you for saving our friend's life, benefactor, we are in your debt." "Ah, it's fine, no need to bow, it wasn't any trouble." The rest of the group followed his lead and thanked me. The purple-haired one was especially enthusiastic. Now that I am actually observing her, man, does she have some big tits. Whoever she ends up with will be quite lucky. Present. After that there was a feast. I let the ogres have the body of the centipede as I had no use for it. The ogres insisted that I stayed here as long as I wanted after that, and I saw no reason to reject. I'm not in a hurry after all. I did reveal my demon heritage after some time, though they didn't particularly care. Most of them were experienced enough to understand that one's race does not define them. Another thing that happened was that 3 dryads showed up one day to lecture me about damaging the forest with my hollow purple when I was fighting the medium dragon. Apparently it's their job to make sure the forest isn't damaged. Men, do they take their job seriously. They were quite strong too. The one in the lead was probably about as strong as I am. She even had a name. Trainee. Apparently they are some type of elemental. Other than that, I trained my swordsmanship with the old ogre. I've taken to calling him old ogre, as calling him old man would be confusing. He is an absolute beast when it comes to swordsmanship, better than the old man, I would say. While I could beat him in a fight if we were to use all our abilities in pure swordsmanship, he would win almost every time at first. Thankfully, Cursed Sage inherited Sage's comprehension boosting ability. Combined with the studious one, I was able to improve my technique fairly quickly. The other ogres were quite strong as well. They all learned under the old ogre, though some of them branched out a bit. I did end up meeting a pink-haired ogre. She looked the most human out of all the ogres. Apparently she is Redhead's sister and the daughter of the chief. One issue was that none of them had names, so it was a bit of a pain to refer to some of them, so I just went ahead and called them based on the color of their hair. Since there were two redheads, I called the one without a ponytail red and the other one ponytail. Rather simple ways to refer to them, but what can a man do? I suck at naming after all. Thankfully, me nicknaming them based on their hair didn't count as naming them. I guess you have to intend to name someone for it to actually work. According to Curse Sage, while I can name some of them, it will result in some side effects for me as I am not strong enough to casually name beings with their strength. The purple-haired ogre, or as I like to call her Purple, has taken to following me around everywhere. She said she wanted to serve me in order to repay me for saving her life. Apparently she already got permission from the chief to do as she wishes. I told her she didn't have to do that, but she insisted, and I'm not going to say no to a hot chick wanting to be my servant. I mean, who would? It also doesn't hurt to have some subordinates. Numbers can be useful after all. I can't do everything myself, especially when I eventually go to other worlds. I was also able to gain some information, while the ogres didn't know a whole lot, but they knew enough. They needed to if they wanted to survive after all. I was able to learn exactly what that massive aura was. Apparently some hero sealed a rampaging true dragon inside the forest. So hopefully I don't need to worry about that. True dragons are basically the highest form of existence in this world. They are each immensely powerful forces of nature. I was also able to learn that monsters can be born from the magicules I constantly radiate. Even when I am suppressing most of my aura, I still have a presence that's hard to hold back. The ogres don't have to worry about this as they aren't really strong enough for monsters to be born from the magicules they release, but that is something that I was concerned about. While I might not currently be strong enough for super strong monsters to be born from the magicules I release, that might change in the future if I do discover that there are further evolutions. Who knows though? That's something I'll have to figure out in the future. It might not even be something I need to worry about. Now the forest itself is called the Great Jura Forest, the territory of the sealed true dragon Veldora. There are a few other villages in the forest like the Gozu, basically minotaurs, along with the Mezu, which are also basically minotaurs except with horse heads. The forest is filled with tribes like these. Hopefully I can meet some of these races sometime. The forest is basically a buffer zone between multiple countries. It's surrounded by both human countries and monster countries. Knowing all this information, I made a plan for which countries to visit. I'm generally planning to stay away from the purely human countries. Just seems like a hassle to deal with if it's discovered that I'm a demon. Especially the Holy Empire Rubrios. Those guys are basically the most anti-monster nation around. I wasn't able to learn a lot about them, just that they have their own knights that protect them and nations affiliated with them. Best to stay away from that mess. The best countries to visit would be countries that welcome non-humans like Dworgen, and the countries ruled by demon lords. Though I think it's best to stay away from demon lords for now. Unfortunately, even I know that soon enough I'm going to have to end up leaving. I do want to see the world after all. Underscore 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 underscore. As we leave the village, I ponder on everything I've experienced so far. It's only been 3 months, but I've had a great time in this world so far. I was able to try many different types of foods, grow my swordsmanship, learn how to use my skills in more creative ways, and learn more about the world around me. I was able to master how to use Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin with Limitless along with the secret arts of the hazy style. Now I can target specific people with it rather than hitting everything. I learned some new useful arts as well, like Form Hide and Magic Bullet. Form Hide basically allows me to hide my presence and form in a more effective way. Magic Bullet is basically just a dense ball of aura and magicules that you can fire at your enemy. I wasn't the only one who grew either. Ponytail and Redhead also learned quite a bit from me, whether that was through our duels or me sharing some magical knowledge I thought would help them. I was also able to get Purple to change weapons. I wasn't expecting her to change as I assumed she was set on her path, but when I offered to make her a weapon with material creation, she asked me to make an Odachi. While she wasn't used to it at first, she learned quickly. After some time we reached the village entrance, both Purple and I turned around to say our goodbyes. Redhead looked towards me, bowed and said, "You are welcome back anytime, benefactor. Please keep our friend out of trouble." No, thank you for being wonderful hosts. I learned many new things and got to try many new things as well. I'll be sure to visit again sometime. Purple said goodbye next. There were some tears, but she promised to visit. Little did I know the next time I returned circumstances would be completely different. Chapter 5, Chapter 3, Part 3. Ponytail. He watched as his dear friend and benefactor left the village. He was surprised at how much his life had changed since he met his benefactor. Before he was lost, he did not know what path he should follow. Now he does. He will leave the village and acquire more resources for his friends and family. Before he was not certain if this was the right path, but seeing how easily his benefactor was able to defeat monsters that the whole village would struggle against made him certain that this was the right path. If he could get stronger, he would be able to send more food and resources back to the village. He could protect the village. No one will need to get hurt again. Maybe he can find a worthy lord to serve and acquire a name. Someone like his benefactor. He looked around and came to the conclusion that was not in the hospital as he saw some rocks in the distance. Was he dead? He tried to move around, but as he did he felt some plants dissolve inside of him. He wondered what had happened to him. He wondered what he became. He internally prayed that his junior wiped his hard drive, hopefully he wouldn't be embarrassed even in death. After some experimenting he came to the conclusion he was a slime. He was doomed, wasn't he? Underscore 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 Felix. I watch the sunset as I wait for Purple to get back from acquiring food to cook with. We only just recently ran out of the food that the village gave us. This will be the first time I try Purple's cooking. Apparently she has been practicing, so I'm looking forward to it. We are currently heading towards Dwargen, the home of the dwarves. It's one of the most powerful nations around apparently, it's even located inside a mountain. Maybe I can get a good weapon made there, though I don't really need a weapon. Material creation is good, but I have a feeling a weapon crafted by dwarves will be even better, though I need to find a way to get some currency first. As I ponder on where to visit, all of a sudden I feel a massive aura head in my direction. I quickly prepare myself for a fight, hopefully Infinity can deal with any unexpected attacks. How did this person find me? I've been concealing my aura this whole time. And what the fuck is with that speed? It's far faster than me, even with me using all my flight-based abilities. I watch as the mysterious being lands in front of me, forming a crater. The shockwaves are blowing multiple trees away. Once the dust settles, I spot a girl. She looks awfully young. Greetings. I am the one and only Dragonoid, also known as the Destroyer, the Demon Lord Malim Nava. Ah fuck. Why am I facing an endgame boss right after I leave the starting village? I felt your aura and was curious. I haven't felt a new strong aura in Veldora's forest in ages. How did she feel my aura? Am I not concealing it properly? Damn, her aura is every bit as powerful as Veldora's was when I first felt it. So this is how strong a real demon lord is, huh? She isn't even trying to pressure me with her aura, this is just the natural aura she releases. Not much I can do here except hope she isn't here for a fight. If she is, I'm gonna have to grab Purple and find a way to get away. Hopefully Isolate can protect us for some time along with Infinity. I don't know what sort of unique abilities a demon lord could have, maybe they have a way to get past Infinity. Hello Lady Milim, may I ask what you wanted with me? My business. I came to introduce myself. That's it. I hear something behind me and turn just quick enough to see Purple in the air, sword in hand. Prepare to die. Oh shit. Wait, Purple, no. Unfortunately it was already too late, she had already attacked Malim. The attack itself didn't do anything though. Malim stopped her blade with one hand. Oh, you want to play with me? Hold on, I'm pretty sure this is just a big misunderstanding. Unfortunately both of them ignore me. Malim flung Purple back with a wave of her arm. I take this chance to get between them, hopefully I can calm the both of them down. I take a quick look to where Purple was flung and make sure she is okay, thankfully she only has minor injuries. Purple, you can rest, I can take care of this. You want to play with me too? Very well. I'll play with you some more. I heard Purple say something but I ignored her for now. I can't take my attention off the Demon Lord for even 1 second. I quickly use thought acceleration to come up with multiple plans. Most don't involve fighting seriously as I don't know her capabilities. I eventually come up with a plan. The plan itself can either be considered genius or incredibly stupid. She's a Demon Lord, she herself said she was here out of boredom, so I just need to find a way to keep her entertained. As I slowly walk towards her she says, "Oh, what's this skill? I can't hit you with any attacks." It seems like it divides the space between us infinitely. Quite interesting. What? How did she figure that out? Aha, you're surprised, right? Nothing gets past my Malim eye, with it I can see through anything, nothing can hide from my eyes. Hey cursed sage, can you try and copy that skill using Studious 1 with the information she just gave? Unique skill, Malim eye has been analyzed. Unique skill, Malim eye gained. Nice, this skill allows me to see through lies and allows me to measure someone's magic power even if they are suppressing it. I can even see what skills someone has. It has some other functions but it isn't anything Cursed Sage can't do. Now back to my plan. Once I am close enough I say, hey, if you're so confident that you can beat me, how about we play a game? Ooh, a game. I love games. What's that game? Do we use our strongest attacks and whoever's is stronger wins? No, nothing like that. This game doesn't involve magic whatsoever. This is a game from my previous world. It is said that it can be one of the most vile, evil, and destructive games around. Many friendships have been severed due to it in the past. I didn't want to do this but I have no choice at this point. Ha ha ha, very well. Sounds interesting, but if you lose you must swear to become my subordinate. You're interesting. Fine, but if I win, how about you give me a name with no strings attached? Okay. Nice. Just one thing left to do now. I explain the rules to her and then use material creation to make what's needed for the game. Once we are both ready the game starts. The game itself was incredibly intense, but the game soon came to a climax. I place a card into the pile and look at the card in my hand, then to the 3 cards in Malim's hand and call out, Uno. That's right, I had to do it. I brought Uno into this world. I usually never played it with 2 people but it is still possible to do. Gore, just you wait, I'm going to draw a +4 and then it'll all be over for you. Omen, please don't let that happen. Thankfully she only draws a red 6 and places it down. I look at her smugly as I slowly place down my last card, a red +2. She pouts towards me and says, again, let's play again. That was fun. We can play again another time, Malim, I had fun too. Throughout the game I got to know Malim a little better. She is generally a kind person to those she considers friends as far as I've seen. I take some honey out of my spatial storage and give some to her. Here is a consolation prize, you can try some of this. She tries a bit of it and then just goes quiet all of a sudden. Does she not like it? All of a sudden she looks towards me with stars in her eyes. What in the world is this? I've never had something so delicious. Phew. It's honey, you know Malim, you aren't a bad friend to have. Friends. You're right, we are friends from now on. Let me think, better yet from now on we are besties. Besties. She turned towards me with tears in her eyes. You don't want to be. We're besties, we're besties. As expected of my master Umo. I hear Purple say. Sigh, she has been looking at me with stars in her eyes since I won the game of Uno. Anyways, that's how I overcame this unprecedented catastrophe. So what do you want your name to be? Ah yeah, I kinda forgot about that agreement. I kinda suck at naming, I'll just go with the name I had in my last life. How about Felix? Yup. Sounds good. From now on your name shall be Felix, the bestie of Milim Nava. All of a sudden a voice resounded through my ears, and a large amount of energy started to fill my body. The feeling that came next was something I was familiar with, so I turned to Purple and said, I am going to faint. Do what Malim tells you to as long as it isn't outrageous, okay? And with that I pass out. Conditions for evolution have been met. Commencing evolution. Chapter 6, Chapter 4, Towards Dworgen. Felix. Conditions for evolution have been met. Commencing evolution. Common skill, self-regeneration has evolved into extra skill, ultra-speed regeneration. Extra skill, spiritual attack resistance has evolved into spiritual attack nullification. Extra skill, natural effects resistance has evolved into natural effects nullification. Extra skill, abnormal effects resistance has evolved into abnormal condition nullification. Extra skill, death resistance acquisition successful. Extra skill, light resistance acquisition successful. Extra skill, darkness resistance acquisition successful. Extra skill, holy resistance acquisition successful. Extra skill, holy demonic resistance acquisition successful. Demon Lord seed acquired. Notice. Requesting evolution of Cursed Sage. Request for evolution of unique skill, Cursed Sage accepted. Unique skill, Cursed Sage will attempt to evolve. Failed. Repeating attempt. Failed. Repeating attempt. Failed. Notice. Unique skill, Cursed Sage will sacrifice unique skill, Studious 1. Successful. Unique skill, Cursed Sage has evolved into the ultimate skill, Odin, Lord of Cursed Knowledge. Ultimate skill, Odin, Lord of Cursed Knowledge desires evolution of intrinsic skill, Limitless. Failed. Repeating attempt. Failed. Repeating attempt. Failed. Evolution to Demon Duke complete. Demonic core has been strengthened. Milim Nava. She watched as her new bestie went through an evolution. His strength had grown significantly throughout this evolution. According to her Malim, he was over 10 times stronger than he was previously. Now his aura is just a little bit weaker than Valentine. Why is she playing at being a maid again? Whatever, it isn't any of her business. Maybe she can get her new bestie to become a demon lord, then they can have more fun during a Vulporgus. Maybe he can join in on some of her pranks. She will make her bestie become a demon lord. That's for later though, for now he needs to rest. Maybe she should take him to her kingdom. He can fight some of the dragon faithful to get used to his strength there, and they can have a lot of fun. She wonders what other kinds of fun games he has. She also wants to learn where he got that honey from. It was so good. Maybe she can spar with him too, he won't get hurt because of that annoying ability of his after all. She also needs to go tell Remuru and Guy about her new bestie, they will be so jealous. Underscore 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 underscore. Felix. I opened my eyes and saw Purple's face. Am I laying on her lap? And did I evolve? Yes. Your evolution into a demon duke was completed successfully. I see, that's good. Felix-sama. You've awakened. Good morning, Felix-sama. Morning, Purple. Now that I've evolved, can I name Purple? Yes, you can name her without any drawbacks. Really? Also, aren't you speaking much more fluently? No. This is how I have always spoken. Really? Am I imagining things then? No, I don't think I am, you sound way more fluent. Notice. The truth is that your unique skill, Cursed One, has evolved into the ultimate skill, Odin, Lord of Cursed Knowledge. Odin. You must be impressive if you have a god king's name. There is no question that I cannot answer, and no skill that I cannot copy. You can even copy skills. Nice, that's gonna be useful. What about Studious One though? Unique skill, Studious One was sacrificed in order to evolve unique skill, Cursed Sage. Sacrificed. But can't you copy skills? Correct. So it's less of a sacrifice and more like you absorbed Studious One then. Correct. I see. But you do speak more fluently, don't you? No. It's your imagination. You aren't gonna change your mind on that, huh? Oh well, whatever. Felix-sama, do you need anything? I can get you whatever you need. I forgot that I was laying on Purple's lap. I get off of her lap much to her dismay and turn to look at her. You have served me well so far, so how about I grant you a name? A name. I would be honored to have a name granted to me by you. I see, let me think then. A name, I always sucked at these kinds of things. Purple hair, uses a sword, who does this remind me of? Aha, got it. I name you Siko. There was a bright glow after which she promptly fell unconscious. I quickly catch her before she hits the floor and lay her on the bed that's in the room we are in. She's probably evolving. I wonder what she will evolve into, maybe an Oni. How long has it been since I fell unconscious, and where are we? I take control over Universal Sense to figure out where I am, and boy am I surprised. First off, the range on it has massively increased. I can feel multiple countries away. I sense Malim nearby, so she is still around. It seems like I'm in the country she rules. I can detect a bunch of Dragonutes along with some other Magian. Her country's population seems to be a little less than 100,000. Since there isn't much else to do while I wait for Malim to get here, I decide to figure out what my new and upgraded skills do. Ultra Speed Regeneration is basically self-regeneration on steroids. Basically any injury that doesn't instantly kill me can be regenerated. After that I got quite a few new resistances along with some of my old resistances evolving, so that's great. Being immune to a bunch of things will be incredibly useful. Hell, in some worlds even one of my nullifications would be considered a godlike ability, and I have multiple of them. Now to my newest and highest ranking skill, Odin. An ultimate skill. It's nice to know that there are skills beyond the unique level. Reminds me of Odin from Tuaru. Now Odin can do quite a few things. It inherited the functions of Cursed Sage, but it improved those abilities multiple times over. For example, thought acceleration can accelerate my thoughts by 1,000,000 times rather than just the 1,000 times it was capable of as Cursed Sage. That makes it as if 1 second feels like 277 hours. That's 11.5 days where it would appear like time is frozen. More than enough time to process and think of plans in the midst of a fight. I was able to discover a few more nuanced uses of thought acceleration as well. I can use it to speed up cast times of magic. Say I was using one of the most complicated spells in existence, the normal 1-day cast time could be done in 1/10 of a second. Hell, I can even extend thought acceleration's effects onto someone else. Say if I was to continue to punch someone for a few seconds, they would feel over a month of constant excruciating pain from my punches. Pain is all they would know for that month. Thought acceleration can be absolutely absurd if used right. Along with upgrading my older skills, it also got some new skills, though rather than new skills it's more like it inherited Studious One's abilities along with a few extra abilities. First off, it can merge in separate skills to create greater and lesser skills but at a higher level than previously. I can use that to freely alter skills as well, quite an overpowered ability. The second ability is an ability I didn't have before, Future Attack Prediction. It has the ability to predict future attacks in the form of light trails that only I can see, but the most terrifying part isn't that aspect of the ability but the fact that all predicted attacks are guaranteed to happen. That has to be some form of precognition or causality manipulation. The next ability it inherited from Studious One is its ability to copy skills, arts, and magics, except it can copy skills at the ultimate skill level. Even more ultimate skills for me. It doesn't even need a lot of effort, it just needs to see the ultimate skill in use, then it can analyze it and copy it. Even if it doesn't get the entire picture, it will copy the full skill with all its abilities included. Man, am I overpowered, or rather Odin is overpowered. Correct, I'm the most suitable skill for Master. Master, huh? Anyways, that's all of Odin's abilities. Now on to my other upgrades. I can feel my magicule capacity has multiplied by at least 10 times. That's absurd. I could destroy a country before, I wonder what I can destroy now, maybe a continent. Who knows? I clenched my fists and could feel how much physically stronger I've become. I feel like I could destroy a mountain with a casual punch, maybe I can. Could there be even more evolutions? After all, it wasn't known that there was an evolution after Archdemon, but look how that turned out. Well, that's a future goal to shoot for. As I was pondering about that, I felt Malim start to head over to my location. She must have felt that I woke up. It wouldn't surprise me if she had something like universal sense. Soon enough Malim burst through the door. Aha, you woke up, bestie. You've gotten a lot stronger too. Now we can play even more games. Yeah, I just woke up, Malim. How long was I unconscious for, and am I correct in assuming we're in your domain? Yup, I didn't know where else to take you, so I brought you here. You've been sleeping for one day. You can train with some of the Dragon Faithful and we can spar too. You're quite strong now, you know. Out of curiosity, how would I compare to the Demon Lords? She made a thinking pose. Well, some of the Demon Lords are really weak, and then some are really strong like me. You are easily far stronger than Clayman, Fry, and Carrion. You're probably around the level of Valentine, the Queen of Vampires. The Queen of Vampires, huh? Wait, wasn't it supposed to be the King of the Vampires? I guess the ruler must have changed since the last time the old man was summoned. Queen of Vampires. Wasn't it supposed to be the King of Vampires, Roy Valentine? Oh, that's just her servant playing as her. Her true identity is Luminous Valentine. Luminous Valentine. Wait, as in the god Luminous, Luminous Valentine. What the fuck? Why does a Demon Lord have a cult that kills monsters? Still, that makes me stronger than quite a few of the Demon Lords, since as far as I know Valentine holds the 5th seat of the 10 great Demon Lords. Who knows though, maybe the seat orders aren't based completely on strength. Still, I at least know that I am stronger than 3 Demon Lords for sure. That's still quite the accomplishment. Malim looked to the side at where Siko was resting and said, you named her, huh? Good, you need strong subordinates if you want to be a strong Demon Lord like me. Omo. You just need to go through the Harvest Festival since you already have a Demon Lord seed. Demon Lord seed. Harvest Festival. What are those? Hold on there a second, I think she just said something extremely concerning, a Demon Lord. Why would I become a Demon Lord? So we can have more fun, of course. We can prank the other Demon Lords and have fun during the Vulporgus. How would I even become a Demon Lord and go through this Harvest Festival, whatever that is? Also, what's a Demon Lord seed and how do I have it? And Vulporgus? What's that? I can help you join the Demon Lord Council easily. I am the great Malim Nava after all. You just need to get one other Demon Lord to endorse you or just kill another Demon Lord and take their seat. You can easily kill Clayman, he has been acting sketchy lately, and the Vulporgus is just a tea party for the Demon Lords to meet and have fun. As for a Demon Lord seed, you can get that whenever you gain the qualifications of going through the Harvest Festival. The Harvest Festival is the process of ascending into a true Demon Lord by sacrificing 10,000 human souls, but you can do it with 30,000 or so Magian souls as well. Human souls are just stronger, so you need less. 10,000 souls. That would require me to kill an army or something, not something I'm keen on doing just for more power. It's just not me. A tea party. Demon Lords have tea parties. I think I'll hold off on the Harvest Festival then. Also, true Demon Lord. Aren't all the Demon Lords on the council true Demon Lords? Nope. Clayman, Fry, and Carrion aren't true Demon Lords along with DeGrul, but DeGrul is special. I see, so you don't need to be a true demon lord to be on the council, huh? Alright Malim, let's leave that talk for another time. Okay, follow me, I'll show you around and introduce you to the Dragon Faithful. I nod as I look towards the still resting Siko and decide to use Isolate just in case as I follow Malim out of the room. Chapter 7, Chapter 4 Part 2. Felix. It's been 3 months since I arrived at Malim's domain. I've had a good time here so far except for a few things, my visit could be considered almost perfect. The Dragon Faithful are fun sparring partners and Malim herself is a beast when it comes to combat. I shiver as I imagine how much harder it would be to fight her without infinity. I was able to learn a few new things from Malim and the Dragon Faithful. Apparently the humans created a method of classifying monsters and mages' threat levels called danger levels. Though they classify monsters by their overall magical capacity rather than their combat capabilities. The ranks go from Hazard class, monsters that can destroy entire towns and require the movement of a nation's knights to defeat; Calamity class, a threat level where monsters can bring down entire countries; Disaster class, a class generally reserved for demon lords, beings whose influence can rival that of a large countries. When a demon lord is accepted into the council they are immediately issued a disaster class ranking, so if a chicken becomes a demon lord, well. Then finally Catastrophe class, a classification for threats considered too large for any singular Western nation to handle. Though it is also incredibly inaccurate due to political interference. There is also another system that is much more widely used throughout the world called the Free Guild system. Basically it ranks a monster's threat level based on a few factors: magical capacity, physical strength, defensive capabilities, speed, skills, and intelligence. A much more accurate ranking system if you ask me. The ranks go from F rank, basically a ranking for those with no combat capabilities; E rank, a rank assigned to those with about the same level of power as an average human adult; D rank, a rank assigned to those who are about as strong as soldier, often requiring at least 3 to 4 average humans to defeat. C rank, a rank for those who are as strong as an experienced soldier that has professional training; B rank, a rank for beings that can single-handedly wipe out a village, so I was around this level as a lesser demon. A rank is a rank for those who can severely damage an entire town, around the level of my greater demon self. Special A rank, a rank for those that can destroy a small-sized nation, around the level of my archdemon self. S rank, a rank assigned to demon lords and those of equivalent power, and finally Special S rank, a ranking assigned to those no single nation can handle. I would probably just barely fit into this category along with the other true demon lords. True dragons would also fit in this rank, so you can tell that there are a variety of strength levels in this rank. However, even with this system a lot of beings aren't accurately ranked. After all, even Malim is ranked as an S rank rather than a Special S rank. Most of the Dragon Faithful are probably around C rank, with some being at B rank, and even fewer at A rank. I've mostly been sparring with Midray and Hermes, both Dragonutes and the head priest of the Dragon Faithful and his assistant respectively. They both worship Malim as their god. I was also able to improve my martial arts using Limitless. When I attack someone with martial arts I would use blue at the midpoint of my target and my fist, which would draw my fist and the target together much quicker, and then the moment I hit them I use red to enhance the force I launch them with. I've learned that Limitless is extremely well suited for hand-to-hand combat. I do enjoy swordsmanship, but I've decided to focus on hand-to-hand for now. Maybe when I'm just trying to have a fun battle I can rely on my swordsmanship, that or when I don't need to take a fight seriously. Malim's domain itself is centered around the central temple, where all crops and goods are collected and evenly distributed among everyone by Midray. Using this system they make sure everyone, even non-workers, have enough to get by. Though those who work hardened are given extra. Apparently Midray has quite a bit of power, though he is kept in check by the other priests who have the authority to dismiss him from his position. There was one significant issue though. The Dragon Faithful don't eat their meals cooked. They eat raw meat and seem to be perfectly content with that. No wonder Malim said she never shows up for mealtime. I myself haven't shown up for it either once I discovered that. Thankfully I don't need to eat as a spiritual being, but Siko does, so I accompany her. We usually end up just hunting some beasts and cook it up with a bit of spices Hermes was able to acquire when he visited the human countries. One thing I learned was that Siko's cooking is horrendous. If I didn't already have abnormal condition nullification I likely would have acquired poison resistance. I don't think I have ever seen or tasted something as bad as the poison she makes. I had to sit her down and tell her to her face that she should never be in a kitchen again. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, she decided that she would improve and impress me with her cooking. She even said she didn't want my help, so she has been practicing on her own, though from what I've seen she hasn't improved at all. Speaking of Siko, after her evolution she became much stronger than she was before. She also got much more attractive with a less monstrous appearance. If I had to say, she could destroy a small country on her own. Special A class. Her race changed from an ogre into a Kijin, a race that is closer to their roots as a race descended from fire elementals. Siko said she wanted to become my assistant, basically she wanted to become my secretary. I told her that wasn't something I needed, but she was committed. Oh well, not like anything bad can come of it. I was able to boost her strength a bit by giving her a better Odachi. Now that I'm a Demon Duke, I was able to create much stronger weapons, though nothing compared to Malim's own weapon. There are a few ranks when it comes to equipment: normal grade, which is the standard equipment, nothing special about them. Special grade weapons are usually enchanted with some type of magic. Rare grade, weapons that have stronger enchantments and can generally boost weaker beings' strength considerably. Unique grade, the best equipment on the market. After that is legend grade. These weapons are generally unique grade weapons with magi steel in them that have been exposed to highly concentrated magicules, and according to Malim, the rank above that is god grade, which is incredibly rare. She only knew of a handful of people who had a god grade weapon. Malim's own weapon is a god grade weapon called Azura. A few other things happened, like Veldora's aura disappearing all of a sudden about 2 months ago. I asked Malim about it and she just said it's fine, he'll turn up eventually. I was surprised she didn't care, as apparently Veldora is her uncle, though I guess I shouldn't compare a bunch of immortal beings' relationships to human ones. I've been keeping my aura mostly contained ever since I evolved into a Demon Duke, but it's beginning to be a haste. Daemons in general have perfect control over their own magicules, so containing my aura itself wasn't an issue. The issue was that it feels really constricting, as if I'm holding something back, which at first isn't an issue, but over time it becomes annoying. Eventually it'll become annoying enough for me to release all of my aura, completely unrestrained, which would easily level an entire country. To prevent this, I've been leaking a little bit of my aura at all times rather than keeping it all sealed away. Doing that has been a big help. Other than that, not much has happened, though I did spar with Milim a little while ago, and man was that intense. Flashback. I look straight ahead as I carefully watch Malim to see what she'll do. Once she challenged me to a spar and I agreed. We went to the middle of nowhere so we don't accidentally damage anything. She knows she can't get past infinity, as she doesn't have any counters to it that she is willing to use. I'm not sure why she wanted to spar knowing that, probably just to kill time. Thankfully Malim isn't the type to use an anti-magic area, so I don't need to worry about that hindering infinity. I'm not complaining, maybe I can see what Malim is truly capable of. We've been fighting for an hour now, it's mostly just been Malim trying out new ways to get past infinity and me attacking her when she's doing so. We destroyed the majority of the surrounding landscape. A single hollow purple made a city-sized hole in the ground, and it felt like I barely put any magicules into it. Currently she is trying to punch me. All of a sudden she vanishes and appears right behind me. Malim punch. Seriously, that's what you call it? Well, it fits Malim. I don't bother dodging as infinity stops her blow from hitting me. Gah. That ability of yours is annoying, you know. I guess I'll start being a little serious now. As she said that, I notice a red aura starting to appear around her. Her strength shot up by multiple magnitudes. What the fuck kind of skill is that? Can you copy that, Odin? It is already being analyzed. I see, I guess it makes sense that it would take a little longer to copy an ultimate skill. I watch as Malim takes her so-called battle mode and flies higher into the air. I could feel her gathering an absurd amount of energy in the form of a sphere. What the fuck is that? What kind of magic is that? Answer. It has been detected that Malim is using true dragon magic, a type of magic intrinsic to true dragons. True dragon magic? That has to be strong. I watch as she aims her attack and shouts, Dragonova. I take this chance to teleport out of the way. I'm not going to take chances with that kind of magic if I don't have to. I watch as a massive beam of pure energy destroys the surrounding area. I could easily see an attack like that wiping out a country. What the fuck, Malim? Hey, that could have hurt me, you know. Bahaha, it's fine. I would have made sure you wouldn't get hurt. It's so much fun fighting like this. Yeah, I enjoyed myself too. It's nice to relax and just cause mass destruction like this. Umo, I knew you would get it. You're my bestie after all. Ultimate skill, Satinal, Lord of Wrath has been analyzed. Ultimate skill, Satinal, Lord of Wrath has been gained. All of a sudden I feel a deep pain inside of me. I don't know where, but I can feel something is wrong. I could hear a voice as my consciousness was slipping away. The ultimate skill, Odin, Lord of Cursed Knowledge, has detected that the soul has begun deteriorating due to strain. Odin has sealed the ultimate skill, Satinal, Lord of Wrath, as a result. Completing process. Present. A little bit after that I woke up in my bed, man was I surprised at what happened. I didn't know that there was a limit to how many ultimate skills you could have. Who knows what would have happened if it wasn't for Odin. Seriously, thanks Odin, you're a lifesaver. Odin was simply doing its duty. I was able to learn more about ultimate skills themselves throughout that fight though. Ultimate skills, from what I have learned, are basically unique skills taken beyond the limit. Just wielding an ultimate skill gives the user an inherent status. Having one grants the user the ability to control the very laws of nature if they will it, though that varies from skill to skill. As it says in the name, ultimate skills are the ultimate power. As I have learned, the only way to challenge an ultimate skill wielder is with an ultimate skill of your own or something equivalent to it. Unfortunately, it seems that I'm going to have to wait until I further evolve to acquire more ultimate skills to study. At least I still have other things to learn, like nuclear magic. I was able to learn some new applications of nuclear magic thanks to Odin and Malim. Odin really makes learning anything super easy. I'm getting spoiled by it. Anyways, Malim mentioned a spell that Guy Crimson has used in the past, and using her description of the attack Odin was able to recreate it. Thanks to Odin I was able to learn the spell that it called Death Streak. Quite the menacing name if you ask me. Basically, to use it you crush the abyss cores that you use when using nuclear magic. The waves it releases agitate spirit rods, causing them to release radiation in the form of dark light. The dark light bypasses all physical and magical obstacles, rewriting the genes of living beings and causing their death. It even destroys the souls of all the living beings in its radius. Even the user of the spell can take damage, as the dark light does not discriminate between friend and foe. So I can't use it when I have allies around. According to Odin, the only way to counteract the dark light is with another equal dark light. The only beings with potential of surviving it are spiritual lifeforms, or those that can store their memories within their souls and regenerate their bodies. Though apparently there is a 1 in a million chance of someone surviving it due to their soul adapting to the dark light, something that will turn the individual into a monster. Thankfully the dark light can be toned down to only target genes and not souls. Nuclear magic can be scary when it is explored properly. Along with nuclear magic I was finally able to do some experimenting with barrier magic. I was able to confirm that anti-magic area worked on someone as strong as Siko, so that's a good sign. I wonder what other sort of applications of it Odin and I can come up with. Chapter 8, Chapter 4 Part 3. It's been 3.5 months and I'm finally leaving Malim's domain. I've acquired quite a few useful skills alongside learned a lot more about the world. Malim might not look it, but she is old, she knows a lot. I was able to acquire 2 extra skills. Wind manipulation was quite easy to grasp after I put some time into it, as it relates to lightning manipulation. Once I got that I was able to learn how to freely manipulate the weather, granting me weather manipulation. Still, now that I'm leaving I'm feeling nostalgic. I look towards a pouting Milim and say, don't worry, I'll visit a bunch, I just want to see the world a bit. HMMF, you promise? Yes, I promise. And with that Siko and I head towards Dworgen. Thankfully I'm not broke anymore. Malim gave me some money, though I'm not sure how much it's worth. She didn't know either. She might not look like it, but she's been around for thousands of years. She's collected a bunch of stuff over that time, including money. She gave me a bag full of gold coins, probably around 100 or so, and then she handed me 5 stellar gold coins, some super special gold coins apparently. The currency goes from bronze coins, silver coins, gold coins, and then stellar gold coins. It sure is nice having a rich bestie. Thinking about it, the Connaught Mountains are incredibly close to Dworgen. Maybe I should pay it a visit. It's presumably the home of the dragons, though not to be mistaken with the true dragons. The dragons that roam the world are all descended from the Chaos Dragon, Malim's best friend. Boy, was that a sad story, made me angry just hearing it. Malim Nava. She watched as her bestie flew away and found herself feeling sad. She hadn't had so much fun in a long time. The fights with him were fun, though that skill of his was as annoying as always. She might not be able to reach him through it, but she made sure to warn him that there were others out there who could. She didn't want him to get hurt due to getting too cocky after all. He was strong though, so she doubted he would get in trouble. Once he goes through his harvest festival he might even be a match for her. She knows he doesn't want to kill 10,000 people and use their souls, but a lesson she learned a long time ago is that sometimes the choice is made for you. And what should she do now that her bestie is gone? She won't be able to eat good food anymore now that her bestie is gone too. At least he gave her a bunch of honey and some other foods to eat while he was away. She won't ever willingly eat with the other dragon faithful after all. Aha, she should go meet Ramorous and brag about her new bestie. She will show off the honey she got from her bestie too. Ramorous will be so jealous, now she is the only one without friends. She blasted through the labyrinth, she flew directly to the resting place of Ramorous and her spirits. Ramorous, come out, I want to show you some stuff. All the spirits scrambled away in fear, getting a small laugh from her. Malim. What are you doing here? I wanted to talk to you about my new bestie and show you some stuff. Sigh, that's it. I thought there was an emergency. She started to tell her about her new bestie, from their meeting, to the food and his strength. A skill that you can't get through. That's interesting, and a demon lord Seedha. And you said he was around luminous level. That is quite impressive. When he awakens he would be around your level then. Yup, isn't my bestie the best? Now you are the only loner among the demon lords. And where did he get this honey from? It's so good. They chatted the day away before she finally left. Maybe she should go bug fry. Ponytail. He looked back to his friends and family waving at him and waved back. He decided to leave the village with some other ogres in search of more resources. Hopefully by the time he is back he will be strong enough to protect the village on his own. Maybe he will even encounter their benefactor. He heard from another ogre who left the forest that the demon lord Clayman was recruiting, maybe he should try there. Siko. She couldn't have imagined how much her life would change just from a single chance encounter. Now she has a master she is devoted to, she even got a name. Felix Sama said she was really strong now too, she's glad she hasn't disappointed him. Though he said that she has to work on her cooking. She doesn't see what's wrong with it, but she listened to her master anyways. She will give him the tastiest dish he will ever have. Felix. It's been a few days since I left Malim's domain, currently Siko and I are running through the forest along the Emeld River. I could just fly us to Dworgen fairly quickly, but I want to see the forest a bit more. What's that? Some goblins riding on dire wolves, and a slime. That's odd. All of a sudden they slow down and stop, they probably felt Siko's aura. I've had her releasing a little bit of aura to keep the annoying monsters away. I tell Siko to stay back for now as I take this opportunity to go ahead and meet them. The goblins and dire wolves seem to have names if what my Milimai is telling me is correct. Oh. That slime has a name and has 2 unique skills. How odd. According to Malim, it is incredibly difficult for anyone to get unique skills, only otherworlders can easily get unique skills as they often gain one when they're summoned, and even then they sometimes don't get one. Could the slime be a reincarnated person? Malim had said that reincarnation isn't something that is heard of, so it's definitely possible. I mean, look at me, I reincarnated as a demon. Still, to reincarnate as a slime. The slime is quite strong too, around a rank if I had to put it somewhere. As I approach I hear the slime say, "Hey. I'm Remuru the slime. I'm not a bad slime." Ha ha ha, making references from Dragon Quest. I see, I'm Felix, nice to meet ya. Wait. You understood that? Are you from another world too? Yeah, I was reincarnated here, is it the same with you? No reason to hide my reincarnator status, after all in this world summonings aren't that uncommon, so it's believable that people can be reincarnated as well. This just got a whole lot more interesting. Underscore 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 underscore. It's been a few days since I met the slime, Remuru. Since we're both headed towards Dworgen, I decided to stick with him. He is quite interesting, 2 unique skills, a sealed true dragon inside of him. He has quite a lot of extra and common skills as well. Could he have some sort of ability that allows him to quickly gain skills like Studious One? Definitely something I should watch out for and copy if I can. Currently it's night and the goblins need rest, so we have set up camp for the night. The goblins can cook some damn good meat, hopefully Siko takes some notes. As we're eating I hear Remuru say, "Gobta." Yes, sir. Ah yes, apparently Remuru has named an entire goblin village that he is using as his home base. According to Odin he should not normally be able to do that, makes me wonder how exactly he managed to name so many people, seemingly without any side effects. What is the town we are heading for like? Ah yes, he doesn't know all that much about the world, apparently he is going to Dworgen for some craftsmen. Well, it's officially called the Armed Nation of Dworgen. It's a beautiful city constructed from a modified natural cave system, and it's home not only to dwarves but elves, humans, and lots more. I continue to listen as Remuru starts daydreaming. The dwarf king, Gazel Dwargo, is known as the Hero King. Ah yes, their king is quite impressive, he's a saint, a being who has the potential to rival some of the demon lords. The humans have quite a bit more trouble growing in strength compared to monsters and Magian. Humans are born extraordinarily weak, their innate power is small and their intolerance towards magicules makes it so that with the exception of summoned otherworlders they cannot store any internally, requiring them to use external magicules for all magic, making it difficult for them to become mages. Due to this most don't try to become mages and rather focus on training their bodies and learn to use their aura to use arts. They also have extremely short lifespans compared to the other races around. I myself am practically immortal as long as I am not killed by something, soul and all. Though humans do have hope for further evolution, they can become enlightened. When one becomes an enlightened they become a demi-spiritual life form. As an enlightened, humans have a much higher tolerance for magicules, they even have their own magicule capacity and an extended lifespan. According to Malim, she has run across some enlightened at the level of a demon lord seed, which is quite impressive. It isn't even the highest evolution on their evolutionary path and they can already rival some demon lords. After enlightened comes saint. Saints are those who have evolved past enlightened to become a fully spiritual life form. They have the potential to match a true demon lord or true hero. Malim even offhandedly mentioned that there was a further evolution. When a human acquires divinity they ascend even further into, as I call it, a divine human of sorts. She said that guys rival Rudra, the first true hero reached that stage. She said that all races have the potential to acquire divinity, even demons like me. It must be quite the evolution if it allows someone to rival one of the strongest beings around. At least it confirmed one thing to me, there is at least one further evolution, as I am confident I don't have any divinity of any sort. True heroes were something interesting to learn about, rather than just someone who is called a hero by the masses. True heroes are a sort of ascended being similar to true demon lords. Melim said that to become a true hero you need to get a blessing from an elemental lord of darkness or light and then be blessed by Ramirez, the elemental queen. Even then you will only get a hero's egg, similar to the demon lord seed. It has specific conditions needed to hatch and awaken a hero. As I was pondering on heroes, my train of thought was interrupted by Remuru. Is it okay for monsters like me to enter Dworgen? This time it was the other goblin that said, no need to worry. Dworgen is a neutral free trade territory. All fighting is prohibited in the city by the king. Hopefully they keep that energy if it ever comes out that I'm a demon. I see. Indeed, when a saint tells you to do something, generally people should listen. A saint? What's that? Asked Remuru. Oh, it is a higher evolution that humans and demi-humans can reach. They are capable of rivaling demon lords. Demon lords. I see. Just 3 days later we finally arrived at Dworgen. Are you sure you want to go in with just Gobta, Remuru-sama? Yeah. We don't want to draw too much attention with a big group. Don't worry, I've got Felix here just in case. You've seen how strong he is. Yeah, a day ago we were attacked by a monster. It was decently strong too. I was able to take that opportunity to copy Remuru's unique skill, Predator. It has a few sub-skills, but it basically allows me to absorb anything into its sub-skill stomach. It can even absorb magic or skills. The next ability is Analysis. It's used to study and analyze the absorbed target. Using this I can analyze any sort of item or weapon and then recreate it as long as I have the materials on hand. It can even analyze skills or magic, allowing me to instantly learn those skills or magics. Stomach is one of the most useful abilities that this skill gave me. It is basically a sub-dimension inside of me where I can store anything, even living beings, and on top of that anything in my stomach isn't affected by time. The next sub-skill, Mimicry, basically allows me to mimic the form of anything I have analyzed. I can even gain specific racial characteristics with this ability. The last ability is Isolation, completely different from my unique skill of a similar name. It allows me to store harmful or unnecessary materials for analysis. Using these materials I can replace my magicals in case I am ever running low and in a pinch. Along with that I was able to learn a few things about Remuru. He said he was from Japan. Apparently he is also a former office worker. He said he was stabbed when saving his friend's life and was reincarnated as a slime in Veldora's cave. He met and became friends with Veldora there. He even got named by him. Apparently he is responsible for Veldora's disappearance. I'm guessing that Remuru absorbed Veldora into his stomach. He used Predator to swallow the seal with Veldora inside so that he could release Veldora later on. My Melim, I didn't detect any lies, so I left it at that. I shared my story with him as well, though I left out the part where I was reborn in Jujutsu Kaisen. I just said I was reincarnated into my last life, then died again and got reincarnated again as a demon. The only thing he had to say about that was that I'm an Ice Guy protagonist 2 times over. Felix-sama. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Yes, I'm sure I'll be fine without you for a little bit, Siko. Sigh, that one is a really worrywart. Don't worry. I hear Remuru say, we'll be back soon, so wait for us here. Sigh, the line is quite long. I always hated waiting in long lines. Can I just use some gold to skip ahead? I let Remuru know that I'm going to go ahead to ask something real quick. Once I get to the front of the line I ask the guard in charge if I can pay to get in sooner. He looks tempted but in the end refuses, saying that you have to wait your turn. I can respect that he wants to keep things fair. As I head back I watch as something absurd happens. What the fuck, Remuru? It hasn't even been 5 minutes, why are you in the form of a dire wolf? I watch as Remuru uses a skill to scare everyone off. I'm pretty sure he was just targeting those guys who were attacking him, but he managed to affect the entire line. Well, that's one way to get rid of the line. Hey! You there! I hear the guard from earlier yell while running at Remuru. Remuru quickly turns back into his slime form, surprising the guard. Eh? A slime. Tee-hee. Remuru was quickly escorted to the prison. I tried to talk the guards out of it, but it unfortunately didn't work, as I didn't particularly want to threaten them as they were just doing their jobs. Remuru was in the wrong here after all. At least we got into Dworgen. A little while later I sneak into where Remuru is being held and overhear a conversation. Captain. We've got trouble. There's an Armosaurus in the mines. What? Where's the suppression force? They're already en route, but Garm and his brothers were deep in the mine gathering magic ore, and they're badly hurt. Do we have potions? Not enough. Those guys are like brothers to me. We can't waste time. Start looking for potions. I hear Remuru butt into the conversation and say, Sir. Ha. Ah. How dare you leave your cell? Now this isn't the time for that, is it? Look. You need that, don't you? Oh. It seems Remuru had some potions stored in his stomach. But really offering it to the guys who imprisoned you, he can be a bit too nice sometimes. What's that? Healing potion. The best around. You can drink it or apply it directly. The guard walks towards the barrel. Captain. You're going to trust the word of a monster. We don't have time. Let's go. Yes, Captain Kaido. You better stay in your cell, slime. Goodman that one, he was worried for his subordinates. I take this opportunity to appear in front of Remuru's cell. Sup. Gah. Where have you been? I've been waiting for a chance to see you, you really messed up earlier. I know, you don't need to tell me. Still, it doesn't seem like they're going to keep you in here long. Yup. The guard was about to release me before there was an emergency. Yeah, I hear. What kind of potions were those anyway? Those were some potions I made. Oh. You made them, that's impressive. He probably made it with Predator, still that's an application of it that I didn't consider. Yup. You want some? I got a bunch. Oh yeah, sure, I'll take some if you have it, I'll pay you for it too, never know when I might need it. I personally likely won't ever need it with ultra speed regeneration, but who knows if I ever come across someone who needs healing. Don't worry about it, I have a bunch here. He spits out 10 barrels of the stuff. Nice, that should last me a while. I take out some gold from my spatial storage to give to him. I got a bunch, so I just grab a handful. That reminds me I need to move everything from my spatial storage to my stomach. Thanks. Here, I'll give you some gold, don't refuse, as you will most likely need it to get what you need from Dworgen. Ah, you're right. Thanks, Felix. I quickly store the potions in my stomach and have Odin analyze them. Potions have been analyzed. It has been detected that they are made from hypocute herbs commonly found in areas with high magicule concentration. These potions are able to heal fatal injuries and restore lost limbs. What the fuck? That has to be some kind of elixir. Where the hell did Remuru get this much of it from? You said the herbs are found in high magicule areas. Then could he have found a bunch of hypocute herbs when he was in Veldora's cave? Then he could use Predator to make the potions quite easily once he figured out the initial combination. I decided to stay with Remuru until he was let out. A couple hours later, I detect a few dwarves approaching. The guard from earlier approaches and says, "You saved them." I thank you. The others start to chime in with their thanks as well. The guard finally lets Remuru out. Finally, we can actually start our exploration of this country. I wonder what sorts of things I'll find in this country. Chapter 9, Chapter 5, Orcs Invade. Felix. I look around the area as I walk around. You can tell it's a dwarven country, everything is industrialized, you can see craftsmen everywhere doing their own thing. This way. Currently we are following the guard captain, Kaido. He is going to bring us to a skilled craftsman so Remuru can ask them for help with his village. Maybe I can get Siko a good weapon made here as well. This is the place. I guarantee his skills are top-notch. I wonder what grade weapons this smith can make. Hopefully he can at least craft a unique grade weapon. Hey, bro, you here? Bro. As we enter, I hear metal banging against metal. It seems the smith is in the middle of making something. Hey Kaido. Give me a sec. Sure. Forgive us for interrupting. I hear Remuru say. That's my older brother, Kaijin. As he finishes up, we hear a door open. Oh. It's those guys from earlier. A slime and a Majin. Friends of yours, boys. Kaijin, this is the slime we told you about. The one that saved us when we were hurt yesterday. Oh, so this is the one. The dwarf bowed towards Remuru. You have my thanks. Oh, really, it was nothing, or maybe it was. So what can I do for you too? Remuru explains his situation. After that I explain that I want a good odachi made. I see, I get what you two are saying. But I'm sorry. I'm pretty backed up at the moment. Thanks to the impossible order a certain numbskull minister put in. Remuru looks curious. Impossible order. We might be going to war soon, so he asked for 20 long swords, by the end of the week no less. I'm short on materials, so I've only made one so far. Kaido looks confused and says, then, couldn't you have told him it wasn't possible and refused? That's what I'm wondering. It isn't as if this blacksmith is a slave or something, right? Don't be dumb. I did tell him that, at first. But then that damned minister Vesta said. Gore damn that minister, he had the nerve to question my abilities. Ah, so he used his pride at his craft to his advantage. You say you're short on materials. Yeah, I need a special ore called magic ore. And even if we have the materials, it will take me 2 weeks to make 20 swords. Ha 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 ha. The fuck, Remuru? Old man. Can you use that? He says as he spits out some ore of some kind. Wait. Wait. That's magic ore. And it's unbelievably pure. It's not even magic ore. It's already been processed. It's a cluster of magi steel. Omo. I can make even stronger swords with this. Why, you're sure I can have this? I'll pay you handsomely, of course. Well now. I wonder what I should do. What is it you want? I want you to find some fellow artisans who'll come to my village to teach their craft to the villagers, and make my friend the sword he wants. That's it. Yup. That's easy. You can count on me. All right. Let's get started. Well, that's that. I didn't even have to do anything. Remuru also managed to help the dwarves make their delivery on time using Predator. I was able to get a sword made from magi steel and analyze it using analysis. The dwarves quickly began working on the sword I requested, and soon enough it was complete. A beautiful odachi made from magi steel that matures in the image of the user. Siko will love this, I can tell. Before I give it to her, I absorb it into stomach and analyze it so I can create copies of it in the future if I need it. Now that I got everything I need, I tell Remuru that I'm going to head out. I'm sure Siko is already contemplating coming to see me, better see her before things get out of hand. The group invited me to a club of some kind, but I refused. Remuru made sure to get me to promise to visit his village. He told me where it is. He is trying to modernize his village and create a country where humans and monsters can coexist in peace. Quite the difficult dream to accomplish, but I have a feeling he can do it. I asked Remuru to watch out for the ogres for me. I told him they likely won't subordinate themselves to him, but they would be open to having peaceful relations. I quickly say goodbye and leave to meet Siko. Felix-sama. Have you already finished your business? I was so worried, I almost went inside to search for you. I'm fine, Siko, and yes, I got everything I needed to get. Here I got an odachi made for you. It should be better than the one I gave you before. Felix-sama. It would be my honor to wield this blade in your name. Omo, I'm glad you're happy with it. The blade itself is around the unique grade, good enough for now. I can get it upgraded later. I look towards Remuru's subordinates and tell them that Remuru is hanging out with some new friends he made. Once that's done, me and Siko make our way towards the Dragon's Peak. I wonder what it will be like up there. Maybe I can get a dragon subordinate, that would be cool. It didn't take us very long at all to climb the Cannet Mountains. My wings and flight abilities made it quite easy. Siko is also capable of flying with air flight, though nowhere near as fast as me, so our progress was slowed down a bit by that. Now my main goal is to get a cool dragon pet. Quite a childish reason, but who wouldn't want a pet dragon if they got a chance? The dragons that roam the world aren't actually descended from true dragons, rather they are descended from Malim's friend, the original elemental dragon. They are demi-material lifeforms at birth and considered one of the strongest races around. There are a few evolutions of dragons. They can be born at any evolution according to Midray, alongside evolving normally by gathering enough magi-cules. The lowest evolution is Lesser Dragon. They are the dragons that inherited less of the original elemental dragon's essence than their stronger brethren. Lesser dragons are generally around the B+ rank, easily capable of wiping out multiple villages. Medium dragons are the next evolution. Most medium dragons are lesser dragons that have reached full maturity and gathered enough magi-cules to evolve. Medium dragons are around a rank, strong enough to destroy an entire town. Archdragons are the final racial evolution of dragons, though they can still grow further. Archdragons are born when a large amount of dragon factor is involved during their birth, or the result of a medium dragon gathering enough magi-cules to evolve. They can be ranked anywhere around the special A to special S rank depending on how much of a grasp they have on elemental powers. That's still strong enough to destroy a smaller nation at minimum. Now there are a few more pathways for archdragons to take in order to grow. The first path is becoming an element dragon. They are basically archdragons that evolved and gained elemental powers. They still aren't as powerful as the next evolution, but they are still at least special A rank. Dragon Lords are the evolution of element dragons. They are some of the most powerful among archdragon kind. Dragon Lords and element dragons are still classified as archdragons. The factor of Dragon Lords begins to approach that of the original element dragon. They can easily rival awakened Demon Lords. They can be ranked anywhere from S, special S. Since all races can gain divinity, I assume dragons can as well. I don't know anything at all about this evolution as I have no experience with divinity, but I can make some guesses. They likely do not age at all and are probably around the special S rank at minimum. There are a few other subspecies of dragons like wyverns and basilisks, though they are only subspecies of lesser dragons. Both wyverns and basilisks are around B+ rank. I'm hoping to find a medium dragon at the very least. Once I give it a name, it should evolve into an archdragon. That will be another formidable subordinate for me. I continue to fly around to look for a good dragon to tame. I ignore the archdragons I sense, as if I name them it will have significant side effects on me as I am now. It takes me quite a while to find a dragon that fits me. Most of the dragons up here have affinities for fire or earth. I'm hoping to find one with an affinity for wind or water, as it will match with the elements I tend to use quite well, and unfortunately universal sense does not tell me the affinity a dragon has, so I'm kinda on a wild goose chase. Aha. I found a medium dragon with a wind affinity, now to get it to submit. I quickly fly over to where it is. It seems it can feel me as it's looking around warily. I quickly pressure it with my aura, causing it to be blasted away. Oops. I think I released a bit too much of my aura, huh? I go to where I sense it only to find it bowing in place. Aren't dragons supposed to be prideful? As expected, it can see your greatness, Felix-sama. Sigh, now's not the time, Seiko. Maybe this one just understands the difference between us. I fly down to its level and say, I want you to be my pet, any issues? It shakes its head in denial. How it could understand me? Most medium dragons don't have that level of intelligence. I guess that's good, only better for me in the end. Now what to name it? I want it to be something related to lightning, as that's my favorite element to use. Aha. I got it. I name you Raiden. That name fits. I watch as it undergoes an evolution. This one doesn't take very long. Once it's finished, there is a bright light, and standing in Raiden's place is a beautiful nude woman. Actually, now that I look at her, she looks exactly like Raiden Shogun. Can names have that big of an influence? Phew, really dodged a bullet then with my name. Damn, she's hot. I have good taste. It seems she evolved into an element dragon, not quite at the level of a dragon lord but still quite strong, a bit stronger than Seiko in fact. I am ready to serve you, my lord. What do you require? I make some clothes using material creation as I reply. Calling me Felix is fine. Here, put these on, and are you able to shift to your dragon form at will? Felix-sama, then, I will treasure this gift you have given me, and yes, I am able to take my true form at any time. It's not that deep, women, just some clothes. I see. Could you fly me around then? I've always wanted to ride a dragon. It would be my honor to serve as your mount, my lord. I know I can fly easily myself, but there is a whole other feel to it when compared to flying on a dragon. Who hasn't wanted to fly on a dragon at some point after all? Chapter 10, Chapter 5, Part 2. Felix. It's been a few months now since I picked up Raiden, and man was she great. She inherited my lightning element after I named her, so it's always great to talk about lightning and its applications with her. She was able to come up with her own unique applications of lightning manipulation to use in both her human and dragon form. I wonder what heights she will reach as a dragon lord. That will surely be a joy to witness. I unfortunately have not been able to focus on my more elemental abilities. My main form of attack is Limitless after all. Lightning is just something I enjoy using. I wonder what abilities an ultimate skill based on lightning would have. Unfortunately, Raiden doesn't have a unique skill just yet, so it will be a while before I see an ultimate skill like that, but neither does Seiko. I do wonder what kind of unique skills the two of them will get when they eventually get one. Though Seiko got jealous easily, so I had to make sure to spend enough time with her, but that wasn't a problem. Other than that, I have been practicing gravity manipulation in the hopes of learning to create something like a black hole. I wanted to pull a Madara and summon a meteor from space, but in order to do that I have to be able to sense that far away, and unfortunately I can't sense that far with universal sense just yet. I was eventually able to combine gravity manipulation and nuclear magic to make something similar after fighting a demon that was summoned and going on a rampage. I'm not one to let that happen if I see it in front of me. The demon was fairly weak, only a greater demon. Apparently he was summoned in order to attack a village for some reason. That's not the important part. He was a demon part of John's lineage. Due to this he loved using nuclear magic. Those guys always love causing destruction. I didn't immediately kill him due to wanting to see what he was capable of, so I cast a barrier around us in order to protect the surrounding area. At some point he was getting desperate as none of his attacks did anything, so he tried a desperate gamble. Apparently this demon had seen John fight in person and was trying to replicate one of her spells. Of course he failed, but that was enough for Odin to be able to figure out how to do it successfully. Man, Odin really is my cheat. Anyways, I was able to learn how to do the magic properly. You would basically create a black hole that would explode outwards to cause mass destruction. You would do this by creating a localized gravitational field disruption, which would result in an artificial black hole. The black hole would then suck everything into a single point and explode outwards in a way that resembles a supernova. The barrier I put around the blast would cause it to go upwards rather than outwards, which creates a massive pillar that goes all the way out into space. The demon called it gravity collapse, so I kept the name. Not something I see myself using a bunch, but I do love learning more magic, especially destructive magic. Thanks to me beating the demon, the surrounding humans started hailing me as a hero, which was kind of awkward. They did give me the idea to join up with the free guild though. I could make some money and adventure around the world freely with a guild membership, so I went ahead and did it. Thankfully most countries don't have a way to detect a high-ranked demon like myself as long as we don't want to be detected, so I was able to get in fairly easily. The test was fairly easy, they immediately placed me at B rank due to me holding back a bit, no reason to freak everybody out. I met some humans that I could barely consider friends, though that status would likely rapidly change if they found out I was a demon. That did make me think of something though. The lifespan between normal humans and spiritual beings like me is so vast, hell even monsters generally have a much larger lifespan than the average human. I've never thought of that, I am going to outlive all these humans, aren't I? Is this how Malene feels? Was this why she was so hesitant to call anyone a friend? Because they would leave her behind. Knowing this, would it not be better to suffer in loneliness rather than make a close friend but outlive them? Unfortunately, that isn't a question I can answer yet, though I think Malene knows the answer to this one. Something to ponder about as I grow older. Currently I'm in Brummond with Raiden as Siko went back to visit the ogre village for a little bit. Originally she was just going to wait until I went there next, but I pushed her to visit after realizing that she missed her friends. Who knows how often she will have the opportunity to visit in the future after all. Geld. He looked towards his starving brethren and thought about how well the plan that his father figure Gelmud suggested is going. The great Jura forest lost the protection of the storm dragon, all of that plentiful and fertile land ripe for the taking. His people needed it. Thanks to his father figure he was able to get enough armor, weapons, and rations to invade, all he had to do was make his subjects obedient. He considered his options and settled on using his unique skill, starve to place his subjects under mind control and subject them to a never-ending hunger in the process. He did not like using these methods to control his subjects, but it must be done. For his people. Gelmud. Everything is going just as planned. Now that Jura lacks the protection of the storm dragon Veldora, it will be easy to invade using that fool Geld. Lord Clayman supplied the orcs with armor, weapons, and rations, more than enough for a successful invasion. He looked towards the army as it ravaged the lands, all under the effects of Geld's skill starved. One of Geld's generals led a detachment to a nearby ogre village, which should boost their strength a fair amount. He hired the mercenary footmen from the moderate Harlequin alliance to deal with the more troublesome Magen hiding inside Jura just in case the orcs aren't enough. Everything should go perfectly, time to inform his employer. Siko. She looked at the orcs that were attacking her home. She was able to help evacuate some of the villagers, but she wasn't able to save them all. Who knows what would have happened if she hadn't been named by Felix Sama. The whole village might have been destroyed with all the ogres killed rather than how it was now. As long as there are ogres they can rebuild. The orcs were not strong, their advantage lay in their numbers, and their mindless hunger led them to not fear their own deaths. An enemy who is not afraid of death is a dangerous enemy to have. Thankfully she was able to massacre most of the orcs as her friends led the other ogres to safety. As she was killing orcs she dodged a magic bullet she felt coming her way. She put some distance between herself and the location the attack came from. She watched as a burly clown appeared next to the orc that was leading them. It seemed to tell it to retreat while it would hold her off. It wasn't just empty words either, he was strong. Stronger than her. All the ogres that were alive were evacuated, only 100 ogres, but at least that's something. She looked towards the clown and asked, "Who are you? Why are you attacking this village?" She couldn't do anything about the retreating orcs, but she could still try and get some information. Ho 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 ho. Good day to all you esteemed personages. I am called Footman. The moderate Harlequin Alliance's one and only, Angry Pariat, Footman is how I'm known. I am pleased to make your acquaintances. A mercenary. She watched as this so-called footman prepared for a fight. She followed along by coding the Odachi Felix Sama gave her an aura. She could already tell that this fight would be a long one. Sigh, she wished Felix Sama was here. She wanted to show him how much she improved her cooking. Remuru. He rushed towards the ogre village that his friend asked him to keep an eye on. He was already on his way there to visit when Great Sage warned him that it was being attacked by orcs. He just hoped it wasn't too late. He didn't want to fail one of his first friends. Not after Shizue. Once he got back from Dworgen he had gone to the ogre village to see if they wanted to form an alliance of sorts, maybe even become his subordinates. They were thankful for the offer, but they did not want to subordinate themselves under him if they did not have to, though they did keep a friendly trading relationship. He was able to learn about some monsters he didn't know about from them. In general the ogres were a peaceful race as long as they were not provoked. Once he finally got there all he saw was devastation. For a moment he was worried that all the ogres were gone, but then he saw Siko, his friend's subordinate, fighting someone. If she was here she was likely able to make sure some of them got to safety. He could tell the Magen she was fighting was strong, stronger than him maybe. He was holding back against Siko for some reason, something to think about later. For now he will help her, hopefully together they can beat that Magen. Sigh, the Magen was able to get away. Both he and Siko could be considered strong, together they would be hard for most beings to defeat, but the clown was able to easily toy with them. At least they made it out okay. Siko said that she was able to evacuate some of the villagers, but now that their village was destroyed they have nowhere to stay, so he offered for them to stay with him. Hopefully they will be able to rebuild with time. For now he had to worry about the orc invasion that he learned about. He didn't want his village to be targeted next. He watched as Hakuru, one of the ogres he recently took in and named, toyed with the goblins like children. Gobta casually said he wanted to learn swordsmanship, and this happened. Hakuru is definitely a tough coach. Due to the presence of Siko, who was apparently a former member of their village, they didn't need any persuading as she vouched for me. And oh boy was that a surprise until I named the ogres and saw their rapid change. After they thought it through, the ogres were willing to be my subordinates, which is a big boon. He wasn't even able to name more than 5 of them before I fell unconscious. He decided to slowly go through the 100 ogres that recently became his subordinates. Well, come on. Strike back. I've watched as someone improved at 10 times the speed of you. He internally winced. Hakura didn't need to tell them that. Their pride can't be wounded anymore at this point. Poor Gobta. He looked towards the other new ogre, now Kijin, he named Benimaru. What was it you said earlier? Something about an orc lord. What's that? Well, put simply, it's a beast. Simple indeed, he thought. It said that one is born every few centuries. It's a unique monster. Unique, huh? They say he devours even his own allies' fear and terror, which makes him an unnaturally effective leader. Sounds troublesome. The orcs that attacked our village were unfazed when Siko was slaughtering them all, so I thought that might be the case. He remembered something from his previous life. He who does not fear death cares not for threats. The lesson is that enemies that don't fear death and are set on their path can be dangerous, as they generally don't listen to reason. Of course, the possibility of it being an orc lord is still quite low. Any idea why they might have targeted your village? Well, I don't know if there is any connection, but shortly before the attack a Majin visited the village and offered me a name. I refused him and asked him to leave the village, as I won't accept just anyone as my master. You think he might have a grudge against you? I don't know, maybe. What was his name again? I think he said Jella. Jelly. Gelly. Gello. All of a sudden Sui, another ogre he named, appeared. Gelmund. Right, that's it. Gelmund, he remembers hearing that name somewhere. Aha, Gelmund was the one who named Rigger's brother. Rigger also said that Gelmund was an officer in a demon lord's army. It's most likely the same guy. Does he just go around naming people? He lost his train of thought when Sui said, I bring a report, Remuru-sama. I witnessed a group of lizardmen going to the nearby goblin villages. Lizardmen? Not orcs. Yes, because they make the marshlands their home. It was odd to see them around here. After further observation, I was able to consider the possibility that they are making alliances in order to combat the orcs. I see, that could be a lot of help. Chapter 11, Chapter 5, Part 3. Felix. It's been a little while since Siko has left, so I decided to check in on her. I can visit the ogre village as well while I'm there. As I'm flying towards Jura to check in on Siko, I feel a thought communication incoming. Oh. A thought communication from Malim. Felix. Wanna watch something interesting with me and some of the demon lords? Hello Malim, something interesting. What's going on? And which demon lords? I won't tell you what we are watching, it's a surprise. We can watch it together with Clayman, Fry, and Carrion, as Clayman invited me to a tea party. Only demon lord seeds then. That should be fine. I see, yeah, I don't mind. It's been a while since we've seen each other anyway. Yay. Come to Clayman's castle then. Yeah, I'll see you there. I quickly have Raiden fly me there. With me boosting her speed with gravity manipulation, we should be there in no time. It didn't take us long to reach Clayman's kingdom, the puppet nation Jistav. The wetlands that we had to get through were a pain, but since we were invited we didn't have many issues. The castle was quite easy to find. It looked ancient but no less monumental. The perimeter of the castle is lined with towers connected by arched viaducts. Once I got closer, I was quickly escorted in by a dark elf along with Raiden. Man, this place is fancy as fuck. The walls are made of marble and decorated with harmonious ornamentation. There were some large windows accented by stained glass, moldings, and wrought iron. There was expensive artwork all around, exotic furniture, and according to Odin some rare magic items are on display. Damn, this guy has taste. Killing Clayman and becoming a demon lord has never sounded more appealing than now. I would get his territory if I did that. The fucker deserves it if all I've heard about him is true, but nah, now's not the time. Clayman. His plans for Jura were going well so far. Gelmund reported that everything was going according to plan 3 days ago. Soon he would awaken into his full might. Soon he would no longer be weaker than his friends. Footman. What did he think he was saying when he asked if he was the one making the decisions? He only has one master that he serves. Even his friends look down on him. He invited Malim and Fry to watch the orc invasion with him. Soon, with the help of Fry, his plan to control Malim will be successful. Though there might be a thorn in that plan due to Malim's apparent new, as she called it, bestie. She said he was some sort of demon, likely an archdemon, or else someone like Malim wouldn't even take notice of them. She invited him to this get-together he is hosting, without asking him first. Damn her. Just how much will she look down on him? Still someone far beneath him, but he was not called the Marionette Master for nothing. He will investigate. Soon enough Malim, Fry, and Carrion arrive, though this demon still hasn't arrived yet. The insolence. All of a sudden Malim shoots up off her seat. He's here. A few moments later the door to his conference room opens and in comes his subordinate and the demon. Aha. You're finally here, bestie. It's been so boring without you to fight and cook. Hello to you too, Malim. I miss our fights as well, so what did you invite me here for? We are going to watch a big fight. A fight? I see. Ah. I forgot to introduce you. Felix, this is Fry, Carrion, and Clayman. Nice to meet you three, he says with a short bow. He ignored all of that though. The moment this demon stepped in he got a sudden strange feeling. What is this? What's with this spine-chilling sensation, this demon? Has he seen him somewhere before? Is he overthinking things? But what is this uneasiness he felt? He can't feel how strong this demon is as he is concealing his aura, though from the way he looks he must be an archdemon. Why are you hiding your aura? Malim asked. I want my other friends here to know how strong my bestie is. It's just something I'm in the habit of doing. You should know this by now, Malim, but fine, I'll release it if you're asking. All of a sudden a massive aura was unleashed from the demon. This is utterly absurd. What kind of monster have you brought here, Malim? This kind of power, he has only felt on a few occasions. The kind of power that belongs to those old monsters. Those on the level of my master, the true demon lords. Beings far beyond my power. He was barely able to maintain his composure and shield himself from the aura. He looked to the side and saw that both Fry and Carrion were in similar situations, though Fry had long since let go of her composure and showed a face of pure shock, while Carrion was trying his best to put on a confident look. He clenched his fists in anger. Just how long will he be weak? Just how far does he have to go to not be a burden on his friends anymore? Thankfully the demon reined his aura back under control. What kind of archdemon is this? Could he be another one like Guy? His scare are black, maybe he is the primordial of black. But Noir is supposed to have black hair and gold eyes with a red line. No, those who are part of that lineage are known to be eccentric. He may have just changed his physical form. Just who have you brought into my country, Malim? Who is that dragon? A new subordinate of yours? Ah yes, this is Raiden. She became my subordinate recently. She is stronger than that Kijin. Only the best subordinates for my bestie. Oh, your Kijin follower isn't here with you. Those words that Malim spoke caused his heart to skip a beat. Gelmund had reported a Kijin was able to hold back the orcs enough for some ogres to escape. Could it be? It was really funny when she tried to cook for you. Ugh, don't remind me of that. She completely misunderstood what I told her and simply said she would impress me with her cooking in the future. Ah, I know. You can taste her next batch. All of a sudden Malim paled. What sort of monstrosity is this Kijin that she is able to make Malim tremble in fear? Is the orc invasion doomed to fail? Ah. No, I think you should try it. She is practicing for you after all. You shouldn't dodge your responsibilities. You're one to talk, Malim. You know, you should try some of Midray's meals. Why is Malim trying to whistle? I heard he has been trying his best to make dishes worthy of you. It's your responsibility to reward your subordinate for his efforts. Ah yes, this must all be a dream, now it all makes sense. Anyways, didn't you call me here for something, Malim? Ah yes. I forgot. Clayman, let's start. This. No, he must calm down. Yes, my guests, I have invited you all here to show you an interesting invasion I have discovered. He looks towards the crystal ball and willed it to show the ongoing battle. The other four raptly watch with attention. He watched as the orcs started marching towards the marshes the lizardmen call home. Trample all. Trample all. Trample all. The battle finally started with a lizardman cutting down an orc. There is no need to fear these pigs any more than before. These marshlands are our domain. We will not lose to these dimwits whose feet are held by the mud. Fool, he thought, as if mere lizardmen and goblins would be enough to combat an orc lord. The lizardmen and goblins were gaining some ground on the orcs, but the battle has yet to truly begin. Right. Withdraw for now. Could the foolish lizardman be more intelligent than he gave him credit for? He smirked as he watched as the lizardman started to scream in surprise. It seems that the lizardman did not know the true abilities of the orc lord. The orcs are eating other orcs. The orcs quickly recovered and continued their march. Trample all. Trample all. Trample all. The strength of this comrade we eat is now ours. The strength of this prey we eat is now ours. That's interesting, so they can grow stronger as they eat other living things, huh? The demon said. He didn't already know that. Any of the primordials would already be aware of such a thing. Could he not be a primordial? Rather, could he be just a normal demon? Just how did he get so strong then? Boom. That's what makes the Orc Lord so dangerous for those weak guys. I see. Hey Malim, about how strong is the Orc Lord? Another thing that a primordial would already be aware of. It's super weak. Even Clayman can easily deal with it. Veins popped on his forehead once he heard Malim's response. This cretin. I see. I guess I don't have to worry about Siko and Remuru then. He controlled his emotions as he processed what the demon had said. So his subordinate was there. He also mentioned another person, Remuru. Sigh, it seems the invasion won't be successful then. Even if the Siko and Remuru are taken care of, this demon will likely wipe out the orcs in retaliation. He will have to deal with this demon once he has Malim under control. Best to keep his own involvement secret. He knew enough that whenever one angers a being of his caliber, things don't end well. Still, he might as well enjoy the battle. He focused back on the battle and saw as one of the orcs managed to grab the leg of a lizardman and quickly pulled him down and begin to feast. Help. Gabru-sama. Retreat. Now. He smirked as he watched. Unfortunately for the lizardman, it was too late. Gabru-sama, we're already surrounded. It seems that this Gabru will learn of one of the abilities that the Orc Lord has. Impossible. Webbed feet and scales on an orc. They just ate one of our men. It was then that their movements changed. Oh. What an interesting ability, to be able to gain the intrinsic abilities of the races they eat, said the demon. They are still weak though. Almost everyone is weak compared to you, Malim. That's true. Maintain close formation. Keep the goblins in the center. Leave no space between you. Shield the goblins while breaking through the orcs' formation. The lizardmen may have had a chance to escape if they did not bring the goblins to the battle. Of course they could just leave them to die, but it seems they won't. Fools. Trample all. Trample all. The strength of our allies will become our own. The enemy's power will become our own. Do not fear. Show them the strength we lizardmen are known for. But lizardmen aren't known for strength or really anything at all. He wondered how far this Gabaru's delusions went. It seems the Orc Lord will take the lead now. What an intimidating aura. So that's the Orc Lord, huh? Kind of weak to be honest. Ha, you're no better than Malim. Most things are weak compared to you though. That isn't the Orc Lord but an Orc General, said the Beastmaster. It seems that Carrion has gotten his nerves in check. No wonder it was so weak, and that's true, the only person I have trouble fighting is Malim. Those words chilled his blood. This demon couldn't fight on par with Malim, could he? No, Malim must have been going easy on him so as not to hurt her friend. That annoying skill of yours is such a pain. Thankfully it's just a skill that can be dealt with using a holy barrier. The demon should be weakened enough under it to be unable to use any skills. He looked back at the crystal ball. It seems the lizardman is challenging the Orc General to a one-on-one fight. He has courage, he will give him that. This Gabaru is doing quite well against the Orc General, at least he has some ability. Unfortunately, ability simply isn't enough to beat a much stronger foe. He knows that best. Lizards are best suited to crawling on the ground. Now die. A goblin saved the lizardman at the last second. This fight is truly getting interesting. You're the true leader of that village. What is this lizard talking about? Even the goblin is looking at him in confusion. That's Gobda, captain of the Goblin Riders. The dire wolf. I am Ranga, I have come to help you under my master Remuru Tempest's orders. It seems that this Remuru will finally make an appearance. Remuru? I don't know who you are, but if you stand in my wa. Boom. It seems like it's already started. Great lizardman magic. I must end whoever is using that magic. It seems that those explosions were able to wipe out most of the ogres. Who are you? You've forgotten us. How rude, and after you went and devoured our whole village. It seems that the ogres have also joined in on this attack. It seems that they have evolved into Kijin. Could they have been named? These Kijin are quite impressive. The dire wolf is also quite impressive. It was able to wipe out quite a few ogres with its skill. Look. There's Siko. Wow, she got stronger. Did you get her a new sword? He looked towards where Malim was pointing and saw a purple-haired Kijin slaughtering her way through orcs. She was quite impressive. Her swordsmanship was more focused on brute force, but she was strong. Yup, I got her one at Dworgen. It was quite an impressive sword, though I plan to upgrade it. It's only unique grade after all. Only unique grade. One of his best subordinates has a unique great sword and he had to fight tooth and nail for it from the Eastern Empire. Gelmud. What is he doing there? He had explicitly ordered him to stay away. And who is this Magin with bluish silver hair? Just what are you doing, Gelmud? What's the big deal? You are ruining the great Gelmud's plans. A new demon lord who would do my bidding was about to be born. It seems that Gelmud needs to be marked for elimination if he survives this encounter. Oh, is that possible? Does the Orc Lord have a demon lord seed? Asked the demon. A demon lord seed? What's that? Asks a curious Fry. Carrion also looks interested. Don't tell me they didn't even know. It's possible, the Orc Lord can evolve into an Orc disaster which might give him a seed, says Malim. HGMH. Can we not change the subject? What is a demon lord seed? They don't know, Malim. Aren't they, you know? Demon lords. How can they not know a crucial part of the process? Because they are fake demon lords. Teh. Okay, sure, makes sense. Anyways, a demon lord seed is something you need to have to ascend into a true demon lord. Once you have one, you just need to fulfill a certain requirement in order to undergo the harvest festival. You had to spoil the fun, Felix. Oh well, guy would kill you if you do it unprovoked anyways. So it's better for your sake if we don't reveal it. I see, thank you for sharing. Know this, the Beast King Carrion now owes you a favor. I owe you a favor as well, I give you my thanks, says Fry. No problem, Malim told me about it, so just owe your favors to her. Though if you insist, I do know of a very pleasurable way that you can repay your favor, Miss Fry. Ha ha ha, for a moment there I thought I was included in that, ha 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 ha. Oh. That sounds like fun, just don't tire out too soon. What are you three talking about? Nothing, Malim, it's nothing. He ignored the four and paid attention to the battle. It seems that Gelmud was going to attempt to evolve the Orc Lord into an Orc disaster. Anyways. Hey Malim, how strong is an Orc disaster? A newly born one will probably be really weak, maybe a little stronger than Siko. Then Remuru and Siko should be able to handle him. All of a sudden, while Gelmud was giving his speech, the Orc Lord approached him. What do you mean by evolving into a demon lord? You will become the demon lord, Orc disaster, and rule over the entire forest of Jura. That is what both he and I desire. Oh. There is someone else behind the scenes, said the demon. He thought of multiple ways of torturing Gelmud as he hoped the subject would change. He couldn't use Marionette Heart to kill Gelmud as such an ability would be detected by either Malim or the demon. Even something as minor as communication might be detected. That bad feeling I had when I first saw the demon is returning. Thankfully, it seems that something had happened on the battlefield to distract the demon for now. Looks like Gelmud has become desperate, killing his own allies in the hope that it will be enough for the Orc Lord to evolve, though this mysterious Magin foiled his attempt. It seems Gelmud has been beaten. He was easily subdued by the Magin and is now attempting to negotiate. Fool. Damn you. You're finished. I'm going to make you regret this. The Magin slowly approached Gelmud. You said he earlier, who was it you were talking about? Who's the real mastermind? No, leave me alone. It seems that Gelmud still has some sense. He knows the consequences of revealing information. Hey. Orc Lord. Help me. I'm so very hungry. It seems the Orc Lord has finally had enough of Gelmud. Ha 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 ha, little man trying to order around someone stronger than himself. He learned the hard way that doing so generally ends with you losing your head, literally, ha 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 ha. Indeed, the Orc Lord might evolve once he finishes eating that Magin, said Fry. It looks like it's evolving. I wonder exactly how much stronger it will get. I am the Orc disaster. I am the one who will devour all in this world. It seems the Orc disaster is already getting a big head, Malim. If Remuru wasn't going to kill it, it would have been fun to commence an act of jumping. What is jumping? The way you said it, it sounds like fun. Oh yeah, forgot you people in this world wouldn't know what that means. This world? Could he be an otherworlder? No, he is a demon. Maybe he was summoned to another world. Maybe that's how he got so powerful. It's basically when a group of 2 or more people keep hitting a target back and forth between each other, giving the target no time to act. Whoa. That sounds like fun. We should do that sometime, Felix. Does Malim have stars in her eyes? How does that even work? I too would like to join you when you commence this, jumping. Even Carrion. Nay, we should go do this to Ramaris Golem. That will make her stop taunting me with it. I wonder if Guy dislikes anyone enough to join in on the fun. He pretended he didn't hear a word of what they were saying. Otherwise he might have an aneurysm out of sheer stupidity. My name is Geld the Demon Lord. Everyone in the room stopped for a moment. Even he was surprised by the audacity of this pig. The audacity of this bitch. That demon is surprisingly crass for one of his power, but he finds himself agreeing with the statement nonetheless. Eh? A demon lord. But my master is stronger than you, and he said that he is not a demon lord. As expected of Felix-sama. He looked towards the demon but found him looking to the side whistling. Hey Malim, unlike you he appears to be fully capable of whistling, ha 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 ha. Ah, that's no fair. Watch, I can do it too. Ha 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 ha, no you can't Malim. It seems the demon is joining in on this stupidity. These are some of the strongest beings in the world. Maybe reaching the top of this world makes you crazy. Guy lives in a literal wasteland, Dino sleeps all the time, Valentine is playing God, Leon has no friends, Ramirez doesn't appear to actually be strong and appears to be a placeholder due to a friendship with Guy and Malim, DeGrol might be the only normal one on the council. This demon is likely already on the path to becoming a demon lord if his knowledge about demon lord seed says anything. Especially with how close he appears to be to Malim, Guy might not act if he initiates a harvest festival unprovoked. This only makes his plan more imperative, he must awaken if he wishes to keep his seat on the council. Wait, did that Majin just turn into a slime? Carrion says, sounding surprised. Ah, it seems he was so lost in his thoughts that he forgot about the orc disaster. And now he appears to be eating the orc disaster. A monster renowned for its intense levels of gluttony, how ironic. Fry says with a small laugh. He watched as the slime consumed the orc disaster, ending the battle in its victory. It seems the battle is finally over. I for one am surprised that he chose to spare the orcs after he killed their king. Ah well, that's Remuru for you, he can be a bit too nice at times. So that's Remuru then, he will keep an eye on that slime. Interesting. Very interesting. I want to meet this slime myself. He took the opportunity to say, but Malim, we have a non-aggression pact with the Forest of Jura. It's all good, Remuru is my friend and I will introduce her. Ah, let's go now then. We can go in a few days, Malim, give them time to recover before dumping a demon lord on their plates. Especially you of all demon lords. Hey. What's that supposed to mean? You're a very acquired taste. Huh? What does that mean? Nothing at all, just wait a week or two, I'll stay with you so we can spar a bit. A fight. Yay. Okay, we can go later. Let's go fight now. His heart skipped a beat there. I would prefer it if you took your activity elsewhere. My castle and possibly the entire cliff it sits upon would not survive your fight. Yeah, I'm also going to investigate whoever was behind this, and when I find them, I think I'm going to kill them. Well then, he hopes that if the demon ever discovers he was behind the orc invasion, Malim will already be under his control. Oh. Can I fight the two of you? It seems that we will be down a demon lord soon. The 9 great demon lords just doesn't have the same ring to it. Mwahahaha silly Carrion, if you join in you'll die. Yes, while she could have been a little more tactful about it, wait never mind Malim and tactful is a contradiction, anyway see you guys later, let's go Malim, Raiden. Yes Felix-sama. Ah yes, he has a good subordinate, she knew her place and did not speak until she was called upon. To the point that he forgot about her despite her level of power being just a single category below Carrion, Phrase, and his own. They both just dissed me and left. Bitch, I see that hand, don't you try to console me like a child. They dissed you as well unless you think you're stronger than me. He's surrounded by idiots, where did he go wrong? Chapter 12, Chapter 6, Towards Tempest. Felix. It's been about 2 weeks since the orc invasion and my first time meeting the other demon lords. I was able to analyze the orc disaster's unique skill starved through the projection, Men Odin is busted. Though I doubt it would be possible to do the same with an ultimate skill seeing as you need far more data to successfully copy an ultimate skill. The skill itself is interesting but useless for me. It still doesn't hurt having the data for it though. I was able to learn a bit about their personalities throughout the meeting. Carrion is your average battle maniac, Fry is a schemer and seductress, and Clayman is also a schemer who works behind the scenes. Out of all of them Clayman seemed the sketchiest, he just gave me a weird feeling. Even though Malim told me they were weaker than me, I found myself surprised when I met them. I mean come on, they're demon lords, aren't they supposed to be at the top of the world? They were just barely stronger than Raiden, and I only recently named her, she still has room to grow. I had used Malim Eye on all 3 of them, they each have unique skills, as expected of demon lords. And seriously? They didn't even know about demon lord seeds. What kind of demon lords are those? It seems that Malim put it aptly when she called them fake demon lords. Still I did enjoy my time there, Carrion seems quite easy to get along with, and Fry is super hot, enough said. Even I couldn't resist flirting a bit, though I wasn't really serious. Clayman though. I don't know, I just can't bring myself to like him. Then there was also the fact that there was someone behind the orc invasion, that's something that needs to be investigated. They would have to be someone somewhat high up on the food chain, and well connected to pull off what they did. Though it seems like they messed up putting Gelmud in charge of the whole operation. Anyways, it seems like Malim also had a lot of fun. The moment we left we teleported to the wasteland that we usually spar in and fought. Now that was a lot of fun. I got to test a bunch of new things. I don't usually get the opportunity to go all out as there aren't many out there who can handle me when I am going all out. Malim though. Malim is a monster, no other way to say it. Her ultimate skill allows her to eventually reach levels of strength that can match the and then surpass the true dragons, some of the strongest beings around. I don't know the full extent of its abilities as the skill is sealed, but I'm able to make conjectures. It seems like the longer a fight goes on, the stronger the user gets. Though it does have the side effect of fighting less and less with technique and more with brute force at a certain point. I was able to notice Malim slowly losing her senses, so I made sure to stop the fight before it got to that point. Man, that was nerve-wracking. I'm pretty sure that at the time Malim could have destroyed a star with a punch. Who knows how I would deal with a berserk Malim that strong. Even then, just in her base form she is much stronger than me. The only reason I can keep up is because of Infinity not allowing any of her attacks to hit me. While ultimate skills do offer their wielder immunity to lesser forms of magic, that does not apply to Limitless, thankfully. Though I'm sure there are people out there that can get through Infinity, so I'm always careful about that. Let alone the fact that someone can greatly hinder me with an anti-magic area. Hopefully I can evolve Limitless into an ultimate skill at some point. After all, an anti-magic area wouldn't affect the concepts an ultimate skill directly governs over. Thankfully I would still be able to use my battle will arts along with my nuclear magic in an anti-magic area. Spirit Rons are able to break through all sorts of barriers after all, including an anti-magic area. Hell, my physique alone is quite powerful. Man, I can't wait until Satinel becomes unsealed. That will boost my strength by a bunch. Oh well, best not to rush these kinds of things and just let nature take its course. Raiden was also able to learn a fair amount in Malim's domain. The Dragon Faithful are descendants of dragons after all, so they do know quite a bit of abilities that she will find useful. I do wonder how Remuru and Siko are doing. Malim and I are going to be visiting them soon. It seems like Remuru has taken a big step towards his dream of coexistence, Tempest, huh? Apparently he made an alliance with Dworgen, quite the big step in creating his own country. Them having an alliance with Dworgen is basically Dworgen saying they recognize Tempest as a sovereign state of its own, rather than just a bunch of monsters who have banded together. Hopefully we gave them enough time to get everything sorted out. Not many would want to deal with Malim unprepared after all. Another thing that happened is Raiden ended up becoming my maid. She said she wanted to find a way to be more useful to me, and seeing as I'm stronger than her, the only way she thought she could be useful is by serving me as a maid. I'm not complaining, hot dragon girl Maidu, get. She even got a real maid outfit prepared. It should be about time for us to go visit Remuru. I'm sure Siko is likely waiting for me to come pick her up. Malim. You ready to go visit Remuru? We're finally going. Yay. Yup, let's go. Let me call Raiden real quick, then we can leave. Well, that's that. Remuru. He thought back to everything that has occurred over the last few days. The representatives of each race had gathered together. After some deliberation we formalized the alliance with the Lizardmen, and got the orcs to work on manual labor. He even became the Chancellor of Jura Forest. He somehow ended up the Chancellor of the Alliance rather than Trainee-san. He couldn't even decline. Thankfully some good did come of it. Benimaru forgave the orcs. Man, what a gracious guy. He should really learn from him. He spent 7 days naming all the orcs that joined him. Man, was that tiring. Rimuru-sama. Do you know when Felix-sama will come to get me? Ah, it seems like Siko wants to go back to Felix, but he has no clue where he is and neither does Siko. Siko said she wanted to become Felix's secretary. He asked her if she knows what a secretary actually does, but she was clueless. He ended up teaching her a bit about what it truly means to be a secretary due to experience from his previous life. He even got a fancy purple suit made for her, though he really hopes that Felix comes to pick her up soon. According to Siko, Felix just told her to stay with him until he comes to visit. Please come pick her up soon, Felix. He doesn't know how much more of her cooking he can take. Apparently she has been having everyone try her food as practice for when she shows Felix how good she is at cooking. He prayed that Felix doesn't die once he tried her food. No, Siko, I don't know when he will be coming. It shouldn't be too long now. Please hurry up, Felix. He doesn't know how much more he can take. He heard Siko mumbling as she was walking away. What could he be doing that is taking him so long? Did he forget about me? No, that's not possible. I'm sure he is busy doing something important. At least the High Orcs are learning well under Kijin. They should be able to build houses in no time. He made sure to have a home for Felix be built. What kind of friend would he be if he didn't have somewhere for his friend to stay when he was here after all? Other than that, a few days ago the dwarf king Gazel Dwargo had come to visit. Apparently he wanted to see the slime that beat the orc lord for himself. After they sparred a bit they were able to come to an understanding. It turns out that Gazel's sword master was Hakuru, small world. He even made an alliance with Dworgen. He had to come up with a name on the spot, but he thought he did pretty well, the Jura Tempest Federation. The Dwarf King left Vesta here, having another talented researcher will be great. Even Kaijin vouched for him. Another surprise came in the form of Gabru. Apparently he wanted to swear allegiance to him since he was exiled from his tribe along with some of his brethren. The Lizardman chief even sent his daughter over to gain experience, so he ended up naming all of them. They ended up evolving into Dragonewts. Oh. What is this magic he is sensing? An enormous mass of magic power is heading this way at an incredible speed. It seems there is another coming along, though they seem far weaker in comparison to the massive magic power. He quickly flew outside of Tempest to meet these people, best to be as far away as possible from everyone else. He watched as two auras crashed down in front of him, creating a crater. Once the dust settled, he was able to see the two figures. Greetings. I am the Demon Lord Malim Nava. And this is my bestie. We have come to visit you. Her aura is every bit as powerful as Veldora's, and who is this bestie of hers? Sigh, do you always have to introduce yourself like that, Malim? Wait. That voice. Felix. Ah, hey Remuru, long time no see, sorry for dropping by unannounced, but Malim wanted to meet you. Just a heads up, she is essentially a godlike child, so trick her out of violence like you would a child that is far stronger than you, and rages up infinitely like the Hulk. And just like the Hulk, she ultimately isn't a bad person. Oh. A thought communication from Felix, and like the Hulk. Hacks, I call hacks. Chapter 13, Chapter 6 Part 2. Felix. Looks like Remuru is doing well for himself. His country looks quite beautiful, you can see monsters of all sorts going about their days in peace. Orcs building homes, goblins running stores, truly amazing. It seems like the Kijin also chose to pledge allegiance to Remuru too, huh? Now that I take a closer look at Remuru with Malim, I can see that he has gotten quite a bit stronger than he was previously. It only makes sense after he devoured the orc disaster. Looks like his predator unique skill evolved, he even has a Demon Lord seed. As I'm observing him, Malim approached him and started poking his slime body. Ah well, welcome to Tempest. So was that silver-haired Majin who defeated the orc disaster a transformation of yours? So you guys know everything then. I watch as Remuru assumes his humanoid form. Is this the form you're referring to? You look like a trap dude. Do you enjoy giving people the wrong impression? I know when guys proposition you, you can use the line. Sure, but I'm on top, did you bring the lube? Their faces would be priceless. Gah. It's not my fault. This was just the only body I've eaten and been able to mimic. What does that mean, Felix? Nothing, Malim. So he got that form from eating a body then, huh? Please tell me you didn't chow down on an innocent person just to get a human form. Of course not. Truth, huh? I wonder what led to him getting that body then. A friend of mine as she was dying asked me to devour her body after she died. I see, hopefully your friend passed away peacefully then. Regardless, being a gender-neutral race, I don't even have the ability to form my precious treasure. That doesn't make much sense. What do you mean? Transform into a dire wolf. Why? Just do so. He then proceeds to turn into a dire wolf, and as I suspected, he has the wrong idea. I have good news and I have bad news. Good news is you can grow your precious treasure, bad news is you need to eat a male human or other humanoid race. As that wolf mimic of yours had all its parts, sexual ones included. You just haven't got the data for humanoid male anatomy, so you cannot mimic it. You likely also subconsciously prevented yourself from mimicking your friend's female parts. Hence your misunderstanding. I see, so I can get my precious bits back then, huh? Yahoo. Thanks, Felix. If I ever find a humanoid male deserving of death, of course. I forgot, when you're by yourself in private, check if the orc one matches humans. You did eat the orc disaster after all, and unless he was a trap as well, he may have the right parts. I will. What are you two talking about? What parts? Nothing, it's a boy's thing, Malim. I see. Anyways, so you became the Chancellor, huh? How did that end up happening? Trainee. It's all Trainee's fault. I thought she would lead us, but for some reason she gave all the work to me. So in your attempt to escape our former country's wage slave life, you tried to create a relaxing place where you can laze about, but instead you got saddled with even more work. You called for me, Lord Remuru. God, don't just pop up out of nowhere, Trainee. Trainee shot me a look of astonishment, likely surprised by how much stronger I've gotten since we last met. I was only an archdemon back then, and even now I am releasing a little bit of my aura, though it's enough to make my archdemon self look like a kid in comparison. She gave me a short bow. Lord Felix, it's a pleasure to see you again. It's nice to see you too, Trainee. So you're serving Remuru now, huh? Yes, me and my sister saw fit to leave the forest in his hands. I see, good for you, you guys could use a break. Thank you. She then turned to Malim and said, Lady Malim, may I ask you a question? Okay. Do you know where the new elemental queen is? Since us dryads left Lady Ramiras's service, we have heard no word of a new elemental queen being born. Ah, you mean that pipsqueak Ramiras? Oh, now that you mentioned it, she enjoyed telling me about her dryad subordinates whenever I teased her about not having any friends. Are those you guys? Is it just me, or did the dryad's eyes just gain a new shine to them? Felix-sama. You came for me. I have worked extra hard and want you to taste some more of my cooking. Ugh, I really don't want to do that. Maybe she did improve though. She has been practicing for a while. She can't still be that bad, right? Damn, I see that evil smirk Remuru is sending me. Apparently I'm in for Siko's bad meals. Time for plan B. She also got a nice purple suit made, likely something Remuru got her. Man, does it look nice on her, especially with that cleavage. Hello to you too, Siko. I hope you had fun here. Maybe you should practice cooking a little more. After all, you need to be the best before I try your dishes, Umo. Oh, looks like the other Kijin are following behind her. Hopefully Remuru gave them good names. Ah, there's Raiden. Seems Malim and I were a bit too fast for her. I'm sorry it took me so long to arrive, Felix-sama, but you and Lady Malim are just too fast for me. Holy cow, you found an XP for Raiden Shogun. Ah, it's no problem, Raiden. I'm surprised you were able to catch up so quickly. This is my second subordinate, Raiden. She is an elemental dragon. It's nice to meet you, Miss Raiden. I send Remuru a quick thought communication. Just a heads up, Remuru, it appears naming has a slight effect on the monster's appearance if you use a character you know as a base. She was a dragon without a humanoid form before I named her. Hey, does she also share the OG Raiden's bad cooking like your Kijin? I sure hope not. One bad cook is enough for me. If she does, my next named monster will be Arena Nakiri or Rindo Kobayashi. Ah, great idea. We need to test this. Nah, it was a joke. We shouldn't name subordinates or friends based on our own expectations. That's not very nice. Gah, you're right. There go my dreams of Olga Discordia. Do you have an NTR fetish? We may not be able to be friends if so. Of course not. NTR is trash. Umo. No lies, it seems he is safe for now. Hey, what are you two secretly talking about? I want to be part of the conversation, you meanies. What do you mean, Lady Malim? It hasn't been long enough for them to have a mental conversation. Trainee asked, looking confused. It's nothing, we were just finishing up our conversation. I can tell you about it later if you want. Ah, me and Remuru have a skill with thought acceleration. As expected of Felix-sama. It's not that special, Siko. Anyways, it looks like you guys got named and evolved, huh? Hello, benefactor, it's been a while. And yes, we ogres have decided to serve under Remuru-sama as his subordinates. I have been given the name Benimaru. I'm Shuna. Remuru-sama has granted me the name Sui. I see, where's Ponytail at? He left to do some mercenary work to aid the village. We do not currently know where he is. I see, I'll make sure to keep an ear open then. There can't be many ogre mercenaries after all. Thank you, benefactor. Hey Felix, why are you using weird nicknames instead of just giving them names like me? He doesn't know. Has he named every monster he has met? No, even he isn't that ignorant, right? Because naming takes a lot of magicule, and sometimes it can even permanently reduce your magicule capacity. Don't tell me you didn't know that. I guess you have just been really lucky until now. It is likely that the individual known as Remuru Tempest has been subconsciously siphoning some of Veldora's magicules when naming others. I see, thanks Odin, that makes sense. No wonder he hasn't dropped dead yet if he has been naming people left and right. Though poor Veldora, I haven't even met the guy and I already feel bad. How could he not know that? It's common knowledge amongst all monsters. Benimaru asks. It is. Phew, I really dodged a bullet there. Anyways, would you mind showing us around Remuru? Malim is starting to get bored, and when she gets bored she starts blowing shit up. Seriously. Yeah, take us to do something fun. I'm really bored and Felix says people don't like me when I get bored. Ack. Let's go. I'll show you around Tempest. Where did Trainee go? Weird. Chapter 14, Chapter 6 Part 3. Felix. As Remuru was showing us around, I saw a lizardman approaching us. Now wait. It looks like a Dragonute. Could it be an evolved lizardman? Remuru-sama. I have completed the task you have assigned to me. May I ask who these three are? This is Felix, my friend, and his bestie Malim. That's Raiden. I see. Those two must be Lady Raiden's subordinates. I could never mistake them being your superior, even though you are clearly trying to pretend to be their subordinate. Truly you are. Boom. He got struck by lightning and punched in the face. Raiden was able to strike him with lightning quite gracefully, to the point she didn't even look like she did anything. Truly, Raiden has improved her lightning manipulation quite a bit. And well, Seiko is Seiko. That looks like it hurt. I bet he wishes he had pain nullification right about now. Felix, is this one of those jumping moments? Can I join in? No, Malim, now isn't the time. I think this poor Dragonute would die if you joined in. Man, that's no fun. My apologies, my lord, I lost control of my temper for a moment when he implied you were my subordinate. I won't let it happen again. Gah. How dare you insinuate that my master is someone's servant? It's fine, Raiden, Seiko, I don't particularly care, and he looks fine, nothing a good night of sleep shouldn't fix up. Raiden looked at me as if I was Jesus himself. Truly, your kindness shows no bounds. And Gabiru is at it again. I would try to correct this issue of his, but I find these misunderstandings of his highly amusing. Well, so long as he isn't killed I can always heal him. Gah. I almost died. I think I saw my father on the other side. Truly though, Lady Raiden's grace shows no bounds. To go so far to defend your master. You are truly the peak of perfection. Looks like he's smitten. Oh wow, for a second there I saw a look of deep disgust on her face, though she switched back to normal too quickly for anyone but Remuru, Malim, and I to notice. Poor Dragonute, he never stood a chance. Good one, Raiden. I would have beat him up too. Thankfully Raiden already dealt with the Dragonute. I don't want to imagine what Malim would have done. Oh no. Poor Gabiru, he just had his first crush and he already stands no chance. Anyways, let's get on with the tour. Remuru showed us around Tempest, and boy was I impressed. Apparently those dwarves we met at Dworgen were kicked out, so they decided to help Remuru out. He's also got the orcs on manual labor, something they looked like they were made for. It seems he is also mass-producing those elixir-like potions. I'm sure that won't have any sort of concerning global effects. The food they have here is great too. They have rice, honey, and all sorts of modern food, though he hasn't cracked the code on soy sauce yet. Not something I really care about. I was American in my first life after all. He is even having a place built for me, and boy does it look nice. I can easily see myself freeloading here. It's basically paradise. Now Remuru is showing us to the hot springs. As we were walking in I was wondering if there was a way for me to change genders, then no one can deny me when I go to the ladies' side. As a demon you are genderless and are capable of freely taking on any sex. For real. I wonder how I look as a chick. I must be hot as hell. Now that I have a towel around me, how do I switch genders? Should I just will it? That feels weird. But yes, I do appear to be drop-dead gorgeous. I would tap this. As expected. I do some poses in front of a mirror, and damn, I would make a good model. Well, time to join the ladies. Hey Felix, come sit next to me. That's Felix. Oh, you don't recognize my sexy self, Remuru. Felix. What are you doing here? Why are you a woman? Demons are genderless entities. We are neither male nor female, but pot calling the kettle black. I'm a slime. I have no gender. Shuna just giggled so that shows none of them seem to mind my presence here. I take a seat next to Malim, Raiden, and Seiko quickly sit at my other side. Now remember Remuru, we are not Japanese schoolgirls, and despite how Malim dresses she is not a magical girl, so keep the tentacles to yourself. Gah. What does that mean, Felix? Just something from our homeland. After that the bath became quite peaceful, man, it's been a while since I've been in a hot spring like this. And the eye candy is really nice. According to Remuru the water flows straight from the source. Though I did notice Malim and Shuna staring enviously at Seiko's, Raiden's, and my breasts. Poor Malim, 2,000 years old and still flat. Shuna still has time to grow though. Once we finished up Remuru escorted us to where we would be staying. Malim and I decided to share a room with Raiden and Seiko in the room next to us. After that the days went by quickly. Remuru-sama. He looked towards Rigard. It's about Lady Malim and Lord Felix. I never imagined that two beings of their power would ever come to Tempest. He is right, both of them are super strong. Great Sage wasn't able to get a read of Felix's power either. Yeah, but it should be fine. Felix said that he can keep Malim under control. Yes, but that's not the only issue, Remuru-sama. Even Benimaru is concerned. The other demon lords will learn soon enough that Malim is staying in Tempest with her friend. This may make it seem like Tempest is under a protection. The demon lords keep a delicate balance of power. Her supposedly having Tempest under her will break that balance. Is that so? In reality though, we can't do anything about it. We can't stop Felix-sama, let alone Lady Malim from doing what they want. From what I know of Felix-sama he would not do that, but it still makes many of us uneasy. The both of them are overwhelmingly powerful. Felix-sama was concealing his aura, but Seiko mentioned in the past that he spars with Malim often. To even be able to survive a few seconds in a fight with her is an incredible accomplishment, let alone being her sparring partner. Even Hakuru is concerned. But Hakuru is right, if the two of them wanted to do something, there is little we could do to stop them. He knew that Felix wasn't like that, but his subordinates' concerns are valid. Your concerns are valid, but I have faith in Felix being able to contain Malim. He said that he plans to stay here for now, so he will be an added layer of protection for Tempest. I see, we will leave it to you, Remuru-sama. Thanks for your trust, Rigard. Underscore 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 underscore. Felix. Quite a lot has happened during the last few months. Carrion sent over some of his subordinates. It seems like he didn't just forget about the battle we watched, it would be odd if he did. He sent over one of his 3 beast keeters, Phobio, one of his second in command. He was quite respectful, likely due to Carrion warning him about me, though I could tell he looked down on Remuru. Oh well, not my problem, Remuru has to earn others' respect himself. The guy was delusional though, believing that Carrion was as strong as Malim. I couldn't control myself and ended up laughing in his face. Thankfully Malim wasn't around at that time, if she was he would have gotten beat up. He got quite upset at that and tried to defend his lord's honor. I just told him to ask Carrion himself if he was as strong as Malim. Surely his pride wouldn't let him lie to his direct subordinate. Still, quite the funny guy, especially when Carrion is weaker than me. Anyways, Remuru and Phobio started talking. It ended up leading to Remuru asking Phobio to leave and ask Carrion to make a time and date for a proper meeting. Phobio agreed begrudgingly once he realized all that Tempest could offer. Once Carrion's subordinate left, Remuru had offhandedly asked me if I knew the reason another demon lord could be interested in Tempest. It seems that he isn't aware of just what it is he is building here. He is easily creating full potions, he has great food, strong subordinates, and he has the backing of me, something I'm sure Carrion must have heard of by now. Chapter 15, Chapter 6 Part 4. Felix. Shortly after Phobio and his subordinates left, Odin warned me that it felt a few rather strong presences in Jura. Now normally I would have just waved this off, there are quite a few strong beings in Jura after all. However, after the orc invasion I decided to remain cautious. Who knows when this hidden mastermind will decide to strike next after all. Flashback. Odin has detected 2 powerful Magian. It is suggested that the host is cautious. You don't usually remind me to be cautious of much, Odin. What's so special about these Magian? The probability of the Magians being related to the orc invasion is high, therefore host should remain cautious. It is not known what their plan is. So you think these guys could be related to the invasion, huh? Could they be planning something else now? We haven't detected anything suspicious until now. Likelihood of 2 unknown Magian planning an attack is extremely high. I'll go check it out then. Better to nip their plan in the bud if it's possible. I use all the present suppression abilities that I have. It should be almost impossible for anyone to detect me. I quickly use Universal Sense to pinpoint the Magian's exact locations. Without Odin I wouldn't even be able to feel them, their presence is that minuscule. Thankfully Odin was recently able to integrate Malim I into itself, so it now possesses all of the abilities of Malim I. I don't think Odin would have been able to detect the 2 Magian otherwise. Affirmative. Why do you sound so aggrieved, Odin? It is just the host's imagination. I don't think it is. Don't worry, Odin, I don't doubt your abilities. Who knows where I would be without you. I send Remuru, Siko, and Raiden a thought communication telling them that I'm going to investigate something. I tell Siko and Raiden to stay back. If there is any surprise attack then they should be able to help fight it off, along with the fact that they might hold me back. I should be fine on my own. It seems like they are moving, better catch up to them. Thankfully I can still access Malim I through Odin, so I can easily see them and measure their strength. The first one is a rather burly looking guy dressed up like a clown with a mask. What an odd get-up. The second one looks quite small in comparison to the other guy. She has magenta hair and also wears a mask. Why does the male seem so familiar? He is the one Siko described to me, the man who was able to hold off both her and pre-demon Lord Seed Remuru combined. He's the one who helped attack the ogres. Well, he is going to die tonight, no doubt about that. Better use Malim I on them to get an accurate reading on their strength first though. The both of them are quite powerful. The male is around 4x stronger than Clayman, while the female is about twice as strong. I myself am about 12x stronger than Clayman in pure magicule capacity, that's not accounting for my skills. Who knows what kind of skills these 2 might have, it's best to be careful. It has been detected that the 2 Magian are both Deathman. What's that? A race of undead that is born through a ritual requiring thousands of corpses. Each Daemon is at least at the level of a demon lord seed if not greater. Oh. That is quite a ritual, to be able to create a demon lord seed level being at minimum. This physical body of mine is quite weak and is holding me back. I've been planning to see if I can find a newer, stronger body to possess if possible. The fat one at the very least seems partially responsible for the attack on my friend's home, so I'll likely take his body. Looks like they have finally arrived at their location. It looks like a cave of some sort. What's that inside of it I see? The male takes the lead and asks, have you gathered the lesser dragon corpses to feed to Charybdis? Charybdis. What could they want with that? Charybdis is a calamity class threat. It would likely be higher if it possessed intelligence. As of now it is just a mindless beast with magicules on the level of a demon lord. Yup. Gathering them was easy, said the female. I have a feeling that I'm not going to like their plan. Oh look, now they are laughing. I definitely am not going to like their plan. Let's see if I can gather some more info before I attack. Is the job completed now? Asked the male. Msiko did say that he referred to himself as a mercenary. It seems like the hidden mastermind is behind this. Yup. We were told only to revive Charybdis and send it the demon's way. The demons. I can only assume that means me. It seems the mastermind wants to try and get rid of me, likely because I am an obstacle to his plans. That's good, that tells me that he isn't strong enough to just brush me aside. It means that he is wary of me, that means he is likely someone who is too weak to deal with me, or at my level. Well, I think I've heard enough, time to attack. I decide to go for the weaker one first, hopefully I can take her out with a sneak attack. I quickly rush at her, lightning armor activated, and my fists coated in an absurd amount of magicules. I make sure to use blue to draw my fist to her face and her fist towards my fist quicker. I am best at hand-to-hand combat after all. Swordsmanship is just something I enjoy using. This is not the time for it. It seems like the two of them have something similar to danger sense as they both react quickly and dodge to the side. Fuck, I was going at a speed most wouldn't even be able to see, further boosted by lightning armor. These guys aren't to be underestimated. I look towards the male as he yells, Tyr. I know footman. It seems the male is footman and the female is Tyr. I continue to observe them for now, best to be careful. What the fuck? Tyr just got multiple times stronger. Weaker than me, but still, what the fuck? Does she have some sort of Kaioken skill? Gah, this is becoming troublesome. Odin, can you work on analyzing that? Affirmative. I use isolate and put up a multi-layer barrier, one that will negate thermal attacks, poison attacks, and spiritual attacks. I detect footmen coming at me as I feel Tyr running into the cave. Oh man, she's planning to revive Charybdis, and using that opportunity to run away. I need to deal with footmen fast. Footmen shouldn't know about Infinity. I can use this chance to catch footmen off guard, hopefully finish him off before she revives Charybdis. It's a damn good thing I didn't bring Raiden or Siko. They aren't at the level to be able to fight these guys. I would have had to watch over them and fight. Odin, cover me in case I get caught off guard. Affirmative, none shall harm master. Thanks, already feel better with you having my back. Once footman is close enough he realizes something is wrong. Unfortunately he is too late. I ignore the incoming attack from Tyr and shove my fist through footman's gut. I quickly use Predator to devour him, body, and soul. I can work on possessing the corpse later. I watch as Tyr appears in front of the cave. Footman. Fuck, was I too late? She looks at me with a look that I can describe as pure hatred on her face. You. She starts approaching me, her magicules flaring around her uncontrollably. It seems I got her really mad over killing her friend. That's something I can respect, caring about one's own friend enough to lose your senses. Unique skill, amplifier acquired. Unique skill, optimist acquired. All of a sudden I hear the roar of a dragon. Fuck, I was too late. Tyr ignores Charybdis and continues approaching me. You. No, I can't die here, the president is counting on me. President. Could the president be the mysterious mastermind? Something to think about later. I watch as Tyr attempts to get away. I ignore her for now, she shouldn't be able to get past isolate. Odin, keep an eye on her, I need to deal with Charybdis. Affirmative. I use Melee Eye on it. It seems its raw power matches that of Demon Lord seeds like Clayman. It has been detected that individual known as Tyr has escaped due to unique skill, isolate being disturbed due to Charybdis' intrinsic skill, magic jamming. What? I quickly use universal sense to make sure, and sure enough Tyr is gone. Fuck. I can't focus on that right now. Now that my barriers and isolate are down, Charybdis is free to rampage all it wants without being contained. I watch as Charybdis summons some shark-like monsters. Each is extremely weak, so I deal with them quickly as I avoid Charybdis' attacks and try to think of a plan. Fuck it, might as well go all in, not much more damage that can be done after all. Once I finish off the summons, I fly higher into the sky and get ready to use Hollow Purple. I aim my palm in its direction, Hollow Purple. Charybdis might be able to jam magic, but Hollow Purple erases all it touches as well. Thankfully Hollow Purple ate away at the jamming before the reverse could happen, and it wasn't able to survive that. Remuru chose this moment to arrive. Felix. What happened here? I sensed a massive aura and came as soon as I could. Sigh, some people were planning to release a monster to deal with me. I was able to deal with it, but one of the assailants got away. To deal with you? Sigh, well, we can talk about it later. I'm glad you're okay, Felix. Yeah, thanks, bud. Flashback end. Now that I look back at it, all I can see is a bunch of mistakes. Sure, I wanted Footman's body, but I should have used Hollow Purple the moment things started to get out of hand. I have other options when it comes to bodies after all. The main reason was that I was arrogant, I was confident in my strength, I didn't think I would lose that battle, and while I didn't lose, I didn't exactly win either. This is a world where people might have some absurd skills. I should have known better than to look down on those two just because they were weaker than me. I am strong, I know that, and a certain amount of arrogance will obviously come with that realization. I just need to make sure that I don't act like an idiot because of it. Hell, even Malim suffers from this. She refuses to take anyone that she doesn't acknowledge seriously, however she is strong enough that she can afford to do that. I'm not. There are beings out there that are stronger than me, I know that. I can't be treating this life as easy mode just because I am stronger than most. Thankfully there weren't any consequences due to my mistake. Another thing that Odin brought up once I returned to Tempest was that I had consumed 2 souls instead of the single one I was expecting from Footman. Odin theorized that Footman was being possessed by someone else. I wasn't able to find out much information as Predator does not allow me to view the soul's memories unless the soul itself is willing. At least this helped point out that there likely is another hidden mastermind. What a pain. However, I did still gain a lot from that battle. To start off, my Magicule capacity increased a fair amount after I finished consuming Footman's soul. Along with that I gained his unique skill, Amplifier. It allows me to amplify the momentum of anything, whether it's energy or physical matter. If I combine this with Hollow Purple, it will become much harder to dodge. I can also use it to amplify the power of my punches. Overall, this skill has added a lot to my total combat ability. I was also able to possess his body, and Omen is the body of a Deathman. Impressive. The body on its own would make an average Greater Demon into a Demon Lord Seed level being. With me, someone who has already surpassed that level possessing it, well, let's just say I am much, much stronger now. Odin was even able to analyze the body in detail and reverse engineer the ritual used to create Deathman, not something that will likely see use, but still, the fact that Odin can do that is amazing. Man, is she great. Correct, my analytical ability is far superior to that of anything else. Ah. Was that smugness I heard? It's just your imagination. Sure it is, whatever you say. Deathmen themselves can be used as incarnations for spiritual beings like me, or they can be used as puppets. When used as puppets, the strongest ego used in its creation will awaken and take control of the body, likely what happened with Footman and Tyr. Now the second unique skill I gained, which came from Tyr, is Optimist. Essentially it amplifies my power by several times only when I am following orders. Another ability that likely won't see use often, but still useful. After the fight against Charybdis, Carrion himself showed up, and ended up forming a non-aggression pact with Tempest. Overall everything turned out well. He didn't leave before asking me for a fight though. I decided to humor him, and well, the fight was an absolute beatdown. He even used his unique skill, Royal Beast Form. It basically allows him to become a chimera of all sorts of beasts. I didn't copy it due to not seeing a use for it. I did have Odin analyze it enough for me to be able to recreate it if I feel like though. His subordinates were looking on in shock, though Carrion quickly got himself together and said he would train and challenge me again. Another side effect of the fight against Charybdis was that Siko and Raiden both got much more into training. I think they realized that I didn't take them with me due to them possibly holding me back. They have both been training super intensely. Siko is practicing swordsmanship daily with Hakuru, and Raiden is practicing her magic on her own along with her physical abilities. Their strength has grown quite a bit since their training started. They are almost on the level of Demon Lord Seeds now. All they need is a unique skill, and I would be confident about them each being able to one-on-one either Carrion, Fry, or Clayman. Truly, my subordinates are the best. Now I didn't let my previous incarnation vessel go to waste. The bones of the dragon that were used to craft the golem that I inhabited had mutated after being in contact with my Magicules for so long. I decided to use these bones to create a new weapon for myself. Apparently one of the Kijin is a prodigy at blacksmithing, to the point where even Kaijin was singing his praises. He made me a katana made out of the bones mixed with some orichalcum, a material that is created when you combine both magi steel and gold. It has the properties of both, so it can both conduct Magicules well and is enduring like gold. The weapon came out as a legend-grade katana. Truly amazing. Now I finally have an excellent katana. I decided to get something made for Malim as a gift as well. I asked the blacksmith to make something that, instead of boosting the user's strength, would weaken it. Something perfect for Melim, the weapon came out as unique grade gauntlets, with the sole ability of reducing the user's physical strength. Melim absolutely loved it, to the point where she was telling everyone how amazing her bestie was. I wouldn't tell her, but that did warm my heart a bit. Chapter 16, Chapter 7, Attacks and Counterattacks. Felix. It's been a little while since I dealt with Charybdis. Ever since then I've been training Seiko and Raiden in my spare time, and boy have they improved. Currently I'm sparring with both Seiko and Raiden at the same time. The two of them wanted to see how large the difference between us was. I saw no reason to refuse, knowing them this will only motivate them further. I duck under Seiko's blade and dodge a lightning bolt from Raiden. I had Infinity ignore the two of them for this fight. They won't learn a thing if they can't even get close to me. I'm also not using many skills. This is a fight for them to learn, not for me to dominate. This routine continues for a while. They try to hit me, and I avoid them. Raiden has tried out a few abilities I taught her, like lightning armor, along with creating her own abilities. For example, she was able to create a localized storm surrounding her that causes mass destruction all around. We had to move that fight far, far away. She was able to gain the extra skill, weather manipulation, through that. Even Seiko is learning all sorts of new things. She created her own variant of the hazy style that is suited towards her more berserker-like swordsmanship. I think that's shown them a little bit of how much they have to grow, not to make sure the lesson sticks. I decide to try out a new application of Limitless I've been wanting to try out. The concept is that I use blue between my fist and my target to attract the two together, then I use red behind the target to add even more momentum. I could even add an amplifier, but I don't think I need to do that for this fight. I dodge another lightning-covered fist from Raiden and take this opportunity to try out the new application of Limitless. The moment my fist hits her stomach she goes flying, omen that looks like it would do a lot of damage to most monsters. Even Raiden, who is a dragon with a naturally tough physique, is gonna take some time to walk that one off, and that's with self-regeneration. I wasn't even seriously trying to hurt her there. This ability will definitely come in handy. Now to deal with Seiko. I'll try that. I hide my left arm behind my back and discreetly charge up a magic bullet while I fight Seiko. Once the bullet is sufficiently charged I quickly teleport behind Seiko with blue and hit her point blank in the back with it. Alright, and that's that. Alright you two, you've both improved a lot. At your current level I would say you both have a decent chance against someone at the level of a Demon Lord Seed. Together I could easily see you taking out a Demon Lord Seed. Quite the impressive level of growth in such a short amount of time, you two. Truly, they have grown a lot. Truly Felix-sama, you give us too much credit. It was all thanks to your training. Sigh, Raiden is always like that. Sure, my training has helped, but don't underestimate your own hard work, you two. Seiko looked proudly at me. Momo. Thank you Felix-sama, I shall endeavor to grow stronger. Now that we are done, would you like me to prepare my specially made curry? No, I just ate a little bit before we started training. Just make sure to keep practicing though. Okay Felix-sama. I will make the best food you have ever tasted. Phew, that's another bullet dodged, for now at least. Felix-sama, something for you to take into account is that last punch made me slightly nauseous. I see, likely a side effect of suddenly being pulled in one direction then having that same movement immediately reverse, and not really something I need to worry about. It will only help me in a fight if my enemy is nauseous after all. Thanks for letting me know though. I was only doing my duty. You both should take some time to rest, especially you Raiden. It will take time even for your self-regeneration to heal you. Yes Felix-sama. Once that was over I headed towards the hot spring. Man, is that place great. I stick to my male form this time as I relax and ponder what I want to do next. I've been getting a bit bored staying here at Tempest all the time. Sure, the food is great, the people are great, especially that Gabbro guy. His attempts at winning Raiden over are hilarious, but I think it's time to leave for a bit soon. I can also use this time to do some investigation in the background. Maybe I can find a clue on who is behind all these schemes. And so I left. Underscore 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 underscore. It's been a few months since I left Tempest. I had both Raiden and Seiko stay behind. I told them they were free to go out on an adventure of their own if they wanted, but they both ended up staying there in order to train and to wait for me. I ended up going out in my female form, best to hide my identity in case the hidden mastermind does something. I first started off by visiting Carrion's kingdom. He invited me over the last time we sparred and I'm a bit curious about his country. Once I arrived there Carrion welcomed me with open arms. He apparently just ignored my female form. The country itself is basically just a city, but there is a lot of territory around where the low-class citizens reside. The country is the definition of might makes right. The weaker people aren't allowed into the capital city and have to live in villages outside of it. They pay taxes for the protection of the Beast Kingdom. Inside the city is where the so-called higher-class citizens reside. A total of 3 million people live inside the capital city and enjoy numerous benefits due to their strength. That isn't something I particularly approve of, but it seems to be the norm in this world. In a world where no beings are truly equal, there will always be inequality among them. Of course, when someone can easily wipe a city out, people will want to keep them happy. Hell, that's the reason I was welcomed here so easily. I'm strong enough to have earned their respect. Hell, one of Carrion's direct subordinates, Sophia, I think her name was, asked me for a spar almost every day. I didn't see the issue seeing as I barely had to try to defeat her. It was entertaining seeing her grow slightly stronger day after day. I look forward to seeing how strong she will become the next time we meet. The food in Carrion's country wasn't comparable to Tempest, but still for a medieval world it was quite good. There was one thing I really enjoyed. There were some special fruits located in Carrion's country that were pleasant to eat. Not even Tempest had them, so I took a bunch with me. His army is also quite impressive. There is a reason that his kingdom is feared for its army. I ended up staying in his country for a week or so before I left. I planned to head to Malim's domain, but she told me not to. Apparently she is super busy with, as she called it, Demon Lord business. Now Malim being responsible was something new to me, so I left her to it. Though I really hope she is in fact being responsible and not up to mischief. Knowing her, it could be either. I heard that Remuru left a little while ago to go fulfill a promise to a friend of his. Apparently he has to teach some kids. He did have a question for me the very day he reached the academy he was supposed to teach at. He was in the kingdom of Ingracia at the time, so normally, his thought communication wouldn't have been able to reach me. Fortunately for him though, I was quite close to him at that time. Chapter 17, Chapter 7 Part 2. I had decided to visit Remuru since Malim was too busy. I was curious what the Elemental Queen would be like. She is older than even Malim after all. She must be some super wise sage-like being. Flashback. I look at Remuru amusing little golems that she made to intimidate others due to her weakness. Though her weakness isn't her fault. Malim told me where Remru's labyrinth was located since I wanted to visit. I've heard a lot about this place. The place where heroes are born. Remuru herself though was not at all what I pictured. I was expecting a mature beauty when I heard the title Elemental Queen, but I just got an itty-bitty little fairy. She isn't even wise like I envisioned, though I should have expected this seeing as she gets along with Malim. Remuru herself though is a good person. She genuinely tries to help those that come to her labyrinth, and is a generally kind-hearted person. I can see why Malim gets along with her. Oh. A thought communication from Remuru, that's odd. Hey, what's up Remuru, need something? Felix. Thank God I was able to reach you, I have a question. What's up? He explained his situation to me. Apparently he is teaching some otherworlders, kids at that. Kids summoned from their homeworld, then abandoned by the very kingdom that summoned them. You see, most of the time when kingdoms summon otherworlders, despite the immense cost, is because they want a weapon. Otherworlders are almost always summoned with unique skills due to taking in a massive amount of energy during their summoning. Unique skills are something that is quite rare to possess in this world, I should know. I've met tons of people and none of them possessed unique skills, they are that rare. Especially when each of them is broken in their own unique way. The thing is, most otherworlders are summoned strong, stronger than most in this world, so obviously they wouldn't listen to the orders of the people who ripped them from their homes. That's why when summoned, otherworlders are branded with a slave seal of sorts, something that doesn't allow them to go against orders. However, sometimes children are summoned. These children are summoned without unique skills due to not being strong enough to handle their own unique skill. They are just children after all. In these cases, without a unique skill, then they are left with a massive amount of magical energy, something their bodies are incapable of containing. It's due to this that eventually their body gives out on them, causing them to die within 5 years of summoning. The kids that Remuru is teaching are in this situation. So do you have any ideas on how I can save them? I might. Give me a minute, I have someone who might know a solution nearby. Okay. Hey, Remuru, I have a question for you. Okay. But I'll only answer if you give me more honey. Alright, fine, I was planning on giving it to you anyway, you brat. So what's your question? I have a friend that is looking for a way to save otherworlders summoned without unique skills. Do you know any way to save them? Ahahaha. You have asked just the right person, Felix. I'll only tell you because you are Malim's bestie, but when someone gets the blessing of one of my spirits, the spirit will make use of the magicals in their bodies. I see, so Remuru just needs to bring them here to get a blessing then. Yup. Alright, thanks Remuru. Alright, I have a solution. You can bring them to the dwelling of the spirits. Remuru had said that spirits can make use of the magicals in one's body, allowing someone summoned without a unique skill to be able to survive. I gave Remuru the location as well. Really? Yes, that makes sense. Shizu said that Leon Cromwell had her make a contract with Ifrit when she was summoned. Thanks, Felix. Ah yeah, no problem. Flashback end. Remuru ended up going on quite the adventure that he told me about later, saved a princess, met 2 princes, he even fought an archdemon. Men trouble just seems to be drawn to that guy. I just arrived at Ramirez' place, as I've been coming and going every little while since I've been traveling to some of the western nations discreetly to gather information. It seems I only barely missed Remuru. Her labyrinth is created with her intrinsic skill, Small World, as the name says, it basically allows her to create a mini world of her own where she has almost complete control over everything, she can even prevent people from dying. It's a skill I had wanted, but for some reason Odin is unable to copy it, so that puts a damper on my plans. Hopefully there are other skills like it out there. I ended up asking Ramirez for some stories about when the world was first created. She might not look it, but she is old, she knows a lot about the world and how it was created. I just needed to bribe her with sweets. Everything was created by the first true dragon. Once reality was created, he gave up his omnipotence and omniscience, though he was still far above everything else. He ended up creating 7 servants for himself, and then moved on to creating many universes, each with their own varying laws of nature. At the center of everything was the world I'm currently in. Ramirez called it the Central or Cardinal World. That's why you can only gain skills in the Central World. Once he created everything, he then created a being known as Twilight Valentine and asked them to create a race to populate the entire multiverse. That race ended up being humans. He ended up creating a few other races throughout his experiments though, like vampires, giants, dwarves, elves, even the ogres are descendants of a race he created, the Oni. Once the humans were created, they were spread throughout the multiverse in the hopes that each would develop their own unique cultures. At some point he ended up dividing up his divine authority into 7 powerful ultimate skills called the 7 virtues. Quite similar to Christianity from my original world. Later on he met Ramirez and assigned her a role that allowed her to speak on his behalf. Man, she really is someone important, huh? Eventually Veldanava ended up having Malim with a human. This caused him to lose most of his power along with destabilizing his body. He created a baby dragon to serve as Malim's companion, as Veldanava now had a normal human lifespan and he didn't want Malim to be lonely. According to Ramirez, when monsters or Majin have a child, they lose a significant chunk of their own power. That sucks. I can't ever have sex without risking losing my power, huh? Maybe Odin can come up with a way to prevent pregnancy. As a spiritual life form you can just make yourself infertile. Along with your host vessel, a Deathman, being a race that is incapable of reproducing. Oh, I didn't know that, that's neat. Anyways, eventually Veldanava ended up dying along with his wife, resulting in Malim becoming an orphan. Unfortunately Malim also lost her pet dragon. It was killed when an elven kingdom decided to attack her for whatever reason. Malim in her rage caused the massive amount of power she inherited from her father to come to the surface. This caused her a temporary loss of sanity. During this period she destroyed the elven kingdom and awakened as a true demon lord. Her own harvest festival brought back her pet dragon in a corrupted state. She herself ordered her to terrorize the elves of the kingdom that attacked her. The destruction ended up being so widespread that the demon lord Guy Crimson had to step in to prevent the damage from spreading throughout the entire world. Malim fought Guy for 7 days and 7 nights with no true victor. Eventually Ramirez herself had to step in and pacify Malim, though this had some side effects on Ramirez herself. Ramirez had absorbed the demonic aura of Guy and draconic aura of Malim, causing her to turn into a corrupted elemental, causing her to be in a constant state of reincarnation. Once Malim was pacified, she herself sealed her pet dragon in order to stop its rampage. Eventually those 3, Guy Crimson, Ramirez and Malim, became the first 3 demon lords. Quite the sad story. She also taught me a bit about spirits. Spirits have tiers: medium, greater, great, and supreme. Great spirits are the great holy spirits, the highest tier spirit you can generally be blessed by. Supreme spirits are the true dragons, the highest tier of existence. Chapter 18, Chapter 7 Part 3. Hey Ramirez, I'm going to head back to Tempest, feel free to visit if you want. Oh yes. Make sure to have offerings ready for me. Yes, I'll have some sweets ready. Kigali. She glared at Yuki as she said, why are you stopping me? He killed Footman. Yuki looked at her with a serene smile. You aren't thinking properly, you're angry. I understand that, even I'm angry, but we have a plan. A plan in which we can gain a true demon lord. If you just go out and kill him, we won't get anything out of it except satisfying your thirst for revenge. Footman's death would be wasted. Instead we will use him to further our goals, and only once his use has dried up will we kill him. We can make a new body for Footman with all the corpses of the humans and monsters from the invasion. Finding his soul should be easy then. She stared at Yuki as she calmed herself. He was right, like he always was. Her mind was clouded by anger. Footman was dead, and that demon was going around acting as if everything was all right. No, there would be a reckoning. Push the information of 2 Demon Lord seeds residing in Tempest, along with adding that Remuru Tempest killed Shizuozawa. Knowing Hinata, she will do something rash. She can get the church to attack Tempest in order to take out the potential threat of 2 new true Demon Lords early, and hopefully she can take out Remuru Tempest on her own. The combined forces of the church's holy barriers can weaken the demon enough for them to be able to finish him off. There has been no sighting of him leaving Tempest City, so he should still be there. That isn't enough. He might still be strong enough to survive. The demon killed Footman, and Ter said that the demon did it fairly easily. The only reason she was able to escape was that Charybdis was more important to him. She said. And that is why we will have Clayman help. He will be with his army preparing to invade Eurasania. He can attack once the demon is tired out together with his army. He can claim he was testing out some new self-proclaimed demon lords in order to justify himself. Yuki's plan could work. They had 2 demon lord seeds, with one of them being at least on her own level if Clayman's words were to be believed, and he wouldn't lie about such a thing. She couldn't imagine how strong he would be if he ever awakened. Thankfully he hasn't, and even she would have trouble against the joint forces of the church, Falmouth and Gistav. That should be enough to deal with him. Yes, she can control herself and her thirst for revenge if it is for the plan's success. After all, once both she and Clayman awaken, they will be able to take on those old monsters. Clayman. He looked at his assembled army as they were preparing for the invasion of Eurasania. Soon he will ascend into his true power. Soon he won't be the weak one of the group. He smirked as he thought of Malim's situation. There is nothing to be afraid of now with Malim under his control. Even that demon wouldn't stand a chance against a serious Malim. He looked at her standing beside him. How the mighty have fallen. Just a little while ago she had said that a mere Clayman couldn't control her. He raised his hand as he said, Kakuku, how does it feel, Malim? How does it feel to have to obey other people? As he was lowering his arm to slap her, he stopped all of a sudden. What is this feeling? For some reason he feels like if he hits her right now, something bad will happen later. Sigh. Well, anyways, Malim should be enough to finish off the slime and demon if they survive the attack on Tempest. Now that he has Malim, there is no demon lord he has to fear. He heard a knock on the door to his office. Clayman, I hope I'm not interrupting. Oh, it's just Fry. No, come in. As she entered she said, once Demon Lord Carrion has been dealt with, my debt to you will be paid off. Yes, Fry, after this your debt will be paid. I see, I'm leaving to prepare then. Soon all will be ready. Hinata Sakaguchi. She waited for the perfect opportunity to attack the slime. As she was waiting she got a message indicating that the attack on the monster nation Tempest had started. A holy field was established around the area, significantly weakening the monsters. All that was left was for Falmouth, the nation leading the attack, to deal with the monsters. She sent a quick message telling her subordinates to monitor the attack, and not to interfere until there was an opportunity to deal with the demon. They couldn't let another demon awaken into a true demon lord. After all, the only demon who has awakened is the strongest demon lord around, Guy Crimson. She did not want another Guy Crimson around to threaten the humans. She noticed the arrival of the slime. She needed to personally deal with the slime. It is the killer of Shizu after all. She needed to avenge her teacher. Raiden. She followed Vesta to his laboratory. He needed her help charging some things up with her lightning, as lightning is also a form of something called electricity. She saw no reason to refuse, as her master was living in Tempest. The better things were in Tempest, the more comfortable her master would be. She did have to deal with that annoying Dragonaut's courting attempts, but she simply ignored him. She has been training herself intensely both in the art of being a proper maid, and her own strength. She is learning holy magic and cooking from Shuna-san. She will make up for her weakness. Soon she won't hold her master back anymore. After all, her master shouldn't have to deal with those who do not understand his greatness. That is the job of a maid. According to Shuna, she was a terrible cook at first, but through sheer grit and determination she broke her limits and ascended into proper chef status. It was a grueling and difficult journey, one of the hardest things she has ever accomplished in fact. But she did it, all for her master. Maybe he will praise her for her cooking when he gets back. As she was heading back to Tempest after completing her task, she felt a barrier form around Tempest. She quickly flew as fast as she could towards Tempest, but she couldn't get through the barrier no matter how much she tried. As she continued to try and break through the barrier despite the injuries it was giving her, she hoped that Siko will be able to handle whatever is going on inside. Remuru. He looked towards Ranga. Master, why did you give her your beloved mask? He himself didn't know. I don't know, it just felt right for me to give Chloe the mask, almost like destiny. I'm sure Shizu-san would rather her have it anyway. Who knows, she might even follow Shizu's path and become a champion. Better yet, become a hero. Surely not. Ha ha ha. Alright Ranga, it's time to go home. Yes. I sent something off. Ranga, get into my shadow. Yes. Notice. What is it, great sage? You have been enclosed in a wide-range barrier. All spatial interference skills that would permit exit are sealed. Spatial motion cannot be used. Omen, he has a bad feeling about this. He saw Sui teleport next to him. Sui. What happened to you? Are you a body double? Remuru-sama, you must get away from here. What happened? Enemies, far more than we could dash. Sui. It seems something happened. Just what is going on? Even Ranga can't come out of his shadow. Notice. You have been enclosed in another wide-range barrier. The use of skills within this barrier has been sealed. He used his resistance skills, but his magic abilities were still limited. If the one who set these barriers is out there, he is going to have a tough battle ahead. Sui and the rest can't even use thought communication to get in contact with him due to the barrier. Why did this have to happen to him? Chapter 19, Chapter 7 Part 4. Noir. That mask showed up again. So it's true. That slime is. He must find a way to serve under that slime, even as the lowliest of servants. As he continued to observe the slime, he encountered more astounding things. To think the slime would consume the orc disaster and gain a demon lord seed. And just when he didn't think he could be even more surprised than he already was, he saw the slime encounter a demon of his own lineage, one stronger than him no less. Kohuhu. One that also shares similarities to Blank's lineage. Truly interesting. And he isn't able to see through him, so it's one with an ultimate skill despite only being a demon duke and a seed. What a powerful soul he must have. Is it possible he is a reincarnated human? Or is there some other mystery behind him? Ah, truly, this era is truly becoming interesting. He watched as one of his own descendants got close to the slime before even he could. How embarrassing. Sigh, all he can do is wait for his chance. He has a feeling he will be summoned soon. Remuru. What is all this? What happened here? Are they all dead? The humans were merciless. Humans? We did just as you ordered, Remuru-sama. We welcomed the humans. Is all this my fault? There are 3 rules. First, no attacking humans. Second, no fighting amongst yourselves. Third, no belittling other races. Did this happen because they followed my orders? Felix. As I was approaching Jura, I could sense a barrier around Tempest. What? Why would there be a barrier around Tempest? As I approached the barrier, I had Odin analyze it. There was an anti-magic area originating from inside the barrier and a holy field coming from outside. A double-layered barrier that will weaken magicule-based lifeforms to an incredible degree. Who could have done this? The church? They are against monsters after all. I quickly applied a multi-layer barrier on myself and flew through the barrier and into Tempest at my highest speed yet. Once I approached, all I could do was freeze. The entire city of Tempest was turned upside down, buildings torn down, people screaming, bodies laying on the ground. Injured people being carried around. I slowly descended down. Once I got low enough, someone noticed me and came running towards me. Felix-sama. You're here. Remuru-sama is in that direction. I think his name was Rigor. What happened here? Who did this? We were attacked, he said as he looked to the ground with tears streaming out of his eyes. The humans used a barrier that weakened monsters. We couldn't use any magic or skills. I heard enough. I passed him a bunch of full potions I had in case of an emergency. Give these to those who need it. Yes, he said as he ran off. As he ran off, my thoughts were in chaos. Why would someone attack Tempest? It was a nation of peaceful monsters. They hadn't attacked anyone. Hell, I basically lived here. Remuru's subordinates treated me almost as well as they treated him. They didn't deserve this. I flew towards the direction Rigor pointed towards. I needed to see Remuru. Once I arrived, I saw Remuru kneeling on the ground, and I didn't need to ask why. There were hundreds of bodies covered in white sheets around us. Was this why strength was needed? So people wouldn't dare to attack us. I didn't move, I just stared ahead. I saw Benimaru up ahead along with some other Kijin. I forced myself to walk towards Remuru, bringing everyone's attention towards me. Once I was behind him, I realized why my friend was like this. In front of me laid Shuna, covered by a white sheet. I put my hand on his shoulder, but he didn't move. I stepped back. That's when I noticed something out of the corner of my vision, a body with a familiar set of purple hair. No. I teleported next to the body and steeled my resolve as I lifted the white sheet. The moment I did, my rage increased astronomically. My magicules were going out of control. Felix-sama. I heard Benimaru say. Even Remuru was looking my way. I quickly got my magicules under control. Sorry. Siko-shi. They would pay, there is no doubt about that. I was escorted to the meeting room so that we could think of a plan, though I ignored what everyone said as I thought of a way to fix all of this. Raiden appeared during this time. Apparently she was locked outside of the barrier for some time, and then she was helping the survivors. At least she is okay. I didn't even get to try Siko's cooking. I know that there is a way to bring the dead back. Melim herself has done it, though not completely. Odin, do you know a way? It has been detected that the souls of the dead are being kept in the area due to the multi-layer barrier. It is suggested that if the host wishes to bring back the dead, that he keeps the barrier up. I see, so there is a chance then, their souls are still here after all. I don't know any magic to bring back the dead though. Melim brought back her dragon after her harvest festival. If I went through a harvest festival, would Siko be brought back? I put up another barrier of my own to make sure the souls stay in the barrier. Remuru asks what I'm doing, but I just tell him that I'll tell him later. He agrees and we continue on. It seems that there is a bug in the person who helped cause all of this. Something that needs to be dealt with. I sent a thought communication to Remuru telling him about it, and we came up with a plan to deal with it. Once we were in the meeting room, we faked the woman's death, making it seem like she died to whoever was on the other end of the bug. The guy, Yum, seemed happy once he realized that she was being forced into it. Fucking Clayman is behind all of this. The one known as Clayman's heart stopped a beat when Melim brought up you having a Kijin servant. It is likely he was also the true mastermind behind the orc invasion. A bug like the one found in this Majin would explain why the loose-lipped Gelmud never revealed his involvement no matter the pressure applied. The Majin looked at me in surprise. How did you know? Doesn't matter, we can discuss it once we arrive at the meeting room. We finally got into discussing everything. Someone mentioned that the Falmouth nation will return in 1 week to wipe us out if we don't surrender. What a joke. The merchant is saying that Falmouth might have attacked due to all the new trade routes Tempest is creating, which will result in a loss of profit for Falmouth. They did all this for greed. Why don't you tell me in detail what led you into this mess with us? Remuru said to the Majin. I'll leave it to the Majin to explain. I am Jurin, I serve the Demon Lord Clayman. What? Clayman? Could I have prevented this if I just killed him back then? He told me to investigate Tempest as a spy. According to his orders, I placed an anti-magic area around Tempest. Clayman took my heart from me using his secret art, Marionette Heart. Ever since then I've had to obey him or die. I see, and what made Clayman want to mess with us? Asked Remuru. I have a feeling I know the answer to that. He had mentioned that he wanted to awaken. I don't know what that means, but he also said he wanted revenge against a demon. They all turned to look at me. Was this my fault? Revenge. What could Felix have done to make Clayman so angry? I decide to inform them of my suspicions. A while ago I killed a deathman that might have been working for Clayman and been a friend of his. You mean back when you fight Charybdis? Asks Remuru. Yes, I told you before that I killed someone while the other ran away. I see, then this isn't your fault. You were just protecting Tempest. I hear agreements throughout the room, but I ignore them. This was my fault. I could have stopped this at the root if I had just listened to my instinct and killed Clayman right then and there. I could have just said I wanted his Demon Lord seat, and according to Melim, no one would bat an eye, as that would just mean that Clayman was too weak. I hear Mjurin continue as she says, Clayman also has Demon Lord Melim under control and plans to attack Demon Lord Carrion. Melim. Under control? What a joke. What kind of games is she playing? Once the meeting was over with Remuru and I took a walk around, I told Remuru about what I had learned, that the barrier was keeping all the souls around. This seemed to put a little life back in him. There was hope to bring everyone back after all. Chapter 20, Chapter 7 Part 5. Felix. Remuru-sama. We both stopped as 3 humans approached. They are elves. Ah, I see. It seems they are friendly, seeing as how Remuru isn't preparing for an attack. Once they approached the female and the lead said, the odds are pretty low, in fact they might basically be 0, but there is a fairy tale about bringing back the dead. Is she talking about Melim's story? I see, tell me more, Aaron. It seems we might just have a plan in the making. The girl started telling Melim's story. Remuru, we won't have the issue of them coming back with no will, their souls are still here after all. The chance is low, but as long as the chance is there. Both Remuru and I have seeds, that should increase the odds a bit. We just need enough souls to begin the harvest festival. I watch as Remuru comes to the realization of what he will have to do. He is a pacifist at heart, but also understands reality. This is something that he doesn't want to do, I'm sure of it, but sometimes, the choice is taken out of our hands. He gets a report saying that more soldiers from Falmouth are arriving. We quickly gather everyone in the meeting room and come up with a plan to awaken as true demon lords. What I'm saying is, I'm going to wipe out the entire force that's headed here from Falmouth, including their king and top officers. That should be enough for me to awaken as a demon lord. Felix will go after Clayman's forces that are preparing to invade Eurasania. Felix said that he can deal with Clayman's army and Melim, so don't worry about that. Yes, Clayman is weak after all, and Melim should be easy to deal with as long as she isn't actually being controlled, which is the likely scenario. I don't see there being very many if any ways to control Melim, let alone for someone like Clayman to have such a method. Especially seeing as Malim is an ultimate skill wielder, making her immune to most mind control effects. Raiden will stay behind at Tempest in case something happens. She should be able to stall enough for me to get back here. I still felt like this whole thing was my fault. Now hopefully, I can fix things. This was a reality check, for both me and Remuru. Alright. It's time. Let's go. Well, it's time to become a demon lord. Remuru. He looked down at the camp of humans. They're the ones who killed everyone. They just rest peacefully as his people mourn and cry. Benimaru and the others can take care of the holy field. Now he just needs to do his piece. You're all going to be food for me. Anti-magic area established. The enemy army is now unable to use magic. No survivors. Now die. Megiddo. 1788 have died. 1903 have died. 2435 have died. 5362 have died. He flew down towards the king's tent. You must be the monster ruler of Tempest. You look Japanese. Are you an otherworlder? On the outside, but not on the inside. Well, either way you're an enemy. He kills him with a Megiddo. He looked to the side and saw some guards begging for their lives. Did they spare his people when they didn't want to die? He didn't think so. He quickly killed them. Confirmed. Unique skill, merciless acquisition successful. A new skill. I see. He ignored the king and priest's begging. His words were getting annoying, so he cut his arm off. He will use his new unique skill to claim all the souls he needs. Use unique skill, merciless. Yes, do it. Felix. I flew towards where I could sense Clayman and his army, the borders of Eurasania. I suppress my presence to the absolute peak of my current ability. As I was flying there, I contemplated how I should do this. Should I make it personal, or just wipe them all out at once? No, it was best to do this quickly. One hollow purple should be enough to wipe out Clayman and his camp, and if there are barriers up, hollow purple will just shred through them. I guess it's time to finally act like a real demon, to kill everything indiscriminately. Odin, how many monsters are in the camp? There are 33,402 demi-humans and Magian. I see. It has been detected that there is one being under the same spell as individual known as Mjurin. So one is being controlled, huh? Might as well save whoever it is being controlled, though I am somewhat surprised that only one is being controlled. The rest willingly joined Clayman then, huh? They can die along with him then. I use my mastery over spatial manipulation to teleport the one being controlled to me, which seems to be a fox of some sort. I quickly knock the fox unconscious and store it in my stomach. A three-tailed fox, huh? The mind control should fade once Clayman is dead, and if it doesn't, I'm sure Odin can come up with a solution. I feel Malim, Fry, and Carrion off in the distance. It seems like Malim is busy toying with Carrion. I send Malim a thought communication. Malim, whatever games you are playing, stay out of this. Felix. I cut off the thought communication as I get ready to prepare a hollow purple. I suggest you end the hollow purple once the barrier is down and finish the army off with an overcharged blue. You could then use the mass from the corpses to create a far superior body for a future subordinate with birthday. That's a good idea. Maybe I can summon a demon and have it inhabit the Deathman body. I will need a good political savvy one, so someone from the white lineage maybe. I prepare a very precise amount of magicules, so that the hollow purple will end once the barrier is broken. Thank you, Odin. It's easy to measure exactly how much is needed. With your assistance. Take the amplified and the reversal and smash together those two different infinities to create imaginary mass, imaginary technique, hollow purple. I watch as the hollow purple breaks through the barrier surrounding the camp and immediately cancel it. I then follow up with a massive blue. Just to make sure, how many people are left, Odin? 0 individuals left alive. You have acquired enough souls to begin the Harvest Festival. Verified all conditions have been met, the Harvest Festival will begin momentarily. Ah. I feel sleepy all of a sudden. I lose control of my magicules as I become more and more tired. That's not good. I need someone to protect me and take me back to Tempest. I might as well summon that demon now. First, birthday. The clump of mass rearranges itself into a blank-looking body. I can feel if I choose to let it, a remnant would take over this Deathman. They would be at least as strong as that Footman guy, likely even stronger than him. Activate summoning magic, demon summoning. My offering is this Deathman host body, that will mold to fit the user perfectly. Come demon, serve me. I watch as a demon appears from the portal. One with white hair, and red eyes. She was quite powerful too, stronger than an archdemon, but not quite at the level of a demon duke. My, such a bountiful offering, what do you desire, my summoner? Era, how rare, the ascension of a true demon lord. Become my subordinate and take me north to Tempest, protect me until my harvest festival finishes. Era, I wouldn't normally agree to such a request, but seeing the aura radiating off your form is truly something. To think that my summoner would be a demon stronger than I, one not even a primordial at that. The fact that I will also finally have something with which to tease that normally unflappable noir makes it even better. I agree, I will serve you to the best of my abilities, my lord. She says with a bow. I have a feeling that I know just what I summoned, are the last thoughts I have before finally losing consciousness. Blanc. She quickly catches her lord as he falls unconscious. It wouldn't do for her master to fall to the ground in front of her after all. She observed the surrounding area. It's as if he created a black hole, yet there are no leftover emanations of strong gravity waves. How curious. Truly, to think that even she would still be capable of being surprised. To find a demon of Noir's lineage stronger than him. How amusing. Truly, she will enjoy teasing him about that. And the host body she was offered is truly something special. It's more powerful than Blanche's but just as compatible. She will be able to flaunt her victory over John and Violet for millennia to come. She looks forward to what this new lord of hers has in store for her. Now it wouldn't do to fail the first orders she received, now would it? She used her universal sense to pinpoint Tempest's exact location and flew there with her master in her arms. As she was flying there she was interrupted by a pink-haired girl. Hey! What are you doing with Felix? Felix. Is that her master's name? Truly quite the exquisite name, as expected of her master. I have been ordered by my master to take him to Tempest. Ah. So you are a new servant of his then? I see, let's go, I'll show you the way then. She knew the way already, but it doesn't hurt to have a guide. It is unlikely she would stand a chance against this demon lord anyway. As she was arriving she noticed a slime arriving. Oh. The slime is also undergoing a harvest festival. Forget rare, this is outright unheard of for two people, likely friends, to both be undergoing the harvest festival simultaneously. She was summoned during some truly interesting times it seems. Hopefully they didn't cause enough chaos to have Rouge step in. That would be bothersome. Chapter 21, Chapter 8, Awakening. Melim. As she was fighting Carrion she tried to send a thought communication to her bestie but he was ignoring her. Something must have happened, he sounded upset when he told her to stop playing around. Maybe he wanted to join. Ah, she stopped paying attention to the fight and now her arm stings a bit from Carrion's attack. That is quite impressive, her arm hasn't stung in a long time after all. All of a sudden both she and Carrion stopped fighting and look in a specific direction, even Fry stopped hiding. A massive amount of Magicules was gathering. Is that Felix? Wait, isn't Clayman and his army there? Oopsie. Ah, well looks like Clayman is gone now. Oh well, she wanted to have more fun with Clayman, but at least now her bestie can become a demon lord. Both she and Carrion came to a mutual understanding as they stopped fighting to investigate what was going on. Sigh, she wanted to use her Drago Nova though. As she was flying towards the site of destruction with Carrion and Fry, she felt another aura appear next to Felix. Did he summon a demon? The mysterious aura and Felix soon started flying towards Tempest. She told Carrion and Fry that she will meet them later and picked up her speed to catch up. Once she caught up she saw a white-haired demon carrying Felix towards Tempest. She decided to show herself. Hey! What are you doing with Felix? It doesn't hurt to make sure after all. She also used her Melim eye on Felix, and her suspicions were confirmed. He is undergoing the harvest festival. She wondered how much stronger he will get, maybe they can fight even more seriously. The white-haired demon soon came to a stop. She used her Melim eye on her. The demon is quite strong. I have been ordered by my master to take him to Tempest. Ah. So you're a new servant of his then? I see, let's go, I'll show you the way there. Felix got quite the strong servant in this demon, she doesn't even have a name yet. Felix. I briefly regained my consciousness as I was carried off towards Tempest. I was slowly falling back asleep, but just before I did a thought came to me. What do I wish for? Why am I pursuing strength? I knew what I wanted, I still haven't forgotten what goal I set for myself, back when I was only a lesser demon. I may have been sidetracked, but I've always remembered. I want to see other worlds, I want to explore all of Veldanava's creation, to truly experience what he gave up everything for. I want to see it all. The voice of the world has accepted this wish. Unique skill, Planeswalker acquisition successful. The voice continued as I fell asleep. Blanc. Yet we have arrived, put my bestie down on the pillar next to Remuru. This small demon lord really is an excitable one. I carefully place my new master down where directed, whilst observing the surroundings. All the monsters here are named, that is both absolutely incredible and at the same time utterly stupid. Does the slime truly not care for the risk that comes with naming? Though it appears that the dragon was named by my master. Odin. Notice. The harvest festival has begun, the individual's physical constitution will be rebuilt and he will evolve into a higher state. Confirmed, evolving from Demon Duke to Devil Lord. All physical abilities have significantly improved. Host is able to freely change between spiritual and material form. Next, all skills and resistances acquired by the old form will be reacquired. Successful. Extra skill, Ultra Speed Regeneration has evolved into Extra Skill, Infinite Regeneration. Extra skill, Demon Lord's Hockey acquisition successful. Extra skill, Multilayer Barrier has evolved into Extra skill, Multidimensional Barrier. Evolution of intrinsic skill, Limitless desired. Sacrificing extra skill, Spatial Motion, extra skill, Spatial Storage, and extra skill, Gravity Manipulation. The intrinsic skill, Limitless has evolved into the unique skill, Infinity. Attempting to evolve unique skill, Infinity. Sacrificing unique skill, Spatial Severing. Successful, the unique skill, Infinity has evolved into the ultimate skill, Uriel, Lord of Vows. The host possesses excess energy. Detected host's desire for further evolution. Using excess energy to attempt to forcefully evolve ultimate skill, Uriel, Lord of Vows. Sacrificing unique skill, Isolate. Evolution unsuccessful. Sacrificing unique skill, Planeswalker. Evolution successful. The ultimate skill, Uriel, Lord of Vows has evolved into the ultimate skill, Ouroboros, Lord of Infinity. Extra skill, Lightning Manipulation, extra skill, Wind Manipulation, and extra skill, Weather Manipulation have been combined into Law Manipulation. Multidimensional Barrier, Law Manipulation, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Sense, and Demon Lord's Hockey have been absorbed into Ouroboros, Lord of Infinity. The body and soul of the host is strong enough to bear more ultimate skills. Restraint on ultimate skill, Satinel, Lord of Wrath removed. Ultimate skill, Satinel, Lord of Wrath can now be used at 100% of its full power. Demonic core has been strengthened. Awakening completed. Evolution to Devil Lord completed. Blanc. Notice, the individual Felix's Harvest Festival is complete. Next step, a gift will be bestowed on those connected to him. Era. For my lord to be so blessed with a good subordinate. Despite how much the gifting is likely forcing her into slumber, she hasn't even wavered, let alone fallen to her knees or losing consciousness outright. She makes the slime's subordinate seem subpar. I will have to put forth full effort to not be outshone in the future. At the very least the Red Kijin has enough loyalty to try to remain awake. Oh. Is the slime already awake so quickly despite having just awakened? Era. It appears my master is following suit. Notice. You can rest easy. No, it appears their skills are puppeting their bodies. How fascinating. Oh, that finally did it, the Red One and the Dragon succumbed to slumber, but only after being granted permission. Such wonderful servants. Oh. Once again the slime is surprising me. Attempting to resurrect the dead just after becoming a demon lord, and with these barriers in place the souls haven't escaped, and my master's skill is prepping his own magicules to make up the difference. Truly my master and his friend are sure to bring even more interesting times. I'm surprised to see you here, Noir. I turn my head to see a special new guest appear with some of his subordinates and what appears to be a captive of some sort, maybe one of the ones responsible for this incident. Odin. Ultimate skill, Raphael, Lord of Wisdom analyzed. Ultimate skill, Raphael, Lord of Wisdom acquired. Ultimate skill, Raphael, Lord of Wisdom has been absorbed into ultimate skill, Odin, Lord of Curse Knowledge. Ultimate skill, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony analyzed. Ultimate skill, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony acquired. Unique skill, Predator has been absorbed into ultimate skill, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony. Chapter 22, Chapter 8 Part 2. Melim. She sat down next to Felix after everything was done, everyone was brought back to life and now everyone was just waiting for Felix and Remuru to wake up. Felix's two subordinates, Raiden and Siko, got stronger from the gifting. She could easily see them tearing apart the likes of Fry, Carrion, and Clayman, even without teaming up. She looked deeper into them with her Melim eye and noticed they both have unique skills now too, and not just that. They both have Demon Lord seeds. And then there is that demon that Felix summoned, she doesn't even have a name yet and she should still be capable of defeating Raiden or Siko in a one-on-one. Were demons always so strong? There is Felix, that black-haired demon that Remuru summoned, the white-haired demon that Felix summoned. Each of them are super strong demons. Even Guy has those two demons as minions. That's it, she will be getting a demon subordinate as well. She looked around and saw that most of the monsters were still asleep. She hadn't known that Tempest was being attacked, she would have helped if she did. If she knew, she would have just killed Clayman and came to help. After all, no one would complain if Clayman was gone. Everyone knew he was doing shady stuff. She was sent by Clayman to go kill Carrion along with Fry. They were planning on keeping Carrion alive in secret and exposing Clayman during the Vulporgus. She would put in her vote to make Felix a demon lord at that time too, maybe even Remuru since he is strong enough. Hopefully Felix isn't too upset about her helping Clayman, she didn't know he was the one pushing things along with the invasion. Then there was the fact that Clayman was working for someone, she wanted to find out who. Noir. Kohuhu. Truly extraordinary. For two demon lords to awaken at the same time, one of his own lineage at that. His descendant even summoned Blanc, to think that even she would pledge her allegiance to his descendant. He could tell her incarnation vessel was impressive as well, a deathman, the same as his own vessel. Though it appears to be of even greater quality than his own. He didn't think there were many who knew of the magic to create deathmen, among the demons it was just him, Guy, and it seems his descendant. Guy Crimson. He focused his senses towards Jura Forest. Two new true demon lords have awakened. He would have thought it would be Carrion, Fry or Clayman, but no, it was two completely new demon lords. Truly interesting. One of them seems to be that guy that Malim was babbling about, Felix. A demon just like him, maybe even a devil lord, he will have to wait until the Vulporgus to get a clear reading on him. This Vulporgus is shaping up to be truly interesting. Maybe one of the new demon lords will have an ultimate skill, it has been a long time since a new ultimate skill wielder has popped up. Hopefully Luminous can awaken hers soon, Lust could be quite the interesting addition to his skill set. He should get Leon to attend the Vulporgus, he has a feeling things are going to change soon. Felix. I opened my eyes and saw Siko's face. Well, at least what little of it was visible behind her massive rack, did they get bigger? It seems like I'm laying on her lap then. It's good to know that we were able to bring everyone back. Ah. Felix-sama, you've awakened. Good morning. Ah, good morning Siko, I'm glad you made it back, how do you feel? I feel great. I also got a lot stronger from your gift. I see, don't do that again. Yes, it won't happen ever again. All of a sudden I see Raiden appear in front of me kneeling and forming a miniature crater. Ah well, Tempest is already damaged quite a little bit more won't do anything. Felix-sama. I'm glad that you have awakened. Hello to you too Raiden, how have you been? I am feeling excellent, Felix-sama. I have been training my new abilities. Now I won't hold you back anymore. Ah, well I got even stronger so I have a feeling that she still has a long way to go. Though now that I am paying more attention, both Raiden and Siko have more Magicules than even Clayman did. I use my Malim eye on them to get a more detailed reading and boy was I surprised. They both have unique skills, and Demon Lord seeds. Man, I got some overpowered subordinates. Notice. Individuals known as Siko and Raiden are incapable of awakening into true Demon Lords due to having a master-servant relationship with you. All the souls they harvest will automatically be transferred to the master. Ah. So they can't awaken into true Demon Lords no matter what. That sucks. Could you try and find a way around that restriction, Odin? Affirmative. Great, thanks. Once I'm done talking with Odin I turn towards the demon I summoned. Ah, my lord, I am happy to see that your awakening went well. I look towards where I hear the voice and boy am I surprised, when the demon I summoned is beautiful, she kinda gives off that era energy. She also seems to be part of the white lineage. Ah, thank you, I also never got to thank you for answering my summoning so I appreciate that. Era, there is no need for that, the offering you gave me is more than enough thanks, along with that I have pledged my allegiance to you, it would be unsightly for you to thank a mere servant such as myself. Ah, well I don't really treat my subordinates as servants, just do what I tell you to, and I'm sure our relationship will work out great. I will keep that in mind my lord. I use Malim Eye on the demon, just what the fuck did I summon? Her Magicule capacity is absurd for a demon, let alone an unnamed demon. She has more Magicules than my archdemon self, she would likely body Footman too, and she is only an archdemon. Wait a minute. Is she? Ah, by any chance are you a primordial? Era, it seems my master is well informed, yes, I'm the primordial of White, Blanc. Ah shit. Well, at least I got a strong subordinate out of her. I see, do you want a name? A name? I would be most honored to receive a name from you, my lord. She said with a bow. What should I name her? Her red eyes remind me of someone. Ah, I know. I see, I name you Arcuade then. I think the name fits. Right after I name her she undergoes an evolution causing a cocoon of sorts to form around her. Oh shit, that was quite a bit of Magicules used up, probably about a tenth of my total capacity. Answer. The naming process used up 9.562% of your current capacity. Don't I have multiple times more Magicules than before? That is correct. I don't think I could have named her before awakening then, when these primordials are absolutely absurd. And what's this? Why are my Magicules filling up instantly? Answer. The ultimate skill, Satinal, Lord of Wrath has been unsealed and its sub-skill Magicule Breeder Reactor is granting you unlimited Magicules. lowering the chance of you permanently losing Magicules from naming so long as you don't go on reckless naming sprees like Remuru Tempest. Huh, how does that work? The subskill Magicule Breeder Reactor is fueled by the user's rage and Magicules. It takes in the Magicules from the surroundings and mixes it with your own Magicules, then they collide together creating more Magicules. So similar to nuclear fusion then. Correct. It also grants the user access to the densest energy in existence, Stardust Energy. That is absolutely broken, what the fuck Malim? I gotta figure out what exactly this Stardust Energy can do. After a few moments Arcuade's evolution finishes, once the cocoon around her disappears I'm met with a stunningly beautiful demon. From the aura she is now giving off she got much stronger, a demon duke. Just from being named she jumped up to being my strongest subordinate. Chapter 23, Chapter 8 Part 3. My greatest thanks, Master. To finally have not only a perfect body, but also a name to truly call my own after so long, what a wonderful feeling this is. Master, a word of warning, your slime friend also summoned the primordial of your own lineage, Noir, and if his previous reckless naming sprees are any indication, he is likely going to name him sometime soon. What the fuck? The primordial of my own lineage, huh? I wonder what he is like. Anyways, I likely need to warn Remuru so he doesn't do that. Naming Arcuade took a decent chunk of my own Magicules, and even if they were refilled instantly I can still feel the effects. Remuru likely only has a fraction of my own Magicule capacity, so it would be best if he holds off on naming Noir. How long has it been anyway? How long has it been since my harvest festival started? I ask. It has been 2 days since your ascension, Felix-sama. Ah, I see, thanks Siko. 2 days, huh, that's longer than I thought it would take. I wonder if my race evolved along with my awakening. Master is now a devil lord, a being with divinity. Divinity? Am I a god of some kind now then? Other than feeling overwhelmingly stronger than previously, everything seems the same. Maybe divinity has some more subtle uses. I can also feel that my skills have been completely reworked. That is going to be fun to experiment with. Thankfully I don't have to worry about not being able to control my skills thanks to Odin. I should probably go see Remuru soon. As I'm pondering on what to do I feel Malim flying this way. She must have figured out that I woke up. Crash. Ah, even more damage to Tempest. Poor orcs, they are going to have to fix all this. Ah. Bestie, you're awake. You got super strong now too, says an overexcited Malim. Yes Malim, I just woke up, and I do feel a lot stronger. We should spar later. I wonder how I would do against you now. Bomo. I wonder how strong you are now. Who knows? I haven't got the chance to look at my new skills yet. So what were you doing attacking Carrion? I was sparring. Yup, we were just sparring. I look at Malim exasperated. Do you really expect me to believe that, Malim? It's still amusing when she tries and fails to whistle when dodging a question. Well. I'm waiting. And so Malim eventually gave in and explained everything that happened. Apparently Clayman was playing games on the side and she wanted to know what, so she pretended to be controlled by him and went to beat up Carrion on his orders. She said she hadn't known about the attack on Tempest or she would have come to help beat up the baddies as she said it. I was relieved to find out that she wasn't involved in the plot. If she was I'd have to ground her. Another thing she told me about was that the Vulporgus that Clayman called before his demise is still going to happen even though he is dead, and since I was the one who killed him I will most likely get to take his place as a demon lord. Yay me. I wasn't exactly sure how to feel about that. I didn't expect it to be so easy to become a demon lord. Apparently something similar happened in the past. Leon Cromwell killed the Curse Lord Kazarem and ascended to the status of Demon Lord, so all that was left for me to do was to show up the Vulporgus to officially become a Demon Lord. I asked Malim if any of the other Demon Lords would care, and she said that Clayman didn't really have any true allies on the council. He was weak so he was killed, that's it. Quite brutal, but it makes sense for Demon Lords. When I asked what would happen with Clayman's territory now that he is dead, another issue popped up. Since I was the one that killed Clayman, I get his territory. I did admire his castle and the land in general, but still, I have no clue on how to manage a country. I also felt slightly responsible for the people. Without someone to defend the country it will likely be attacked by some human nations or even the Eastern Empire. The citizens don't deserve to suffer for Clayman's idiocy. Thankfully Arcuade was still here at the time, so she overheard the conversation and stated that she was an expert at politics. So I did what any man in my situation would do. I handed over all of the future work to her. Surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, she was happy about it. She stated that she would be honored to be of use. I really lucked out with her, huh? I probably will need some more subordinates though. I did kill Clayman's main army after all. I will have to rebuild an army in order to defend my country. Oh well, that's my future self's problem. I don't even officially have the country yet. No point in worrying about it now. It turns out that Remuru is still unconscious, so I spent the remaining hours of the day talking with Malim, Arcuade, Siko, and Raiden. It turns out that Seiko and Raiden have both evolved. Seiko became what is known as a Wicked Oni, whereas Benimaru and the rest became Mystic Oni. According to Odin, Wicked Oni's essence leans more towards the demonic side, likely a side effect of being named by me. Wicked Oni have a few useful intrinsic skills like Ultra Speed Regeneration, Perfect Memory, and Ogre Berserker, basically the ability to increase their physical strength multiple times. The cost is that it leaves the body worn out. Raiden became a full-on Dragon Lord, though a mutated one as she was influenced by my own affinity for lightning. I ended up asking about their unique skills. Starting with Seiko, she got the unique skill, Cook. An absolute cheat of a skill. Its main ability directly alters the laws of the world, basically making it so what she wants to happen will happen. For example, if she tries to cut you with her sword but misses, she can make it so she doesn't miss, causing a cut to appear on your body. There really isn't any way to defend against it either, you just have to tank the shot and recover quickly. The only requirement is that the cause and effect have to be somewhat similar. At the ultimate level, she could likely make it so that when she casually throws a ball of paper at you and desires for that ball of paper to make a hole in your body, then that ball of paper would make a hole in your body. The only way to resist it is with a skill like Law Manipulation or an ultimate skill, both of which I have. The second ability is called Optimal Action. It basically tells her how to get her desired result. Hopefully this ability will help with her cooking. Jokes aside, as long as she has done something before, this skill makes it so she can do it again. For example, if she has beaten someone in a fight before, this skill will make it so she will always continue to beat them no matter how difficult. An absolutely absurd skill. Well, as long as I am benefiting from it. Odin was able to analyze it through my connection to Seiko, so I have all the data necessary to create a skill like it, though I refrained as it isn't a skill I need at the moment. Best to get used to my new skills first before adding in anything new. Now on to Raiden. She got the unique skill, Thunder, an odd skill name seeing as thunder is the sound after lightning strikes, but oh well. Basically it allows her even more precise control over lightning, along with a few sub-skills like Thought Acceleration, and a high level of control over the weather. It even allows her to turn into lightning, enhancing all aspects of her power. It might not have an ability that allows you to override the very laws of the world, but it still has a lot of directions it can expand into. If she masters the skill properly, I can see her being able to beat Seiko in a fight. When I asked Arcuade what sort of ability she has, I was surprised. I knew she didn't have a unique skill, but she was still quite strong. In pure Magicule capacity she had much more than Seiko and Raiden. Her Magicule capacity is greater than even my Demon Duke self, though I guess that's to be expected of a primordial. She also has quite a few different extra skills like Universal Sense, Thought Acceleration, Ranged Barrier, Multi-Layer Barrier, Ultra Speed Regeneration, etc. In a fight between Arcuade and Seiko, I would bet that Arcuade would win most of the time. She might not have some broken unique skill, but her sheer experience as a primordial alone makes up for it. She has likely forgotten more magic than I have ever heard of. Along with that, she has her own unique brand of magic she has created, the Freezing White Flame. It basically creates pure white flames that she can easily wield in any way she desires. It is even capable of burning someone's soul. The flame itself is somewhat paradoxical, even though it looks like a flame, it freezes the target. The only way I can think of to describe it is fire so cold it burns, if that makes sense. I would say this magic is on par with a unique skill on its own. That fact reminded me that even some magic is capable of having the potential to threaten me, though that only got me more excited about learning more magic. Once I started showing my interest in magic to Arcuade, she offered to teach me some of the more obscure magic she has learned over the eons. I obviously agreed. Along with their unique skills, Raiden and Seiko also got a few new useful extra skills like Spatial Motion, Hockey, and in the case of Raiden she got her own unique brand of Dragon's Hockey. Meline got jealous about me having capable subordinates, so she decided that she wanted her own. I told her she had the Dragon Faithful, but she brushes me off, brat. She said that she was going to summon a demon. Since she knew a bunch of super strong demons, then they must all be kinda strong according to her logic. I decided to correct her. After all, barely any demons would likely satisfy her strength requirement. She got a bit upset after hearing that the chances of her getting a good subordinate were low. Hearing this, I decided to do something about it. Meline was a demon lord after all, she should have some strong subordinates. I asked Arcuade if she had any recommendations. She likely had quite a few subordinates as a primordial after all. She said that she had a few capable subordinates and recommended one. Meline decided that she wanted one of her younger subordinates who had a lot of potential. Apparently she had 2 lieutenants. I decided to give Meline one of them. I did need subordinates for myself after all, it wouldn't do to give all of my potential subordinates away. The one Meline decided on is apparently quite young for the amount of power he has according to Arcuade. Apparently he is already an archdemon even though he is only 300 years old. I don't know where that puts me, seeing as I became a demon duke in far less time. Chapter 24, Chapter 8 Part 4. It soon got dark, so we decided to head to my home in Tempest. It wasn't destroyed in any way as the barriers I placed around it when I left protected it. I gave Arcuate a room to stay in. Remuru had it made quite large, so I have plenty of extra space. Melim decided to stay at my place and I didn't see any reason to refuse. I decided to go to bed early. I didn't really need sleep to function, but it helped me process things, and allowed me to get some mental rest. I ended up waking up around noon the next day. It looks like Remuru finally woke up. It seems like he is going around making sure everything is running well. Oh. It seems that Carrion is here for some reason. Odd. Hopefully he isn't here to get revenge on Melim for beating him up, or I'll have to go and beat Carrion up some more. I quickly freshen up then head out of my room towards the living room. It seems like Siko, Raiden, and Arcuate decided to wait for me to wake up before going out. Raiden was making us breakfast. She said that she has been intensely training in the art of being a maid since I left. She even had to fight Siko over the privilege of making me food. They ended up making some sort of deal for Raiden to be my primary cook, and Siko would occasionally make me food if I wished for it. Though this didn't seem to affect Siko's drive to make me a dish I would love, I really hope she improved her cooking. I do not want to eat that eldritch abomination she comes up with. Though normally Siko would never budge on something like that, I do wonder what Raiden offered. From the smell it seems Raiden's cooking has improved. It seems those lessons from Shuna have paid off. Felix-sama, I hope you rested well. Yup, I really needed that rest. I know that I was asleep for 2 days, but it sure didn't feel like it. I turned towards my newest subordinate, Arcuate. I hope you liked the room you got, though it's likely worse than whatever you had in the demon realm, seeing as you were basically a queen there. Era, I thank you for your concern, master, but the accommodations were perfect. I was also able to acclimate to my new powers overnight. That quick. I haven't even started getting used to my new abilities and she did it in just one night. Man, these primordials sure are something special. I see. Well, if you guys are all ready, let's head out. I'm curious as to what Carrion is doing here. Also, where is Melim? I don't sense her in Tempest. Ah. I forgot. She asked me to inform you that she will be going out to meet Demon Lord Fry. She said she would be back later. I looked towards Siko in exacerbation. You forgot. Come on, Siko, sigh. I guess that clumsiness will always be there. Siko, you know you really are an excellent secretary, absolutely perfect. As long as you don't do anything. 'Cause it's only your looks. Siko gasped and turned to look at me in shock. Oh, was that a bit mean? Felix-sama, how could you shower me with such praise? I'm honored. Gah, of course that wouldn't hurt her feelings, damn Siko. Anyways, that makes sense. Melim said that Fry was involved in her plan of exposing Clayman. She likely went to discuss everything that happened. I see. Well, let's go then. I can show you around as well, Arcuate, unless you have already taken a look around. I have, master. I wanted to be aware of the surrounding area in case of an emergency. Already preparing for an emergency? I see, that's fine then. I quickly sense where Remuru is and head over to him. He is in his office and it looks like Carrion is also with him along with his beast Keeters. Once I arrive I knock on the door, and enter with my subordinates following along with me. Hey Remuru, Carrion. Felix. I'm glad to see that your awakening went well. I heard you woke up before me. Thanks Remuru, it looks like you got quite a bit stronger now too. I woke up yesterday. I turned towards Carrion. So what brings you here, Carrion? I was just establishing a closer partnership between Eurysania and Tempest. I also wanted to thank you. If you hadn't stopped Melim in time, who knows what she would have done. That wasn't on purpose. I was just in the area dealing with something and Melim was nearby, so she came to check what I was doing. Nonetheless, you still have my thanks. I also heard you did Clayman in That attack you used to wipe out Clayman and his army was impressive. I felt it all the way from Eurysania. He turned to look at Arcuate and said, is she a new subordinate of yours? She's strong. It wouldn't be odd for someone of her power to be a demon lord on her own. And your other subordinates got strong too. Looks like the title of demon lord is gonna get harder and harder to keep if you and Remuru keep setting these standards. Yeah, Arcuate is a new subordinate of mine. I also wouldn't worry about your title. I don't particularly care all that much about it. Plus I also heard that I was called to the Vulporgus since I killed Clayman. Yeah, I heard about that. Boy, is this Vulporgus going to be interesting. Maybe you'll become a demon lord yourself. Who knows, but it does look like it's headed that way. I see. Well, I'm off towards Eurysania. My talks with Remuru just finished. I see. Good luck with that. It's good that he wasn't here for revenge or anything. That would have been annoying to deal with. Now it's just Remuru and I in the room, along with my subordinates. I take the seat in front of him and say, so it worked, huh? Thankfully, I don't know what I would have done if it didn't. So what are you going to do now? I have to deal with the aftermath of Falmouth's invasion. Then there is the Holy Knights that were involved. I see. You got a lot of work to do then. I'll leave you to it then, though just a word of warning, the demon you summoned, he is the primordial of Black Noir, someone who has been around since the dawn of time. Be careful of him, and if you decide to make him a subordinate, query Raphael to ensure there is as little risk as possible if you wish to name him. As you may not be able to name him without consequences as he is much stronger than anyone you have named before. Really? A primordial. Just what did I summon? Sigh, yeah, I'll be careful. Good, also make sure to practice your new ultimate skill. If you don't have proper control over it, they might activate on their own accord. What? Really? Thanks for the warning, Felix. Also, who is that new subordinate of yours? She feels super strong. That's Arcuade, a primordial just like Noir is. I ended up summoning her and convinced her to serve me. I see. Nice to meet you, Miss Arcuade. Era, nice to meet you as well. You must be someone truly interesting for Noir to take interest in you. I'll be keeping an eye on you. I'm curious on how far your potential goes. Ah. I see, thanks. After that I say, anyways, see you Remuru, I'm gonna head to the training ground to get used to my new abilities. I see, I should do that later too. I look towards my subordinates. Alright, let's go, you guys can practice with me as well, I'm sure that it'll help you learn more about your new skills. Yes, Felix-sama. I understand, my master. And Raiden just gave me a bow and a nod. Once we got there I took a bit of a distance away from everyone else. I am experimenting with skills I've never used before. After all, it's best to be careful. First of all I decide to test my lesser skills first. My ultra speed regeneration became infinite regeneration. Basically it heals much quicker and is capable of healing even my spiritual form. I also got a new skill, Demon Lord's Hockey. It basically allows me to exert a super strong pressure on anyone I want. If someone isn't strong enough they can die just for my hockey alone. Badass. Those were the only new extra skills I got. They were also absorbed into one of my new ultimate skills along with Universal Sense, which strengthened their effects as they are now sub-skills of an ultimate skill. With my evolution I also apparently gained divinity. Now that I examine myself closely I can feel that I have a new aura I'm giving off. Something sort of like divine aura. I experimented a bit with it. I'm able to coat my sword in this divine aura and elevate my attacks to a much higher level. Along with that my newfound divinity allows me to freely convert my body into either spiritual form or material form. Now moving on to the skills I'm really curious about. My new ultimate skills. Starting with the one I apparently copied from Remuru, it looks like Odin took advantage of the opportunity and copied some of Remuru's skills. First off she copied Remuru's ultimate skill, Raphael. It's quite similar to Odin though it lacks the ability to copy and manipulate skills to the level that Odin is capable of. According to Odin it is the inferior version. Anyways, Odin copied it and absorbed it, increasing Odin's abilities multiple times. Odin's calculation abilities were already absurd, but now they are downright scary. After that she copied Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, basically the super-evolved version of Predator. It still has the original abilities of Predator like being able to absorb anything, stomach, etc., just everything is upgraded by a lot. Predation can absorb even more things now, like aura, magicules and even space and time. Stomach's storage capacity is 10 times larger now. One of its new abilities is corrosion. It allows me to decompose whatever I'm using predation on. Along with that it has the ability of consuming souls now. It can eat the souls of a target and keep the soul stored in stomach, allowing the user to kill whoever's soul they possess at any time. Along with that it allows me to seize the soul of anyone who loses the will to fight me, so basically if anyone forfeits a fight against me, I get their soul. The final ability is Food Chain. It allows me to copy the prototypes of any skills my subordinates have, along with allowing me to give skills to my subordinates as long as they are compatible. Along with that, my own strength grows as my subordinates get stronger. It's thanks to Food Chain that Odin was able to get a detailed analysis of all of my subordinate skills allowing me to recreate any of their skills at will. Absolutely busted, though all ultimate skills are in their own way. Next is Satinel, Lord of Wrath, along with its sub-skill, Magicule Breeder Reactor, which basically gives me infinite Magicules. Satinel also increases the user's power endlessly the angrier the user gets. It is essentially fueled by wrath. Along with that the user's power grows the more they fight, essentially making anyone who goes against the user of such a skill at a large disadvantage. Of course this kind of ability has a downside, along with its immense magicule cost. At a certain point the user loses their sanity and destroys everything in their path, essentially turning into a monstrously strong beast. At my current level I can only actively use about 90% of the skill's full power while remaining in control, and 50% of the skill's full power while using my other skills. Even then that's only because I have Odin's assistance in maintaining control of myself. Without Odin I likely wouldn't be able to use it at even 10%, at least not without mastering the skill more. I can see how Malim was able to fight the so-called strongest demon lord, one of the only beings to have fought a catastrophe class being to a standstill with an ability like this. At the lower range of Satinel minimal wrath is required so I am capable of keeping it active at 40% passively thanks to Odin's help in controlling it, which is providing a not insignificant boost to my base capabilities. I can only imagine how overwhelmingly powerful one can get at the higher ranges of Saturnal. Finally to my last one, Ouroboros, Lord of Infinity. Boy is this one incredible. It has a bunch of new abilities. For one, it upgraded all of the skills that went into its creation immensely, like Limitless and Isolate. Now I can surround other people with infinity along with increasing and decreasing its range. I also got some new abilities. The first sub-skill is called Spacetime Domination, an absolutely absurd ability. It basically gives me complete control over space and time. Theoretically I should be able to stop time, but maybe that is something separate. Odin advised me not to attempt to do so until she finished analyzing its abilities completely. Still, I can basically do anything involving space and time. I can slow down time, I can easily teleport anywhere I want, etc. Hell, this ability alone would make for a good ultimate skill. The next sub-skill is Law Manipulation. It basically allows me to manipulate the laws of the world directly over certain aspects of reality like gravity, wind, lightning, and weather. All of my subordinate skills technically fall under this. It basically gives you absolute control over a certain element or aspect of reality. The next sub-skill is Multidimensional Barrier. It is basically a super evolved version of Multilayer Barrier. It is an absolute defense that severs you from the space and time around you, basically making it almost impossible to hit you with anything, and it's always active, so I'll have another layer of defense in case someone somehow manages to break through my super upgraded infinity. Along with that, I can also deploy a multidimensional barrier like a normal multilayer barrier, so I can trap someone in a multidimensional barrier, which will be incredibly difficult to escape through. It's like Isolate, but better. The final ability is one that I was surprised to get, Planeswalker. It allows me to freely travel all of reality. Hell, theoretically I can probably leave all of reality altogether, though I don't ever plan to do that. Who knows what sort of monstrosities are beyond reality itself. Planeswalker basically works by calculating the coordinates of a world then allowing me to travel to it. Though once I have been to a world, Odin can store the coordinates for future use. Along with that, with the help of Odin I can use it to sense a bunch of other dimensions, or worlds, though I don't really know anything about those other dimensions, so it's probably best to not just randomly teleport to one. I can even bring other people with me, and potentially make a permanent portal to another world. Can you take me back to the world I existed in before this one? Answer: searching soul for coordinates matching previous world. If it is possible, it will take an unknown amount of time. I see. Oh well, it isn't something I need to currently worry about. I want to solve all my issues in this world before I go gallivanting around others. Thankfully Odin, with the limited knowledge she possessed, was able to inform me that whenever I go to another world I will return back to the Cardinal World the moment I leave. This basically works with my skill speeding up time immensely in the world I travel to, making it seem like no time has passed at all in the Cardinal World or any other worlds I visit in the future. The times will sync back up whenever I leave the other world. Though unfortunately I can't do the opposite. I can't speed up time in the Cardinal World to make it seem like no time has passed by in the other worlds, as the voice of the world won't allow something like that. Not something that's a big deal, as either way, to the residents of the Cardinal World it won't even seem like I've left. I don't want to leave this world for long periods, as I do still have a life here. It's just that whenever I am in the Cardinal World, time will pass normally in the other worlds. It's safe to say I am absolutely broken now. I wonder what other sort of absolutely broken ultimate skills there are out there. I doubt I'm the only one. I'm looking forward to the Vulporgus now. Hopefully I can encounter some interesting skills there. Remuru. He headed towards the hill where he showed Shizu of Earth's future. Once he got there he looked down towards Tempest. It worked. Everyone is back. He may have had to become a monster to bring everyone back, but he has no regrets. Maybe he should become a demon lord. Other nations will have to think twice about attacking a demon lord after all, and he didn't want to keep relying on Felix's protection. As he was thinking, one of the demons he summoned teleported in front of him. He bowed and said, "I'm glad to see you have awakened, my lord. I congratulate you on your ascension into a true demon lord." So this is a primordial. Thanks. I heard that you helped me out. You can go back now if you want to. He looked like he was about to cry. Go back. Yeah, is there a problem? He bowed down and said, "Please my lord, allow me to serve you, even as the lowliest of servants." His lowest servant. But isn't this guy a super high-ranked demon? I won't pay you anything if that's fine. Of course my lord. It would bring me the greatest joy to serve you. All right then. I look forward to working with you. Also, you don't need to call me my lord, it's kinda weird. Call me Remuru. Remuru-sama then. I will do whatever it is you ask me. I am content to remain a nameless demon. Nameless, huh? Felix said that he should be careful with naming him. Hey Raphael, what are the chances of me suffering permanent side effects if I name him? Answer. 0.0742% chance of suffering permanent side effects from naming the demon. He was confused. Really, that low? Maybe Felix underestimated his magical capacity then. I'll give you a name then. A name. Truly I would be honored to be named by you Remuru-sama. What should he name him? Aha. I name you Diablo. He watched as Diablo underwent an evolution. That took about half his total Magicules. That's odd. Summoning Beretta took about 30%. Notice. Since you evolved, your Magicule capacity has increased by 10 times. 10 times. He looked towards the evolving demon. He has a feeling he's gonna be one hell of a fiend. Chapter 25, Chapter 9, Meetings and Demon Lords. Felix. I watch on as Arcuade spars with Raiden. It's been a few days since I woke up from my ascension. Not much has been going on so far. The Vulporgus is coming up soon, so while I wait I've just been training, and discovering new ways to use my new skills. I've also learned some new magics from Arcuade. The biggest gain was dark magic, specifically a branch of it called Nihility magic. It uses summoning magic to call forth the void from the abyss of hell, basically the deepest and darkest pit of the underworld. This sort of magic has the potential to destroy the entire world if in the wrong hands, and it can even threaten ultimate skill wielders. Arcuade herself wasn't an expert in Nihility magic, but she knew enough about it due to her rivals using it quite a bit. I didn't even know she had rivals until she mentioned it. Apparently she is in a constant rivalry with John and Violet. They even had a competition on who could manifest in the material world first, and with me summoning Arcuade she won. She offered to use her victory prize for me. Basically she can request one favor from both John and Violet. Now this might not seem like a lot, but a favor from a primordial can get you quite a lot in this world. I had mentioned that I wanted more useful subordinates to her, so she offered to use her favor to bring them to me. After that it was up to me to convince them to serve me. I saw no reason to disagree. I just told Arcuade to hold off on it for now, at least until after the Vulporgus. Back to Nihility magic, I was able to learn one application of it. I'll do some more research on it together with Odin later, so hopefully I can find some more uses for it. The spell I was able to learn is something created by John. It basically combines Gravity Collapse with Nihility magic. Gravity Collapse on its own is already fearsome, but with Nihility magic it is absolutely absurd. You basically mix the void from the abyss together with Gravity Collapse. The resulting magic can destroy dimensions and planets with ease. Nihility magic is scary. I also got a new subordinate. I ended up taking the three-tailed fox that was being controlled by Clayman out of my stomach a few days ago. The control over her was gone as Clayman is dead. She ended up deciding to serve me, seeing as she didn't have anything else to do. I ended up naming her Kurumi, named after Kurama from Naruto. When I named her she ended up evolving into a 9-tailed fox, and gained a human form in the process. She gained 9 summons that she can summon with her tails, and on Odin's recommendation I also named each of those summons, causing Kurumi's power to spike, as she can absorb her summons and gain all their power in the process. Originally she had a more childlike form, but after I named her tails she gained a much more mature look. I'm not going to complain, more strong and beautiful subordinates for me. Remuru also ended up unsealing Veldora. To be honest, he is kinda disappointing. I thought true dragons would be fearsome monstrosities, but Veldora is just a NEET. Don't get me wrong, he is extremely powerful, he even has an ultimate skill, he just isn't what I had in mind when I think of a true dragon. Cool guy though. Along with that, I have been experimenting with Stardust energy. At its core, Stardust is incredibly dense energy that can be diluted down into Magicules, but you can't create Stardust using concentrated Magicules. It is also incredibly difficult to control. Just adding a minuscule amount of Stardust into an attack increases its ability by multiple times. Theoretically, I can destroy an entire continent with a casual nuclear cannon if it is fueled by a tiny amount of Stardust. Along with it, I tried experimenting with material creation. Using Stardust, the weapons formed out of Stardust are incredibly durable and easily reach God tier in terms of ranking. With the help of Odin I was able to infuse my own legend rank katana with Stardust, upgrading it to God grade. Stardust is an absolute cheat. Oh, Remuru is approaching. Hey Felix, why were you so sure that naming Diablo would have such a high risk of permanent Magicule loss? My skill said there was only a 0.0742% chance of that happening. What, really? Odin, what the hell? Answer, his skill likely took his question literally. Since Veldora's Magicules were at risk and not Remuru Tempest's, the risk for him personally probably was only a 0.0742% chance. Ah, I see now. Your skill likely took your question literally. Go ask your dragon friend about the consequences of your naming spree. Ah. Has he been taking the permanent loss of Magicules risk in my stead? Ah, so he has. Thanks Felix, the first best go apologize to him. I nod towards Remuru as I continue to observe their fight. Arcuade is practically toying with Raiden. Even without a unique skill, her abilities are not to be underestimated. It seems like Arcuade has decided to stop playing around and finish the fight. These fights are more for Raiden and Seiko's sake than Arcuade's. She isn't learning all that much from these fights after all. Once the fight is over I call everyone over to head back. We've been training pretty much all day after all. Man, am I looking forward to the hot spring. Remuru. He sat in the meeting room with all his subordinates and Felix. He was planning to reveal to everyone that he was going to become a demon lord. He checked in on those other 2 demons he summoned. They have taken to their roles as Diablo's helpers quite well, though they might have already been doing something similar in the underworld, seeing as he is the big boss of his lineage. He gave them both magi steel bodies for them to inhabit. He also named them. Once everyone was seated and ready, he began. I decided to become a demon lord. He looked around the room for everyone's reactions, but no one looked surprised. Yes, that will be a good move. No one would attack Tempest again if it was under a demon lord, said Felix. Seriously? That's all they have to say. Though, you have to be careful when you announce it. Some other demon lord could take it as a challenge. You could just have Carrion and Malim recommend you and then come to the Vulporgus with me. Yes, that does sound like the safer move. That sounds good. I just have to convince the 2. I wouldn't worry about that. I can just ask Malim to do it and she'd agree, and Carrion owes me a favor so I can call that in. That is a good plan, though it might come at a cost to Felix. Don't worry about the cost, it's only one favor, and besides you've helped me out a bunch already, so I'm just repaying the favor. Is he reading my mind? Answer, no, you just have a terrible poker face. You're sassing me again. Answer, you're imagining it. Alright, I guess if you say so, essentially answering Raphael and Felix at the same time. Fuse also rushed in revealing his aid, and was quite shocked to learn the situation had already been dealt with. Yum had to comfort the poor guy. And that concluded the meeting. He saw that Felix was looking somewhere. It seems that you have some guests, Remuru. They are likely out of your range, but I sense some people heading in this direction. One of them is quite strong as well. He took Felix at his word and gathered everyone up in case this was an attack, though shortly after the visitors entered his range. Phew, thankfully it's just Gazel. It isn't just the dwarves, I sense some more people coming. I will remain hidden. There is no reason to make the situation more volatile. I will rush out to aid you if needed though. Gazel's party soon land. Hello there, Remuru, well met. I heard you're a demon lord now. You heard right, things have been kind of crazy. You've got great timing though, we were just having a big meeting to discuss our future plans. Though we have more guests incoming, so it's best we put this conversation on hold. Soon enough a small group appears out of the forest. It seems like Gazel recognizes him. Ah, so it's just you, said Gazel. I never expected a coward like you to back a demon lord. Sigh, he has a feeling this meeting is going to be a bit messy. Chapter 26, Chapter 9 Part 2. He looked around the meeting room. Currently only a few people are here, Gazel Dwargo, Irald Grimwald, and Felix. Though Felix is in the next room. It's been a little while since Gazel and Irald showed up. Thankfully that misunderstanding was quickly solved. Irald Grimwald is the father of Erin and the uncle of the Empress of Sarian. Man, who would have thought that Erin was a princess? He ended up gathering everyone so they could all be introduced. Shuna quickly introduced everyone. She started by introducing Trainee, the caretaker of Jura. It will help make his claim over Jura more official. She then went on to introduce Gazel, Irald, Fuse, then Yum and Jurin, as he was planning to have Yum become the king of Falmouth. Falmouth won't ever be able to harm Tempest again with his subordinate as their head of state. He decided to add something in as he wanted to involve Felix in this conversation. I have one more person to introduce, Felix, it should be fine for you to come out now. Felix quickly appeared in front of everyone at a speed even he couldn't track. The moment Gazel and Irald caught sight of him, they stood up on guard. A demon. Gazel turned towards him and said, Remuru. Who is this demon? Diablo is one thing, but this demon feels much more powerful than him. Felix isn't suppressing his aura for some reason, likely as a show of power. Arcuade, Seiko, and Raiden quickly appear behind him. This is my friend Felix and his subordinates. He's a good friend of mine and will soon have a country of his own. It will be good for everyone involved if you guys got to know him in order to prevent future misunderstandings. Irald looked confused for a second before his face lit up in realization, a kingdom of his own. Could he be the demon that was reported to have killed Demon Lord Clayman? That is correct. Any more surprises you wish to drop on us, Remuru? Oh wow, Gazel's brow is twitching, he must be really annoyed. Not that I can think of. Seriously Remuru, you forgot. What did I forget? You forget how the world views your bosom buddy. Don't worry, I invited him over, in fact he is here right now. The door bangs open. Remuru, my brother, how could you have forgotten to invite your buddy to something so fun? This isn't something you would find fun though. But you said it would be Felix. Did you trick me? No, it will be fun. Guys, this is Remuru's bosom buddy Veldora Tempest, the Storm Dragon. Now wait for it. Veldora. Dora. Bomo. I'm the Storm Dragon Veldora Tempest. Fuse fainted. He must have been overcome with emotion. It is an honor to speak with me after all. See, I said it would be fun. Their reactions are priceless. Amusement aside, your connection to Veldora is not the sort of thing you should keep from allies. He looked at Veldora and Felix with exasperation. I don't think that's it, Veldora. Sigh, since you are here anyway, can you act as an advisor? Or, you can go take a walk if you want. Oh, an enthusiastic walk. Gah. No. Not an enthusiastic walk. Ah, I've always wanted to take one of those. I see, you are a man of culture, Veldora. Felix. You too. My brother, you never told me that Felix was a man of culture. These two are going to drive me nuts, and unlike Veldora, he doesn't have even the slightest idea how to curb Felix's more chaotic tendencies. Maybe when he has his own country to manage he will cool down. Yeah, right. Still, one can hope. Remuru, he turned towards Gazel, we need to talk to you. He saw Irald nodding in the background. Sigh, this is going to be a bothersome meeting. Felix put his arm around him and said, I'm coming to this little gathering, though Veldora, this would be boring for you. Here, have some culture, Remuru lacks. Felix produces a few volumes of manga and light novels I'm not familiar with. Did he come from a point further in the future than me? If so, I will have to check those out later. Gah, well then I will continue to read more sacred texts. Hey Felix, we should have discussions about the sacred texts later. The sacred texts? Oh, you mean manga and light novels? Yeah, sure. I wonder if our two Earths had different manga, Remuru. We should compare later. Our two Earths? What do you mean, Felix? Huh? Did I never tell you? I came from a different version of Earth than the one you came from. I'll tell you about it later. Gazel, do you understand what they are talking about? No, I am sadly just as lost as you with this conversation. Ah, he should probably deal with them before talking with Felix about what he just said. All right, Gazel, Irald, follow us to the meeting room, we can talk there. They ended up talking about quite a few things. They will be having a meeting later with everyone, but for this meeting he just wanted to share his goals with them, see if he can get them on his side. Felix will also have a nation of his own soon, so it would be good if he is able to form a relationship with Gazel and Irald. He started by telling his entire story, from his death to his reincarnation. Felix already knew about this, but he hoped that by sharing it with Gazel and Irald that he could gain some trust from them. They ended up discussing everything. One issue that kept popping up was the Western Holy Church. Felix said that they didn't need to worry about that. He was about to ask why, but Felix sent him a thought communication saying they can discuss it later. Gazel and Irald didn't seem to have that much faith in his words, but they ended up trusting him, seeing as he had a close relationship with Tempest. He had no reason to lie after all, and he trusted his friend. Gazel and Irald still offered their support in case the Holy Church made any hostile moves, so that was nice. He was able to create a friendly relationship with Sarian through this meeting, so he decided to help Felix out by saying that should Felix take over Gistav, Tempest will ally with the nation. Seeing the direction the talks were going, Felix called his subordinate Arcuade in as his representative. She is the one who is going to be basically running the country after all, according to Felix. He had offered to help modernize his country like Tempest a few days ago. It's the least he could do for his friend. His only requirement was that they have a long-lasting alliance, which Felix agreed to. From what he is seeing, she is extremely good at politics. She is toying with Gazel and Irald. It's not that Irald and Gazel aren't skilled at politics, it's just that it's almost like Arcuade was born for this. Felix is in good hands. She will be able to make sure that his country is both politically and militarily powerful. After the alliances were made, he informed the three of his decision to become a demon lord. Demon lords are symbols of fear and power. No one would attack Tempest if he was a demon lord. Felix's name is already out there from killing Clayman. People fear him just because of that one feat, and while that is helping Tempest as it's known that he stays here, he can't rely on Felix for everything. Not to mention that he will be more busy with his own territory soon enough. Chapter 27, Chapter 9 Part 3. Felix. I continued to watch the meeting. At first I was surprised at how well both Gazel and Irald got along. Even when trading jabs with each other I could tell it was only jokes to them. Though I guess it only makes sense seeing as how according to Ramrus they are both descended from earth and wind spirits respectively. King Gazel is even a saint with a unique skill. At some point the conversation came to a point where our evolutions into demon lords came up. The issue was that Remuru massacring 20,000 people will make it hard for other nations and people to trust him. After all, anyone he meets will consider the thought that Remuru can easily kill them. Most people don't want to be in the presence of someone like that, someone who is capable of wiping them out effortlessly. There weren't any bodies left from Remuru's massacre, and it was already known that I killed Clayman and his entire army of over 30,000 Magians, so I offered to take the blame for it, not like it will hurt my reputation any more than everything that has happened already has. However, Gazel came up with an alternative idea: blame Veldora. Veldora is already known to be an evil dragon. It wouldn't be odd for him to massacre a bunch of humans who bothered him right after he was sealed after all. This also made it so my reputation wouldn't take a dip, as according to Gazel, massacring a bunch of Magian and massacring humans are seen in completely different lights. This way my country still has the possibility of having friendly relations with some human nations. Once the private meeting was over and everyone was on the same page, I brought Arcuate in so that we could discuss an alliance in more detail. It was quite entertaining to watch as Arcuate slowly wrapped Gazel and Herald around her finger. At this point they were just moving as she wanted to. She wasn't using any skills or magic, just pure political maneuvers. Man, did I get lucky summoning her. As long as I have her, my country should flourish. It doesn't hurt that she is also drop-dead gorgeous. Now that I think about it, all my subordinates are beautiful. I haven't gotten laid in a long while either. I definitely wouldn't say no to any of them. Well, it's best to just let things move at their own pace. If it happens, it happens. Once everything was sorted out, we headed back outside to have a meeting with everyone relevant involved. It was basically just the same discussion as before. Remuru talked about his reincarnation along with everything that had happened with Hinata Sakaguchi. From Fuse's reaction, it seems that she is quite important. I have heard about her before. During my travels she was said to be the leader of the so-called 10 Great Saints. Though from what I was able to learn, they aren't all actual saints. They are just enlightened with the potential to reach that stage. Hinata must be quite strong to have been capable of practically toying with pre-awakening Remuru. He was around a disaster-class threat at that point, along with being a demon lord seed. All that with just holy magic and swordsmanship. Maybe I should look into holy magic. From what Remuru is describing, holy magic can be quite fearsome as long as you have enough faith. Kuhu, Remuru-sama, allow me to take care of this, Hinata, said Diablo. Ugh, that laugh of his creeps me out. If I wasn't sure of his loyalty to Remuru, I would 100% think that he is the bad guy behind everything wrong with the world. My first meeting with Diablo was quite odd. Flashback. Men, is the hot spring relaxing? The people of this world don't know what they are missing with this. Oh. Remuru is coming here with Diablo. I haven't gotten the chance to have a conversation with Diablo, but from what Arcuate has said, he is a complete monster combat-wise. He was able to rival Guy Crimson back before Guy was summoned. The odd thing about demons of black, according to Arcuate, is that most of them desire things other than strength. Oftentimes strength is just a side benefit they get chasing their goals. Diablo himself is quite strong. I noticed he gained a unique skill from being named. Between Arcuate and Diablo, I'm not sure who would win in a fight. Arcuate has a superior vessel as her Deathman body was made out of 30,000 plus Magian, whereas Diablo's was made up of about 20,000 humans. But Diablo's mastery over his abilities and new unique skill aren't to be underestimated. Truly an interesting subordinate that Remuru summoned. I'm not sure why he chose to serve Remuru, but his loyalty is true. Soon enough Remuru and Diablo arrived, and this is the hot spring. This place is great to relax. Truly, Remuru-sama, I thank you for showing me this establishment. He then looked towards me. And who is this? Remuru then looked towards me and said, Hey. What's up, Felix? I hope you don't mind if we join you. Come on in, the more company the better. He nodded, then looked at Diablo. That's Felix, one of my closest friends. Just treat him like an honored guest. An honored guest. I see. I will fulfill his wishes as best I can. As the two were entering the hot spring, Remuru said, Felix, this is Diablo, my new secretary. Secretary? I see. It would be useful for you to have a secretary, wouldn't it? I don't think anyone can claim to have a primordial as a secretary though, except maybe Guy Crimson, though according to Malim his primordial servants are his maids. A respectable fetish. Really? Respectable indeed. Remuru-sama, I would be honored to become your maid if you wish. Us demons are able to freely change genders, so it will not be a problem for me. No, maybe another time, Diablo. As I watched their interaction, I could tell that Remuru was barely holding himself back from agreeing. He likely only said no due to his Japanese upbringing. Asking someone to change genders isn't something that's usually done after all. But I'm sure he'll crack in time. I took a closer look at the primordial of my lineage. I could see that he was observing me as well. I'm sure this is a first for him, to see something completely new, something that was likely thought to be impossible. It is nice to meet you, Felix-sama. It's nice to meet you as well, Diablo. I did always wonder what the primordial of my lineage would be like. Felix, he's the primordial of your lineage. You never told me. It must have slipped my mind. I am a demon belonging to the black lineage. I summoned someone really impressive then. Summoning any primordial and living to tell the tale is impressive, Remuru. They really are some big shots, Sigh, this guy. I look back towards Diablo, at which point he gives me a creepy grin. Kihuhu, truly interesting. I will enjoy watching you grow, Felix-sama. To have outgrown a primordial, you must be truly special. What the fuck is that laugh? That's creepy as hell. Thanks I guess. Flashback end. Chapter 28, Chapter 9 Part 4. Our first meeting may have been odd, but it still ended on a good note. But still, what an odd demon, and that's me saying that. Remuru ended up shutting down Diablo's proposal to deal with Hinata. That would ruin all chances of having a positive relationship with the Holy Church after all. After some discussion it was decided for Tempest to take a wait-and-see approach, no reason to agitate the Holy Church if they mind their own business. Afterwards Remuru told everyone of our plan to push the blame for everything off Tempest and onto Falmouth. They would claim that due to his greed the King of Falmouth sent an army to Tempest, started a war, and then lost. Tempest wouldn't say that Remuru alone defeated all the soldiers, but rather Tempest's army was able to beat Falmouth's. This is far more believable after all, most people in this world couldn't even imagine the kind of strength needed to wipe out a city, let alone what Remuru and I are capable of now. Then they would say all the casualties caused due to the war was enough to break Veldora's seal, reviving the evil dragon Veldora. Then comes in the new puppet king of Falmouth Remuru is trying to instate. They would claim that Yum, a human adventurer, was able to calm Veldora down and honored him as the guardian of Tempest, setting the foundation for his eventual takeover of Falmouth. Veldora was willing to take the blame so there weren't any issues with the plan. After some more discussion the meeting soon ended. Tempest ended up establishing diplomatic relations with the Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian, along with an agreement for a future discussion with Arcuade and I after the Vulporgus. Remuru and I ended up having a private meeting a little bit later to make sure we were both ready for the Vulporgus. Man, is this food good Remuru, I'm gonna miss it. Boom. Tempest has been working hard in order to perfect our crafts, I can send someone over to teach your guys about it at some point if you want. Yeah, that'd be great, there are some interesting dishes you can make from monster meat as well. Yup, we've been experimenting with them. Ugh, I'm still not able to make soy sauce though. You Japanese and your soy sauce. Hey. Soy sauce is great. I never said it wasn't just that you guys take it to the extreme. Ah well whatever you American. Oh yeah. What was that earlier you were saying about being from different Earths? Oh that, remember I told you I died, reincarnated, then died, and got reincarnated into a demon. Yeah. Well, I was reincarnated on a different Earth, things were different there, for one I was reincarnated in the past, then there is the fact that I'm pretty sure I was reincarnated in a fictional world for my first life. A fictional world. Like an anime. Yup, it was called Jujutsu Kaisen, did it exist in your world? Jujutsu Kaisen. No, never heard of it, though it might have come out after I died. I make a copy of the manga and hand it to him. I see, here check this out then, I never got to finish the manga but that should give you the general gist of the world. I see, thanks, we should share our collection, Momo, we can discover even more manga that way. Yeah, I can make a copy of everything I got at some point, though make a copy of your collection for me, I'm interested in your world's manga. Momo. Still, it's hard to believe that you were born in a fictional world, makes me see things in a whole new perspective. Maybe we are in some LN or manga. Who knows, I just chose to ignore it, easier that way. Yeah, I think I'll do the same. By the way, Malim said you can take 2 subordinates to the Vulporgus. 2 of them huh? That'll make things a bit easier, who should I take though, Diablo already has a mission so he's out, who are you taking? I'll probably take Arcuade, she's good at those kinds of things. Not Seiko. She's going to whine about it. Sigh, yeah I know, it'll be fine though, I don't want to take just one out of Raiden and Seiko, so I'll have them go secure Jistav for me, maybe I'll even send Kurumi with them. Do you mind sending Sui and Hakuru along to temper Seiko's actions? That's fine. I think I'll take Ranga, and Benimaru. I see, they are pretty strong, I'm pretty sure Benimaru on his own could wipe the floor with Clayman. Also, what are you gonna do about Veldora? He is going to want to come. Hopefully I can distract him with manga, he should be busy reading all the new manga you gave him for a while. That's true. We ended up chatting for a few hours before we went to our own respective homes to rest. Underscore 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 underscore. Malim showed up a day after the meeting with everyone. I felt her aura approaching so I ended up waiting for her outside my home. It didn't take long for her to arrive in her normal fashion by creating a crater where she lands. Hey, I have news. The Vulporgus over replacing Clayman has been set for 1 day from now. Ugh, can you stop landing like that Malim? Always a pain to get it fixed. I'll also have to let Remuru know that the Vulporgus is in a day since he wants to attend, he's already on his way here it seems. Mwahaha, of course not, that just isn't my style. Arcuade, I am still lacking my second, I know I asked you to hold off earlier, but can you find Yellow or Violet for a meeting, and can you also bring that demon that you recommended for Malim? At once master. She immediately flies off. Haha, I can finally have my own attendant. Ramorous is going to be so jealous. Nope, one of the dryads requested a body able to leave the forest from Remuru so they could seek out their queen a while ago. They have probably already met as Remuru informed the dryad of the location of the labyrinth and teleported them a good way there. Speaking of trainee, I managed to analyze what Remuru did in order to allow her to move more freely. He ended up making a pseudo-soul of sorts to house her core. This allowed her to create an avatar of sorts that she can use to go with Ramorous everywhere. It basically transfers her soul into a new core that forms a new spiritual and material body. An interesting piece of technology. Gah. Well, my subordinate will still be better. I already feel bad for Malim's future subordinate. Poor Daemon got given a death sentence and he doesn't even know. Hopefully the primordial Arcuade brings is reasonable, at least this way I can get to know whoever she brings before I decide to take them as a subordinate. It's probably best to know if she can be a good subordinate or not before I end up naming her. I got lucky with Arcuade. Primordials are dangerous enough without a name. I can't have a named one being insubordinate. That's a recipe for chaos. Soon enough Remuru arrives. Gah. Malim, could you stop causing property damage every time you come over? Mwaha, Felix just said the same thing. Don't even bother Remuru, she's a lost cause. Yeah, you don't have to tell me, so what brings you here, Malim? Are you here just to see Felix? The Vulporgus is going to start soon. I came since I wanted to go with Felix. He said that you wanted to come. I am going to become a demon lord so that Tempest isn't attacked again. Yay. I can have 3 demon lord buddies, we can prank all the other demon lords. Oh, I'm listening. What sort of prank do you have in mind? Oi, Felix. There will be no pranking at the Vulporgus, this will be a serious meeting. All the more reason to liven it up with some good fun. What Felix said. These two are gonna be the death of my peaceful life. We ended up arguing about all sorts of things until the end of the day. We didn't have anything else to do after all. I bet both Remuru and Malim just dumped all their work on their subordinates. It's been a few hours since Arcuade left and I finally felt her aura approaching, along with 2 other far less powerful auras, though one is far larger than the other. The larger aura must be the other primordial she brought. The weakest one appears to be of the white lineage, likely Malim's to be minion. The other one has blonde hair, so she must be John the primordial of yellow. She suddenly just sped up. Not another Malim, please. Damn it, she just cratered the ground in her landing. Why is she pointing her finger at me? Nuclear strike magic. God, it really is another Malim. Well, I might as well subdue her as she seems the type to ignore logic and prefers strength. Go right ahead and fire it off at full power. Might as well show her how pointless it is. Ugh, her smile only grew. Damn battle maniacs. Thankfully, due to Ouroboros, the attack just appears to stop midair. She looked surprised at first, but she only fired more and more destructive nuclear magic at me. Each one failing to approach me due to infinity. Maybe I should just beat her up. This is taking too long. Gravity increase. I rapidly increase the pressure. At first she brushes it off, but soon enough she starts struggling. Then at last she is pancaked to the ground. Have you had enough yet? No. Stop using cheap tricks. Sigh, how pointless. Then I shall speak your language. I point my palm at a mountain range to the west I can sense with only monster life. Crimson Black Blaze, king of myriad worlds, though I promulgate the laws of nature, I am the alias of destruction incarnate, in accordance with the principles of all creation. Let the hammer of eternity descend unto me. Explosion. I use the chant for amusement and even had Odin make it so the spell effect perfectly mimics the Konosuba spell. Notice. This is a waste of my power. Hush, no it isn't. Boom. And half the mountain range is gone. Chapter 29, Chapter 9 Part 5. Ha, that was great. I like you. I can see why Blanc decided to serve you. Arcuade slowly floats down from where she was watching our fight, followed by the demon I asked her to bring. It's Arcuade now, John. I told you that it was foolish to fight my master. I release the pressure around John. She should know she's outclassed now. Our Remuru is flying over here at max speed. Malim is following him, though she seems far more relaxed. What the hell was that, Felix? Why did you just blow up that mountain range? This is going to seriously agitate the Western nations. Mwaha, what's wrong with showing off one's own power? If they have a problem, they are more than welcome to come fight us. Malim says while punching her open palm. I look towards Remuru apologetically. Sorry about that, Remuru. Arcuade brought a new potential subordinate for me. We ended up fighting and it was a bit more destructive than planned. Just blame it on Veldora, it's perfectly fine to blame acts of massive destruction on me. It will only bolster my reputation, ha. Gah, where the hell did he come from all of a sudden? He then turned to look at me. Felix. Why didn't you tell me you were born from one of the worlds described within the sacred texts? Ugh, he read Jujutsu Kaisen, didn't he? It just never came up. I turned to look towards John, who is talking with Arcuade. So, are you willing to serve me? I can give you a material body. It won't be as good as Arcuade's, but if you prove to be a good subordinate I can upgrade it over time. Haha, if you can give me a good fight like that once in a while, then I'm in. I can do that. Here, I'll make a body for you. I don't want something weak. She is gonna be my subordinate for now. I end up using some orichalcum left over from the crafting of my own weapon, that should be sufficiently strong, definitely stronger than my original vessel. It doesn't take long for John to possess it. She manifested a black fur coat, along with a white shirt and a tie. She really does look like a delinquent. Whoa, this body is great. Haha, I already feel stronger. Arcuade looked at John haughtily as she said, Indeed, your vessel is sufficient, my master never does things by half after all, but it is still far below mine. Ugh, these two were rivals, weren't they? What's you say? You wanna fight? I'll beat you up. Why is she talking like a Yankee now? I decide to nip their argument in the bud. Oh, Arcuade, is that the subordinate from Malim I asked you to bring? Arcuade looks towards me, then to her subordinate. Yes, my master, he is one of my strangest subordinates, he was my lieutenant. Her lieutenant? He must be fairly strong then. Malim floated down towards him. The only way to describe his looks is that he looks like a stereotypical butler. So you're gonna be my new minion, huh? You will do. Now I can brag to Remuru about my subordinate. Oi, Felix. Make a body for him. Why should I? On second thought, I'll do it if you stop making craters whenever you land. I notice Remuru looking at me like I'm a saint. Answer, you are a demon lord. Saints are a human evolution. Was that sass Odin? Answer, no. It was definitely sass. Answer, you're imagining it. But why? Malim yelled. Well, do you want me to do it or not? Fine, you big meanie. She'll get over it after I give her some sweets. I'll just make a simple Magi Steel body, Malim can upgrade it later. Thankfully I have a large stock of Magi Steel from Remuru. The demon quickly inhabits the body I made. What should I name you? I can't have an unnamed subordinate after all. Aha, how about Arc, named after Arcuade? Ugh, how uncreative. It's weird that he's still an archdemon for some reason, even after being named. I would have thought that receiving a name would be enough to trigger an evolution. Incorrect, due to not having a sufficient enough amount of Magicules gathered for evolution, the demon known as Arc was unable to evolve. However, his previous strength cap was lifted due to receiving a name, and incarnating in the material world. I see, so receiving a name isn't enough sometimes, huh? Now on to John. I've seen she is a brute force type and will follow those she perceives as stronger, so I should be fine naming John now, though I'd best wait until after the Vulporgus in case it takes her longer than normal to evolve since her body is subpar compared to Arcuade's Deathman body. The jump in strength will be a lot bigger. Once the evolution was complete, he bowed. I will serve you to the best of my abilities, Malim-sama. Boom. I can't wait to see the look on Remuru's face. Speak of the devil, I sense someone teleporting near us. I have arrived. Be grateful I decided to attend the Vulporgus with you, no one will try to beat you up with me protecting you. She's followed by trainee and a demon of my own lineage. Interesting, it seems to be a mutated demon. Answer. The demon is a variant of the archdemon evolution known as an archdoll. It occurs when a greater demon fuses with a golem body, it causes them to mutate. I see, that's interesting. I wonder how a race like that will evolve further. Like that the night passed and we were set to go to the Vulporgus. Everyone is assembled. Remuru, who is taking trainee, and a demon of my lineage, Beretta, Malim, and her new subordinate Arc, Remuru, followed by Ranga and Benimaru, and then myself accompanied by Arcuade and John. The time has come. Announces trainee. Yep, that's our ride. The pipsqueak pointlessly adds. A purple line appears from the ground and a really edgy door rises up out of it. Oh wow, whoever designed that door likely cuts people on contact with how edgy they must be. Guy is always like that, adds Malim. Soon enough a green-haired demon walks through the gate. I've come to collect you, Remuru-sama, Malim-sama, and Felix-sama, she said with a bow. Very professional. She's quite strong as well, probably a bit weaker than Arcuade and Diablo. She must be the primordial of green, Vert. She's a demon duke as well. I notice her vision stray to Arcuade and John. What are you two doing here, Blanc and John? Era, it has been a long time, Vert. I have a name now, Arcuade. I am attending this banquet with my master, Felix-sama. Yeah, I decided to serve this guy as well, he seems fun. I see, to think that both of you would serve a master one day. How peculiar. Remuru chose this moment to butt in. Long time no see, misery. How's your partner Rain? As well as ever, thank you for asking. She then turned towards me, are you Felix-sama? I see, my master, Gai-sama has told me about you, please proceed through the gate. Before we went though Remuru had something to say, I have declared myself a demon lord, I would like to attend the Vulporgus and prove myself. A demon lord. I see, please proceed then, you may bring 2 attendants. That was easier than I thought it would be, Ramirez took the lead, let's go, Beretta, trainee. Malim and I went next followed by our subordinates. As we walked through the portal I loosened my hold over my aura. It's best if the other demon lords are aware that I'm qualified to be a demon lord, I can nip quite a few cliches in the bud by doing this. Now even those without ultimate skills should be able to measure my strength if they look deep enough. Once we arrived I looked around, it seems like we are the only ones to have arrived so far. Ramirez approached the demon at the head seat, that must be Guy Crimson. Damn, he's strong. Notice, it is suspected that the demon known as Guy Crimson is purposefully manipulating his aura to look like a brute with no skill, someone who cannot control their own strength. Along with that, his host body is that of a deathman, along with the host bodies of his 2 maids. I see, so the Vulporgus has already started then huh? He's already taking a measure of everyone who arrives. And you said his host body is a deathman. He must be incredibly strong physically then, and he even has his maids in deathman. He must have killed a ton of people to get the corpses for that. Notice, his host body is stronger than the master's likely due to far more bodies being used in its creation. For real. That's going to be an advantage he has over me. I observe Guy with Malim eye, hopefully I can figure out how strong he really is. Thanks to Odin inheriting Malim eye I can even get through the innate defense that ultimate skill wielders have. It seems like Guy has a few ultimate skills, as expected of the so-called strongest demon lord. He is also extremely powerful magical-wise, more powerful than even me, which is incredibly surprising as I have Satinel running passively providing a boost to my abilities. Even with all the benefits I have with basically infinite Magicule, Satinel, and Ouroboros, I still don't know who would win in a fight between us. If it turns into a fight of endurance I should be capable of winning, but who knows what sort of ability someone like Guy Crimson could possess. He's been around for thousands of years after all, I'm sure he has a lot more experience than me. Though with Odin figuring out the most optimal way to beat him I don't think it's impossible. It seems I still have a ways to go before I am considered at the top of this world if Guy Crimson is still more magically powerful than me. It has been detected that individual known as Guy Crimson possesses one naturally awakened ultimate skill, along with multiple copied ultimate skills. Copied. Is he able to copy skills like me? That increases his threat level multiple times. He might have even copied Satinel when he fought Malim all those years ago, basically negating one of soul advantages with infinite Magicules, and never-ending strength the angrier I get. But if that is true that means the strength I am seeing from him now might not be his base stats. If he did copy Satinel, then if I want to beat him I would need to beat him before he powers up further with Satinel, or just become so overwhelmingly powerful that he isn't able to reach my level with just Satinel. The second scenario is most likely a long time away. If I give him time to power up then that battle is likely to just turn into a stalemate. Hopefully I am still capable of further growth, increasing your base stats is always helpful after all. How were you able to even figure that out, Odin? Through analysis of your own ultimate skills it was discovered that naturally awakened ultimate skills are engraved into the soul, whereas copied ones are attached to the soul. I see, I guess that makes sense though seeing as how I didn't naturally awaken the ultimate skill, it has to be given to me somehow. Wait. Odin, does that mean Guy can theoretically copy Ouroboros? Through analysis of your own ultimate skill Ouroboros it was determined that it is unlikely that Guy Crimson can copy it. Ouroboros is inherently superior compared to the master's other ultimate skills, if someone else had a similar skill then you would not be capable of copying it without incredibly detailed analysis, or upgrading Odin. I see, I don't want to deactivate Infinity seeing as I'm in potentially hostile territory, if he could copy it he has likely already had more than enough time to do so, so there would be no point in deactivating it anyway. Odin is also preventing detailed analysis of Ouroboros so copying it is impossible. Seriously? You couldn't have just said that at first. As I'm arguing with Odin, the maid from earlier directs me to a seat at the middle of the table, while Remuru is seated at the very end. This was likely Clayman's seat, Malim took one of the seats next to Guy Crimson. I notice Guy staring at Arcuade and John, then to me, he is a primordial as well, I almost forgot with all his other titles. Lord of Darkness, how chunny. Query. Were you not chanting your magic in order to appear chunny? I was, but it was cool at the time. Whatever you say. The maid from earlier, Misery went around serving all the attendants wine, once I tried it I was impressed, this is some good shit. The next one to enter is a massive hulk of a man, Demon Lord de Gruul, the giant probably. Man is he radiating a ton of Magicules, fighting him seems like it would be a pain. The next people to enter seem to be vampires, there is the fake Demon Lord, a butler, and a maid. Is she even trying to hide who the real Demon Lord is? At least suppress your aura to make it seem like you're weaker. It seems like she is stronger than Arcuade, and she also has a unique skill. She might not be directly responsible for the church's assistance in the attack on Tempest, but it sure as hell happened due to her oversight. I might as well get my own petty revenge. Yo Remuru, that demon lord must have a maid fetish pretending to be one, while her subordinate or friend or whatever is playing pretend demon lord. I shout across the table while pointing at Luminous. Her brow just seriously twitched. Wait, if I recall correctly, she is also playing as a god to the humans. I think her name was Luminous, as in the god Luminous of the Western Holy Church. It's twitching again. This is so much fun. Felix. Luminous was trying to hide that she was a demon lord. Haha, Malim, you just exposed her even more than I did. At least with my comments the fake could still act offended to keep the charade going since I'm only a newbie demon lord. Malim still isn't able to whistle, huh? Luminous looks really pissed now. Maybe I should blame Veldora. I heard they didn't get along. He did say it was fine to blame him for everything that would increase his notoriety after all. TCH. She transforms from her maid outfit to a gothic outfit. Very tasteful. It's best to make sure that she doesn't totally dislike us. Hey, since I broke your charade, have this as a gift. I throw her a full potion. It's a full potion with 99% efficiency. I'm sure you know what it's capable of. TCH, who told you about my identity? Well, I don't kiss and tell, but I heard that a certain evil dragon has been unsealed. Blasted evil dragon. Malim looked at me with surprise, but I winked at her. Luminous looked at the fake and said, since my cover is gone, you can return and make sure everything is fine. The next one to arrive was a sleepy-looking guy. He didn't bring any attendants though. The sleepy guy looked at Ramirez. Oh, hey. Well, you're still a pipsqueak, huh? Ramirez flew towards him. Hey. Are you trying to pick a fight? I can easily beat you up. The sleepy guy looked amused. Why would I pick a fight? I know I could win super easily. I chose to tune them out. They seemed to get along well. The next one to come was Fry and Carrion. Odd that they came together, but oh well. Fry brought some harpy servants, while Carrion brought 2 of his beast keeters. Both greeted me before taking their seats. Hey, look at the goofy expression on Remuru's face. He clearly likes Frey's body. He has good taste. Hey, I have a good way to mess with him. Hey Fry, you still owe me the pleasurable time that you agreed to. Do you have a day when you're free? I say with a smirk. Gah. Felix. Era, I didn't think you were interested after you ignored poor little me. I would never ignore a woman as beautiful as you, Fry. I've just been busy with a few things the last few months. Ha, you're still as amusing as ever, Felix, though we need to fight again. I've been training. Sure, Carrion, be ready to be defeated though. I've grown far stronger since the last time we fought. I can tell, your aura has increased significantly. In the middle of our conversation another demon lord enters. It's a real pretty boy type with blonde hair. Maybe this is Leon. He looks at me and Arcuade with no reaction, but when he turns his eyes upon John his brows heavily twitch. I wonder what she did to irritate him. Oh, while the eye twitch caused Guy to smirk in amusement, this Leon guy must be really hard to annoy. Thus prime pranking material. Remuru. Gah, Felix, that lucky bastard, having a mature beauty like that all to himself. He already has 3 other beauties. Why can't he leave some for the rest of us? Still, to think Felix is that strong. He hadn't gotten the chance to see how strong Felix was since he is always concealing his aura. Now that he can see it though. According to Raphael, he would not have a very high likelihood of beating Felix in a fight, less than 1% in fact. Raphael said that Felix's sheer magicule capacity is greater than even Malim's. What a monster. And to think that the demon lord Luminous is also the god of the Holy Church. The Holy Church is still something he will have to deal with. Hopefully it goes well. Hey Leon, have you been lonely lately without me there to liven up your day? He looked towards Felix's new servant. Does she know Leon? I would be perfectly content if you stopped bombarding my castle with nuclear magic every day. Yes, that would get annoying quickly, but he deserves it for what he did to Shizu. She really likes her explosions. Should I name her Megumin? He hears Felix whisper, that would be a good name for her if she likes explosions. All of a sudden he feels a massive aura. He looks towards where he felt it come from. Whoa. What the hell? John yells out just before she is encased in a cocoon of magicules like Diablo was during his naming. Oh my. Arcuade seems to find this amusing. In the middle of Vulporgus of all times. How inappropriate. Lumina seems entirely unamused and slightly wary. Era, was it really wise to do that right now, master? He hears Arcuade ask Felix. Gah. Arcuade really has the Wanisama energy. Damn bastard, getting a subordinate like that. Felix himself looks clueless as to what just happened for a moment before his face morphs in realization. He doesn't look like he meant to do that. Who knows how many people he's accidentally named like that. Answer, unlike you he appears to be far more careful with giving out names, so this is likely his first accidental naming. Ah, why do you gotta be so mean, Raphael? We all make mistakes. Thankfully the now named Megumin's evolution doesn't take long. He looked towards Leon and noticed that he was observing him with an odd look in his eyes. He looked around the room, it seems like everyone is here. He looked towards where Guy Crimson was sitting. Thank you for attending everyone, now that everyone is here, it's time for the introductions, then we shall commence the Vulporgus. Chapter 30, Chapter 10, the Vulporgus. Felix. Era, was it really wise to do that right now, Master? I hear Arcuade question. I look at Megumin as she undergoes her evolution. I hadn't meant to name her then and there, but oh well. It seems that some of the other demon lords don't approve of what I did, whatever, not like their opinions particularly matter in this case. It wasn't on purpose, oh well, nothing I can do about it now. Thankfully, Magicule Breeder Reactor covers my Magicule loss, so in case things get messy here I won't be at a disadvantage. Once Megumin finishes her evolution I observe her closely. Her Magicule capacity is about even with Arcuade, the only thing she is inferior in is her host body. Something I will have to fix at some point. She became a Demon Duke, and while she likely can't rival any of the Demon Lords attending in pure Magicule count except the seeds like Carrion and Fry, she should be able to pose a challenge to some of the others. Megumin along with Arcuade are definitely the strongest attendants at this meeting, only rivaled by Guy's own maids. Megumin kneels as she says, "Thank you for granting me a name, my lord, I swear to serve you to the best of my ability." Ah, no problem Megumin, naming you helped me after all, the stronger the subordinates I have are the better. Now rise, the Vulporgus should be starting soon. She quickly does southwest and takes her place beside Arcuade. I look towards Guy Crimson, now that everyone is here we can finally get started, though he himself is staring at me with a creepy smile on his face. Once he noticed me staring he gave me a wink and turned to everyone else. Thank you for attending everyone, now that everyone is here, it's time for the introductions then we shall commence the Vulporgus. The blue-haired demon took the lead, I think her name is Rain, she's most likely the primordial blue. And a Demon Duke on top of that. I will now introduce the participants. Demon, Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson-sama. Ugh, what a chunny title, look at him, he thinks that's the coolest shit ever. He is strong though, he has multiple ultimate skills and is capable of rivaling Malim, not someone to underestimate. Pixie, the Labyrinth, Ramirez-sama. Dragonoid, the Destroyer, Malim Navasama. Giant, the Earthquake, Degrol-sama. Vampire, the Queen of Nightmares, Luminous Valentine-sama. This world just thrives on chunny, huh? Maybe I should join in. That could be fun. Another surprising thing was that even though Luminous is a true demon lord, she doesn't have an ultimate skill. It seems like ultimate skills are much harder to get than I thought. Fallen, the Sleeping Ruler, Dino-sama. So that's one of the primordial angels according to Ramirez. One with an ultimate skill as well. Harpy, the Sky Queen, Fry-sama. Lycanthrope, the Beastmaster, Carrion-sama. Demonoid, the Platinum Saber, Leon Cromwell-sama. How odd, according to Ramirez he wasn't always a demon lord, rather he was a true hero in the past. He ended up becoming a demon lord after he killed Demon Lord Kazarem and took his seat. He also seems to have an ultimate skill, something quite difficult to obtain from what I learned from Luminous not having one. And she's the vampire progenitor. He is someone to keep an eye on. Still, how odd, for a hero to become a demon lord. Demon, Felix-sama. I need a cool title. Finally Slime, the leader of the Jura Tempest Federation, Remuru Tempest-sama. Gah, even Remuru has a title. Rainbows, that concludes the introductions. Guy stood up, the reason for this meeting is quite simple, claim instead, we're here to discuss who his replacement should be. He turned to look at me, now how about we start with his death, could you explain why you killed him? I didn't sense any hostility from him, hell it seems like no one really cares that I killed Clayman, he must be a shithead to everyone then. I looked Guy dead in the eye as I said, he did something he shouldn't have, so I killed him for it. I thought back to that moment, did I feel any guilt over what I did? All the families that I split up. No, I didn't. I guess I am a demon after all. Guy looked at me with a grin as he said, that's it. Well, I did need to become a demon lord, but the primary factor was I wanted Clayman dead for what he did, the Harvest Festival was just a side benefit. Ah, why do I have a feeling that Guy was happy with my answer? Yup, that's it. We stared at each other for a few seconds before Guy cracked. Buffed, ha, that's great. I haven't heard of a reason like that for becoming a demon lord in a long while. I have a feeling that you and I are gonna be good friends. I stared at him in surprise. This dude is insane. Oh well, it worked to my benefit. He then looked to the other demon lords, since Felix is more than strong enough for the position of demon lord, I recommend for him to join this council. Malim and Ramirez also recommended him earlier. Any issue with Felix becoming a demon lord? I looked at Malim and Ramirez in surprise. They never told me they recommended me. Felix should become a demon lord, said Malim with Ramirez nodding along. Ramirez floated up to me as she said, you know, I wouldn't mind if you became my underling. How about it? I gave her a half-lidded stare. I'm good, Ramirez. Hey, he can't be your minion. He's my bestie. I tuned out Malim and Ramirez's argument. I have no issue, said de Grol. Sounds fine to me, said Dino, though I have my doubts if he was even listening. It looks like he's sleeping. The title Sleeping Ruler fits. I don't care who becomes a demon lord, do what you want, said Leon. Gahaha, I don't have any issue seeing as this guy beat me, said Carrion with Fry nodding along. I turned towards the last person, Luminous. I suppose I can give my agreement. Seeing as no one raised a complaint, he then looked towards me and said, so what do you say? Want to become a demon lord? I felt multiple gazes on me. I ignored them and turned to Guy. Yup, that's why I'm here after all. Gaha, great. Seeing as you killed Clayman, you can officially have his territory, do what you want with it. Now what title should you have? Ugh, I really don't want him to choose my title. With his naming sense, I bet it'll be something chunny as hell. Seriously? Naming your subordinate misery? If you don't have an idea, we can always call you the Usurper of Black. You are after all the current strongest demon of the Black line of demons. Guy asked with a smirk. Yeah, use that one. That Noir has always creeped me out. Megumin shouts out excitedly. Though the look Arcuade is giving her for breaking decorum for the second time in this Vulporgus would likely kill small children. The Usurper of Black, huh? Not a bad title. And from what I know of Diablo, he honestly seems the type to find my title amusing despite its implication. That sounds good to me. Good then, we are back to being the 10 great demon lords then. Anyone have anything else to say? I saw that Fry was about to say something but was cut off by Remuru getting up and saying, yes, I have declared myself a demon lord and want to be officially recognized by this council. Guy looked towards Remuru with interest. Oh. You do know the requirements, yes. I need to be recommended by at least 2 other demon lords, or fight another demon lord for their seat. Correct, so which option will you choose? Before I could give my recommendation, Fry spoke up. I would like to announce something first. I would like to give up my position as a demon lord. I do not think as I currently am I am worthy of that title. Huh. Why Fry? I do remember Malim and Fry were quite close. Back when I first met Felix he was far more powerful than me, and now, I can't even fathom how strong he has become. Instead I have decided that I am going to serve Malim. Gah. Everyone seemed surprised by her declaration, even Dino, who I haven't seen do anything except sleep, looked at Fry in confusion. I therefore relinquish my status as a demon lord. Now this was rather sudden, said Guy. Wait Fry, you didn't tell me about any of this. Yes Malim, that would be because it would be a pain to convince you. As I said before, I have a few reasons. The top reason is that I am too weak to be called a demon lord. But Fry, aren't high-speed aerial battles your specialty? I see no reason to put yourself down like this. De Grul seems to be adamant on getting Fry to stay. That's true, in an aerial battle I would have the advantage, but simply having the advantage is not enough. She then looked to Malim. Besides Malim, you can't keep being irresponsible forever, you need to take care of the people in your domain, and I can help you do that. So, will you accept my proposal Malim? Ugh, it isn't my style to have people under me. Fine. As long as you treat me the same way you can serve me. Ufufu, I'm glad then Malim. Hold on, I have something to say, said Carrion. I have a feeling I know where this is going. I would also like to give up my position as a demon lord. I have fought Felix a few times and have been beaten with ease each and every time. Malim was also simply toying with me when we were fighting. At my current level I'm not strong enough for this position. Since I've lost to Felix multiple times I believe I should submit to him completely. As I looked at him in shock he walked towards me and kneeled as he said, as of today, I am your subordinate, I'm counting on you, boss. Hold on, I never agreed to this. Seriously dude, what the fuck? Gahaha, I've already given up my position as a demon lord, so what do you say? There are benefits to having Carrion as my subordinate. He has the potential to become a true demon lord for one. I'll also be able to utilize all of his forces if I want to. Ugh, fine, do what you want. Will do, boss. Are you sure this is what you two want? Asked Guy. Carrion looked towards Guy and said, I put a lot of thought into this. I'll still be the king of the animal kingdom. I'll just take orders from Felix. He then looked towards me, so if you ever want the animal kingdom to do something, just let me know. I gave him a short nod. Having stronger subordinates can only be a good thing. I'll have to make Carrion stronger of course, as he is now he is my weakest direct subordinate. Something I'll be sure to tell him, he is the kind of guy who will only get motivated by that after all. Sigh, I quite like you too, you might have even awakened in a few centuries, but very well, I accept both your resignations from the council. As of this moment, both Fry and Carrion are no longer demon lords. The two of you are free to serve whomever you please. Chapter 31, Chapter 10 Part 2. He then looked towards Remuru, seeing as there has been an opening, you can take one of the seats, so long as you are strong enough that is. Hearing that Remuru released the restraint he had on his aura allowing everyone to feel his power, Carrion, Fry and some of the attendants weren't even able to stand. Seeing this he quickly reined in his aura. Guy looked towards everyone and said, well then, does anyone have any issues with Remuru Tempest becoming a demon lord? No one had any problem seeing as Remuru was quite strong, on top of being a true demon lord, so that was over fairly quickly. Remuru's title ended up being Rising Star, Remuru Tempest, quite fitting if you ask me. As of now the current demon lords are Guy, Ramaris, Melim, Degrol, Luminous, Dino, Leon, me, and then Remuru. A grand total of 9. We can't be called the 10 great demon lords with only 9 members. I decide to bring this up, hey, since we only have 9 members we can't be called the 10 great demon lords anymore. How unfortunate. We will have to come up with a new name, it's a matter of dignity. Why does Degrol look constipated? Luminous decided to chime in, fortunately we are still in the middle of a Vulporgus, I'm sure we can come up with something good. Ugh, we had to hold Vulporgus over and over again to come up with that name, what a pain. Even Dino is taking this seriously. I guess the Vulporgus really is a glorified tea party if they hold it for mundane matters like that. Luminous then looked at me with a devious smile, how about the 2 new members come up with a name? Gah. What the fuck Luminous? I suck at names, I had to use names from fictional works in order to name my subordinates. I will have my revenge. I look towards Guy, surely he will take my side, he said he wanted to be my friend right? He smirks at me before he says, that's a good idea, so how about it Felix, do you have any good names? Bastard, why are you targeting me? Remuru is also a new demon lord. I look towards Remuru for help, but the little shit is looking to the side pretending he doesn't see me. Aha, I know what to do. I use thought acceleration which has been upgraded to increase my perception by 10 million times and ask Odin. Odin, can you come up with a name? Surely with all your processing power you are capable of that, right? Answer. It is indeed possible to come up with a few names to choose from. Multiple names have been generated, the 9 sovereigns, the Infernal Council of 9, the Ninefold. Gah. Why the fuck are they all so chunny? It is highly likely that the Lord of Darkness Guy Crimson will only accept such names. Of course. Well, I might as well pick the least chunny of them all. I stop using thought acceleration as I take a sip of my wine and look towards everyone, how about the 9 sovereigns? From the looks on everyone's faces it seems like everyone likes it. I like it. It's the coming of a new age. Thanks for the enthusiasm Melim. Bomo. As expected of Felix. Gah, I don't know what to say to that Ramaris, I just asked Odin for help. I suppose it will do. Why is Luminous acting like it's Sundara? Oh wow, nice, that was quick. Dino seems happy, he must have hated coming up with a name the last time this happened huh? No complaints from me. Seems like Leon just doesn't care. Very well then. As of today, we are the 9 sovereigns kahaha. Seeing as everyone is getting up it seems the meeting is over. Rain stood out and said, then I shall once again introduce the 9 sovereigns. This meeting went well, I'm glad I didn't have to do something as bothersome as fighting to prove my power. Demon, the Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson-sama. Gah, that title man, I guess I might as well embrace the chunny. Pixie, the Labyrinth, Ramaris-sama. Dragonoid, the Destroyer, Melim Navasama. Giant, the Earthquake, Degrol-sama. Man, Degrol looks like he just wants this to be over with, poor guy. He must have to go through these kinds of things often. Vampire, the Queen of Nightmare, Luminous Valentine-sama. Fallen, the Sleeping Ruler, Dino-sama. Demonoid, the Platinum Saber, Leon Cromwell-sama. Demon, the Usurper of Black, Felix-sama. And finally, Slime, Rising Star, Remuru Tempest-sama. This concludes the introductions. And that's how I became a demon lord. We ended up heading to a casual lounge of sorts that was next to the meeting room. Guy's maids prepared an extravagant meal for us, and boy did it look delicious. It wasn't mandatory to attend, but most of the present demon lords did. The attendants were also allowed to participate, so Arcuade and Megumin took the seats next to me. As I wait for the food I ponder on how I can go about bridging the gap between Guy and I. Do you have any ideas, Odin? Answer. The easiest way for the master to gain strength in a relatively short period of time is through acquiring a second name. A second name. Like a last name or something like Remuru and Guy both have. Correct, due to there not being many beings who can name you without consequence, it is recommended that the master is named by the masses. Through spreading your name, the collective belief of the masses can grant enough energy for the master to give himself a second name. Through collective belief. So sort of like a legend. Correct. I see, now how do I go about that? Maybe I can just have Guy spread my name as the Demon Lord Felix White instead of just the Demon Lord Felix. That's the name I plan to use anyway. It would be a hassle to have it spread as Demon Lord Felix, only for it to change to Felix White. It seems the meeting went well, my lord. I turned towards Arcuade. Yeah, I don't think it could have gone much better. I'm satisfied with the results. Gaha. I can't wait till Noir hears about your title. He's gonna be annoyed for sure. I give Megumin a half-lidded stare. I have a feeling she's going to be a bit of a troublemaker. Chapter 32, Chapter 10 Part 3. Guy ended up taking the seat across from me. He sent me a smirk as he said, "Kahaha, you caused quite a lot of change today. Is that a bad thing?" He licked his lips as he said, "No, that only makes me more interested in you. To think that a demon of Noir's own lineage would surpass him, truly amusing." I gave him a raised eyebrow as I said, "Unfortunately I'm not interested in men, though seeing as you can change genders that likely isn't an issue." I knew I would like you, far better than Leon TCH, always resisting my advances. He then turned to look towards Arcuade and Megumin. "So how did you get these two prideful ones to serve you?" I remember they, along with Violet, were always at each other's necks. You wanna fight, Rouge? Don't go talking bad about me to my master. Era, I find myself agreeing with her. Don't worry about it. I don't know about how you guys were back in the demon realm, but so far you've been great, and Guy, don't you have primordial servants of your own? What's the big deal? Gaha, the big deal is that no one else has managed to make a primordial subservient except me, you, and your pal Remuru. Oh. He knows about Diablo then. That's fair, even unnamed you primordials are fairly strong. I can imagine how difficult it would be for most to be able to even challenge you guys, let alone make you a servant. Your ultimate skill, Ouroboros, what is it? I know this odd barrier of yours is from it, quite the interesting ability. GUH, so he does have some sort of copying ability, or at least a way to analyze my skills since he was able to figure out the name. Though seeing as he doesn't know what it does he shouldn't have been able to copy it. It's just an ultimate skill I awakened. That's all, I see. Why don't you come visit me on the ice continent sometime? We can chat a bit more there. I'm sure Velzard will also be quite interested in you, you are quite strong after all. Kaha, that will surely be a lot of fun. Oh. An invitation, Maybe I can get him to spread my name by agreeing. I don't see an issue with that, though I do have one condition, nothing that will cost you anything. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at me curiously. Oh. What condition? When you spread the word about the two new demon lords, I would like you to spread my name as Felix White. Wanting to get named by the masses, Considering his age, it isn't odd that he knows of such a method. Hell, he might have even got named through that method. Alright, I agree. I might get an interesting opponent out of you in the end. As long as you visit me I will spread your name as Demon Lord Felix White. I agree, I'm curious about the so-called strongest demon lord as well. Gaha. Good, I'll have an invitation sent to Gistav then. I'm gonna need to change the name of my kingdom, Can't be the Puppet Nation anymore after all. Guy didn't want to pry too hard about my ultimate skill, so we just made small talk until the food got here. The food was soon presented to us and boy did it look good. Seeing no reason not to, I dug in. Man, this is absolutely delicious. I'm definitely going to need to get the recipes. Report. Component analysis complete. It is now possible to recreate the recipes: black tiger stew, grilled sage rooster, golden peach sherbet, and roast earth and sleep dragon steak. Nice. Thanks Odin. This is the least Guy owes me after making me choose a name. The meat used in these recipes comes from a rank monsters. I'll have to send someone to gather some for me then. After that I can just give Raiden the recipes and have her cook it for me. She's also been experimenting with recipes, coming up with her own dishes that have been quite good. I'm looking forward to what other recipes she can come up with. Having a dragon maid is truly great. It would be nice if I could go to a world like Food Wars or Toriko. She could learn quite a bit from those worlds. Veldora ended up showing up a little later. Apparently he was left on a cliffhanger on one of the manga I gave him, and once he got here he decided to stick around, much to the displeasure of Luminous. Luminous Valentine. As she was leaving she pondered on everything that occurred during this meeting. Those two, Felix and Remuru Tempest, are quite interesting. To think there would be two new true demon lords born at the same time, truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. They were both incredibly strong as well, though Felix more than Remuru, he was far stronger than her, maybe even on the level of those old monsters. Though that slime isn't to be underestimated either. Felix even managed to name a primordial without looking worse for it, even she would have to be extremely careful when naming beings of their caliber. To think beings like those could still be born, truly this meeting turned out to be quite interesting. Though Fry and Carrion's resignation was a surprise, it made sense, but still surprising. That blasted lizard is back as well, though he seems to have calmed down. Not that she will forgive him. Once she was back at Ruberius she felt something was wrong, she could tell there was a fight around here recently. Once she arrived at the location she rushed towards Hinata, she was badly injured, though nothing fatal. My lady, I'm sorry, we couldn't defeat him. She quickly healed Hinata with her kiss of love, then drank the full potion Demon Lord Felix gave her to regenerate her vitality. She needs to be in her peak condition in case the attacker is nearby after all. She will have to thank him for the potion. Defeat who? Who would dare attack her? She looked to the side, Roy was already dead. She watched as Hinata nearly instantly recovered. What happened, Hinata? Who did this? A clown. I was holding him off, but I was unable to defeat him, but then Roy showed up and joined me. That's when the clown stopped holding back. He quickly dealt with Roy, but he spared me for some reason before he retreated. She will mourn Roy later. Do you know what he was after? No, my lady, but he was heading towards the inner sanctum before I intercepted him. So he was after her. Thankfully he didn't succeed. Chapter 33, Chapter 10 Part 4. Felix. The feast was finished with some fresh fruit being presented. Only 8 of us were left: Guy, Melim, Ramirez, Dino, DeGrol, Remuru, Veldora and I. Leon and Luminous left a little while ago. DeGrol and Veldora were getting along quite well, apparently they used to fight a lot back in the day. Carrion and Fry also left a little while ago, with me agreeing to meet Carrion later to finalize his servitude to me. After all, if he is going to serve me then his nation is also technically under my command. I also overheard Ramirez bugging Remuru about allowing her to move her labyrinth into Tempest. It seems she was getting bored at her old location. Though Remuru smartly refused, I wouldn't want to deal with Ramirez all day every day either. I've also put some thought into my territory. I plan to have my direct subordinates as the head of the military over whoever it's under now, that is if there even is a military. I'm not sure if the army I killed was all that Clayman had, but I imagine he had more. Along with that last I checked Raiden, Siko, and Kurumi should be able to quite easily take control over Gistav, seeing as they are far stronger than anyone there. Last I heard they had just fought an undead of sorts that wanted to worship me as a god. I'm not sure what that was about. The alcohol is great as well, though I had to lower my abnormal condition nullification, much to the displeasure of Odin. Ugh. Cough cough cough. That's got some bite to it. It seems Dino drank too much. Gaha, that's all you can handle, Dino. Watch this. Oh man, Veldora is going to regret this later. Wait, can true dragons even get hangovers? Can I? DeGrul and Guy seem to be able to handle alcohol quite well though. Ramirez is blackout drunk. It seems that Trainee and Beretta have their hands full dealing with her. Rimuru ended up leaving with Veldora. I ended up sticking around for a bit longer before eventually leaving with Melim, Arcuade, and Megumin. Overall, I had a good time. The other demon lords were pretty easy to get along with. The entire meeting went far differently from what I would have expected. I also got a neat little demon lord ring that allows you to communicate with any other demon lord, regardless of place. You can make private calls or group calls, though it was made by the frost dragon Velzard, so there is a good chance she can listen in on any conversations. Not a big deal as I had Odin analyze it. Now I am capable of creating my own version of the ring. Once I got to Tempest I checked in with Raiden and Siko. It seems everything went well on their end. I'll have to check out my new territory tomorrow, for now I'm tired. Guy Crimson. What a truly interesting Vulporgus. Clayman reached too far and got killed as a result, not particularly surprising. At least his death did something. It caused the awakening of 2 true demon lords. 2 new true demon lords will help in his game against Rudra, especially Felix. He was a devil lord, just like him. To think that there would be a demon who would reach the same stage as him, and one not even a primordial. He was quite magically powerful as well, more powerful than Melim's base state, but not quite at his own level. Still someone even he would have to take seriously depending on the skills he has. Something incredibly impressive seeing as who Melim is the daughter of. To surpass that right after his harvest festival is absolutely monstrous. He may even come to match him in raw power after he acquires his second name. He did consider the possibility that Felix had an ability similar to his own, Lucifer, that or something that provided a boost to his base capabilities. If Felix possessed the ability to copy skills, it wouldn't be odd for him to have copied Satinel and done something similar to him. He even had Blanc and John serving him. And his ultimate skill. Ouroboros. A skill he isn't capable of copying, just like Rudra's Michael, a complete wild card if a fight were to occur between the two of them. It likely has something to do with space seeing what his barrier seems to do. The slime, Remuru Tempest was strong as well. He also had an ultimate skill. To think he would learn of 2 new ultimate skill wielders on the same day. There hasn't been a true demon lord with a new ultimate skill in centuries, and now there are 2. The times are truly changing. He has a feeling his game with Rudra will soon come to an end. Noir is also serving Remuru. To think one such as him would bend the knee to someone. He noticed Velzard approaching him. You seem to be in a good mood. Did something interesting happen at the Vulporgus? Gahaha, yes Velzard, today was a truly entertaining day. I haven't been so excited in centuries. Oh. I didn't think mere demon lords could catch your interest. What happened? He went on to explain everything to a now interested Velzard. To think there would be another skill as strong as your Lucifer, and Rudra's Michael, is he truly that strong? Yes. In a fair fight I don't know for sure who would win between the 2 of us. Oh. That is incredibly high praise, to think there would be someone new capable of possibly matching you, and potentially me. When you invite him over, do let me know. I'm interested in meeting this demon as well now. Ha ha ha, I will Velzard, I will. Guy grinned as he thought of the interesting times approaching. Maybe he will invite Felix over after he has settled into his new territory. Yuki Kagarazaka. The Vulporgus was over and 2 new demon lords have been declared. He sent out an emergency report to every nation spreading this information, of the 2 new disaster class threats, Remuru Tempest and Felix White. To think his plans would backfire so spectacularly, even he hadn't seen it coming. And now a demon sits on that throne along with Remuru. It seems his fellow countryman has also won over Veldora's allegiance somehow, adding an extra layer of protection to Tempest. 2 of the demon lords stepped down and chose to serve other demon lords as well. He will have to find a way to dispose of Orthrus. They might catch unwanted attention from one of the new demon lords, and they have been going in a direction he did not approve of for some time now. Kigali has also been livid over Clayman's death. He didn't think she could hate someone just as much as she hated Leon, but color him surprised, the demon managed to do it. He will have to come up with a plan to deal with the new demon lords, the 9 sovereigns, if he wants his dream to be a reality. Chapter 34, Chapter 10 Part 5. Felix. I gaze down and look at my new territory. It's been a few days since the Vulporgus, Siko, Raiden, and Kurumi were able to easily take control over Gistav, or rather Azeroth. I ended up renaming the kingdom to Azeroth seeing as I was a bit of a Warcraft fan in my first life. It seems Clayman wasn't the best ruler as none of the Dark Elves seemed to truly mind the change in leadership. There were some that didn't approve but Arcuade quickly took care of them. I don't really want to know how either. The territory itself is quite well taken care of. My new castle is surrounded by a bottomless yet lush wetlands. The wetlands act as an environmental barrier as well as a first line of defense. The wetlands are inhabited by undead under the command of one of Clayman's former fingers, Adelman. Adelman ended up deciding to serve me. Apparently he is a former cardinal of the Holy Church, quite impressive. He was only a step away from becoming a saint before he was apparently sabotaged by some higher-ups of the church causing his death. He was apparently resurrected as a White King by the former demon lord Kazarem, and has been serving as the first line of defense since. Apparently Raiden ended up using some holy magic in their fight, though according to her she wasn't going all out against him, and she was only able to use a lesser form of holy magic. What she didn't expect was for him to request to meet me. I didn't even know Raiden knew holy magic. Apparently she tried some more advanced spells and was upset that they didn't work. She thought that maybe her faith was lacking, which seemed to unnerve her. Though I corrected her once Odin told me that wasn't the case. I decided to help her since I knew what was wrong thanks to Odin. I also know it is possible for believers to call upon their god's power. Basically it allows people to use the name of their god as a medium to open a soul-based channel between them. This can be used to help cast all kinds of magic, at the cost of magic power. I made a pact with her with me as the god in the relationship, and her as the believer, which allows her to use more powerful holy magic while also allowing me to use holy magic to a higher level as well. I'm now capable of some extremely high-tier holy magic, like disintegration, the strongest offensive holy magic which causes spiritron decay within the target. Basically whatever is in the area of effect gets erased at the speed of light. This includes people's souls. A very scary magic if used properly. However, as more people under me start to use holy magic, it will be harder for me to maintain as I can't assist so many people at once. So I linked together and borrowed the cumulative calculation power of all the people that believe in me to help share the burden. Due to this, the burden placed on the user for holy magic is low. The power of the holy magic is almost entirely dependent on how much faith the user has in their respective god. The stronger the faith, the stronger the connection between God and believer, increasing the power of the holy magic. I wouldn't have been able to do something like that without Odin's help though. I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but man, Odin is such a cheat. While I do not have a lot of believers, my subordinates see me as a sort of god even if they do not treat me as such. This belief is enough to power the holy magic. This is most likely the system that Luminous also uses. Seeing as she has an absolutely massive amount of believers, there is no way she can power them all at once. Now Raiden can call upon my name, and borrow a portion of my power. Back to Adalman, he ended up deciding to serve me as his god, so I've left it to him to continue his former duty while also making a pact with him. However, due to his nature as a being that relies on magicules to survive, his holy magic was harming him whenever he tried to use it. Holy magic can be divided into two categories. First is directly manipulating the spirit rons all around us. Spirit rons are the building blocks of spiritual matter like magicules, holy power, and aura. Spirit rons also don't have any sort of elemental affinity. The second way that holy magic is used is to directly eliminate magicules, which is causing Adalman some trouble seeing as he is a being made up of magicules. I ended up teaching both Adalman and Raiden a spell that Odin developed that will help them both get used to manipulating spirit rons, and since the spell uses spirit rons, it allows for them to use the spell without difficulty. The spell involves firing small rotating spirit rons at high speeds capable of easily piercing opponents. However, it was rather difficult to perform as the user needed to have a high amount of faith in me. I did end up naming him, causing him to get a fairly decent power boost. He has a Demon Lord seed, but I still decided to name him regardless as I wasn't totally sure of his loyalty. When you name someone, you form a connection with them. Odin can use this connection to monitor all my subordinates if I wish for her to. He currently has a bond with every undead in the wetlands, allowing him complete control over the legions of undead there. Only once you get past the wetlands can you gain access to my castle. I've been working on redecorating the castle a bit. Clayman had a bunch of rare artifacts, expensive furniture, and paintings stored in his vault, along with whatever was already on display. That fucker was rich as hell. He had about 5,000 stellar gold coins, each worth 100 gold coins. And he also had about 25,000 gold coins. Not to mention all the other valuable items he has. Safe to say I'm rich. Too bad all his riches went to me. He has a massive wine cellar that contains wine that is centuries old. They are all well maintained as well. I can't wait to give some of them a try. I've even got a bunch of instruments, like a grand piano. Apparently Siko had played an instrument when she was younger, and she seemed especially fond of the violin we discovered. I'm not sure why such an instrument exists in this world, but I'm not complaining. With Siko's personality, I could never imagine her playing an instrument, but I was surprised. With some help from Odin, I was able to recreate the music sheets from my past life and had taught Siko how to read them, seeing as I used to play the piano in my first life. We ended up playing a bunch of songs, even some anime openings. That was a lot of fun. Along with the instruments, I also have so much gold that I don't think I'll ever run out if I was the only one using it. Though seeing as I have a country to run, the gold probably won't last forever. Thankfully, I already have some plans on how to gain some more revenue, and hopefully attract some more residents to my country, seeing as currently there are only dark elves residing here, along with some other weak magen that live in villages and towns around the country. The population is quite large, multiple times that of Carrion's domain, but there is still a lot of land waiting to be developed, as the citizens of my domain are mostly scattered around everywhere, with only some residing closer to my castle. Each village/town had to pay a certain amount of tax each year, but other than that they were mostly left alone. My new office is quite impressive as well. It has a beautiful lavender throne along with an exquisitely crafted desk with gold ornaments, and a crystal ball that allows me to observe basically anywhere in my territory with ease. I also have a large window with a great view, along with a chandelier that hangs in the center of the room. My favorite part, however, are the sealed painting, as I've learned they are called. Basically they are paintings, though they are more like magic artifacts that were created by an incredibly talented artist named Bismarck. These visually stunning masterpieces depict mythical beasts with incredible realism, to the point that they look like they are alive. They can even subtly shift their poses. Thankfully Clayman had a bunch stored in his vault so I can switch them out from time to time. My favorite ones are the dragon, the nine-tailed fox, the hydra, and the basilisk. I really regret not killing Clayman the first time I came here. I could have gotten all these goodies much sooner, and the events that transpired could have been avoided. But maybe it was for the best that it happened. Someone like Clayman would have come along at some point either way, and they might have been more difficult to deal with. Chapter 35, Chapter 10 Part 6. That isn't all either. Underneath the castle there are ruins of the former kingdom that used to be here, Amrita. The only way to gain access to the ruins is through a special gate located in the castle. The gate itself is locked with magic, though Odin was able to get through that fairly easily. Once you get through the gate, there are a bunch of golems that have unique grade weapons along with a magical defense mechanism you have to get through. I ended up destroying the golems and storing the unique grade weapons in my vault after fully analyzing them. I decided to explore it another time as I had other things that I needed to get done. My alliance with Tempest is also still going strong, and Arcuade said she would be able to create a formal alliance with Dworgen and Sarian pretty soon. Clayman already had a trading relationship with Dworgen, so there isn't all that much that needed to be changed with them. Sarian is a bit different, however, as they are a country of elves that split off from the branch that moved to Amrita. The elves of Amrita turned into dark elves. Hopefully Arcuade doesn't have any trouble building a relationship with Sarian. Remuru has already gotten to work building a path from Tempest to my territory so that traders and travelers can have an easier time moving between our two countries. Remuru did say he wanted control over the inns, and the amount of tax that needs to be paid when using the road. I didn't see an issue with it seeing as he was the one building the road. I've left most of the ruling itself to Arcuade. I'm mostly just a willing figurehead that offers protection. Humans generally don't want to invade a demon lord's territory after all. Arcuade told me that Clayman has trade relations with almost every country on the continent, something incredibly impressive, even I have to admit. Clayman used to have all sorts of products he used to trade with other countries, though he heavily relied on slave labor in order to create said products. I told Arcuade to get rid of that practice and to pay all of our workers from now on. Most of the former slave workers ended up staying as they had nowhere else to go. Hopefully I can make life a little bit better for them over time. I do have some things I need to worry about, like the fact that I'm neighbors with the Eastern Empire. They are not to be underestimated. They have a reputation for having the most advanced military in the world for a reason after all. Their military power is greater than that of the West's combined. The Council of the West is also likely going to be an issue at some point. It was originally established to deal with monsters and other similar threats, as in general humans need to band together to survive in this world. Now however they have grown incredibly influential, they control the guild, have a massive amount of funding and sway with all countries part of the council. They are considered to be what is keeping the Eastern Empire in check, though if what I have heard of the Eastern Empire is true, then I doubt it. The headquarters of the council are located in Ingracia along with the headquarters of the guild itself. The council itself doesn't have a military, but as they are what funds the guild, they have the power to order the guild to do whatever they want, which can be a force on its own. The council also acts as a mediator of sorts between nations, often weighing each country's interests against the others, and managing them to prevent conflict from erupting between them. Along with that, certain countries could gain more speaking weight within the council itself through money. The more you paid, the more power you had, and if you decide to stop paying, then you lose all the protection the council grants you, whether that is losing access to the free guild, or the protection that being part of the council on its own grants you. Most nations rely solely on the guild to manage monsters, so a lot of nations had no choice but to support the council. When it comes to war among the nations of the council, there are a few guidelines. For one, they must follow the strict rules that govern warfare, along with having a formal declaration of war. If one country does not follow these rules, then all the other countries will rally together against that one nation. When a nation in the council is at war with one not in the council, the rest of the council generally does not intervene. However, if the nation in the council is unnecessarily cruel, then that can harm the nation standing in the council. The council also offers defense whenever a nation part of the council is invaded by an outside force. When this happens, a nation can request the assistance of the rest of the council. This reason is why there are many smaller nations part of the council, as it provides more security. It is quite similar to the United Nations from my old world. When compared to that, my nation is definitely lacking. Maybe not in raw power, as any of my direct subordinates alone would be a challenge for the council to take on. The rest of my nation is not the same. My subordinates and I can't always be there when needed. In these scenarios, having other decently strong subordinates can help. Unfortunately, I ended up killing most of the standing military when I went through my harvest festival. There are still around 1,000 Magians that are left in the military, but they are incredibly weak, likely why they were left behind by Clayman. Still, I had Megumin take command of the remaining military. Hopefully she can get them into shape so they aren't total fodder. I definitely need to increase the amount of soldiers I have in the military. Thankfully I do have a few ideas on how to go about that. I sent Raiden to the Kennet Mountains a few days ago. I'm hoping she can recruit some dragons to serve my nation. Once named, dragons can be quite the fearsome threat for a normal military. Raiden should be able to handle all the dragons on the mountain, even the Dragon Kings. She is quite strong now. She's easily a disaster class and is only growing stronger. Having an overpowered maid is great. She can make me meals and rub my shoulders one moment, then the next moment she can go wipe out an entire army. Then I also sent Arcuade to gather some demons to work for me. She's the primordial of white, so she has quite a few underlings. Demons are quite strong, and according to Arcuade her lieutenant is quite powerful. He's been undefeated for tens of thousands of years. Arcuade said he may very well be the strongest demon other than the primordials and of course, me. I told her to pick up her other rival as well. Having 3 primordials as servants will be useful. Not only are they strong, they each also have legions of subordinates. Siko is acting as my secretary, though I don't really need a secretary seeing as I don't really do any work. Delegating all my work to subordinates is great. I look to the side as I sense 2 people incoming. One of them is decently powerful too. Ah, it's just Carrion. Took him long enough. We can finally sort out his servitude to me. Now that I've thought about it, having him as my subordinate can only be a good thing. Sure, I'm responsible for his nation to a certain extent, but I'm still gaining a lot more than I'm giving. Maybe I can include a portion of his military into my nation, at least that will bolster my numbers a little bit. Along with that, beastmen can be quite strong as well. Maybe I can have Kurumi lead them. I turned towards Siko. Could you go and greet Carrion and his subordinates and bring them to the conference room? Of course Felix-sama. It seems Siko is excited at finally having something to do, though she seems a little nervous today for some reason. How odd. Well, I'm sure she will come to me if she needs anything. Sigh, well, time to do some work. It's the least I can do seeing as I don't do nearly as much work as Arcuade, Megumin, or Raiden. Hopefully Raiden gets back soon. She makes the best dragon steak, kinda weird seeing how she is a dragon, but if she's not complaining then it should be fine. Chapter 36, Chapter 11, Interlude and Meetings. Felix. Once I arrive at the conference room, I take the seat at the head of the table as I wait for Siko to arrive with Carrion. The conference room itself is incredibly luxurious. It's got a fancy carpet, a nice round wood table that releases a pleasant woodsy aroma. The table can comfortably accommodate about a dozen people, and the chairs surrounding the table are also incredibly luxurious. Clayman really did enjoy the finer things in life, not that I don't enjoy them as well. There is a nice fireplace located to the side, along with a special magic artifact that weakens the will of everyone in the room. Of course, if you are strong enough you can brush it off, but against weaker people, it can prove deadly in a negotiation. I decided to leave it there. I hear a knock on the door. Come in. The door opens to reveal Siko, Carrion, and Sophia. At least I think that's her name. She's gotten decently stronger since the last time I saw her, at least she hasn't been slacking. I have completed your order, Felix-sama. I can see that, thank you, Siko. Hearing my thanks, Siko takes her place behind me as she beams proudly. That girl is way too easy to make happy. Sup boss, I am here to learn what you expect from me as your subordinate. I brought Sophia along as well since she wanted to see you, along with something else which we can talk about a little later. I gave Sophia a short nod as she bows to me. I see, take a seat, Carrion, you too, Sophia. I wait for them to be seated before I begin talking. Since you decided to serve me, Carrion, there are a few things I want from you. First off, I want the ability to command your military in circumstances where I think it is necessary. Of course, I might also order you to accomplish certain tasks as well. I would also like for you to give me 5,000 or so of your men, seeing as I don't currently have an army. Of course, I also want an alliance between our two countries. I don't see a reason to make Eurasania into a vassal state either. This might seem like I'm asking for a lot, but I'm really not. Carrion is effectively my subordinate now. He should be doing what I tell him to regardless. I'm trying to make sure I don't take too much from him. I do still want to keep him happy after all. His military is incredibly large, to the level where 5,000 is almost nothing. I don't plan to command his military very often either. I just want to make sure that he understands that I have the power to do so if I desire. I will also have Megumin train up the soldiers and make sure they are loyal. Overall, my terms aren't terrible, especially since he is getting my protection. I don't mean to brag, but I'm really strong now, so he is getting quite a lot from my protection alone. Plus I want to get my own little revenge on him for not talking to me first about becoming my subordinate. But I also don't want him to regret swearing allegiance to me. I guess I'm prideful like that. I observe Carrion's facial expressions as he considers my requirements. He doesn't seem to be all that surprised by my demands. He likely expected them, seeing as he is a ruler as well. 5,000 soldiers might not seem like all that much when compared to Eurasania's massive population, but it needs to be kept in mind that a healthy lycanthrope is generally around A, ranked at the very least when going all out. Alright boss, I can do that. Sophia already wanted to come and serve you, so I can send her along with some men for you to start your military off with. You left quite the impression on her the last time you visited, hahaha. I ignore the blushing Sophia as I wait for Carrion to continue. The only thing I wish for is your protection, seeing as I am no longer a demon lord. Some other nations might try and test their luck. I was already planning to do that. Alright, I can do that. Should I name him? No, I don't think I will. He has the potential to evolve into a true demon lord. If I name him, he won't be able to evolve until Odin comes up with the ability to bypass that restriction. I don't really need to worry about Carrion's loyalty. His pride won't let him betray me. Plus, he's weak. If he does betray me, I won't let my personal feelings get in the way of killing him. Notice. A method of artificially inducing the harvest festival has been devised. The process involves 10 times as many souls as a normal harvest festival, and is done by using Beelzebub to break down the souls into pure energy, then transferring it to the individual in question. As a result, a harvest festival-like phenomenon is created, with the target individual undergoing an awakening evolution, making them an existence equivalent to demon lords. When did you come up with this, Odin? Notice. A solution was created the moment the master desired it. And why didn't you tell me earlier? This information was not necessary at the time. That's fair. In the future, tell me whenever you come up with a solution to a problem I'm having. Don't wait. Got it. Affirmative. Why do you sound sulky? It's just the master's imagination. Sure it is, whatever. Still, 100,000 souls, that's a lot. I have no clue how I can go about getting that many souls. I may be a demon, but even I'm not comfortable going around massacring hundreds of thousands of people. Maybe I can find a method of artificially creating souls in another world. Definitely something I need to explore in the future. Oh well, that's future me's problem, fuck past me, that guy always hands over his issues to me. Future me is a savior though, I can always trust him to come up with a solution to my problems, and if all else fails I have Odin. Isn't that right, Odin? Affirmative, I will always endeavor to be useful to the master, no matter what. Thanks Odin, it always fills me with relief knowing I have an overpowered conceptual intelligence to count on. Though Odin can probably blow the AIs from both my past life's movies out of the park. Correct, Odin is by far the most superior skill for the master, far more suitable than even Raphael. Huh. It's almost like you have a rivalry with Raphael. It's amusing to consider that you and Raphael could be communicating about who is better, or better yet whose host is better. Truly, anime clichés have infected me like a virus. It is just the master's imagination, the master should pay attention to his surroundings. Ah, that's right, still gotta deal with carrion, thankfully thought acceleration made it so I didn't look like I was spacing out, that would be rude. I turned towards Sophia, if you have decided that you wish to serve me, then I'll have Siko show you to a room, and show you around. Sophia gave me a bow and said, thanks boss. I won't disappoint you. I give her a nod then turn towards Siko who says, would you like me to show her around now, Felix-sama? I would appreciate that Siko, thanks. I wait for Siko and Sophia to leave before I continue to talk to Carrion. He ended up informing me about all the intricate details about his country, our conversation ended up finishing around dinner time so I gave Carrion a room for the night, after which I decided to go to bed as well. I don't particularly need sleep, I sure as hell do like it though. As I'm walking to the master bedroom I ponder on what tasks I have to get done. I need to sort out the dragons that Raiden is going to bring, sort out the demons Arcuade is going to bring, I'll probably have to tame the primordial that Arcuade is bringing along. Those primordials can be quite prideful, though it makes sense. Hopefully she isn't a handful, I'm already having trouble curbing Megumin's more destructive tendencies. Oh well, she's hot so a lot can be excused. No matter what anyone tells you, looks do matter. Then I also need to sort out the lycanthropes Carrion is sending, Kurumi should be capable of leading them, I can put Sophia under her command as well. Kurumi doesn't have much experience, but she is strong and has a good head on her shoulders. I also need more maids, this castle is huge, far too big for Raiden on her own to manage, maybe I'll have Raiden pick out some people she can train to be maids. She's been taking this whole maid thing super seriously so she will probably pick the best of the best. Once I got to my room I quickly changed into my sleepwear, if I'm rich I might as well live in luxury right. I grin as I go through my closet, I may not need clothing as I can just make clothes with material creation, but I sure do like having extra clothes. I had Shuna make me a bunch of outfits, from casual wear, to formal wear, I even got a fancy coat made from dragon skin made. As I am getting ready for bed I hear a knock on the door. Ah, it seems Siko needs something. Come in Siko. I turn to look at her and notice she is still in her purple secretary outfit, she must have just finished showing Sophia around. She took longer than I thought. Did you just finish showing Sophia around? Yes Felix-sama. But that pesky tiger was getting cocky so I had to show her place. Ugh, did they really fight? I don't always know what's going on in my territory as I usually leave the management of my universal sense to Odin, who I trust to let me know if anything is happening that requires my attention. I guess technically this didn't need my attention. But I'd still like a warning next time Odin. Now you're going all silent. I stare at Siko with half-lidded eyes, at least tell me no one was injured or inconvenienced. Of course not Felix-sama. As if that tiger could injure me. Ugh, I wasn't worried about her getting injured, whatever, I'm sure I would have been notified if something had happened. Well, other than that I'm assuming everything went well. Yes, I showed the tiger her quarters and showed her around the castle and territory. Good, thank you Siko, I'm glad I can count on you. I turn back towards my dresser as I continue getting ready, is there anything else you need? You am Felix-sama. May I ask for a reward? A reward. Well she has been a great subordinate, and a good friend too, maybe over time she could even become something more. Well, she hasn't really ever asked for a reward before, I don't see why I shouldn't reward her, hopefully she doesn't ask me to try her cooking though. According to Odin she can use cook to make her dishes taste delicious, the only downside is that it still looks downright apocalyptic. And like I said earlier, no matter what anyone else says, looks do matter. Sure, what do you need Siko? I can maybe upgrade your weapon to the legend grade if you want. I hear clothes rustling and turn around to take a look. Oh. So that's what she meant. Chapter 37, Chapter 11 Part 2 Lewd. Be aware that this is my first lewd so don't expect much. Felix. This is more of a reward for me than for her, but oh well, I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, plus this must have taken a ton of courage for her to do. I'll respect that, I observe her as she shivers under my gaze. Black lace, nice. Thank you whoever brought black lace to this world. I lick my lips as I approach her, you sure you want this Siko? There is no backing out once we've started. Yes, Felix-sama. I was first, I won't let that hussy Raiden get ahead of me. She blurted out with a blush on her face. Oh. So even Raiden is interested. Man, am I a lucky guy. Once I approached her, I took her chin in my hand, without any words between us, my blue staring into her purple. I don't know who made the first move, but soon enough our lips met. I took this opportunity to explore her body more thoroughly. Siko is a bombshell, and it shows. Once my hands were groping her as I lifted her up as she yelped into my mouth and grabbed my arms. I took the chance to insert my tongue inside as she wrapped her legs around me. Her grip on my arms got tighter and tighter as I continued to play with her ass and massage her tongue with my own. I could tell she was inexperienced, but she made up for it with her enthusiasm. She slid one of her hands towards the back of my head and pushed me even further into her lips. I took my time exploring her mouth. We only separated once I sensed she was having trouble breathing. No words were spoken as I carried her towards my bed. I gently laid her down as I explored her body. The haze on my mind was far too much, so I used a little bit of my strength to tear off her bra from the middle and take it off. I restrained myself for a moment to look at her face. She nodded, and that was enough for me. I slowly kissed down her body before eventually reaching her breasts. She moaned, and without my mouth covering hers it was far louder than before. Her nipples were like two appetizing red cherries begging to be eaten, and I didn't hold back. I grabbed one of her nipples and pinched it between my thumb and index finger while my mouth latched onto her other one, sucking and flicking it with my tongue. Yesh, more Felix-sama. I pulled back slightly and murmured, call me Felix during this. I went back to nipping at her nipple. I felt Siko hug my head, grab a fistful of my hair and pull me further into her breast. I heard her moan harder as I moved my knee between her thighs and rubbed at her core. I could feel my cock rub at my clothes as I continued to play her body like a fiddle. After a few minutes of toying with her, I felt her body shake and shiver like a leaf in a storm. After all that foreplay, she finally came as if a dam had broken. I haven't even directly touched her core and I can already tell she is sopping wet. I released her nipple and looked at her glazed eyes. I only controlled myself from snapping due to my willpower. I slowly kissed my way down her body until I got between her legs. This is her first time, so I should make it memorable after all. No one can ever say that I am not a generous lover. I moved her soggy panties to the side and saw a small tuft of purple hair glistening with her cum above her core. I kissed her lower lips, giving a slight lick to her clit. Her body jumped in shock. I traced her slit with my tongue as she cried out in ecstasy. After some time I lifted her legs over my shoulders and dove into the feast in front of me. While Siko's normal food looked hideous, this looked downright delightful. Felix, too much. MMFH. I lapped at the feast in front of me, flicking my tongue towards her clit once in a while. I used my fingers to further spread her lips out, giving me more access to her pussy. I felt her grip my hair, but that only increased my own arousal. I could feel my dick throbbing as I gave her pussy a long lick and latched onto her clit. I felt her orgasm coming as she spasmed above me, her back arched as she came even harder than before. Boy, is she sensitive. I quickly cleaned my face of her liquids with magic as I looked up towards her face. Her purple hair was sprawled out all over the bed. I could see a bit of drool at the edge of her mouth, while her eyes looked dazed. Her breasts were heaving up and down and she tried to catch her breath. She looked absolutely erotic. I took this time to approach her face and give her another kiss. This kiss was less erotic and more passionate than before. We eventually pulled apart and looked into each other's eyes. There was no need for words as I used spatial magic to remove all my clothes. I adjusted myself on top of her and lined myself up with her dripping core before I slowly rubbed my cock on her slit to make sure she was ready. Ready. She nodded and I proceeded to slowly slide myself in. Once the tip entered her, I pulled her closer to me before pressing in more. Slowly but surely I slid my entire length in. Siko trains and fights a lot, so she has no hymen. Along with her being properly prepared, she didn't feel any pain. She felt hot and incredibly wet, far wetter than before. I could feel her insides massaging my length. I saw her face begin to relax as I slowly got into a comfortable rhythm of thrusting in and out. Thankfully I was prepared this time. My first time was far different from this. Ugh, I don't even want to think about it. I moved a strand of hair away from her face. You alright, Siko? Yes, move mama faster mgh please, it feels so good. Phew, glad I haven't lost my touch. I accepted her request and started moving faster as I leaned in towards her breast, taking a nipple into my mouth. I felt her wrap her legs around me as she continued to mew out her praises. Harder amf, please more, I love you. That caused me to pause for a second. Even in my lustful haze I could tell she meant it. I wasn't ready to say it back as I did not want to lie to her during this, but maybe in the future I won't have to. I quickly resumed my thrusts as I heard Siko cry out. The room was filled with the sounds of flesh clapping. I felt her come again and again as I continued to thrust. I released her breast and pulled her in for a kiss as we began another round of tongue wars. I continued to thrust as I played with her nipples. Soon enough Siko started thrusting onto me futilely as she was mostly trapped between me and the bed. I felt my own orgasm approaching, so I took hold of her hips, then pulled out until just the tip was left inside of her before I pushed back inside and erupted in the process. I shot my cum inside her as she shivered and tightened up before she collapsed on top of me. Might as well take advantage of my infertility. Gaha, how was that? Hopefully it was memorable enough. Siko blushed a deep shade of red as she hid her face in my chest. It's quite surprising to see a brash girl like Siko embarrassed, I chuckled as I pulled out of her. I still had something to take care of. I was still hard as a rock, my stamina was not to be underestimated. Siko should be able to take it, her own body is quite strong. Now, time to continue on with tonight's debauchery. I got up, and felt someone laying on my chest. I also noticed some purple locks as well. Ah yes, that happened. Siko is hugging me like a pillow, guess she is a cuddler, huh? I wouldn't have expected it, but I'm not complaining. Sigh, waking up with someone by my side after so long without sleeping with anyone. Man, does it feel great to finally have gotten laid after so long. Siko and I continued throughout the night and only went to bed at dawn, and that too only because I had things I needed to do in the morning. If the two of us wanted, I'm sure we could go on for days. It's a good thing we don't need sleep, or getting up would have been a pain. The room smelled like sex, so I used some quick magic to freshen the air up. Magic is truly convenient. Maybe I can find some sort of sex magic. That sounds fun. I heard a cute yawn and looked towards Siko. It looks like she's up. Ah. Felix-sama. Gah. How embarrassing. It seems like she remembers everything we did last night. Haha, an embarrassed Siko is adorable. I may not love her, but I do care for her a lot. And after last night I have grown to care for her more than before. Who knows, maybe in time it will become love. Well, that's for the future, it's best to live in the present. Gaha, don't worry Siko, you didn't do anything embarrassing, I thought you were quite beautiful. Something I've learned from experience is that pillow talk is just as important as anything else in a relationship. It's always good to reassure the woman you are with that you appreciate her and that she is cared for. After all, sometimes women spontaneously become self-conscious after sex. I don't think Siko is that type of person though. Felix-sama. Do you really think so? Yes, Siko, you were great, I look forward to doing it again. Now I have to get ready, feel free to rest though. As I got out of bed I heard her say, next time. Man, she really is a klutz. Chapter 38, Chapter 11 Part 3. Raiden. She looked down towards the dragons that she saw worthy of serving her master. These dragons were quite resistant to serving someone at first, they are quite prideful after all. But, all they needed was a little re-education and they were willing to serve. Yes, maybe her master will reward her once she accomplishes the task he ordered her to do. She turned towards where she felt a few of the more promising dragons approaching from Raiden-sama. We are ready to go. We had to beat some of the others into submission, but after some time we did it. She turned towards the only dragon capable of human speech. He was a bit odd, though to reach his level of strength without a name is impressive. She's sure her master will appreciate him. Though he seemed to be under the impression that she is the one they will be serving rather than her master. Oh well, she won't correct him. After all, once he meets her master he will surely bow down and proclaim his eternal loyalty as is natural. She turned to look towards the other dragons she is bringing. They are a rowdy bunch, seeing as they don't have much intelligence and mostly rely on instinct. She had to beat them into submission at first in order to get them to fall in line. They are all incredibly weak as well, though even she was weak once upon a time, before she saw the light and met her master. She is helping these dragons. They are purposeless, all they do is rampage around and kill other monsters. Most of them aren't even intelligent enough to pursue further strength. She is helping them by giving them a purpose, something to fight for. Her master will treat them well after all. Those prideful dragon lord were a bit annoying to deal with. They were upset at an outsider like her coming in and taking their only source of amusement. But they were far too weak to inconvenience her. They were strong and smart, but they weren't strong enough to cause any trouble for her. She got quite a bit stronger from her master's blessing. It would be a waste if she had lost to these unnamed worms. Siko should have already had her time with master as was agreed upon when she wished to become her master's full-time maid. Siko had originally been quite against letting her cook all of master's meals, but after she promised that she could have her turn with master first she agreed. She would get her turn to serve her master soon enough. After all, it is a maid's duty to make sure their master is completely satisfied in all areas. Let us head back. I'm sure my master must be expecting us. Hinata Sakaguchi. She looked towards her subordinates, the 10 great saints, said to be capable of matching a demon lord. What a joke, she thought. Even she herself didn't stand a chance against any of the true demon lords, let alone them. Maybe they could deal with a demon lord like Clayman, but against an ascended one. All of them, including her, needed to become stronger in order to take on those monsters. She knew from experience. This meeting is over, we have our orders, God Luminous has told us not to interfere with the monster nation Tempest, or the kingdom of Azeroth, and so we shall follow her orders. As they cleared out she contemplated everything that took place during the meeting, to think that Remuru Tempest is truly an otherworlder, he probably hated her guts for not even attempting to communicate and jumping straight into attacking. At this point it is clear that the tip she got from the merchant was false. Hopefully she can convince him that she alone is the one responsible and not the entire Western Holy Church. According to rumors Remuru is on good terms with Demon Lord Felix White, someone even Luminous was wary of, she did not want to be on his bad side. And then she had those infuriating 7 luminaries getting in her way, did they really think she didn't know what they were up to? Giving her a weapon that can defeat the storm dragon Veldora? Yeah right, chances were it would somehow inhibit her in the middle of a fight in the hopes that she gets killed. Still, to think Remuru would kill an entire army of 20,000 in an instant, Demon Lord indeed. The current lineup of the Demon Lords, the 9 sovereigns are on an entirely new level in terms of threat level. Still, something felt off about the whole situation. Remuru has been trying to be subtle, his takeover of Falmouth hasn't come out to the public yet, so sending her a message blatantly asking for a fight seemed a bit counterproductive. Could he hate her to that level where he simply ignores all his other goals? No, from what she knew of him she didn't think so. That is unless an evolution into a Demon Lord changes someone, gaining that much power at once would be difficult for any human soul to handle. She saw herself how much trouble Shizu-sensei had with containing Ifrit. And Remuru is multiple times more powerful than that. She considered if Remuru lost his last shreds of humanity when he ascended. Sigh, well she will have to see when she goes to meet him, hopefully he can be reasoned with. Granbell. He looked towards his descendants, the 5 elders as they took their seats, the true rulers of the West. The Council of the West was formed due to their influence, and while the council seats were theoretically chosen by each individual nation, in practice only those under the Rassos ever got picked. Their power stretched far beyond their own borders, outclassing that of entire nations with ease. The Rassos could be called the de facto rulers of the West, it was due to their influence that Yuki Kagurasaka was even able to form his free guild. He looked towards the center of the room where one of his best agents was seated. From the look on Glenda's face it seems her cover is still intact, truly she is one of his best agents, he lucked out when summoning her and binding her to his will. She even managed to become one of the 10 great saints, an impressive feat, and while even with his binding on her he could not completely trust her, but as his beloved Mariable said, he could trust her desire to live and her greed for money. He looked towards the so-called Merchant of Death, Damrata of Gold. Sir Damrata, it seems your lies have been discovered, have they not? According to Glenda's report, Hinata had discovered that she was used to instigate conflict with Remuru Tempest. That is correct, but I don't see an issue with that. I may have lost Hinata Sakaguchi's trust but I gained something far more valuable, your trust. Shrewd businessman indeed. He ignored his rambling as he considered how to deal with Hinata, Remuru Tempest, and this new demon lord he hadn't heard about, Felix White. Though he had heard of an adventurer with the name of Felix. We both agree that Hinata needs to be dealt with correct. Of course. Originally Veldora, the storm dragon was the Empire's greatest impediment in claiming the Jura forest, it does not matter if he is truly under Remuru Tempest's control, after all we now know he can be negotiated with. That can be an opportunity for us. In that scenario they can both win, the Eastern Empire can get rid of a thorn in the form of the storm dragon, while he can get rid of Hinata, she has grown far too powerful far too quickly, she stands above even Yuki Kagurasaka. Then there is that Remuru Tempest, he does not know what sort of motivation he has for ruling Falmouth, but he does not want that land under the control of a demon lord. They continued to discuss the finer details of the plan before coming to an agreement, so you want us to deal with Hinata then Sir Damrata? That should be possible. No need to worry there, Hinata saw Remuru Tempest's message, she should be marching to Tempest soon, said Glenda. I see, that is good to know. But what if Hinata actually kills Demon Lord Remuru? That can be useful to us as well, but don't worry, Remuru is not like demon lords like Clayman, he is dangerous. We will have to take care of him sooner or later, but with Veldora on his side it would be ill-advised to do so without a plan. I see, I will leave it in your hands then, but what about the Demon Lord Felix? I've heard from a verified source that he and Remuru Tempest are quite close, if both he and Remuru face Hinata, even she won't stand a chance. Won't that be counterproductive as they are likely to take her in for questioning rather than killing her? He makes a good point, he looked towards Glenda and smiled. Yes, she will do quite nicely, but she won't be enough to stall a demon lord, let alone possibly maim one. While this demon lord Felix White should still be in the process of awakening, he used non-human souls for his ascension after all, he is not to be underestimated. Maybe he can have her take one special member from Blood Shadow, the shadow force of the Rassos. There are some stronger otherworlders part of it, but the one he had in mind was a cut above the rest, she could have even posed a challenge for his younger self. She could have been the leader of the Blood Shadow rather than Glenda, if only she was more proactive. Her ability to control dragons should also help in their fight against the Demon Lord. After hearing about the new Demon Lord, he ordered his subordinates to investigate him and was able to learn that Demon Lord Felix White has a dragon subordinate he cares for, something that can be used against him. If the two of them kill this Demon Lord, great, if not then they should at the very least stall him long enough for this Remuru Tempest to finish Hinata off. They should be capable of getting away fairly easily as well. Glenda is quite capable at spatial motion after all. He smiled as he began to explain his plan. Glenda Atlee. She grit her teeth as she left to go get ready for a suicide mission. That damn Granbell, sending her against a Demon Lord. That's practically suicide. Even with the help of her it would be incredibly difficult. She could suck up being practically enslaved. After all, she got paid well, and got stronger. But this? She needs to find a way to get out of this mission along with her dear friend. She didn't deserve this, being summoned to another world and enslaved due to the greed of a few people. She is one of the last people that can be called a saint, but at least she had a bottom line. Once she arrived at her destination, she heard someone singing. Sigh, this is all she does in her free time. A shame that no one else got to hear her beautiful voice. Ah, Glenda-san, is that you? Yes, it's me. I just got back from meeting the boss. We have a mission coming up, get ready. Hopefully she can get the Demon Lord to spare her friend. She can save herself, but Ingvild is far too innocent for this cruel world, no matter what her race is. Chapter 39, Chapter 11 Part 4. Felix. I looked towards where I sensed Raiden coming from. It seems she brought quite a few dragons, more than I was expecting at least. About 50 medium dragons, and one archdragon, though not a dragon lord, still quite impressive. I didn't expect her to bring an archdragon. Once all of them are named they will be quite the formidable force. Not much has happened since Siko and I slept together. Siko didn't seem to want our relationship to change, so she went back to being my secretary, just with some other benefits. Getting a blowjob from under a desk is great. She needed some practice but she got the hang of it quick enough. Other than that, Carrion sent some troops over. I ended up handing them to Megumin to train up and make sure they are loyal. I'm not sure what methods she is using, but going by the screams of misery I've been hearing, I think it's safe to say that her training is incredibly harsh. Hopefully they will be ready to go under Kurumi's command soon. I also ended up naming Sophia. Seeing as she will be one of my subordinates, I wanted to name her. She got a decent power boost from the naming. She ended up being compatible with one of the unique skills I had, Amplifier, so she got a copy using Beelzebub. Odin decomposed both Amplifier and Operator as well. She said that they were of no use to me, so it would be better to decompose them and absorb the energy. I didn't really disagree with her, so I let her go through with it. If I needed either of those skills again, I can just recreate them with Odin. Sophia and Siko developed a bit of a rivalry, though I'm not sure why, as Siko could beat her in a fight with her eyes closed. Era, it seems Raiden-san is back. Would you like me to receive them, Felix-sama? I turned towards the speaker. Kurumi hasn't had all that much to do recently other than training, so she has been hanging around me, much to the displeasure of Siko. No, it's fine. I will see them myself. Knowing dragons, they are probably going to be a pain to get in line at first. They need a show of strength. I see. I will follow you then. Do as you please. It doesn't take long for Raiden to arrive. I approach their landing spot and am immediately greeted by Raiden, who practically teleported in front of me. Greetings, Master. I have accomplished the task you have assigned me. Hello, Raiden. Thanks for that. Having a bunch of dragons to throw at armies will definitely be useful should the worst happen. It was my pleasure, Master. I am honored to be of use. Man, this chick is taking the whole maid thing super seriously. I turn towards the dragons. I'm assuming they are all willing to serve me. Correct. I had to discipline them a lot at first, but after some time they learned their place. Ouch, that does not sound fun. I should probably show them the difference in power between us so none of them get any bright ideas later on. I see. Listen to me, you lot. If any of you think I am not worthy to serve, come and fight me. If you don't say anything, I'll assume you are all okay with serving me. I noticed the only archdragon in the group approaching me. This one had a human form as opposed to the rest. I will fight you. I was under the impression that we would be serving Raiden-sama, not someone like you. I will beat you and free Raiden-sama from your clutches. Gabaru. Is that you? Have you incarnated into a dragon? Only you could be such a simp. I could feel an aura of anger leaking from Raiden and Kurumi. Man, this guy is not going to have fun once Raiden had her turn with him. She can be quite vicious. And I might not have known Kurumi for long, but she is incredibly loyal. Apparently she used to live in a monster kingdom similar to Tempest. Her mother was the ruler of it. But the Eastern Empire attacked them due to the rich land they were on, and in the process wiped out all of her people except for her. She was given to Clayman as appeasement since the Eastern Empire slightly invaded his land. Ever since then she was enslaved by Clayman and served as his guard dog. Boy, am I glad I killed the fucker. Alright, I won't move at all. Throw your best attack at me. I watched as a large amount of magicules began to gather in his mouth. It seems he is a fire dragon, but really, a fire breath. How original. I waited for him to fully charge it up. It seems like he is putting his all into this one attack. Well, I did say to do his best. Even as his fire breath got closer and closer to me, I didn't move. Raiden and Kurumi didn't move from behind me either. The attack was quite strong. Even Clayman would have to defend if he didn't want to die, though that only makes sense seeing as this dragon almost completely drained his Magicule capacity. I watched with a smirk as the dragon was shocked. After all, his fire breath wasn't moving anymore. It was caught in my infinity after all. Too easy. Well then, are you willing to serve me? Or do I need to show you the difference between us more? As I said this, I flared my Demon Lord's haki. I haven't had a chance to use it yet. I made sure to not direct it at both Raiden and Kurumi. The other medium dragons, however, were not so lucky. They couldn't even handle a tenth of my haki for a moment before going unconscious. The Archdragon is faring better, but not by much seeing as he is on the ground, barely remaining conscious. Why yes, I am sorry my Lord. I smile as I withdraw my haki. It's fine, I know you dragons are a prideful lot, though I don't know if Raiden will be as forgiving. I saw him take a look behind me and pale at the look Raiden was sending him. Poor guy. Alright, get up now, we need to get you and your kin settled in. It didn't take too long for the other dragons to regain consciousness, though they seemed to be afraid of me now. Alright Raiden, all of these dragons will be yours to command. We can call it the Dragon Corps. A good name. Make sure to train them up in your free time. I started giving names to the medium dragons first, seeing as they don't have much intelligence. It's best to get that sorted out sooner rather than later. Hopefully like Raiden they can evolve after I name them. I ended up naming all the medium dragons with different variants of the word Draco. One was Draken, the other Drakend, etc. Took a page from Remuru's book on that one. I turned towards the Archdragon. I didn't want to name him the same as the rest, seeing as he would be Raiden's lieutenant. Aha, you will be Purunga. A good name if you ask me. Who wouldn't want to have the same name as a wish-granting dragon? I watch as he underwent his evolution in the blink of an eye. Purunga. Thank you Felix-sama. I will endeavor to serve both you and Raiden-sama well. A dragon lord, quite strong. He doesn't have a unique skill, but those don't just grow on trees. He should be capable of beating Carrion up now, so he will definitely be useful. I really need to get Carrion stronger. He is probably my weakest direct subordinate. Hell, some of my subordinates' underlings are stronger than him. All of a sudden there was a loud crash. Haha. I felt your haki go off, Felix-sama. Is there someone to beat up? I've been itching for a fight. God damn it Megumin, no, there isn't anyone to fight. All I did was flare my aura, but if you want to fight, how about you spar with one of Raiden's new subordinates? Her eyes immediately locked onto Purunga. She probably felt his aura as he can't get it under control yet. This should be a good learning experience for him. Hopefully he can get used to his new level of power quickly. Oh. If you are asking, then he must be strong. Alright, let's go. I watched as they flew off into the distance, after which I soon heard the sounds of nuclear magic. Sigh, I really did name her aptly. She really loves her explosions. I turned towards Raiden. Can you get the other dragons settled in? Some of them evolved, so make sure they learn to control their new strength. Feel free to beat them up if they get uppity. We don't want them to be overconfident after all. Yes, Felix-sama. I turned towards Kurumi. Alright, let's get back to what we were doing. There is still some stuff I need to do. Ugh, hopefully Arcuid gets back soon. I really don't like administering a nation, even if it isn't really difficult for me since I just get Odin to do all the work for me. Chapter 40, Chapter 12, Misunderstandings and Meetings. Felix. It's been about a week since I named the dragons, and Arcuid is still not back. I can only internally plead for Arcuid to hurry up. I don't think I can handle much more of this work, even if Odin is basically doing everything. It's just so boring. I would be worried about what is taking her so long, but I can tell that she is fine through my connection with her. The demon realm is massive, so it makes sense that it would take some time to gather all the demons she wants to bring. Along with that, I still haven't gathered enough energy to give myself a power boost from receiving my second name, but Odin said that due to my current strength, quite a lot of belief is necessary to give me a second name. She estimated that almost the entire world's collective belief would be necessary to gather enough energy. It takes time for word of a new demon lord to spread after all, with all the mostly isolated villages and all. Information does not travel nearly as quickly here as it does in a modern world. I ended up deciding to just leave it be. I'm not in urgent need of strength at the moment after all. There aren't many ways I can decrease the time needed other than terrorizing the world, which I am not particularly inclined to do. I continued going over my plans for developing my nation. I have a few ideas on how I can improve the general state of living. The central world isn't very modern, by no means is it caveman-like. There is some pretty advanced stuff in some kingdoms. Still, a lot of things aren't as developed as Earth. The food isn't as good for most. In order to eat the truly good stuff, you generally need to be strong or have a high status. The stuff that Guy's maids cooked was all from a rank monsters. No human could casually eat stuff like that, not even a monarch. But Guy handed them out like candy since it is so easy for him to get. It is also easy for me to get, so I thought, why not? I can also bring some modern cuisine back with me whenever I travel to another world. Speaking of that, How is the progress on figuring out the coordinates for the world I was summoned from? Notice, the process of locating the coordinates for the world known as Jujutsu Kaisen is 83.721% done. It's almost done then. You found it faster than I thought, seeing as you basically need to scour the entire multiverse to look for that world. Nice job. Odin is simply doing its duty. Yeah, just accept the praise. Now how should I go about gathering the food that I want? I already have a rice farm. Seeing as Remuru already laid the foundation for it, it wasn't difficult to set up. Rice is a staple dish almost everywhere on Earth, so many things can be made with it, so I'm looking forward to when it's fully prepared. For now I will have to get rice from Tempest if I want it. Thankfully Remuru is generous when it comes to me, so I was able to acquire a bunch for a low cost. From what I've heard, he's been milking all the other countries for everything that they want. I established a trading relationship with Eurasania for their signature fruits. I'm sure I could have asked for what I want for free, but I didn't really want to take too much advantage of them for something incredibly minor. I was able to make alcohol out of the fruits that I asked for, and boy is it amazing. Probably the best alcohol I have ever had. I have made some wine and beer so far. Hopefully I can develop the alcohol business far enough for it to be something that other nations can be interested in. I currently have some subordinates producing all sorts of alcohol and storing it in a cold warehouse. Cooling isn't something that is super well known in this world, so chilled alcohol will be something new to them. I turn my attention towards Raiden, who is massaging my shoulders. So Raiden, how are the new dragons? Anything you need for them? I felt Raiden pause her massage for a moment before continuing. No master, it did take some time for them to get used to their new abilities, but they are hard-working, so they were able to learn quickly. Now that they have felt what true strength feels like, they are eager to grow stronger. It seems my hockey had quite the large effect on them. Though it makes sense, if I wasn't even capable of standing in someone's presence, I would be eager to grow stronger too. I see, that's good. What about Purunga? How is he doing? I remember Purunga was in a bad state after his fight with Megumin. If it wasn't for self-regeneration, then he would have needed a full potion to fully heal up. Though it seemed like Megumin took a liking to him, she said that he just kept on getting up, so he was a useful punching bag. I sense a lot of pain in Purunga's future, though he didn't seem to mind. It seems he is a bit of a battle junkie himself. He is doing well, he listens to my commands, he is also respectful now that he knows his place. He has been training with Megumin, and according to Megumin he is growing stronger due to their fights. His rate of improvement is slow, but it is still there. If Purunga had a Zenkai, he would be overpowered by now, huh? Do you and Megumin talk often? I didn't know that you two were close. Did you not know, Master? All of your direct subordinates meet up once a week to discuss how we can better serve you and how we can help you accomplish your goals. What the fuck? That sounds a lot like a cult. They meet up every week. What could they know? Am I always being watched? No, I would have sensed it, and I'm sure Odin would tell me. Who even brought up having meetings? Okay, that is kinda creepy. I am going to pretend I never heard that. Hopefully Siko did not reveal our escapades. Even I would be embarrassed about that being talked about. At least it seems like they are all friends. That's good, right? Is that so? Anyways, what's for dinner today? I always look forward to your cooking. You might be even better than Shuna now. Truly, her cooking has improved by leaps and bounds since I first tried her food. Now I prefer her cooking to even Shuna's cooking. I see. I am glad that you enjoy my cooking, Master. Oh, is that a blush? How adorable. The ever-stoic maid gets embarrassed from her cooking being complimented. Today I will be preparing black tiger stew, along with grilled horned rabbit. Oh, I can't wait. I haven't had a chance to try black tiger stew since the Vulporgus. But aren't both those monsters B-ranked? When did you have a chance to hunt them? I ordered Purunga to hunt them down for you, Master. Once he heard it was for you, he was incredibly eager. He truly has become a good subordinate. Isn't that like way below Purunga's pay grade? He's a certified disaster class and he is hunting monsters for me to eat. And why does Raiden look so proud? I see. Well, if he is the one doing the hunting, do give him some of the food as well. Tell him to consider it his reward. My master truly is a kind and gracious lord. I am sure Purunga will be delighted upon hearing your praise. Well then, I better finish up these plans so I can eat your delicious meal. I'm currently working on making a bunch of blueprints for buildings for my past life, though it's more like Odin is doing everything. Odin is able to easily create the blueprints, so it shouldn't take me too long. I bet all those civil engineers from my past life are jealous. It takes them hours, sometimes even days to make blueprints, and here I am making them in seconds. Odin truly is the best, Umo. I'm planning to make blueprints for modern housing, plumbing, sewage, stores, pools, basically everything that a modern country needs. The only reason I didn't start this as soon as this territory became mine was because I wasn't sure how I should have it all built. Clayman didn't have enough people skilled in construction, and I didn't want to rely on Remuru for everything, so I didn't want to ask for him to lend me some orcs. I ended up deciding to offer the former slaves the opportunity to construct everything. They don't have all that many skills, so a bunch were eager to learn and become more useful. They were quite thankful to me for releasing them, so they wanted to pull their own weight, along with that they didn't really have anywhere else to go, and what I offered them was a good deal. I sent them to the craftsman that Clayman had already secured to learn from. Last I heard they should be ready to work in about 2 weeks' time. Together with the former slaves and Clayman's original craftsman, I should have enough men to build everything I want, if at a slower pace than Remuru's orcs. I've also made use of a few warehouses Clayman wasn't using to store magic ore. I'm hoping that after being exposed to the magicules everyone is releasing, they will turn into magi steel. With the combined aura of Arcuade, Megumin, Seiko, Raiden, Kurumi, all the dragons, and all the demons Arcuade is going to bring, it should be more than enough to mutate them. And I'm sure the population of Azeroth will grow over time, causing even more magicules to be in the air. The only downside to that is that my territory will become more and more hazardous to humans who do not have a high tolerance for magicules, but I'm sure I'll be able to figure something out if a time when humans actually want to come here comes. I do already have a bunch of magi steel along with some orichalcum and mithril, which is magi steel combined with silver. I also recently experimented with magi steel and learned about a new ore, adamantite. Adamantite is formed when magi steel is exposed to an immense amount of magicules, so it basically super evolves. It is harder than diamond but is also incredibly flexible. According to Odin, it is almost like a living thing. Absolutely absurd. I've been trying to create more, but it is incredibly difficult to form. I only have about 5 kilograms worth so far. I'm considering getting a weapon formed for Raiden out of it. She said she doesn't really use weapons but is willing to learn. I also plan to upgrade Seiko's weapon with it. Seiko only has a unique grade blade after all. Alright, that's the last blueprint, Raiden. Could you start preparing dinner? It would be my pleasure, master. I stared at an apologetic Malim as she tries to calm down a furious Midray. What a pain. It all started when I felt Malim, Midray, and Ark approaching my castle at high speeds. I quickly stopped them, as knowing Malim, she would crash into my beautiful castle and damage it. I just got this damn castle. I don't want to have to get it repaired already. It turns out that Fry has been forcing Malim to be an effective ruler. Poor Malim, having to do actual work now, couldn't be me. She ended up finishing up all the work that Fry was making her do, so she decided to visit me with Midray as her chaperone. It seems Fry didn't think Ark could keep Malim under control. I, of course being the generous host that I am, invited them to dinner. Who knows, maybe Midray will finally learn what real food is. Unfortunately, Megumin couldn't join us due to having some work to do. She has been sparring with Kurumi a bunch. It turns out that Kurumi herself asked for some training. She said she wanted to get stronger and become more useful. Seiko joined them. Thankfully I used Isolate on their training field, or they would end up destroying the entire country. Such hard-working subordinates I have. Back to the meal. As soon as the dishes were placed in front of Midray, he said, "This is not the kind of food Malim-sama should eat, Demon Lord Felix-sama." He kept going on and on with his criticism without even trying it. I can tell Raiden is holding back from trying to beat him up. Ark has been looking towards me apologetically the entire time. Poor Ark, he can't do anything. I look towards Malim. If he doesn't want to eat, that's fine, we can't force him to. After all, people will generally do the opposite of what you want them to if you force them. Humph, he is being mean to Raiden. My bestie's subordinate made food for us. Dumb Midray shouldn't say those things without trying the food. That's true, I myself want to beat him up, but I can control myself. It's his loss after all. To treat nature's gifts like this. Not only have you cooked it, but to add all these unknown spices. It is fine to do this in your own territory, but please do not rope Malim-sama into this. These kinds of people are a pain to deal with. They will not admit they are wrong no matter what. I pity Malim if she has to deal with this whenever she gets food from somewhere else. Midday continued going on and on about how meat should be enjoyed at its purest. I tuned him out as we all continued to eat. As I was eating though, I saw Malim make an evil look on her face. She quickly grabbed some food and shoved it in his mouth as he was talking. Midday's eyes widened. He looked like he didn't understand what just happened. This is. Ah, it seems Malim got through to him. He will finally understand the greatness of Raiden's cooking. Umo. Gaha. See, I told you it was good, Midray. Stop being a big baby and eat. So good. This one bite is more delicious than all of the vegetables I eat. Dude, it's obviously going to be better than raw vegetables. This guy really was living in the Stone Age. After that we enjoyed our meal in relative silence. Hey Malim, I'm going to visit Tempest in a little bit, wanna come? I was planning to go later, but if Malim is already here I might as well go now. Who knows when Fry will make her do more work. Boomo. I can show Ark off. He has gotten stronger. I bet he can beat up all of Remuru's subordinates. Now that I take a closer look at him, it does seem like he got a tad stronger. He was already an archdemon, so he was pretty powerful. It seems like his magicule capacity grew along with his mastery over his skills. Haha, maybe he can beat some of them up, but Diablo and some of Remuru's direct subordinates would stomp all over him. Gah. I forgot about them. How do you forget about one of the primordial demons? I can understand the others since their race isn't as well known, but seriously. You forgot about a primordial. Oh yeah. Where is Arcuade? I haven't seen her. Oh, I sent her to gather up some more subordinates for me. Seeing as I now have a country I am responsible for, I thought I should get some more strong subordinates. Oh. Yeah, the Dragon Faithful are quite useful, they are pretty strong too. I bet they are. Gah. Melim-sama. Thank you for the praise. I shall increase everyone's training regiment in order to make them more useful to you. Haha, great. Stronger sparring partners is always fun. I do not envy the Dragon Faithful, midday's training regiment can be pretty brutal. I'll be ready to leave tomorrow, I still have something I need to do before we go to Tempest, I'll get you 3 rooms. Okay. Make my room right next to yours, Felix. Fine. Chapter 41, Chapter 12 Part 2. I gather everyone that is coming with me to Tempest around. I ended up bringing only Raiden as I want Siko, Megumin, and Kurumi to stay back in case something unexpected happens. Those 3 are strong enough to hold off most threats long enough for me to get back. Siko complained but it wasn't too difficult to make her see reason, she's been more agreeable ever since we slept together, another plus in my book. Melim is bringing Midray and Ark with her, hurry up. I want to try that new food you were talking about. Hold on, be patient, let me make sure that Sophia is prepared to head to the Valley of Death. I use universal sense to figure out how she is doing, looks like she is packing some stuff along with ordering everyone she is bringing along to get ready to leave. She should be able to handle the rest on her own. I ended up finding out about the Valley of Death a little while ago, basically it is a path that leads into the Eastern Empire, meaning the Eastern Empire has a way to access my territory, not something that can be considered good. The path itself is through jagged mountains, there is northwest paved road, and the terrain is harsh. There are even monsters that reside in there, but even then it isn't impossible for a small force to travel through as long as they are well trained. Kurumi's home village used to be located here, so it is possible to reside in. I ended up sending Sophia along with a small force of lycanthropes and craftsmen to build a base in front of the valley so that we can always have some troops watching there. I plan to leave that base under Sophia's command. It might not be able to stop an invading force but they are capable of warning me ahead of time so I can prepare. Along with that, Remuru invited me earlier saying he wanted to discuss something, he also mentioned that he managed to recreate sushi. Apparently he caught some fancy fish and had Hakuru make it into sushi. That'll be a nice treat for us, maybe Raiden can sneakily steal the recipe too. I use Ouroboros to teleport us, and in an instant we arrive at my home in Tempest. I look around the room we teleport in, I haven't been here in a while, nice to see nothing changed. Raiden chimed in, no one would dare invade your home, master. I was talking more along the lines of I'm glad that this place is still here, the house Remuru had made for me is big, bigger than Remuru's home, I'm sure they could use the space for other things so I'm thankful they left it as is. I don't think Remuru would get rid of your home, Felix. He's your friend. Friends don't do that to each other. But I'm the better friend. I roll my eyes, she can get really defensive about that, yes, you are the bestest of friends. We are all greeted by the civilians as we exit my house and head towards where I know Remuru is. That's one thing that isn't seen much in other countries, the people here are nice, as long as you don't disrespect Remuru they will treat you great. Tempest is a generally pleasant place to be, I would live here full time if I didn't have a country of my own to run. Soon enough we arrive at the building where Remuru's office is located. I believe that this building is the biggest one in Tempest rather than the ruler's home like in most countries. Remuru said he didn't need a big home due to being a slime and not needing sleep or anything really. His home is mostly used when I come over to hang out with him. I introduced Veldora to Uno, Blackjack, along with a few other games so we all played them together a few times. I wish we could play Smash, I bet that would be a ton of fun. Once I arrived I was promptly brought to where Remuru was working, poor guy, he can't give all his work to his subordinates. Sup Remuru. He looked up from the paperwork, Felix. I see you brought Melim too. She was together with me, she said she wanted to try out the sushi. It turned out really good, you are going to be so jealous once you eat it. We'll see about that, so you wanted to talk to me about something. Yup, hold on one second. Shuna. Could you come and show everyone around while Felix and I talk? Shuna quickly entered the room, of course Remuru-sama. She turned to look towards everyone, come on, I will show you the new restaurants and stores that opened. Raiden looked towards me, don't worry Raiden, I'll be fine, try out some of the new foods, maybe you will get some inspiration. Raiden had a determined look on her face, Oh. New restaurants. Melim looked at me and said, be quick Felix, I want to play with you later. Play with me? She probably means fighting or some game, maybe both. Alright, it shouldn't be too long I think, right Remuru? Yup, not long. I took the seat in front of Remuru as we waited for the room to clear out. So, what's up? HRM, it seems like the Western Holy Church has taken potentially hostile actions against Tempest. What? What did they do? That's odd. From what I know about Luminous, it doesn't seem like her to want hostile relations with Tempest. She hates Veldora, but still, she can't think that attacking Veldora is worth having two true demon lords and a true dragon upset at you. Right. Hinata-san is armed and on her way here with 4 strong paladins. She has 100 crusaders following about half a day behind her, and 30,000 temple knights have also been deployed and have surrounded Falmouth. News of a powerful demon residing in Falmouth has spread. Ah, that's probably Diablo, huh? I see. Hinata is a saint, even if an incomplete one. She isn't someone to underestimate, but as long as you play it smart you can deal with her. You could always just kill them all in a surprise attack, but it would be a pain to deal with the aftermath of that, maybe as a last resort. Gah. You sound just like Diablo. We don't know for sure if they want to fight. Maybe she just has guards following her in case things go bad. I rolled my eyes. We are from the same lineage after all, and Remuru, don't be delusional. She is someone who nearly caused you to lose so many people you care about. She has repeatedly shown that she does not care for your reasoning. Stop letting the fact that she is from Earth blind you from considering the other possibilities. Ugh, yeah, I know they might not be coming here with good intentions, but it doesn't hurt to hope. I'm already prepared for a fight. I just wanted to let you know that you should be careful. If they are taking action against Tempest, then there is a high chance they will take action against you. That's a reasonable concern. I'll have to tell everyone to be a bit more careful. Why don't you just use your Demon Lord ring to contact Luminous and demand an explanation? I want to try and talk to Hinata first. She is Shizu-san's student after all. I don't want to have a bad relationship with her if I don't have to. But maybe you're right, your country is also at risk after all. I shouldn't risk that over a potential friendship I could have. Your wishful thinking is making you ignore the tropes. For all we know, she may be unaware of all this. She doesn't seem like the type of ruler that cares too much about what her subordinates get up to. It is highly possible one of her human subordinates in the Western Holy Church is plotting against us. They are a massive organization after all. She can't know everything that is going on. And it's the church, they are almost always the bad guys. They even blatantly advertise that they are against monsters, so it wouldn't be surprising if they had a bone to pick with you, the ruler of a monster nation. So you're saying that there could still be a chance that Hinata just fell to another misunderstanding? Hopefully we can get this all sorted out soon. If that is the case, even having a neutral relationship with them could be helpful. It could show the world that while they might not approve of us, they are not completely against us. I can contact Luminous now. Hopefully we can get everything sorted out. Chapter 42, Chapter 12 Part 3. I can contact Luminous now. Hopefully we can get everything sorted out. Seiko, Megumin, Kurumi quietly up security levels in case of sabotage or imminent attack. Yes, right away, Felix-sama. Sounds like something exciting is about to occur. Typical of that explosion-loving hothead. It shall be done, Felix-sama. There might be, but keep it quiet as it could be a false alarm and I don't want to cause panic or alert any possible infiltrators. Yes, I got it. Now how do I get this ring to work? Aha, now that I observe the ring with my senses closely, I can feel 8 other rings throughout the world, 3 of them located in Tempest. Theoretically this ring can allow you to contact someone in another world. Guy's partner, Velzard, sure knows how to make some cool artifacts. I contact the ring that I sense in the Holy Empire Ruberius, along with adding Remuru's ring to the call. It takes only a moment for my call to be answered. What did she do now? Hello to you too, Luminous, me. I'm having a good day, thanks for asking. Yes, I was also having a good day, but then I learned there is an army and your strongest subordinate leading it towards my town once more. So as you must have realized, I am a little concerned. And then I started blasting. Felix, stop messing with her. Don't make the situation worse. Ugh, another Malim, but intentionally a headache instead of one as a side effect. Gaha, I gotta keep myself entertained somehow. I've recently discovered how fun it is to bother you, Luminous. And it is all thanks to Veldora Shursho. I could tell Luminous was incredibly annoyed by me, but she deserves it. Keep a better eye on your subordinates next time. What is that wretched lizard doing now? Is it not content being a sole annoyance? It's now also teaching others to be annoying. Felix. Stop dragging Veldora's reputation further through the mud. Veldora Shursho likes it when I boost his rep. In fact, should I invite him into this discussion? Hey, are you listening, sister of Veldora? Make him a ring. We didn't invite her to this call, why would she be listening in, Felix? Because she made these things and has next to nothing to do most of the time. It wouldn't be a surprise if Guy also had access, seeing as he is her partner. Honestly, from what Guy told me about her, she is basically a NEET. She and Veldora are more alike than I thought. What is a NEET? Of course Luminous wouldn't know the term. It means not in employment, education, or training, basically a term for bums who do nothing but laze around leeching off of working members of society. Maybe she isn't listening in. That should have triggered a response from what I heard of her from Veldora. Velzard. Aneet he calls me. As if someone like her has to do any work, it is a privilege of the strong to be able to do whatever they please. She will make sure to give this Felix a piece of her mind when they meet. Gahaha, Neet he called you. That's a fun one. Dino fits the term to a T. Shut up guy, going by his definition you're a Neet too. No, you could say Veldanava employed me to watch over this world and ensure the balance between races is not tipped in favor of any side. Gore, how dare this Felix make her look bad in front of Guy? Maybe she should inform her dear sister about this new anomaly in Guy and Rudra's game. That ought to cause him some trouble. If he can't handle some attention from her sister, then he isn't worth having Guy's interest anyway. Felix. Anyways, back to the point at hand, Hinata is on her way to my town with 4 of her paladins and an army. I need answers. Ah. Oh yeah, that's why we called. Ugh, what is that idiotic girl doing? I tell her something and she does the opposite. Is it possible she has been deceived by one of those sage fellows? I would not say it is impossible, they have not received my love in a while after all, I'm sure they are desperate for their youth. Your love? Does sleeping with you give youth? That's an interesting skill. And something I'd totally be interested in. Remuru is giving me a dead stare. Why is he acting as if he wouldn't do the same? Maybe I should inform Shuna that Remuru is interested but just too shy to initiate. Now that I've gotten laid, it's my job as his friend to do the same for him. The sacred brocode demands it. No, you imbecile. Ugh, there is no point explaining it to you, I see that you two are currently at the same location, along with Malim. I shall come meet you in person along with Hinata to solve this issue, that is unless you have a problem with that. So a wild vampire shall appear in Tempest. Count me in. Time to put my seduction skills to use. Yes, you can come to Tempest now, and Felix enough with the jokes, she doesn't even know what Pokemon is. Ah, she left the call, not even a goodbye. You know, I think I'm starting to understand why you and Veldora get along so well. And it's a pity that the sexy dragon wasn't listening into the call. How do you even know what she looks like? Veldora projected an image of her for me. She is a 10 out of 10 for sure. Oh well, we can end this call now. I project an image for Remuru to see. Oh wow, she is a total hottie. Veldora's whole family is attractive, personally his other sister Velgrind is more my type, sadly she's taken though. Also, I forgot to ask, but how come you had your name be spread as Felix White instead of just Felix? Oh, a last name is kind of like a second name, so I plan to give myself a last name and don't want to go through the hassle of people being confused when I'm referred to as Felix White. Ah, I see, so was White your last name in your previous life? Yup. I headed to the conference room while Remuru quickly ordered someone to prepare some snacks and beverages for the meeting. I had some alcohol in my stomach, so I had Remuru use those, maybe I can get a customer out of Luminous. Arnaud Baumann. He turned to look towards Bacchus, Lytus, and Fritz, each wore a look of shock on their faces. Just who was it that arrived to pick Hinata up? Hinata seemed to know her, and even be subservient towards her. Could the silver-haired woman be someone higher up in the church? Even higher up than Hinata herself? No, that isn't possible, Hinata has authority second only to that of the Pope, that is unless the silver-haired woman was an apostle of the goddess Luminous. If so, they must follow her orders to the letter. Come, we must go back to the Holy Land, as the apostle said. None of them disagreed. Chapter 43, Chapter 12 Part 4. Felix. Eventually I saw space itself be cut, followed by the appearance of a giant gate. The gate opened to reveal 2 beautiful women, one with heterochromatic eyes, and the other with a confused look on her face. It's nice to see you in person again, Luminous. I turned to look towards the other girl, and you must be Hinata. I analyze her with Malim eye, she is fairly strong, far stronger than a demon lord seed at the very least, but she's a saint, even if an incomplete one, so it's to be expected. She even has 2 unique skills. She seemed to be ready for a fight, likely due to being in the presence of 2 unknown demon lords. I turned to look towards Luminous, who ignored me, and looked towards Remuru. Demon Lord Remuru, I am sorry for the trouble. She isn't apologizing to me, that could mean 2 things. One, she is so pissed off at me that she doesn't care if her subordinates trouble me, which is unlikely. She might be annoyed at me, but I am a fellow demon lord, she is the type that respects that. So that most likely means she had a little chat with Hinata and was able to learn that only Remuru's nation was the Holy Knight's target. She looks at me, it almost looked as if it physically pained her to do so as she said, "Hello Demon Lord Felix, thank you for that potion you gave me, it was quite useful." Oh. The full potion, huh? It was no problem, Remuru has a bunch of those. Might as well add some sneaky advertisement, it comes at no cost to me, and can help Remuru out. A bunch. I see. When Luminous turns away from me, I give Remuru a hidden thumbs up, he gives me one back. Luminous takes a seat with Hinata taking the seat next to her. Do you two have any preference for your drink? I would like wine. And what about you, Hinata? Do you have tea? Momo. Our tea is some of the best out there. The best. I see, I have high hopes for it then. I noticed Hinata observing both Remuru and I closely. It has been detected that the individual known as Hinata has attempted to analyze the master's skill set. The unique skill, Usurper, has been analyzed. The unique skill, Usurper, has been acquired. Oh. Well, I can't fault her for wanting to learn our capabilities. Thanks for the skill though, Hinata. Oh man, is this skill incredible. Essentially it allows the user to weaken, steal, and copy the abilities of your opponent, even skills, and elementals. The only downside though is that it only works on those stronger than the user. Answer, due to having complete mastery of the unique skill, Usurper, due to Odin's help in analyzing it, the master can also rob, and copy the abilities of those weaker than the master at a higher energy cost. Dude, what the fuck, Odin broken, please don't nerf. Usurper allows the user to copy the skills of their opponents, an automatically busted ability for this world. Still, I'm pretty sure the only reason her skill worked and registered me as an opponent is due to the situation we are in. As far as Hinata knows, she has no clue if we will become hostile all of a sudden, so her skill is registering us as potential foes, which seems to be enough of a requirement to analyze me at the very least. I fear for how broken a skill like this would be if Hinata ever evolved this into an ultimate skill. Hey Odin, since this skill allows you to access your opponent's skills and abilities due to its weakening and stealing effects, does it also allow you to copy their skills without them having to be an opponent since you acquired the necessary data? Combining the data from Usurper with her own should probably boost her ability to copy skills, or at the very least lower the requirements. Not as the skill currently is, Odin is attempting to assimilate the unique skill, Usurper. The unique skill, Usurper, has been assimilated by Odin. Odin can now copy anyone's skills and abilities. Along with that, Odin is now capable of stealing skills, however this is locked only to the unique level due to ultimate skills being embedded deep within the soul. Along with this, those with ultimate skills are capable of resisting this as their souls are capable of fighting back against Odin's attempts. It seems like the skill's abilities were upgraded a fair amount from becoming part of an ultimate skill. Along with that, the requirement of having to see someone use a skill to copy it is gone since Odin is now capable of accessing someone's skills and abilities directly, as long as they don't have an ultimate skill, allowing her to gather the necessary data. I'll have to be careful if I have Odin attempt to analyze someone who has an ultimate skill. It seems I won't be able to analyze someone like Guy at the very least. Someone like him is bound to be capable of resisting Odin. I am going to become the ultimate jack of all trades, except have mastery of all. The ability to assimilate any compatible skills at an energy cost is absolutely broken. Thankfully, as far as I know, only Odin has the ability to freely modify my skills due to being a skill that specializes in copying and editing other skills, though maybe Raphael can do something similar. The master is correct, Raphael is capable of merging and separating skills, but far from the level of Odin. Yes, you're the best Odin, I know, no need to be so smug. Now normally you would need an evolution of some sorts to have the excess energy to modify skills like Odin does, but Odin is capable of converting skills I don't need into energy, like what she did with Amplifier and Optimist. So the energy requirement isn't hard to reach for Odin. Though for merging and evolving other skills into ultimate skills, I'm sure it's far more difficult. Anyways, now Odin can even copy other people's skills directly. My hope is that she eventually becomes capable of creating skills. Truly, what an amazing present, Hinata. Chapter 44, Chapter 12, Part 5. Now Odin, can you use the data you got from Usurper to prevent anyone from being able to copy any of my abilities? Maybe send out false data whenever you detect someone analyzing any of my skills. Answer. Odin is already capable of interfering with any attempts to copy the master's skills. The data from Usurper has only boosted this ability. Huh, well I didn't know that. Nice job, Odin. Ah, can you analyze Hinata's other unique skill now? Answer. Yes. Unique skill, Mathematician, has been analyzed. Ugh, Mathematician. I hate math. It seems Mathematician allows Hinata a high level of analysis, predict outcomes which Odin can already do, and allows her to increase her thought speed. I continue to observe Hinata. I'm fairly curious about the woman who was capable of beating pre-demon Lord Remuru. That's an interesting armor that Hinata has on. From the aura it's giving off, it seems to be around the legend grade. Notice. It has been detected that the legend grade armor worn by the human known as Hinata is capable of elevating her flesh into that of a spiritual being, making her a complete saint temporarily. So she is capable of fighting at the level of a full saint then, huh? Currently she is an incomplete saint. She is a saint in spirit, but not in body. But her armor can temporarily elevate her body to the same level. That might prove to be a challenge for some. I can see why she is revered as a hero of humanity. Saints are capable of matching awakened demon lords after all. Her physique also seems somewhat special. The master is correct, she possesses an anti-magicule physique causing magicules to get purified upon touching her. That's an interesting physique, not anything special for the stronger people in this world, but for most I'm sure it can cause a lot of trouble. I focus on Luminous now that I have the chance to analyze her in detail. I should be able to analyze Luminous' unique skill now, right? Will she be able to detect it, Odin? I don't want to take any chances, she is a true demon lord after all, best not to underestimate her. Answer. No, she will not be able to detect the master analyzing or copying her unique skill due to the host doing so with an ultimate skill. In order to detect something like that she would need an skill similar to Odin or the inferior Raphael. Nice, I just wanted to make sure. Ultimate skills really are overpowered against those without one, huh? I analyze Luminous skills, she only has one unique skill, along with a few extra and intrinsic skills. I quickly copy the intrinsic skills I think will be useful, Charm, and Transform. Charm allows me to manipulate someone's thoughts to a certain extent, and Transform allows me to easily change my physical form. Now onto her unique skill, Lust. It is quite strong for a unique skill. It seems that all of the skills related to the 7 deadly sins are like that, likely the same with the 7 heavenly virtues. There must be a unique skill correlating to all the sins: pride, greed, envy, wrath, sloth, gluttony, and lust. I already have the skills correlating to wrath and gluttony, along with the data for lust. Lust basically allows you to command the forces of life and death to a certain extent, though it focuses more on the life aspect. It allows the user to gift or take vitality. When draining vitality it hurts the target an insane amount. It even gets through pain nullification, as it is affecting the soul directly rather than the physical body. Analyze the skill but don't copy it, I don't have that much use for it at the moment. Unique skill, Lust has been analyzed. Nice. Once the drinks are served the conversation starts. Now it has come to my attention that my subordinates are causing trouble for you. Hinata decided to speak up first. I would first like it pointed out that your message to me sounded like you were taunting me into a fight. Taunting. I sent you a message that I would like to meet and discuss our issues. Sure, there was a bit in there to fight one-on-one if I was not able to convince you to talk first, but that was only a last resort. Now Hinata looked shocked. In the message I got you said that you would like to fight one-on-one. The answer is simple, it's so obvious I'm confused you haven't figured it out. Someone in your organization intercepted the message and tampered with it. Indeed, that seems to be the most likely scenario. I was a human before I was a demon. I know full well how humans work. Constantly seeking out any method to gain more power or remove threats to their way of life even at the cost of overall stability. Luminous and Hinata both look shocked at this info. It isn't widely known that I am a reincarnated human after all. You too, said a surprised Hinata. Maybe I should stop laying surprises on you one after the other in case you faint like the guild master Fuse, ha ha ha. Man, did that guy faint a lot? Felix, can we stay on topic please? Yeah, it's best we get this over with soon anyways. For once I am in agreement with him, it seems I have some cleaning to do. Okay, so we have established that the message was tampered with, so that deals with the entire reason your knights are coming to Tempest. Now who could be responsible for this? I don't want there to be any hidden threat to my nation. As Remuru is talking I had my attention drawn by the blade Hinata brought along. Odin, am I correct in my analysis of that blade? Yes, it has been detected that the sword can be remotely detonated. Hinata, I don't know if you know, but it seems your sword can be remotely detonated. I don't think it was a wise move to bring such a weapon here. What? I knew those fools would try something in order to prevent me from leaving unharmed, but they actually went ahead and did something like this. Oh. Are they responsible for this deception then? How disappointing. Guys, can I be clued in here please? The weapon was given to me by the 7 luminaries. They have a vast amount of authority, and are always scheming on how to increase their power. That fits, always people like that in every large organization. The best you can do is try and be as aware of what is going on in your organization as you can. It appears that this mystery has been solved then. It seems that the 7 luminaries' time is up. Now I am not someone who will not repay my debts, to both of you. What would the 2 of you like as compensation for my subordinates' errors? I can promise you that they won't be causing any further issues for you. Know it. How about the Western Holy Church announces that Tempest is a country of harmless monsters? And as for your debt towards me, well, all can be paid off if you just keep me in mind whenever you want to give your whole love thing to someone, gahaha. She ignored the second part of my sentence as she looked at us and said, I see, that is doable. From this day forward the Western Holy Church shall cease hostilities with both Tempest and Azeroth. We may even form diplomatic ties with you in the future. Though I will still deal with that lizard. Hinata, you shall be the one to inform everyone of this change. Yes, Luminous-sama. Hinata does not seem to be looking forward to that. It sounds like a lot of work. It seems Luminous is the type of boss to push everything onto her subordinates. I see, thank you for that. Now would you two like to stay in Tempest and try out some of our food? I shall return to deal with those traitors. Hinata however will stay, she can sample everything and report back to me about it later. If she has positive things to say I will consider trying out the food, however I am interested in this wine, it is quite delightful. Where did you get it from? Ah, the wine is something Felix's country is producing. She turned to look at me, is that so? I would not be opposed to trading with you directly for this wine, Felix, that will be in the future however. Now I will be leaving. I do not wish to be in the presence of the abominable lizard any longer than I must. And with that she teleported out. That was a fruitful discussion, maybe I can get a customer out of Luminous. Remuru turned to look at Hinata, would you like to try out the bathhouse first? Everyone says that it feels amazing, I'm sure you will like it. Afterwards you can try our food, I'm sure you will be surprised. A bathhouse. I see, yes I would like to take a bath, but first. She bowed, I sincerely apologize for all of my actions, none of my subordinates were involved, and I did not act upon Luminous-sama's orders. I don't think you can forgive me for this transgression with this owl. Wait. As long as the misunderstanding has been resolved then all is fine, besides Luminous-san already compensated me for that. The only thing I request is that you give up your prejudice against monsters, I know some can be bad, but some can also be good, just like humans. Hinata hesitated for a moment before nodding briefly. Umo. Follow me then. Remuru ended up leading us to the bathhouse, though his plan to join Hinata in the bath was foiled by Hinata herself. Remuru tried to persuade her by saying he would show her how it's done, but she wouldn't budge. You know, I can change genders, so I would be willing to make the sacrifice to help you. Remuru is also genderless. Weren't you both males in the past? What's in the past is in the past now I am whatever I want to be. No. I refuse. It seems she is capable of resisting my charm. Haha, fine. Shuna ended up overhearing and offered her assistance, so that put the final nail in the coffin. Odin took the opportunity to analyze Shuna's unique skills, now that she didn't need to directly see skills in order to analyze and copy them. Shuna had 2 unique skills, Analyst, which has a few sub-skills like Thought Acceleration, Analytical Appraisal, Chant Annulment, All of Creation, and Law Manipulation. Her second unique skill, Manufacturer, is an interesting one, it basically allows her to create her own unique magic. When combined with Analyst, she can basically copy any magic she sees. It isn't a skill that will be useful to me seeing as Odin can do all that, but maybe I'll get a subordinate that might find such a skill useful. While Remuru and I were in the male section he ended up explaining the other thing he wanted to talk to me about. He said he is holding a festival to introduce himself as a demon lord, and ruler to the other nations, he invited me to attend. It is quite a good idea, seeing as he wants a good relationship with humans, holding a festival will help them become more familiar with Tempest, and maybe make Remuru seem more trustworthy. Plus Tempest has a ton of attractions that other nations can only dream of, I'm sure they'll be hooked. I ended up asking to supply the alcohol seeing as that is one of the few things my country can produce exceptionally well, it will also help get me more business seeing as all the other attendees will want more of it if I have my way. Remuru invited Sarian, Dworgen, a bunch of human nations, some nobles, basically anyone who is somewhat relevant. Arcuade will be back by the time the festival is hosted so maybe she can make some deals at the time as well. Overall the festival sounds like it will be a ton of fun to attend. He even mentioned that he ended up finding out what happened to Ponytail, apparently he was badly injured, and was saved by the queen of a kingdom. The queen named him so once he confirmed that the ogre village was destroyed he decided to serve the queen that saved him. He ended up solving a whole conspiracy involving demons meddling in that kingdom's affairs, though it all worked out in the end. Iro is his name now. Remuru said he would invite the queen and Iro to attend the festival, hopefully I can catch up with him. Hinata Sakaguchi. As she relaxed in the bath she contemplated all of today's events, at one point she was marching towards Tempest, prepared for a fight to the death. To think that all of this was a misunderstanding, she truly messed up this time. She let her emotions get the better of her, she should not have trusted that merchant. She will have to inform Remuru about the merchant, he is the one who used her after all, he might still have some plans involving Tempest. Still to think he grew so much in such a short time, the thought of him fighting against humans made her shudder. When she met him she used her unique skill, Mathematician, to measure both his and the demon lord Felix White's power. She even tried her other unique skill, Usurper, the one skill that allowed her an advantage to opponents superior to her, it let her easily steal the target's skills. While she couldn't use said skills perfectly, the act of taking away someone's hard-earned skills could be a punishment on its own. Whenever someone was weaker than her, her skill simply told her that the skill could not be used on the target, Usurper would either fail or succeed, if it succeeded she would instantly know all of her target's skills and abilities. It didn't matter if Usurper failed at first as she could make it work after numerous attempts, she just had to stall and analyze her opponent. When she fought Remuru for the first time the result came back as non-applicable, basically informing her that the fight was as good as finished. This time though, the skill went through the process, but it informed her that it was blocked. That was only the second time she had seen that Remuru Tempest managed to reach the same lofty heights as Luminous-sama. And in such a short time period, awakening truly does grant a massive power boost. And then there was the Demon Lord Felix White. Obviously her skill was blocked on him too, however she could tell he was different from Remuru. Even with his aura suppressed she could feel the difference, there was just a different presence surrounding him. If Remuru was an ocean then Demon Lord Felix was hundreds of oceans put together. Absolutely monstrous. While Felix-sama let it go this time, he is not as forgiving as Remuru-sama and likely took the fact you tried to kill his friend very poorly. Something else of note is that 2 of those servants are named primordials. What? He has 2 named primordials as subordinates. Indeed he has the primordials of White and Yellow now named Arcuade and Megumin respectively as his direct subordinates. I imagine Demon Lord Luminous already knows about this seeing as he took them with him to the Vulporgus. 2 primordials, what a truly fearsome Demon Lord. Still, maybe they could get along in the future. She didn't want to make an enemy out of someone strong unnecessarily, plus he was an otherworlder like her, even if he was a reincarnation rather than a summon. Chapter 45, Chapter 13 Attack. Luminous Valentine. She teleported to her inner sanctum located on top of the sacred mountain. To think that her 7 luminaries would fall so low. She remembered when they were first established, they were each incredibly dedicated to her, if only in order to receive her love. It seems that she had let them go out of control if they thought they could get away with pitting Hinata against a demon lord. Truly foolish. To think even the luminary of the sun, Gran, would betray her. After all, as their leader there was no way he did not know what the others were doing. She likely wouldn't be able to deal with him seeing as he was her equal thousands of years ago. A fight between them would destabilize all that she has worked for. The others, however. It seems that Lewis will have his work cut out for him after they are removed. Once she arrived at the meeting room she summoned the 7 luminaries. All of them except one arrived. It seems that Granbell knows that the sheets have been pulled from under him. He was always a clever one. My lady. They all said with a bow. She gave each of them a look causing some of them to shift nervously. I recently learned that you all have gone behind my back and endangered my beloved Hinata. Now what excuse do you have for this incident? We only did it for you, Luminous-sama. It seems that the luminary of Mercury is far more foolish than she thought if he expected her to believe that. Have mercy. Era, it seems that some have understood the gravity of their situation. Please, for all the years we have pledged out loyalty to you, we beg you. They wanted her love, did they? Then they shall receive it. She opened her arms. I gift thou the blessing of death. The 7 luminaries are no more, they came to a painless demise in an instant. Ugh, now she will have to order Lewis to deal with the aftermath and call all the paladins back from Falmouth. What a pain. Felix. Once I'm finished with my bath I look for Malim and Raiden. Remuru went ahead and is showing Hinata around Tempest. I'm sure she will like it here, if only for the food. No other nations have anything even similar to Tempest's food, other than the ones Tempest is allied with. I use universal sense to locate the 2, but I'm surprised to discover that Raiden was separated from Malim. And Malim is with Veldora. Those 2 together doesn't sound good at all. I have a bad feeling about this. Felix-sama. I hope your meeting with Remuru-sama went well. I turned to where I heard the voice come from. There you are, Raiden. Where is Malim at? I thought you 2 would have been together. We must hurry. Malim-sama and Veldora-sama are going to fight. What? Ugh, I don't even leave her alone for an hour and she already makes a mess. Come on, let's go. I quickly head to where I sense Veldora and Malim at a speed Raiden could keep up with. Now while a fight between Veldora and Malim sounds entertaining, the effects it will have on the area around us would be catastrophic. If it weren't for that I would be all for it, maybe I would even join in. It sounds like a ton of fun. I know Veldora has been practicing some moves he saw in Remuru's manga and anime collection. I wonder if he managed to replicate them. He might act like a goof, but he is a bona fide true dragon. Once I arrive, I crash down in style by making a crater around me. I see why Malim does that. Gahaha. Felix, my friend. Come watch my fight against Malim. Our battle will be legendary. I'm sure it will be. Veldora, why are you 2 fighting again? That Mine said that he was stronger than me. I have to beat him up to show him who's wrong. Ugh, Malim never likes it when someone says they're stronger than her. She values her strength quite a lot after all. I feel Remuru coming in this direction, likely due to sensing the aura of Veldora and Malim are beginning to release. Even the slightest bit of aura from those 2 can be deadly to weaker monsters. It's best to contain this. HRM, alright then. The fight sounds fun so I want to watch. Here, get into the arena and I'll isolate you guys from the outside so you don't destroy everything around us. Ark is looking at me in shock. Poor guy, he probably thought I would be the reasonable one. Tough luck. Midray seems to be looking forward to the fight though. Ah, it seems Remuru has arrived with Hinata in tow. Felix. What is happening? Why does it look like Veldora and Malim are going to fight? That would be because they are. Veldora picked a fight with Malim and so she reciprocated. That's Veldora. We both ignore Hinata. Gah. We have to stop this. No we don't, I already sealed off the area they are fighting in from the outside so no harm will come to the surrounding area. Along with that, it seems like Veldora has been holding all of his aura in. The two of us do not have this issue since we can store our excess aura in our stomachs, but the others do not have this privilege. It's best if Veldora gets a chance to go all out, if he doesn't he can erupt all of a sudden once he inevitably loses control, something that will devastate all of Jura. Gah. It's true. He must have checked with Raphael. Wait. You have stomach. Yup, anyways back to the fight, with this fight Veldora can release his aura safely, and we get to see a good show. Gahaha. Let's get this show on the road. Felix. Ugh, fine. But I'm using my own barrier on top of yours. Uriel. It seems he put up a multi-layer barrier that can basically adapt to almost anything. It even severs space between the inside and the outside of the barrier similar to isolate. Now the space between the inside and outside of the arena is severed, then on top of that Remuru severed the space from the outside of isolate, and where we are currently standing. That's one hell of a defense, similar to a lesser, multi-dimensional barrier. Ultimate skill, Uriel, Lord of Vows is being analyzed. Ultimate skill, Uriel, Lord of Vows has been acquired. Nice. Odin will disassemble the skill Uriel, Lord of Vows, and absorb the sub-skills Infinity Prison, and Law Manipulation into Ouroboros. Law Manipulation has evolved into Law Domination. Ah, it seems that I already have Uriel's other abilities. Oh well, Infinity Prison seems quite interesting. It basically entombs the target inside of an infinitely vast imaginary space, it prevents any sort of interactions from the inside and outside of the skill, it is something that can even deal with a true dragon if used wisely. This whole imaginary concept is quite interesting. Since it is imaginary it is basically infinite. Notice. Odin will analyze the concept of imaginary and integrate it into the sub-skill stomach. What? I didn't know you could do that. Nice go Odin. I will be Odin's #1 cheerleader. The process of analyzing the concept of imaginary had started the moment Uriel, Lord of Vows was copied. However, it will take some time. Haha, great. The upgraded version of Law Manipulation, Law Domination, that evolved is also quite interesting, where my original Law Manipulation gave me total control over gravity, wind, lightning, and weather. Now it allows me to potentially have absolute control over the laws of the world, from both a magic and scientific perspective. I have absolute control over the 5 basic elements, as well as control over more esoteric concepts like heat and inertia. Though just like Law Manipulation, the overall ability of it is dependent on my own understanding of the world. But with Odin, I can generally understand any aspect of the world that I desire, and since Odin has access to all of my memories, it can understand most modern scientific-related things as well. God damn, that is a lot of potential abilities. Remuru's Law Manipulation was probably formed using the food chain of Beelzebub. He likely has a ton of skills from his subordinates to work with, seeing as how he names everyone and their mother. Once that was integrated into my own Law Manipulation, Odin evolved it into a superior version with all the data she had gathered. Skill collection is probably one of my favorite hobbies, they can be so fun to mess with. Chapter 46, Chapter 13 Part 2. Oh, it seems the fight has already started. Hadouken. Hadouken. Gah, what the fuck Veldora. He managed to recreate Hadouken with battle will. That is impressive, though it doesn't seem to be having much of an effect on Malim. You need to try harder if you want to hit me Veldora. Gaha. I am just getting started. He quickly dashed closer to Malim, Shoryuken. He even recreated Dragon Punch. I wonder what other sorts of things he created, maybe I should try to do the same. It sounds like it could be fun, having a Dragon Ball style energy clash with Veldora. Hey. Felix, whatever you are thinking, stop thinking it. Gah. How did he know? Veldora-sama is truly strong. I must train harder in order to be more useful to Felix-sama. Ah, I think you are already useful enough, Raiden. If you stopped cooking for me I think I'd cry. Tatsumaki Senpukiaku. Even the hurricane kick, huh? What an interesting martial arts style, I have never seen anything like it before. Seriously Hinata, you are that uncultured. No wonder you were manipulated like a doll on strings, you don't know what clichés to watch out for. Oh, it seems they've stopped with the games, Tetsuzanko. Oh, it seems Malim is starting to draw on the true power of Satnal a little bit, as expected of a true dragon. He might act like a dork but he is strong. What phenomenal power. As expected of Luminous-sama's hated enemy. Umo. That's my friend Veldora. Ah, Remuru is bragging again. Oh. How come that attack landed and hurt Malim? That doesn't make sense. Normally Malim would sense possible danger from an attack and avoid it. This time, however, it seems she ignored it thinking it wouldn't do anything, but in actuality it caused some damage. Could that be due to a skill of Veldora's? Maybe one that enhances damage? Ultimate skill, Faust, Lord of Investigation, has been analyzed. Oh, so he has a skill that specializes in luck and probability manipulation, huh? He probably increased the odds of Malim ignoring his attack, or increased the odds of the attack doing damage to her. He also has a sub-skill that allows him to basically receive any answer to the questions he asks, sort of like a lesser cursed sage. I don't think the skill really fits with my skill set though. Odin, can you store the data of the skill for future use in case I want to recreate it? I don't really need it right now. Having the data for the skill should be enough if I want to incorporate it into a skill in the future. Acknowledged, Odin will store the data for ultimate skill, Faust, Lord of Investigation. Great. It seems Veldora is finally going to start using his abilities as a true dragon. Black lightning. I watched as a massive bolt of black lightning came down from the sky, one that would probably vaporize Clayman with ease. Mwahaha. You will need to try harder if you want to beat me, Veldora. I see, it seems that I have underestimated you, as expected of the child of my elder brother. How about we settle this with one final attack? Oh. That sounds fun. Hold on, that stance, could it be? Kamihami, no way. He actually recreated the Kamehameha. Gaha. What an interesting attack. Is Malim charging up a Drago Nova? This is going to be awesome. I get to see a beam clash in real life. Hold on. Stop you too. Ugh, they aren't listening. An attack like that will destroy the barrier. Let's just reinforce it. Come on, don't you want to see a beam clash in real life? Ugh, fine, just help me reinforce the barrier. Drago Nova. Both their beams met. In the center I could see both beams clashing for supremacy, though Malim's Drago Nova is winning so far seeing as how it is true dragon magic, whereas Veldora's is just an application of aura manipulation. Holy shit, that looks intense. Ugh, I'm so jealous. I definitely have to do something like that with Malim or Veldora. What power? As expected of a demon lord and true dragon. It seems Hinata's worldview is being shattered. She may be powerful, but she isn't even close to this level yet. I can feel the aura from outside the barrier. I look around and notice a small crowd gathering. The crowd likely isn't larger due to there not being many monsters that can withstand the aura from this fight. The only ones here are Raiden, Benimaru, Shuna, Sui, and Gobta. Basically only the strongest of Remuru's subordinates are able to remain conscious, and even then all of them are on the floor fighting for their lives except Raiden, seeing as I am protecting her with a barrier. The fight soon ended in a draw as while Malim's Drago Nova was stronger, she would need to get truly serious to beat Veldora with it. Gaha, that was so much fun. Malim looks happy, she probably hasn't gotten to fight that hard since our last spar. Indeed. I was able to test out my Veldora-style killing arts. So that's what he named his style. You two seriously took it too far. If it weren't for me and Felix then that could have been bad. Such a worry-wart. Ah. But you two were there, right? Then it's fine. That is what I was thinking, Veldora. That's not the point. I look towards Raiden to see how she is doing, and notice a determined look on her face. Actually, all of Remuru's subordinates that are here have that same look. Weird. Once Remuru was done lecturing Veldora and Malim, we decided to eat something before leaving. Behold. Sushi. I had to go through so many struggles to find rice in this world, but I have finally done it. Malim and I clapped as we began to dig into the sushi. Omen, this is good, never tasted a fish like this before, though I guess it makes sense seeing as we are in a different world. Boom. This tastes really good. As expected of my sworn brother. Even Hinata was enjoying the sushi, though she asked for no wasabi like a child. Ha ha ha, praise me more. All of a sudden I receive a thought communication from Siko, Felix-sama. We have detected two people coming towards Azeroth. They both seem to be quite strong. What would you like us to do? Ugh, I thought this issue would have been solved with Luminous. Guess there are some other factors involved. Hold on, don't do anything yet. I will teleport back and see what they want. Just make sure to secure the area around you. Yes, Felix-sama. I sighed. An issue popped up, so I have to go back to Azeroth. I'll pick you later, Malim. I ignore what Remuru is saying as I quickly grab Raiden and teleport back to my castle. Felix-sama. They are approaching quite quickly. They are both decently strong too. From what I am sensing, the one in the back is stronger than Clayman. They seem to be a demon of some kind. Chapter 47, Chapter 13, Part 3. I turned towards Siko, Megumin, and Kurumi. You three stay here and protect the place in case there is another attack. Right, and you come with me to see what these two want. Yes, Felix-sama. I quickly fly towards where I sense the two invaders followed by Raiden. Once we arrive in front of them, I greet them as I analyze their capabilities. Hello there, now what could the two of you be doing here? The two of them looked shocked. It seems no one is going to say General Kenobi, huh? What a cruel, cruel world. It seems the redhead in the lead isn't enlightened, quite the revealing outfit she has. It seems she has a gun tucked away on her thigh. Interesting, I didn't think guns existed in this world, though it makes sense. There are quite a few other worlders around. Some of them must have spread the technology of their old worlds. It seems she is under the control of someone, and she has a unique skill too. She's probably around the level of a demon lord seed. The demon in the back looks kinda familiar. Notice. The one with lavender hair greatly resembles Ingvild Leviathan from High School DxD. She possesses the ability to control dragons through song. Odin has already placed a sound isolation barrier around subordinate Raiden's ears. Ingvild Leviathan. Seriously? At least that confirms that DxD exists somewhere out there. She must have been summoned and enslaved just like the other girl. Thanks for the save, Odin. Crap, Ingvild, let's go. It seems they decided to attack seeing as they have been discovered. Makes sense if they don't have control over their actions. I send a thought communication to Raiden. Raiden, don't break the sound isolation around your ears. You take the redhead, I'll take the other one. Also don't kill her. It seems she is under someone's control. She can be a useful source of information. Yes, Felix-sama. I also get to see how much stronger Raiden has gotten. She should be capable of taking on an enlightened relatively easily, even one as strong as this redhead. I turn towards Ingvild, who has her eyes closed. I'm sorry. I use thought acceleration so I can take my time and analyze her. I do remember that she was said to be a relatively kind girl. Unfortunately, I never read up to the part of DxD where she was introduced, so I don't know everything about her. I do however know the general gist of her situation though. I remember she inherited the Leviathan clan trait, along with a sacred gear that increases her control over the ocean, along with allowing her to control dragons. I wonder what sort of skills she got from her sacred gear and clan trait. Those are bound to be interesting. Likely some sort of unique skill related to her ability to control the ocean. The thing I'm interested in is her ability to control dragons. How far can she take it? Could she theoretically control a true dragon? True dragons were around before the very concept of dragon was formed after all. So do they count as dragons? Is there a limit on the strength of the dragon she can control? Can she control any dragon-related species like Malim? Otherworlders come with such interesting abilities. Just look at me, Remuru, and Hinata. We all have broken abilities in our own way. I remember Ingvild had the power to sink an entire country with her ability to control the ocean, so she is decently powerful. And that's without being named. I'm not sure why her summoner didn't name her. Maybe she was too strong. Or maybe they were scared she would manage to break free of their binding. Answer. Humans generally lack the Magicule capacity to name monsters, and even in the case her summoner had enough Magicules, naming a monster on the level of Ingvild would have been beyond possibly even a saint. Really? Beyond even a saint? Dang, it seems I've been underestimating how difficult it is to name stronger magents, since it was quite easy for me to name a primordial and they are far beyond the current Ingvild, even without names. Well, it's her summoner's loss since I should be capable of freeing her. Well, let me take a look at her skills with Odin. It seems her clan trait, Sea Serpent of the End, and her sacred gear, combined into a single unique skill due to their compatibility. Instead of merely giving her control over the ocean, now she has basically absolute control over the element of water. She can't be challenged when it comes to water manipulation unless someone possesses a similar or greater level of authority over it as her. I am capable of challenging her when it comes to manipulation of water due to law domination. An ultimate skill based on water manipulation sounds interesting. I can already think of the name, Leviathan, Lord of the Sea. It fits with her lineage as well. Now that I know her general capabilities, I think I should free her now, or maybe I should see how strong she is in a fight. Nah, she is already under control. Who knows what she has had to do? No reason to extend her suffering for my own amusement. I may not be a purely good person, but I don't think I am a purely bad person either. I appear behind Ingvild and grab her shoulder. It has been detected that individual known as Ingvild is under someone's control. Should Odin undo the spell? Yes. Raiden. She looked towards the enemy that dared to inconvenience her master. It was the job of a maid to deal with such troubles. She was quite weak when compared to even the weakest of her master's direct subordinates, so she should be no trouble, though she did have an interesting armor she was wearing. From the aura it was giving off, it was perhaps a unique grade armor. Her master would love to have that, so she will get it for him. First she will have to deal with this wretch. Her master will easily be able to deal with the other girl. Don't get her wrong, she was strong, probably stronger than the ex-demon Lord Carrion, but her Magicule levels were not on her own level, let alone her master's. She looked towards the redhead, time to deal with her. It seems the redhead is saying something. She could tell what the redhead was saying due to being able to read her lips. It seems she was worried about her companion. She will have to worry about herself soon. She flared her dragon's hockey. She ignored the damage her hockey caused to her surroundings and solely focused on her opponent. It seems she has some willpower for not immediately kneeling in submission. She took out the odd weapon from her thigh and aimed it towards her. It seems it shoots some form of projectile. She predicted its path and made sure to position herself properly to avoid it, but to her surprise the projectile appeared right in front of her, almost as if it was teleporting. She was able to adjust at the last moment. Thanks to thought acceleration, she had more than enough time to defend herself from her surprise attack. It seems this woman has some form of spatial manipulation, though far from the level of her master, but she doubted there was anyone as capable as him when it comes to spatial manipulation. In her humble opinion, Lord of Space would have been a fitting title. She channeled lighting all over her body with her unique skill, Thunder. Her master called this ability the Lightning Armor. It provided a comprehensive boost to almost all her physical abilities. Manipulating it became second nature to her after she received her unique skill from her master's blessing. She quickly appeared in front of her opponent, and shocked her with all the lightning she had been gathering towards her hand, causing her to fall unconscious. Even Siko would not want to be hit by her attack, let alone a weaker enlightened. She did not even need to use her holy magic to deal with this annoyance, though that was probably a good thing seeing as her master did not want this woman seriously injured. Why would whoever sent her even consider sending someone as weak as her to inconvenience her master? They must have had faulty information if they thought she would cause her master trouble. Maybe they were hoping the second woman would be able to trouble her master. Oh well, she trusted her master to be able to deal with her. Now she would wait, like a good maid. Maybe he would praise her. Chapter 48, Chapter 13 Part 4. Felix. Now that she is free, I stop using thought acceleration. She stops preparing her attack all of a sudden as her eyes widen. I am free. For her to immediately stop the attack must mean that she was trying to resist the command the entire time. Truly a kind girl. Correct, I was able to free you from your binding. I didn't see a point in killing you since you were being controlled. I ordered my subordinate not to kill your friend either, so she is fine as well. I noticed her blink away the tears that were starting to form. Thank you, you have no idea how much this means to me. It's fine, as long as you can tell me a little about whoever sent you here, I'll consider your debt repaid. Yes. I would be more than happy to tell you about that. Could I request if I could see Glenda? I would like to make sure she is okay, and explain everything to her. Yeah, sure. I stop using isolate, causing the barrier around us to dispel. Glenda. I turn to look towards Raiden. It seems her friend was knocked unconscious. Men did Raiden cause a lot of damage to the area. I turn towards Ingvild. Sorry about that, it seems Raiden had to knock your friend unconscious. If you want I could take you to my castle so your friend can recover. Thank you, I would appreciate that. I haven't introduced myself, my name Ingvild Leviathan. She included her last name, which is surprising, though I guess the name Leviathan doesn't really have any significance in this world. Leviathan, Like the devil. She looked shocked. Yes. She was my ancestor, but how did you know? No one else in this world recognizes that name. That's because I'm an otherworlder like you. I see, like me and Glenda then, So the redhead named Glenda is an otherworlder as well. Alright, we can talk later, let me take you back to my castle to rest first. I teleported us back to my castle and undid Glenda's slave seal. I looked towards Siko, Kurumi, and Megumin, who appeared the moment I teleported back. Alright you two, the situation has been dealt with, but be careful just in case there are more attackers. Siko, can you show these two to a room to rest? Be careful with the redhead, as you can see she is unconscious. Yes, Felix-sama. I wait for her to lead them away before turning to Megumin. Megumin, could you scout the perimeter of the castle, and make sure there is no one there? I already checked with Universal Sense, but it's best to be careful, who knows what kind of bullshit skills someone might have. Got it. Kurumi, I don't have anything for you to do now, so you can rest. You've been training relentlessly recently. It's good to want to pursue strength, but take a break every once in a while. Don't forget why you want to be strong in the first place. Kurumi gave me a short nod, as she left looking thoughtful. It seems I gave her something to think about. I turned to Raiden. Thanks for taking care of her for me. You've been serving me for what feels like ages, so let me know if you want a reward or something. It has been my pleasure, Master. But a reward? May I get back to you on that? Yeah, sure, take your time. Underscore 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 underscore. It's been a little while since Ingvild and Glenda decided to stay here and serve me. I ended up picking Malim up the next day and explaining what happened to Remuru. Malim was upset that I didn't take her since she wanted to fight even though she had just fought Veldora the day before. That girl is an absolute battle maniac at times. Ingvild and Glenda ended up deciding to stay here since they don't really have anywhere else to go. In the case of Ingvild, I told her about what I knew about her and her world. She was quite heartbroken upon hearing that her mother had passed away long ago, but I did tell her that my information could be wrong. These aren't fictional worlds anymore after all, events may have gone differently. I told her not to get her hopes up though, and it seems like she understood. I didn't end up telling her about my ability to travel worlds yet as I haven't even tested it myself. I wanted to wait before I got her hopes up like that. Glenda ended up deciding to serve me since Ingvild decided to. It turns out the two are pretty close friends. The thing that truly won Glenda over was the food and promise of rewards though. I told her that if she serves me well, I would upgrade her gun, so that gave her something to work towards. Along with that, she loved Raiden's cooking so much that she completely forgot that they had fought only a few days ago, and immediately began trying to butter up to her. She must not have eaten a lot of good food then, huh? Glenda was an enlightened with a unique skill called Sniper. It has 3 sub-skills: Magic Sense, Predictive Calculation, which allows her to predict the outcome of an action, and finally Spatial Manipulation. This unique skill might seem basic, but spatial manipulation is not to be underestimated. With sufficient mastery, I could see someone creating something similar to Infinity. Her armor was also quite interesting. The Elemental Mail is an armor that helps her draw out the true power of her contracted spirits. She herself only has contracted with medium spirits, so it isn't a massive boost, but it's still something. According to her, all the members of the 10 Great Saints have it, while Hinata has the superior version of it. That was another thing that came up. She was a member of the 10 Great Saints. I can't wait to tease Luminous about that. She let another spy slip by into one of her most elite groups. Gahaha, I'll make sure she never hears the end of it. It turns out that Glenda was spying for a man named Granbel Rosso. He summoned her, enslaved her, and has been using her for assassinations, spying, basically anything where her skills would be useful. He has been around for over 1,000 years, and has been secretly amassing more and more power. He is located in the kingdom of Silt Rosso, a small country on the borders of Falmouth, and Ingracia. Apparently Granbel Rosso and his descendants have been secretly controlling the Western Council since its founding. They formed a group called the 5 Great Elders. They will definitely make Remuru's dreams of coexistence that much harder, seeing as how, according to her, Granbel is obsessed with his own power, and keeping his family's power intact. Basically a meddlesome old man that has outstayed his welcome in the living world. I made sure Glenda wasn't lying either thanks to Odin. I will have someone keep an eye on her though, seeing as I don't have a connection with her, it will be harder to know what her intentions truly are. After all, trust is earned, not given. Chapter 49, Chapter 13 Part 5. Maybe I can have a demon watch her when Arcuade returns. She should be here soon, seeing as she sent me a message saying that she was on her way here earlier today. Finally I can hand off all this work to her. Freedom is in my sight. Still, Granbel Rosso is definitely someone I need to plan for. Maybe I'll have Arcuade figure out a good way to deal with him. He isn't the only one. There were 2 people who were able to give Glenda orders, Granbel, and his granddaughter Mariable. Glenda doesn't know much about Mariable as she got most of her orders from Granbel, but she did say that Mariable and Granbel had a secret force under them called the Blood Shadows. She herself was part of that group. Along with that, Ingvild herself decided to serve me of her own volition since she said that she thought that I was a good person, and someone that was worthy to serve. She said there weren't many of those in this world. Absolutely hilarious, me a good person. I ended up telling her about what I did to Clayman's army. I didn't want her serving me due to some fantasy she conjured up in her mind. It would end badly for her when she inevitably finds out that I'm not who she pictured. She simply said that I did what I had to do to bring the people I cared for back. After all, they had attacked first, and were planning to invade a country without provocation. Then she brought up the fact that I didn't kill her or Glenda even though they were here with malicious intention. That did cause me to pause for a moment, but I just told her I'm not a good person. That doesn't mean I'm unreasonable or lack empathy. For some reason, after I said that, she looked at me smugly. I just gave up at that point. Since she decided to serve me, I ended up naming her Ingvild. She became a demon duke. Her magicule capacity is slightly lower than that of Raiden, Kurumi's, and Seiko's, which is something surprising. After all the training they have done, along with the gifts they received from my harvest festival, they would potentially be able to match a weaker true demon lord. In a fight I still wouldn't be sure who would win. They each have their own specialties, and their overall strength is close enough that fighting experience might decide the winner. I was also able to analyze her skills in detail through the connection I now have with her. Her unique skill, Kraken, allows her absolute control over the sea, and water in general. Along with this, since it is a fusion of her clan trait, Sea Serpent of the End, and her sacred gear, it also possesses the ability to weaken, strengthen, and control dragons, though controlling true dragons is beyond it. Maybe if she evolves it into an ultimate skill, its controlling effect might extend to true dragons. Still, her ability to weaken, strengthen, and control dragons is not to be underestimated. Even dragons vastly stronger than her can be controlled, though it is possible to resist this with pure willpower. Along with this, she cannot control dragons with ultimate skills, or dragons with divinity. Ingvild is a natural counter to Raiden, much to the latter's displeasure, though I do think that Raiden is capable of resisting Ingvild's control, though she is still vulnerable to being weakened. And even then, according to Odin, I can easily free her from Ingvild's control through our connection, not that I think Ingvild would do something like that. Even Raiden couldn't bring herself to dislike Ingvild though, she's a sweetheart after all. She enjoys singing, and when she does, I often see Raiden listening in if she is nearby. To think Raiden would be charmed with music. Notice, the coordinates for the world known as Jujutsu Kaisen have been determined. Master is capable of traveling to that world at will. For real. I can finally travel to another world. Gaha, this is gonna be a lot of fun. My slice of life adventure is in sight. Before I do that, it's best if I make sure that everything is going well around my territory. I expand my senses to see what's going on in my territory and I find myself surprised. I sense 3 unknown beings coming towards my castle, though they don't seem to have hostile intent. They seem to be decently strong as well. What is it with a bunch of random people showing up in my territory? Is there an invitation I don't know about? Siko, 3 unknown people are coming towards the castle, come greet them with me at the front. I see, do you want me to beat them up? No Siko, I don't want you to beat them up yet, only beat them up if they turn out to be hostile. Yes Felix-sama. Raiden, Megumin, Kurumi, Ingvild, Glenda, you guys don't need to come, Siko alone should be able to handle it. Once I hear everyone's agreements I cut the communication off. Once we arrive I see 3 Magen waiting for us, all 3 of them are rather large. The one in the lead with earrings stepped up, oh, are you the Demon Lord Felix? And is that your subordinate? My old man told me about you, he said you were quite strong. Quite the compliment from someone like him, how interesting, let me get warm. Big bro, leave the Demon Lord to us. We want to have some fun too. How about you fight the girl he brought with him? That's right, my tummy hungry so she is fine. It seems they are brothers and came here to pick a fight. Still, their father told them about me. Seeing as these guys seem to be giants, it must have been Degrul that told them about me. Now what could he want? If they are his sons, I need to be careful, I don't want to have to fight Degrul, he is incredibly powerful, not someone I want to fight for no real reason. It seems like a pain in the ass. Shut up. Felix-sama does not have time to deal with you worms. His time is precious so let me take all 3 of you on and get rid of you. Ah, if they wanted to fight I was going to have Siko beat them up, so this works with my plans. Ha. Oi oi, are you looking down on us? I was going to hold back on you since you're a woman, but not anymore, get ready to cry. Ah, sexism is a thing here it seems. My tummy reacted to your words a bit, it seems I am going to get a grand meal. Siko should be able to handle these 3 quite easily, don't get me wrong, they are strong, probably around Demon Lord seed level, but Siko is stronger. And the one rule this world follows is, numbers don't mean anything to the strong. Oi, Siko, just make sure not to destroy the castle, or the buildings surrounding it, I just had those built. Yes. That's my girl. Gaha, I admire your boldness woman, say, if you retract your words, we'll go easy on you. Do they not sense the difference between them? Ah. Why is Siko concealing her aura? Did she want these guys to provoke her into a fight? And I thought she had learned, I guess it was too much to ask for. Siko sneered at them, and even taunted them, ha. As if you weaklings can beat me. Hearing that the 3 of them rushed at her together. The fat guy was surprisingly agile, he launched himself at Siko like a cannon. Though Siko was unfazed by this, she just kicked him away towards the guy with the earrings. She is incredibly strong physically as well, not just magically. She appeared next to the second guy with vertical teardrop-like markings on the side of his face. She grabbed him and threw him over her shoulder while he was stupefied at what was happening. That guy isn't going to be getting up for the remainder of the fight. Ugh, how dare you harm my bro? The guy with earrings sprang up from behind Siko to try and get a sneak attack, unfortunately for him, he was not successful. Siko quickly turned around and lifted the guy up by the neck knocking him unconscious in the process before throwing him at the last remaining brother. What the hell? We are giants, you know. Shouldn't we be the stronger ones? Siko laughed at them with disdain as she launched herself towards the last guy. He tried to avoid, but she was just too fast for him. She grabbed his arms and started twisting them, almost as if to test his strength. How pitiful, the guy's arms were folded in a super weird angle. I would be worried if I didn't know they all had self-regeneration. The guy is definitely in a lot of pain though. Siko didn't seem to care though as she finished him off with a punch to the face. Alright, good job Siko, that's enough. Hopefully they've learned their lesson, just leave them out here. Hopefully they will leave when they wake up. Yes. As we are heading back and I contemplate what a demon lord like Dagrol could want with sending his sons here. Oh well, hopefully they go back home, or behave themselves. Hey. Wait. Oh. They already woke up. Well, I guess it's to be expected that they are durable, they are giants after all. Siko turned back to look at them. You wanna be beat up again? Why does she sound like Megumin? Whoa, this demon lord is stronger than the old man said if he has subordinates like that. Indeed, this demon lord Felix must be a monster. Strong. Sigh, what do you three want? Might as well hear them out so that I can get a clear picture of what is going on. Yes, sir. We are the sons of Demon Lord Dagrol. I am the eldest son Dagura. I am his second son Ryura. I am the third son Dabura. So you can talk normally. At least I know I was correct in my suspicions. It always feels great being right. The old man wanted us to go train under Demon Lord Felix, said the oldest Dagura. We were just messing around a bit back home, but the old man lost his temper and kicked us out. Yup, we were chased out. Haha, Dagrol couldn't handle his kids so he kicked them out. I don't know why I find that funny, but I do. Maybe I can hand them to Siko. She should be able to beat some obedience into them. I do need some more strong subordinates after all. Alright, I'll leave you guys in Siko's hands, but my only requirement is that I need to name you. It's best to be able to ascertain their loyalty that way. Yes, sir. That's fine with us. Understood. We will follow Big Sis's lead. Big Sis? When did she become your big sis? Whatever, I'll leave that to Siko to sort out. Alright, I name you Dagura, Ryura, and Dabura. Now that I named them I can have Odin monitor them through the connection, who knows, they might be spies. Thank you. I turn towards Siko. Alright, do what you will with them. Yes, Felix-sama, I will turn them into useful warriors for you. Thanks. As I'm heading back and I sense Arcuid teleport back along with quite a few other demons. Some of them seem to be decently strong too. Though there is one that stands out, she must be the primordial violet. Well, time to deal with that. Then maybe I can travel to Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm excited for that. I can think of quite a few things I can bring back that could be useful, like food, modern weapons. Seeing as Glenda has a gun that is capable of firing Magicule bullets, I wonder what other ways modern weaponry can be enhanced. Along with that, Odin should be able to analyze some interesting curse techniques. I never got past Gojo's ceiling so I have no clue what sort of techniques could have popped up, but hopefully the trip will turn out to be fun. Chapter 50, Chapter 14, Recruitment. Felix. I teleport to where I sense Arcuade at. It seems she is at the training ground. Hopefully this won't turn out similar to what happened with Megumin. Once I appear I use thought acceleration and observe all the demons she brought along. It's best if I have a basic picture of what I'm working with before I meet them. It seems that Megumin showed up. She probably sensed all the demons and got curious about who Arcuade ended up bringing. I know that Arcuade, Megumin, and I'm assuming Violet all have lieutenants. I gave one of Arcuade's lieutenants to Malim, but she still has one more who she brought with her. She also brought along Megumin's lieutenants, along with Violet's I'm assuming. I quickly sense who Arcuade's lieutenant is. I assume he will be the strongest primordial of the white lineage except Arcuade, and boy is he strong, far stronger than Arc was as an archdemon. I can see how he has been undefeated for thousands of years. He seems to have the physical form of an elementary school student for some reason. Megumin's lieutenants are also quite mighty, though not as strong as Arcuade's. The first one seems to be a swordsman of some kind, while the second is a blonde woman. I can't gather much more information about them without a deeper analysis. Violet's lieutenants are, of course, also strong. If I can get Violet to serve me, then that will be 5 extremely strong demons serving under me right away, not including the primordials themselves, or the other archdemons, greater demons, and lesser demons they brought along. It must have been a pain to get the lesser demons to follow her orders, seeing as how they are mostly mindless beasts. But even the weakest of the demons would have their uses. I assume that most of the archdemons should have their strength cap lifted, seeing as even Arc was unable to evolve into a demon duke. I don't have high hopes for the lieutenants, let alone the archdemons. Still, once I have named these demons, I will have a significant force under my command, 4 demon dukes including Violet if I get her to serve me, a bunch of archdemons. Hopefully the greater demons can evolve into archdemons, and the lesser demons into at least greater demons. Who knows, maybe even one of the archdemons will evolve into a demon duke. Hopefully there are some archdemons with the potential to reach that level. After the naming, each demon should at the very least reach the A rank, easily becoming my strongest military unit. In total, Arcuade brought 666 demons including her, quite the ironic number considering that number's significance to Christianity as it represents the devil. But it is still going to be a pain to name all these demons. I stop using thought acceleration, I look towards Arcuade as she bows, "My lord. It is good to see you again after so long. I am glad that you are still in good health." "Haha, it's a pleasure to lay witness to your beauty once again as well, Arcuade." Arcuade gives me a seductive smile. Era, if you say such things I might think you are flirting with me, my lord." "Think what you will, I am simply stating facts." "Era, if that is the case, I would not mind accompanying you to bed, my lord. You are quite attractive yourself, and I do find this heart of mine beating for you." "Hold on, what the fuck? That got intense real quick." Future note for Felix: don't needlessly flirt with pretty ladies, it might backfire when they flirt back. It seems I have a strong offense but a far weaker defense. Still, I would count this as a win. I see, maybe in the future if you are willing. I've already had this conversation with Siko, she was okay with me having other lovers. In her words, someone as amazing as Felix-sama is bound to have multiple lovers. Huh. Aren't I beautiful as well? Thank you for freeing me from that awkward moment, Megumin. But I'll keep what Arcuade said in mind. I would be a fool not to become intimate with her should I get the chance, and she is willing. She is outrageously gorgeous after all, and I do enjoy her company as well, so that's a bonus. I turn towards Megumin. Yes, you are beautiful in your own way as well, Megumin. I ignore the smug look she sends Arcuade's way. Arcuade. Why are you sending her taunting looks? Notice, it has been detected that demon known as Arcuade has sent a thought communication, claiming her superiority to the demon known as Megumin. Sigh, you're really ruining that mature beauty vibe you have going, Arcuade. Oh well, the variety is what makes her hotter than she already is. I better cut off this argument in the making before it truly gets started. When these two really get into an argument, there is no stopping them unless I directly intervene. I see you brought quite a few demons, they should prove to be useful, good job. It was my pleasure completing your orders, my lord. I turn towards the demon observing us with an amused smile. And you must be Violet, a pleasure to meet you. She gave me a bow. Hello to you too, Demon Lord Felix, it is an honor to meet you. Ah, much more civilized than Megumin already. She does have a childish body though. I'm not sure why some of these demons prefer to appear with such a body, but oh well. I assume Arcuade has already informed you of why I had you brought here. You would be correct, I am willing to serve you, call it an idle curiosity, but first I would like to fight you. I would like to know how much stronger than me you are. Ah, she is still a demon after all, it makes sense she would want to know how much stronger I am. I look towards Arcuade who understands what I'm trying to convey. She quickly gets everyone out of range of the fight. I don't want to accidentally kill some of my new minions after all. It seems like Siko, Raiden, Kurumi, Ingvild, and Glenda have shown up to watch. Those three giants also came along. Beat her up, Felix-sama. Thank you for the encouragement, Megumin. It seems like Siko is saying something to her new minions, I mean students. Raiden is just watching calmly, while Kurumi is chatting with Ingvild. It's nice to see all my subordinates are getting along. Good luck, Felix-sama. Ingvild says with a blush. I give her a thumbs up, still that girl gets shy far too easily for how strong she is. I snap my fingers and form a barrier around us with Ouroboros. Alright, I'll try and make this quick. Hey, already confident huh? Well, I'll make sure it isn't too easy to beat me. I'm already pissed that Noir was easily able to brush me off. Did she meet Diablo recently? I ignore the attacks coming towards me as Infinity can deal with them. As she is attacking, I analyze the magic she is using. I haven't seen anything like that before. It seems to be some kind of poison. Notice, the poison the demon knows as Violet is using is an extremely deadly toxin that not only affects the physical body, but also the spiritual and astral body. It is capable of even harming the master if it seeps into you. For real. A magic that is capable of harming me is definitely not something to underestimate. All these primordials have some crazy magic up their sleeves. Now how should I beat her? It seems a bit lame to just wait for her to tire out while Infinity deals with all her attacks. She has no hope of disrupting my Infinity with spatial manipulation, so should I choose to wear her down there isn't much she can do. It seems she is trying something different now. Is that Nihility magic? Meant she is taking this seriously. I quickly analyze the spell she is using for future use. It seems this application of Nihility magic involves surrounding someone in a cocoon of energy from the abyss of hell. Once this is done, the target is erased. Unfortunately for Violet, she can't even reach me with her spell. Quite the interesting magic, unfortunately it won't work. Ha, I know. but I want to keep trying all sorts of attacks on you and see which one works. Ah, I knew it was too good to be true for her to be a completely sane and reasonable demon. She's been around since the dawn of time, she is bound to have some quirks. I slip my hands into my pockets as I stare at Violet. All right, I'll humor you for a little bit, try your best before I get bored. She doesn't need to know that I am learning from this experience as well, she is giving me a bunch of new magic to add to my repertoire. Hee hee. That's what I'm talking about, I already like you. Let me see you shine. I watch as Violet gathers a rather large amount of magicules. It seems like she is going to do some sort of ice magic. I could use some more ice magic. I doubt it will ever be used, but it's always nice to know a bunch of magic. She spreads her hands wide with a gleeful look on her face, Cositus. The entire area around us was instantly frozen, even the weather changed, it's almost as if it became winter all of a sudden. Damn, that is some cool-ass magic. It basically freezes an absolutely massive area and alters the weather. I suspect that this would affect my entire territory if it weren't for my barrier keeping the magic sealed. I bet this could easily wipe out countries if someone strong enough used this magic, and even weaker people could at least freeze a city with this. Thanks for the magic, Violet. I can't wait to show up some expert ice magic users in other worlds. Nice, that was quite the interesting magic, but you'll have to do better if you want to impress me. I wonder if she has even more interesting magic. Skills might generally be superior, but magic can also be incredibly fearsome if properly developed, so I want to learn all sorts of magic. How good. I can't be serving a lousy master after all. Now what should I use to deal with her? I don't need to worry about using an attack that can affect a spiritual body, as Violet is currently creating a material body made out of pure magicules to interact with the material world. Similar to what I did when I was first summoned, though staying in the physical world is most likely draining her magicules fairly quickly, so I will need to get her, and the other demons' bodies soon. Thankfully I have a ton of magi steel. Ah, maybe I should use one of the new abilities I gained after analyzing Uriel. Or maybe I should use her own poison. No, that seems boring.